Chapter 24, A Town of Shops. I'm getting some really intense Dead Rising vibes from this place. Because, you know, zombies and shopping malls. Wouldn't it be funny if the granny here actually had a dog too? Had. Though, now that I think about it, can animals even get infected? I know corpses are attracted to the sounds they make. Like, the way little ol Zeke got a horde right outside of Rika's house by his incessant barking. Yet, I have not seen a single animal corpse yet, walking or otherwise. I think I should be glad about that too. The last thing I need is Resident Evil zombie dogs. Yet, jumping through windows and being able to run faster than your average human? No fucking thank you. But in any case, time to get back to it. I get up from the cushioned bench I was sitting on and exit the store that I decided to take a break in. Which also happened to be the same store that I saw Psycho enter before Takashi interrupted me. Sadly, by the time I got back here, Psycho was nowhere to be seen. As after Takashi dragged me along to check the barricaded doors, a good 1 hour had passed. During that time Rei left too, saying that she wanted to check the stores for things that we could use. Though I think she just got salty because she wanted to be alone with Takashi. And apparently, he was too dense to get the memo. Still, if both Rei and Psycho have disappeared, could they be at the bike store like in the manga? I did spot such a store while I was walking with Takashi. So, yeah, let's go check that out. I want to make sure that Psycho is still in the building at least. I nod to myself and start walking on the second floor walkway. The store was on the second floor if I was not mistaken, so if I keep going straight from here, I should find it on my left. While I kept walking, I looked to my right, over the railing and at the floor below. To see some of the other survivors strolling about. I could not make out who was who though, other than the fact that they were all guys. So far, I didn't have to interact with any of them. And honestly, I'm aiming to keep it that way too. After a couple of minutes, I also spotted Kota, Saya, Alice, and Takashi down there as well, speaking near the entrance of a store. Shortly after, I saw Takashi and Kota walking away while Saya left with Alice in the opposite direction. I remember this scene. Kota must be heading towards the bike store along with Takashi, right? Yeah, that could work. I pick up the pace and keep moving forward, following behind the two guys from a relative distance. And in the end, thankfully, I was right. As after they went back to the second floor, they kept walking for a couple of minutes, until they reached the bike store. Rei and Psycho inside. She's still here, good. Some seconds later, Rei called out to Takashi. And he, along with Kota, walked inside the store. Nobody noticed that I was here? Meh whatever. 'Tis the ninja penguin skills. I turned around and walked towards the nearest bench, then took a seat. I'll just wait for them to finish, don't feel like joining in anyway. After I sat down, I took off my bag. Opened it, and looked inside. Why did I leave all these goddamn clothes in here? Got to leave them in the Humvee first chance I get. At least they work well enough at hiding the two handguns for now. I then take the buchan off the bag's side and look at the wooden blade. Wonder how sturdy this thing is. The one that Psycho used didn't even have a scratch on it, even after she went nuts on multiple corpses with it. I strap the buchan back on the bag's side and lean my back on the backrest behind me, relaxing as I let out a sigh. And several minutes later, the guys finally got out of the store. And this time, they did end up seeing me after they walked out. Oh, Nair. Kota waves at me as he shouts. I turned my head and looked at the two guys as they moved towards me. Found anything useful? He asks the moment he got near. Not yet. But I am interested in checking any electronic stores this place has. I have the feeling that the other group of survivors in here might have discarded everything and is busted. I reply as I fold my arms. But Nair, even if we do find anything that works, won't the other group demand that we hand it over? They have already laid claim to everything in here. Takashi responds. I just chuckle as I get up and throw my bag over my shoulder. If they find out, yes. So we just make sure that they don't. I reply as I motion the two guys with my head and start walking. Well, look who just became ruthless. I hear Kota say as he snorts through his nose. What do you mean became? I'm already an evil overlord buddy, ask Mr. Rainbow Knight if you don't believe me. I say as I turn around and point at Takashi, who just rolls his eyes and shakes his head. You actually said something like that back in the car as well. What gives? Kota asks as he scratches his head. I just jerk my shoulders lightly as I let out a dry laugh. It's a long story, with the short version being that Alice thought I was trying to make Zeke my evil minion? Yeah, that. So, she asked Takashi for help, meaning he's supposed to be the righteous hero in shining armor in this equation, no. I say as I chuckle. Kota just let out an awkward laugh as he tilted his head. Don't you think Zeke is a little too fluffy to be an evil minion? He responds as he looks at me, folding his arms. Well, I wouldn't say no to a sarcastic, sentient ninja robot dog. I answer as I turn away from the two and start walking down the stairs. We then went on with some mindless chatter for some time as we roamed about on the first floor. Until, we heard shouting. Where's the help we have been promised? You can't keep us in here like prisoners while you do nothing. The three of us stop in our tracks, and turn towards the shouting voice. But. Assam, this officer is still a new police officer, she. I don't care. You are a cop. So do your goddamn job and protect us. A female voice interrupts Asami. While the voices came from the store next to us, I could not see any people in the store. Maybe they were in the staff room? Is that supposed to be a meeting, or a screaming blame fest? I ask as I frown. All they're doing is dump their problems on the officer. Takashi responds, with not a small amount of anger leaking through his voice. And the fact she's outnumbered everybody to one does not help either. Koda adds right after. Well then, think it's about time we repaid her for letting us in. I say as I turn to the guys. They both grin slightly as they look at each other before they shift their sight to me. Got a plan? Koda asks. As a matter of fact, my friend, I do. And you're the main part of it. I say as I point at Koda, take off my bag and kneel down. Koda folded his arms as he stared at me with his head slightly tilted. Pop quiz time. I speak up as I put my hand in my bag. What can a cop have and is normally considered illegal to own in Japan? I say as I reach around the bottom of my bag carefully. No need for an accidental discharge here of all places. Both guys narrowed their eyes as they started thinking, or well, Takashi did. Guns. Koda responded almost instantly. Ding, ding. 2 points for you. Now, what was our dear cop missing? I ask again as I pull out the P220. A gun. Takashi responds as he looks at the handgun. Correct. I say as I get up and walk up to Koda. You found this on the ground outside, and you thought a cop would be better off with it. I say as I give the gun to Koda. And before he could respond, I continued, this time with a degree of seriousness. Pay attention to the you in this, Koda. We must not make the other group realize that we, as a group, would give away a gun willy-nilly. Judging by the way they acted with Asami, I can bet that they would raise a huge stink demanding that we give them guns too. So, Koda, you're the gun expert here, make a connection about the gun and the police force and then return it to her. I say as I take a step back. And Koda starts grinning like a madman. I have mixed feelings about giving away a gun. But, I got you covered. Asami will be rocking a new handgun by the time I'm done. He says as he looks at me with the grin still on his face. I nod, return to my bag, close it, and pick it back up. Alright, better if we're not seen all gathered out here then. So, I'm going to go deal with some unfinished business. I say as I turn my back to them, wave my arm, and start walking away. Alright, that should settle that matter. I nod to myself and wear the bag on one shoulder, then move towards the nearest escalator. Now, I really need to find Psycho. And so, I return to the bike store, only to have the same result as before. Fucking figures. It was empty, Psycho and REI seemed to have already moved on elsewhere. I sigh under my breath and start wandering around the second floor again, hoping to find our crazy purple-haired samurai midway. Okay, let's see. Psycho looked, shaken up after what happened in the parking field. So, if I was a sadistic, yet possibly depressed person, where would I be? The roof? The giant windowed wall on the front part of the mall? Smashing up mirrors in the toilets? She could be anywhere but, well, I got nothing to lose. So let's start with the windowed wall as it's the closest one. With that, I continue walking on the second floor walkway towards the front part of the building, where the giant glass wall was it. And, upon reaching near the end of the walkway which then turned right, I see a certain purple-haired person standing there, to my right. Holy crabs! Well, that was fast. I should be a friggin' detective or something. Psycho was leaning against the railing as she stared outside, at the corpses on the parking field. Okay, Nair, do not fuck this up. Or you're so fired. I take a deep breath and walk towards Psycho. She must have been really out of it, she didn't even react when I leaned on the railing next to her. How are you holding up? I ask as I stare at the corpses below as well. Psycho turns to glance at me before lowering her head, looking back at the corpses. I am, sorry was the only thing she said. I laugh lightly through my nose. Don't be, mistakes happen. Or did you forget all the bad calls I made so far? I respond. Yours were different. Nothing is different, Psycho, you made a bad call in the heat of the moment. And, I don't know about the rest, but from my side at least. I'm actually more bothered to see you down in the dumps like this. I say as I lean even more on the railing before springing myself back and turning around, leaning my lower back on the railing as I cross my legs. Psycho just turns to look at me, a slight smile appearing on her lips as she turns her sight back towards the car lot. Should you really be this forgiving? She asks as she keeps looking at the shambling corpses outside. Only when that person deserves it. I answer back. But, I do not day. Psycho. Nair. Then, a childish voice interrupted her mid-sentence. I turned my head to the left, to see Alice running towards us with a panicked expression. The moment she got close, she drops her hands to her knees and starts taking deep breaths. Shizuka's in big trouble. With her hands still on her knees, she shouts before either of us could speak. I turn to look at Psycho, her grim expression disappearing as she nods at me. Where? I ask as I turn to Alice. The store with all the beds and pillows. She responds as she points her hand behind her, at a store that was towards the left part of the building. I nod and give Psycho one last glance before breaking into a dead run. It should be fine, Asami should have the gun. And Kota should be able to deal with this. He, better be. Because if that guy as much as touches Shizuka wrong while I'm there, I'm going to rip the nerves out of his fucking skin. It must have taken me less than a minute to actually get there, but it honestly felt like seconds. And the moment I entered the store, I saw Shimada sitting on the corner of the bed with a shit-eating grin, staring at Asami as she pointed the gun at him. Shizuka was on the other side of the bed, her pants unbuttoned and her blouse over her chest, which she was trying to cover with her hands. I look around the store as I walk up to Asami. The rest of the group is not here yet. As I get close, Shimada turns to me and raises an eyebrow. Hey, and what are you supposed to be? The group's clown? Or are you that ugly that you need a mask to even walk around? He sneers as he looks at me. Great. Another talking donkey. The guy then started laughing through his teeth as he pointed the knife at me. Say ugly, I'll do ya a favor. Get that gun off that stupid cop bitch and I will let you have the front hole. He says as he points the knife behind him. Shizuka's eyes go wide as she turns her sight to me and starts violently shaking her head, while Asami starts darting her head between me and Shimada. Clearly in a panic. I just let out a deep sigh. Is your brain always a dumpster fire? Or it's just a now moment because it got overridden by your dick? I ask as I tilt my head. Shimada's eyebrow twitches lightly as his grin turns into a scowl. So you think you are a fucking hero, fuckface? Maybe I should fuck this bitch right in front of you, maybe that will teach you what happens when clowns like you run their mouth. He says as he slowly gets up from the bed and glares at me. Yet, he does not move any further. Just stop this already. Asami cries out as the gun keeps shaking in her hands. I also must not have realized it because of tunnel vision. But apparently, both groups have finally gathered here. Clown hey? Hat, let this clown tell you what will happen now then. Either you stop this by yourself, here and now. Or, you get stopped by force. Though, do know that if we have to resort to force to stop you, don't expect any forgiveness down the road. The guy just started laughing at me, laughing rather hard too. Forgiveness? Why would I want to be forgiven by you fuckshits? You know. Maybe I should fuck the rest of your little group while I am at it. These bitches are probably wasting away if the only thing they have around is guys like you. He says as he points his knife at me and slowly steps away from the bed. I just smiled under my mask. Because, you just done and fucked up. I say calmly as I fold my arms. Shimada didn't get the time to utter any more stupidity. As a shadow appeared behind him. A thin shining line went over his head and wrapped around his neck. And whatever stupid thing was about to flow out of his mouth, got replaced by another sound. Choking gasps. I had seen Kota hiding behind some mattresses a little further away from the bed that Shizuka was on for some time now. And the moment Mr. Thinking with your dick got far enough from the bed, Kota crawled up the bed Shizuka was on and behind the soon-to-be rapist. And, well, we got to where we were right now. Shimada drops the knife as he starts desperately clawing at his neck, and the rest of the scene played out normally. Kota asked Shimada to listen to what the police officer has to say before kicking him to the ground after he stopped resisting. Takashi then disarmed him while Kota slowly sneaked away, with me following behind him. Well, maybe I should start calling you Rainbow Knight number 2. I say as I walk up to Kota, after picking up some distance. He just darts his head to me before he starts chuckling as he rubs his nose. That was some good teamwork there. You saw me hiding behind these mattresses, didn't you? I saw you looking at me for a moment. Or well, I think I did, you know. Mask. Kota responds. I just nod. Yep, I saw you hiding back there, figured you would have a better chance disarming him rather than risking a frontal attack, so I just got him talking. I answer as I fold my arms. Still, ugh. I just want to rip his friggin' teeth out and replace them with inward-facing nails. Then starve him and serve him a hard cold steak. I say as I jerk my shoulders and bring my hands up to my chest, then bend them in a claw-like motion. Kota just nods repeatedly. Yeah, I know what you mean. The things he said. The mask does not make me look like a clown. I cut him off as I turned to him, pointing at my face. Kota just stared at me like an idiot. And several seconds later, I just burst out laughing. Kota following suit shortly after. Seriously though, good call there. I say as I strongly pat Kota on the back, sending him a step forward. Ow, oi, take it easy, I'm a long-range player, no defense at all. He says as he starts shaking the shoulder I just pat. Okay, the shoulder I just slapped. Really? You seemed pretty up close and personal to me back there. I say as I point behind me with my thumb. That was a co-op stealth move, it doesn't count. He responds as he grins without opening his mouth. Whatever you say, Rambo. Oh, I mean Rainbow Knight Mark II. I say as I lift my hands to shoulder height and shrug. Kota just shook his head. You're naming ideas though. They need some major improvements. He answers as he folds his arms. What? But Rector was an awesome name. I say as I dart my head to him. Hey! Leave my gun out of this. It was a great weapon. He responds as he points at me accusingly. Yeah, I won't deny that. It was pretty lethal after all. I answer as I tilt my head and look away. In any case, I'll get going, see you later, Captain. I pat Kota on the back again and change direction. I then move to the second floor and head towards the nearest door that led to the mall's actual staircase. Well, now that that's over. Next is, the clinic, hey? It's been some time since I actually fought corpses in close quarters, maybe I should sit this one out? The others should be able to handle it. Other than that, I know I don't want to be at our next group meeting, what with REI being more bitchy than usual. Upon reaching a grey, fireproof double door, I open it and meet two sets of normal stairs. The one on the left going downwards, with the label garage on the wall to my left. The other going up, the label third floor, roof the wall to my right. I pick the right staircase and start going up. Still, if I don't go to the clinic, that dude from the other group will most likely die. And, since I've been hogging the shotgun, Takashi never used it. So he probably wouldn't bring it with him to the clinic, and without it he won't be able to make that hole in the ceiling. Crabs, looks like I managed to drive myself into a corner here, again. I wanted to stay back and deal with Psycho, but I guess I'll have to go to the clinic whether I like it or not. Ugh, places where sick people gather in a zombie apocalypse. What could ever go wrong? Upon reaching the top of the stairs, I was greeted by another single grey metal door. I give its handle a push, and the door opens with no resistance. The first thing that welcomed me to the roof was a gust of cold wind. And of course it would be windy up here. I walk straight to the edge of the building and sit over it, my feet dangling in the air. I then put my hand under my chin and look at the field below me, before turning my head towards my left, in the general direction that the Humvee should be at. I should find out where they keep the canned food and water. If the mall falls, nobody will care who takes what. And, speaking of food, normally I should be starving by now. I have not eaten anything since yesterday noon. Yet, I don't feel hungry at all. Whatever, I'll eat when I feel like it. My sight then stops at the grouped up corpses. The same one Psycho tried to dive into. And then, we have Psycho. What am I going to do with her? She's starting to act up, and I don't think that the little 5-minute pep talk I had with her by the windowed wall can act as a replacement for what happened at the shrine between her and Takashi. Come on Nair, think. You stopped Takashi and Psycho from getting together, so if she dies now, it's all on you. As I kept staring at the grouped up corpses, I also noticed something. A corpse in a blue uniform. Hey, wait, is that? I lean my head forward and squint my eyes as I try to get a better look. Not that it really helped, mind you. But, I was sure of it. The other cop. Hey, did the mass of corpses gather there because of her? But, with so many corpses, there should have been nothing left of her. So, did she just happen to follow whatever caused the corpses to gather there? Or did she turn before they could tear her to pieces? Whatever the case, there is still some time before the rest of the group spots her. So if I could just... So this is where you were hiding after all. And a loud voice interrupts my thoughts. Turning around, I see Kota walking towards me, map and binoculars in hand. I needed some fresh air. I say as I turn my body to the side, so one leg was hanging over the wall while the other was on the roof. Should you be sitting like that, Nair? It's a long drop, you know. He asks as he sits on the ground next to me, next to the railing I was on. I'll be fine. I answer as I raise my arm and then let it fall. I also need to be able to see Asami coming so I can leave before she decides to bail because of me. Well, just avoid Saya for a while. He adds with a chuckle. Hey, what do you mean? I ask as I tilt my head. She was pissed that you skipped the meeting we had. We could not find you anywhere. He responds. Ain't Saya always pissed at me though? I will make sure to stay out of her way for now then. I say as I turn to look at the mountains in the distance. Kota then filled me in on the meeting. That being that Takashi and the rest agreed on looking at a bank vault for working electrical equipment, and that we ain't sharing. After that, we then stayed silent for some time, Kota scribbling on his map, while I kept checking the door that led to the lower floors. Still, even if we find working phones and computers, the electrical grid is dead, we can't charge them when they run out of batteries. That is where solar panels should normally come into play, but we need to find a place to stay permanently for that to be even feasible. Maybe some kind of portable generator for now? But these are loud as crap and not very fun to carry around. After turning my head towards the door for what must have been the millionth time, I noticed that it was actually open this time around. I then keep staring at the door. And, I see an orange-haired head pop out slightly from the open gap, and then immediately retracting back behind the door. Yeah, time to leave. Well, I got stuff that needs doing, so I'll leave you to it. I say loudly as I get up, take one last glance at the corpse in the cop uniform and shake Kota lightly on the shoulder. He responds with a nod without turning his head. And so, as I moved towards the door. By the time Asami peeked through the door again, she found me staring right back at her. She kept staring at me for a while before letting out an awkward laugh. Asami was just. This officer, was just, She whispers, stuttering like mad. I just open the door as she takes some steps backwards. I then enter the building, turning around and closing the door slightly, making sure that Kota has not seen us. Then turn to Asami. I think he will be quite happy to see you right now. I say cheekily as I walk past her. Asami was really just. Come on officer, get going. Or did you make me get up and leave the roof for no reason? I cut her off as I turn around midway on the stairs and chuckle. Asami fidgets about for some seconds, until she finally capitulates. Thank you. She bows down to the point that she almost folded in two. I just nodded as I turned around to walk down the stairs. Seconds later, I heard the door open, then close. You owe me big time Kota. Playing Cupid for your sorry ass while I still have my own shit to deal with. Why isn't anybody trying to hook me up with Psycho and Saya? Hey, probably because one of them is more toxic than a golden toad, and the other gets hot and bothered as she beats you to death. Not that they know the last one but whatever. Still leagues better than REI's self-centered, bitchy attitude. After going down the stairs, I took the exit on the second floor and started window shopping, for the lack of a better term. Until, I stopped outside an electronics store to check what's actually left inside. Imagine my surprise, when I found that it looked untouched. Nothing has been taken. Everything was still neatly organized on the shelves. Figured, the people here didn't even bother. Don't they realize how important even working wires are right now? Matters not, better for me. More stuff to take. I take a step back and turn around, no need to start picking the place from now. I then head to the railing in front of the electronic shop and lean on it. Now, how do I go about the blood transfusion kerfuffle? In the manga, they end up going to the clinic because, 1. Alice guilt trips them into it, and 2. Asami tries to play the fucking hero. Me on the other hand. I got another plan. And right on cue, I spot the guy with the shaved head waving at me from one floor below. Think his name was Hero or something. Hey! Masked man, have you seen the police officer? The granny ain't doing too good. He shouted as he started taking deep breaths. I point at the ceiling with my index finger. Roof. I shout back. He nods and starts running towards the escalator. After he reached the second floor, he turned to me again. The old lady and that hot nurse from your group are on the first floor. Down the escalator, keep going left and you'll see them. He shouts before going through the fireproof double door. Alright, let's go. I nod to myself, lift myself from the railing, then follow Hero's directions. I also need to get our guns from the Humvee. I am not going to a frigging clinic unarmed. Something that the other group does not need to know. Hero will eventually see the guns if he comes along, but if I just let him die. What the fuck am I even thing? Pull yourself together, Nair, you're not going to let that guy die just because he finds out that we have guns. I'll end up becoming worse than Shido if I keep thinking like this. I shake my head and start running. After going down the escalator and turning left, I keep running forward. I then kept looking at the stores as I sprinted past them. Until, I finally saw a group of people inside a store ahead of me to my right. I stop running, and then enter that store. Shizuka, Takashi, Rei, Saiko, and Saya were already there. From the other group, a woman in a black shirt, an old man, and some balding office worker were there. About time you showed up. Saya, who had changed to her new clothes, said to me with a frown. Sorry, I just shrugged and said nothing more as I walked towards Shizuka. Anything I might have said, would probably have ended up with Saya backlashing anyway. And now was not the time. I then looked at the granny before turning towards Shizuka. How bad is it? I ask. She suffers from RA and needs a blood transfusion. She answers bluntly. Or? I ask back. Shizuka just lowers her head and does not answer, the answer being obvious by her silence. I just nodded and stayed quiet. Kota, along with Asami and Hiro, arrived a couple of minutes later. Alice also joined up shortly after, carrying a bunch of, what I think are emergency packs. Could not really see from this distance. The scene then went on as it did in the manga. Takashi, saying that he will donate his blood, and Shizuka getting all fidgety for some reason. Kota, showing his more than basic knowledge on how blood and plasma transfusions work. And finally, Saya, dropping the YS bomb. And as Shizuka froze in place, seemingly bewildered by the fact that Saya even said that. I hate to say it, but... Takashi started speaking. Alright, time to change the flow of this party. I'll go. I cut Takashi off. My whole group turning to look at me like I just said a bad joke. What? Nair. You can't just... Saya began to speak as her eyes went slightly wide before her usual frown returned to her face. But I'm not doing it for free. I cut her off as well. Now, the other group was looking at me funny. Please. I'll give you all of my own share, just save my wife. The old man shouts as he puts his hands together and bows, his face looking straight at the ground. Causing the other group's frown to deepen even more. You are awful. You are going to blackmail us now that we are in need? Even after we decided to let you all in. The woman in the black shirt hissed at me. You didn't let me in, Asami did. If it was up to you, I give it a 50-50 that we'd be still standing outside. I won't take anything out of your pockets or stockpile. I respond as I shake my head. If I go to the clinic, whatever I get in my bag stays with me. I say as I point at my bag with my thumb. And no, I don't mean I will hog all the blood the old lady needs to twist your fingers either. Painkillers, antibiotics, bandages, disinfectants. Things like that. I add, the other group beginning to relax slightly. And if the clinic has nothing, then I again, won't take anything from you. A short silence followed after that. Until. I will accompany Nair. Saiko was the next one to speak up. Oh, it's just Saiko. Hey, wait, what? Saiko? I'm sure she didn't go to the clinic in the manga. Probably realizing that I was staring at her, Saiko started speaking again. If you are aiming to fill your bag with medical supplies, you will be vulnerable. It will weigh you down and make noise. She says as she rests her hand on the hilt of her katana. So I will come along. She says. She keeps staring at me. I could feel a slight smile appear on my face. It seems that my little speech had an effect after all, or at least it feels like that. If the building has corpses inside, we might end up with some close-quarter combat. If you want to come, Saiko, then you're more than welcome. You can probably handle close combat better than me anyway. I respond as I nod. Saiko smiles at me and nods back. It seems that the clinic delving group is Saiko and I. Damn, this almost feels like a date. A date where one of the two people in it don't actually know that it's a date. Saya then began to dart her head between me and Saiko, and decided to break the silence that was taking over. I'll come too. She barked up. The whole group turning to look at her. What? My mama gave M. Oh shit. Your HQ. I cut her off as I point at the two letters on her shirt in an effort to distract our genius. Saya followed my finger until she ended up staring at her own chest. Where are you looking at, you pervert? She shouts as she covers her chest. Idiot almost blurted out that her mother gave her a gun. Shizuka will need somebody with a brain to help her keep the old lady alive, and there's something else I want you to do anyway. I say as I lean slightly forward. Saya just shifted her head away and didn't speak back, her frown still visible on her face. At least she didn't flat out deny doing something that I asked of her. ASA, this officer will go too. Asami says right after. NA, Nikoka. Bulletin, but it's way too risky. Kota shouts right after. Ah sure, now you say that it's risky. But when I said that I would go, you just twiddled your thumbs. Kota, ya friggin' traitor. I chuckle under my breath as I arch an eyebrow. I'll go too then, same deal with Nair. Takashi added shortly after. Rei then turns to look at Takashi, and opened her mouth. Then I'm coming as well, the more things we can get for my group the better. And. But then only your group will get things from the clinic, we need that stuff too, you know. Only to get cut off by Hero. No, you don't, Hero. As I'm already playing the role of the black sheep in here, I would rather have Kota with us. I say as I point at our gun nut. And yes, it would mean that only our group will get any medical supplies. But as I see it, Kota has some medical knowledge on blood transfusions, so he will be better at gathering what the old lady needs. Plus we'll have better coordination like this. Don't take this the wrong way, but I prefer to avoid leaving things on luck. What's the point of saving one person, if we end up losing two in the clinic because we could not work together efficiently? After I finish speaking I fold my arms. Hero just stared at me. No need to worry. This officer will get things for her group. Asami speaks up shortly after. Hero still did not budge. Did you forget why we are going there in the first place, Hero? The more time you spend trying to cut a bigger deal for your group, the closer you bring the initial task to end up in failure. I add as I point at the sick old lady. Hero finally sighs as he raises his arms, and with an annoyed smirk, he takes a few steps back with a slight bow. I'm doing this to save you, you sarcastic fuck. Whatever. And so, the clinic Delver group is finalized. Me, Takashi, Kota, Psycho and the police officer. Are we good to go? I ask. Everybody responds with a nod. So, it's not a date with Psycho after all, met. I chuckle under my breath as I glance at Takashi. Alright. Takashi. I say as I turn to leave, motioning at him with my hand. Takashi nods and runs up to me. Once we are out, I, along with one more person from our group, will go to the Humvee to get our guns, and some extra bags. I whisper to him. Are you sure we should take the guns? He asks. As I said, nothing to luck. Asami seems to be getting along with Kota, so I don't think she will rat us out even if she sees the guns. I answer. Takashi turns to look behind him as I speak. Only to see Asami staring intensely at Kota with big, round starry eyes. I think they are more than just getting along. He says as he laughs awkwardly, scratching his cheek. Even better then. I say with a shrug. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Kota asks as he walks up to us. How you and the cop make a nice couple. I answer casually. Kota's eyes go wide as he bends over and starts choking, his hand over his mouth as his face turns into a Saya-approved tomato red. Asami then instantly runs up to Kota, a worried look on her face. What happened? Are you alright, Kota? Kota lifts his head. To meet Asami's face, a few centimeters away from his. Kota yelps, and falls on his ass. Asami reacts by also yelping, leaning her body away and pulling her arms back until her hands rested on her shoulders. I just kept staring at the two lovebirds for a few seconds, before turning to look at the rest of the group. Shizuka and Alice were smiling gleefully. Takashi was also smiling, albeit awkwardly. Rei was giggling. Saya had closed her eyes and was shaking her head before turning to look at me with a tilted head, her eyebrows almost making a straight line. Psycho was just staring at me with an odd expression. Anyway. Let's go. Chapter 25, Do you have an appointment? So, you know what you need to get? I ask as I lean my back against the concrete wall fence, eyeing the clinic's front entrance that was over the road to my right. Yeah, if it's in there, I'll find it. Kota responds excitedly as he brandishes the AR-10 in his arms. I can't see any corpses around. Yet, I'll bet my mask that the moment anyone so much as sneezes, shit will pop out from every single direction possible. So, you all ready? I ask as I turn to look at the group that went along with me to the clinic. After a short silence, they all responded with a nod. I then move away from the wall, giving the shotgun in my hands a quick glance. Still, are you sure it was a good idea, leaving Saya to do that by herself? Takashi asks as we start moving. Saya's smart, she'll figure out how to handle it. She would probably try to chew your fingers off, if she could hear you right now. I respond as I chuckle, and turn my sight towards the clinic once again. About an hour ago, I was standing alone by the door that led outside, the same door that we used when we first arrived at the mall. Two corpses on the other side of said door, staring right back at me. Other than these two chumps, the road behind them is relatively clear. So, the question now is, who do I take with me to the Humvee? Kota is too slow, and Asami is ostensibly still part of the other group. Plus, she's stuck on Kota like glue. Meaning, either Takashi or Psycho. Well, you look like a goddamn hooligan now. A female voice cuts me off from my thoughts. Turning around, I see Saya walking next to Takashi, who had an aluminum bat resting on his shoulder. At least it's easier to swing. Takashi responds. Saya, You going to barricade the door after we leave? I ask as I tilt my head. Saya then turns to me as she folds her arms. You said you wanted to ask something of me, what was it? She asks plainly. I nod and lean my body to the side, making sure that nobody was behind them. Seeing me do this, both of them turn around to look at the empty hallway as well. I saw an electronics store on the second floor, the other group seemed to have completely ignored it. So, could you check it out? See if there's anything inside that's still functional. Batteries should still work even after the E.M.P blast, so you can use them to check any battery-operated equipment. Just remember, you're just checking, don't take anything. If you get spotted, say exactly that. And be careful, if things don't look safe, then don't do anything. I fold my arms as I finish speaking. Saya responds by rolling her eyes. I'm not a 5-year-old kid, I can handle myself. She says as she tilts her head with an annoyed look. I'm not saying that you are Saya, but one of theirs nearly raped Shizuka, I'm just worried about you. I respond as I stare right back at her. I said I'll be fine. Stop being an idiot. She retorts as she looks away, her face taking a slight tint of red. Then you better not need any rescuing by the time I'm back, I'm an evil overlord. Not a knight. I say in a half-joking manner as I lift both hands in a surrendering motion. Saya then turns to me with a smirk, her face still slightly red. I thought you were a penguin. She responds with a smug look. As long as you understand, sure. I replied as I folded my arms. Saya looked slightly displeased with my lack of reaction. As she ended up pouting. You, want me to leave you two alone? Takashi asks as he looks at the two of us. Saya darts her head to him, and delivers a swift kick to his shin before stomping off. I turned to look at Takashi as he was hopping about, the leg that Saya just kicked folded in his arms. You said that to Saya of all people? You crazy? I ask as I tilt my head, yet before he could respond. What happened here? A new male voice, turning to it, I see Kota walking towards us, along with Saiko and Asami. He brought forth the wrath of Saya. I answer as solemnly as I can, glancing at Takashi before turning back to Kota again. So that's why she was running like that. But, wait, Asami does not understand. If she was mad, why was she smiling like that? She asks as she puts her finger next to her mouth. Our resident Sundara made a slip-up at. No idea. But in any case, are we all set? I ask as I shrug and look at the now assembled group, they all nod after looking at each other. All right. So, who knows where the clinic is at? I ask as I fold my arms. Asami used to go there for checkups when she was a kid, she knows how to go there. Oh, and some people from my group are on their way, they will barricade the door again after we leave. Asami replies as she raises her arm like a school child. Good, good. Takashi, Saiko, which one of you will come with me to go get the fail-safes? I ask as I point my thumb behind me, towards the exit. Saiko tilts her head questionably, while Takashi just nods. I'll come. He replies after a short silence. All right, as long as you can run, that is. I nod and point at the leg Saya had just kicked. I'm fine. Takashi responds as he kicks the air with that leg. All right. So, we have two corpses outside and the doors open towards the inside, so we can't knock them down by kicking the doors in, not that such a loud plan is any good. If we have two people open the doors, we could have the other two people deal with the corpses. If the corpses somehow get inside during all this, we'll just have to drag them outside afterward. Though, if anybody has a better idea, I'm all ears, I say as I turn to stare at the two corpses on the other side of the door. And after a short silence. I want to try out the bat, so I'm taking out one of them. Takashi speaks up, signaling that we are going with my plan after all. I will take the other one then. Saiko adds up. I nod and move to the door, Kota following behind me shortly after. All right, on 3 we'll open the door, use it as a shield and hide behind it. I say as I stare at Kota, he just nodded with a serious expression. 1. I tighten my grip on the handle. 2. Lightly kick the door to get the corpse's attention. 3. And with a shout, Kota and I swing the door open. The moment the doors opened, the two corpses charged inside, only to get knocked down to the ground seconds later. Saiko stabbed one of the corpses in the face as she lunged forward, killing it instantly. Takashi also stabbed the other corpse in the face with the tip of the bat, sending it stumbling backward as it fell on its ass. Before it could react in any way, Saiko took a step to the left and with a fluid motion, severed its head. Well, that was easy, probably thanks to a certain purple-haired samurai. As I moved away from the door, I spotted several members from the other group in the far end of the hallway running towards us. Go. We'll deal with these two. Hiro, who was part of the group that just arrived, shouted at us. I nod and give the group one last glance before exiting the mall. The moment we crossed the door, we broke to a sprint as we ran past the field, past the corpses, until we reached the open street. All right Takashi, with me. Asami general direction towards the clinic. I turned to the cop as I checked my surroundings. It's straight to the left from here and then, 2 intersections later you go left and then the next turn you go right and then straight ahead. She says as her face starts taking an anxious expression, darting her head around frantically as she keeps talking. Okay, from here on we'll split up, no point for you to wait here while we go to get the needed supplies. Takashi and I will go straight down from here, we'll meet up midway. Somewhere on the first intersection you need to turn left, wait for us there. If it's full of corpses, keep going to the clinic at a slower pace, so we can catch up to you. Same deal if it's us that got there first. I say to the group as I turn around and start walking away, motioning Takashi to follow me with my hand. Several steps later, I turn around and see Takashi next to me. I then glance at the grouped up corpses in the distance to my left. Can't see the cop girl anywhere, not that I can do anything about it with Asami here. And I can't return here after getting the guns as I might get spotted by the ones inside. Lastly, I don't have the time to waste on this now. I turn around again and start running down the street, Takashi right in tow. With the road being wide enough, and the fact that this was the same road that Psycho went full genocide mode, we moved with ease around the few corpses that still occupied the street. After going over the first intersection, we kept moving straight. What are we going to take with us? Takashi asks as he keeps running next to me. A shotgun, a rifle, 1 more handgun and 3 bags. I answer as I keep looking down the road. Hey, wait, the numbers don't add up. He responds. Shotgun for me, I already have a bag, rifle for Kota in the first bag, handgun for you in the second bag. Psycho seems to be allergic to guns and since she'll be using the sword, better if she is not weighed down by a bag. The cop has the gun we gave her, so bag only. I answered as we reached the next intersection. I slow down and raise my arm to make Takashi stop as well, then look to my right. Clear. I motion to Takashi with my hand and start running again. Allergic to guns? He asks. I tried to give her one, but she avoided it like it was cursed. I answered. Takashi just stayed quiet as we ran up to the tree cluster we stashed the Humvee in. Looks clear, but better I don't take any chances. I pull the bukin from my bag's side straps and start walking towards the trees. Thankfully no corpses were present there, and more importantly, the Humvee was still there, seemingly untouched. Alright, I got the keys. We open the trunk, take what we need and disappear. I say as I run to the back of the Humvee and lift the net before reaching into my pocket for the keys. What? I start frantically looking in all my pockets. What's wrong? Takashi asks as he notices my strange behavior. Nothing, just a minor setback. I answer without turning to him. Fuck. Where are they? Did I leave them in the building? No, I'm sure I did not take them out of my pockets. Think you damn moron. Come on. Let's see, I took the keys from Shizuka, then I exited the car, then I locked the car. And then I dash to the driver's door and lift the net. The key's still there, inside the door. Okay Saya, maybe I'm an idiot after all. I think as I take the keys out of the door's keyhole and turn to Takashi, then lift them to head high and jiggle them. See, just a minor setback. I say as I walk towards the trunk. Takashi just stares at me with a blank look. You forgot them on the door? He asks as he sighs. Yes I did. I answer casually as I open the trunk. Takashi, while still giving me a weird look, moves closer and looks inside the car. I leaned into the trunk, lifted the second net and picked the 2 guns before strapping them on me. Takashi grabbed a bag and passed it over his shoulder. Right, bag full of clothes. I then remove my bag and take all the semi-folded clothes off, leaving them on one of the ammo boxes. Bag clear, I take the second P220 along with the empty magazine out of my bag and turn to Takashi. I poke him with the magazine to get his attention, he turns to me before taking the gun and magazine with a nod. After that, I pick 2 more bags, fold them, and shove them in my bag. Next, ammo for the guns. I say to Takashi as I get inside the trunk and open the red box with the shotgun shells. I grab a couple of handfuls and toss them in the bag. If these go off while I'm running, oh boy. Fun times, not. I then open the rifle ammo crate and shove a handful of bullets in the bag as well, along with 3 filled AR-10 magazines that were left next to the green crate. Okay, this should be good enough, let's get going. I turn to Takashi to see him staring at me. Are you done? I ask. He just nods and exits the trunk. I do the same, then close and lock it before pulling the net over, after getting the keys this time. Alright, 3 guns, 3 bags, and some ammo, let's get out of here. I say as I turn around to leave. Nair, do you like Saya? Takashi asks as I walk past him. Where did that come from? I ask. I turn to look at him. Well, the way you two spoke. I have known Saya since I was in kindergarten, and I don't think I have ever seen her listen to anyone like that before. He responds. And what does that have to do with whether I like her or not? She probably just understands the situation. I answer back. And psycho as well. He speaks up again. For fuck's sake, dude. The way you rushed to her was. Do you like them? I cut off Takashi, causing him to freeze. He stops mid-sentence as she turns to look to his right. Oh, for God's sake, man. I know that Takashi is somewhat of a sad sack when talking about women, but really now? At least don't start something you can't finish. My answer would probably be similar to yours. Just, exclude Miyamoto from it. I cut him off once more. We should keep moving, the last thing the team needs is both of us getting killed here. I say as I turn around and start walking away. Only to turn around again shortly after, and find that our glorious leader was still as a statue. Come on, the longer we take, the worse it'll get. I point towards the general direction of the mall. Takashi finally nods, and starts walking. Should I be worried about getting stabbed in the back now? I mean, in the manga and anime he's not that kind of person. But women always make men act in weird ways. Especially when they casually walk around with only a thong and apron on. After we got out of the tree cluster, we turned left after taking a quick look around. Okay, we need to go 2 intersections straight, then turn left. After that, we keep going straight again, the others should be near that street. I say as I look at the road ahead, bukin in hand. We should pay more attention to our surroundings now, all the stuff we took will make us ring like dinner bells. Takashi responds. I turn to him and nod before pushing the 2 guns towards my back. And like that, we started moving down the road. And by moving, I mean sprinting like your life depended on it. 2 intersections were not very far in terms of distance, but each step we took caused every single corpse to turn towards our direction. Should we use the guns? We could deal with the one straight ahead, so we don't have to zigzag around the street. Takashi asked as we swerved around the corpses. No, remember we just left the mall, shooting the guns right now might arouse suspicion from the survivors that are inside. I say as I keep running. Though I must admit, the idea seems very enticing right now. Upon reaching the first intersection we climb on the hood of a silver sedan that was in the middle of the street and move to its roof. Take a couple of breaths, wait for the nearby corpses to get near the car, then we jump over them or go on from the side of the street that has no corpses. I say as I kneel down and balance myself by placing one hand on the roof. After a couple of seconds, corpses had indeed gathered on both sides of the car. The hood and trunk were still clear though, with only 2 corpses closing towards the trunk. Okay, let's go. Down the hood and then straight to the target road ahead. I turn to Takashi as I speak, to see him nod. We slide down the windshield and jump off the hood before taking a sharp turn to the left. Then we kept running straight until we reached the next street, where we moved to the center and kept going straight. Only to be stopped halfway through. You still don't want to use the guns? Takashi asks as he looks at a group of kneeled down corpses that were behind 2 crashed cars, munching on, you know what? The corpses are gathered to the left part of the street, so, yeah, don't take any chances. Ready your gun, we will go from the right side and fuck it, shoot any corpses that are in our way. If that group gets a sniff on us, and we are not clear to run. Yeah, get your gun ready. I say as I grab the shotgun by the barrel and bring it to the front, before holding it normally, finger next to the trigger. I pass the book in between my back and the bag, then kneel down, put the butt of the gun against my hip and pump it as I keep my hand close to the ejection port. 1, 2, 3, 4 shells. I then start loading the shells back into the shotgun before getting up and looking down the sight. Right, sight's dead. Still, as long as it knocks them back, I won't complain. I say as I lower the gun and walk to the right part of the street. Takashi following right behind me. Right now, other than the kneeling corpses, which must have been around 10, 12 of them, we also had 3 corpses on the right side of the road. I lift the shotgun once again and walk straight towards the first 2 corpses that were shambling side by side. You got the third one after I deal with these 2? I ask as I keep moving towards the 3 corpses that had now noticed our presence. Got you covered. I hear Takashi say from right behind me. I take several steps forward, to the point that if I extended my arm, the shotgun would touch the corpse's hands. I then pull the trigger. Both corpses get sent flying back, one having half of its head blown clean off, the other having its shoulder and a small part of its face blasted off. The third corpse that was a little further back did get a couple of pellets in the torso, causing it to jerk its upper body backward, but remained otherwise unaffected as it kept shambling forward. Takashi then runs past me, jumps over the 2 corpses that laid on the floor and took a sideways swing at the 3rd corpse's face with his bat, causing it to stumble to the left before hitting the ground. He then walks over it and starts whacking it on the back of its head, repeatedly. I take a glance at the grouped up corpses that were now on their feet, slowly turning towards us. Haha, no. I ran past the 2 fallen corpses, one of which was actually still moving about, and stopped next to Takashi. We got to move. The group is coming after us. I shout as I turn to glance at the corpses, then walk past Takashi. He stops beating the ever-living crap of, what used to be a head and turns to me with a nod. It's funny how even after he went ballistic on that corpse, he had no blood on him, not even a single drop. Strange anime physics to the save, I guess? Thankfully, as all the corpses had apparently gathered here, the road ahead was clear. So we just had a straight clean run towards the next intersection. And they called me ruthless. I think we need to switch titles here. You turned that corpse's head into a paste. I say as we reach the next intersection and look to the left. Takashi just shrugged as he chuckled, cleaning the blood off of his bat with his sleeve. The intersection where our group is, it should be after this road to our left. Let's go. Takashi says as he starts walking. I follow behind him as I check around the intersection one last time. Compared to the last 2 streets, this one could be counted as empty, relatively speaking at least. Whatever corpse that did roam about, had flocked to the left part of the road, leaving the right side safe to traverse. Whoever got all these corpses to gather back there must have caused quite the commotion, judging from how everything here tried to get there by flocking at the left part of the road. As we kept running down the road, I started making out several figures on the intersection that was up ahead. Purple hair, orange hair, chubby ball, and several bodies laying on the street. Yep, that colorful bunch is our group all right. Koda was the first one to notice us. As he started waving his arm high in the air, causing the other 2 to turn their heads towards our direction. And once we finally got close, I presented the resident gun nut with his cherished possession. Did somebody order guns? I say as I take off the AR-10 and hand it to Koda. And this should have 2 bags folded up inside, along with some extra mags and a couple of spare bullets for the rifle. I say as I pull the bookend from its temporary sheath, take the shotgun off and hand my bag to Koda. He quickly gets to work as he opens the bag and takes one bag from inside, he then shoves the AR-10 mags and rifle bullets inside it. After that, he takes the second bag and walks up to Asami. While Koda was talking with Asami, I turned to look at Takashi to see him trying to give the handgun to Psycho? Only for her to respond by shaking her head and motioning to her sword. Did he just try to? Hey, well, looks like you're in the Nope squad as well, buddy. Still, trying to see if she'll accept yours while she refused mine? Sneaky little shit you are. I hold myself back from chuckling, or thinking too deep into what I just saw, and turn to Koda. Are we ready? I ask as I kneel down, leaving the shotgun on the ground and start wearing the bag properly. As ready as we'll ever be. Koda replies as he gives the rifle a quick check, with Asami staring intensely at him. Buddy, I think you just mesmerized somebody. I say as I point at the female cop. Koda tilts his head and turns towards the staring Asami. Are you a secret agent? This cop, Asami is supposed to be a cop, but she can't even understand what you're doing to that gun. She said as she kept staring, her eyes wide open. Koda, seeing the opportunity to talk about guns, took it upon himself to educate Asami. Too bad for the rest of us, that is. Present time. Oh, and Koda, no more gun talk please. I say as I give him a quick glance. He responded by laughing awkwardly. Alright, let's go find that plasma. I say to the group as I nod to myself. And with quick steps, I move towards the clinic. After we reached the front door, I pushed it with the shotgun's muzzle, yet the glass door did not budge. So I grabbed the handle and pulled it towards me next, and the door then opened with no real resistance. And so, we slowly walked inside, while scanning the insides of the structure for any dangers. While the building had no lights, I could still see clearly thanks to the sun's rays, as it was still in the middle of the day. To my left, next to a giant glass wall, I could see an open space that should have been a waiting room. The room looked horrible. With toppled chairs and ripped manga littering the floor along with spilled drinks, ripped clothes, and well, copious amounts of blood. To my right, about 4 to 5 meters from me, I could see a semi-closed wooden door, the word staff only on a metal label that hung on the door. Next to it, after a couple of meters, was a white door, and after some more meters away was another white door. Examination rooms if I had to take a guess. In total there were about 4 of these white doors on the right wall before the wall itself ended. Opposite of that wall, in other words, next to the waiting room, was what I suspected to be the reception room. The wall that was facing the waiting room had nothing on it, but there was a medium-sized hole in the wall that was facing the white doors, probably the place where the reception greeted people, or gave information, or sold drugs, hell if I know. Next to that hole, I could see 2 brown doors, and next to these doors I could see wide, single-pane windows, so I doubt these were examination rooms, storage maybe? Now between the reception and the examination rooms was a corridor, wide enough to fit 2.5 kotas? And on the far end of that corridor, I could see a wall, the corridor splitting to the left and right. The wall on the far end was also made of windows from half side up, so visibility was pretty good over there too. I can't see a single corpse, but I know for sure that this place is like a goddamn clown car. I raised my hand and motioned for the group to move forward. We walked all the way to the corridor where the reception hole was it. I looked inside the hole to see that the room behind it was empty. Behind the small reception room, I could see another half-open door with the label storage on it. Kota was the first one to come up to me, and after he looked at the storage room door he gave me a thumbs up. He then pointed at the right wall inside the reception room, where I could see a single door. I nodded and looked at the first brown door that was next to the reception, then pointed at it before looking at Kota, to see him nodding as well. With my weapon ready I then moved to the right and looked through the glass window that was next to the brown door. This is weird, wasn't this the room that had the first signs of corpses in the manga? It's completely empty though. And at that same moment, crash! A loud sound echoed to my right, where the rest of the group was it. I turned my head only to see the door with the staff only label wide open as corpses pour out of it, a lot of them. Of fucking course this would happen. We were not even that much noise. Arg, fuck it. Back. Fall back. The first door after the reception room leads to the storage room behind the reception. I shout as I run up to the group and point behind me. The group quickly runs past me before I take several hops back and turn around. I take off my shotgun and remove my bag before tossing it to Kota. You know what we need, fill my bag as well. I got the shotgun, and it's about time I used it. I say as I turn to the corpses that were slowly getting up, looking towards our direction. I took several steps forward, before Psycho walked past me. Before she could go on though, I grabbed her arm, causing her to turn to me. I will be using the gun, too many, too close, you will get caught in the fire if you charge in, help Kota. Takashi and I will use our guns to hold off the corpses. I say as I look at her. She stared at me for a couple of seconds before nodding. She then ran past me and entered the room with Kota and Asami. We just need to hold them away from the door, we can leave from the back windows once we are done. I say as I lift my gun and aim at the corpses. Takashi nods and aims his handgun, but does not shoot for some reason. I've never actually fired a gun before. He says as he looks at the gun in his hand, as if he's not sure how to use it. Matters not. Look at them, just aim at their general direction and pull the trigger, you'll hit something. And lastly watch our back. I respond as I close one eye, look down at the dead sight, and pull the trigger. The pellets sending the nearest corpses back as they crashed into the ones behind them. I really need to get rid of this sight, it is more cumbersome than helpful right now. I grumbled as I pumped a new round into the chamber. 5. I take a big step forward and point at the nearest corpses before pulling the trigger again, causing even more of them to get sent flying back. How many? I could not tell. Could be 5, could be 10 for all I know, as with the way they were clustered together shooting one corpse caused 3 of them to fall down. I take a step back and pump a new round into the chamber. 4. By now I also noticed that corpses were starting to gather in front of the clinic's entrance. They will join the party too. Hey. We need to hurry. I take a step forward again and pull the trigger, causing the wall of corpses to get retracted once more. Takashi was probably getting used to the gun as I heard a couple of shots coming from his direction. How much longer? I shout. We are done with the plasma. We are filling the bags with other stuff now. I hear Kota shout back. Well, hurry it up. They brought friends. I shout as I pump the shotgun again. 3. And then, the sound of glass breaking. Ah, this is bad. I say as I lower the shotgun slightly and stare at the corpses coming through the big glass window and into the waiting room. I quickly lift the shotgun and pull the trigger as I take a step back. Alright. Hope you're ready, we are leaving. Now. I shout as I turn around and motion to Takashi with my free arm, he nods and turns around as well. We are almost done. Kota shouts. You are done. I shout again as I pump another round. 2. Seconds later I see Kota exit the storage room, the 2 girls following behind him shortly after. And once they joined up with us, they turned to stare at the oncoming horde. Holy sh! Move, move. The back has only a handful of corpses. I cut Kota off as I pointed at the 4 corpses that were by the corridor's split. I raise my shotgun, aim at the 4 said corpses, pulling the trigger as I keep moving towards them with a steady pace, sending 3 of them to the ground. With the pump of the final round I start running towards the last standing corpse. Or at least, that was my initial aim. As the moment the 3 corpses hit the ground, another corpse walked out from one side of the corridor, then another from the other side, and another, until the corridor looked as bad as the entrance. Really now? I shout as I grind to a stop, turn around and run towards the second wooden door to my right. I gave the doorknob a twist, but the door didn't budge. Ah, for fuck's sake. I groan under my breath as I kick the door, take a step back, then point the shotgun at the window next to it. Wait, I got only one shell left, and there's no time to reload. I lowered the shotgun and looked at the corpses as they closed in from both sides. I could see the other members of the group shout something as they looked around, but I could not really make out what they were saying. Looks like I will have to copy you on this, Takashi. This better work, or we're so screwed. I raise the shotgun over my head, point at the ceiling and pull the trigger. Seconds later I looked up to see a hole, big enough to fit 3 of us in at the same time. I let go of the shotgun, letting it hang on my side as I put my hands together and bent my knees slightly. Kota. You got up there yesterday. I shouted as the group turned to stare at me. Thankfully, Kota got the idea pretty fast as he ran up to me and using my hands as a ladder he climbed up, successfully going up to the second floor. Please stop being so fat. Clear. He shouts seconds later. Takashi, you are up. I shout, he nods and proceeds to do the same, also getting up with no real trouble. Nair behind you. Psycho shouts as she steps back from the corpses that were shambling towards us from the entrance. I instantly grab the shotgun and take a blind swing with its butt behind me, hitting a corpse flat on the side of its face. Help the girls up. And throw me a damn gun. I'm out. I shout as I extend my hand towards the hole, taking a few steps back. Takashi throws his handgun and extra clip to me as he leans his upper body over the hole, extending both arms, Kota following suit shortly after. Nakoka. Grab on quick. Kota shouts as he looks at Asami. The cop herself darted her head around. No time to think, officer, move it. I say as I grab the gun and let the magazine fall to the ground. I then point the gun at the corpse I just swung at some seconds ago and pull the trigger. After that, I kneel down and pick the second magazine before aiming at the marching corpses once again. In the meantime, Asami used the opening to move ahead of me and grab Kota's hand. As they pulled her up, one of the corpses from my side tripped on a fallen body, and lunged forward, grabbing Asami by her shoe with one hand as it face planted itself to the floor. Aya! It got me! It got me! Get it off! Get it off! Asami starts screaming as she starts flailing her legs. I ran to her and shoved the gun's muzzle at the corpse's mouth as it lifted its upper body and reached for the leg it just grabbed, its mouth wide open. I pull the trigger, and grab Asami's leg, pushing her up. Psycho, you are up next. I shout as I aim at the corpses once again, and blast off another head. You should go first. I heard Psycho say in a calm tone as she stood next to me. I have a gun, it's safer for me to hold them off. That was not a request, Psycho, you. Go. First. I said as I glanced at her before shooting again. Psycho just stayed quiet. Psycho. Take my arm. Takashi shouts as he appears in the hole again. Go. I'll be right behind you. I say as I keep aiming the handgun. Psycho finally sheaths her blade and grabs Takashi's hand, while I shot the gun's last round. While they pulled her up, I ejected the magazine and shoved the second one in the gun, yet before I could even put a new bullet in the chamber, I felt 2 hands grabbing my shoulders. The fuck? I bend my body sideways and spin myself to face the corpse that had its hands on me. I was instantly met with an open mouth as the corpse pulled me towards it. With barely any leeway, I grabbed it by the neck as I pressed on the gun's slide lock, causing the slide to move forward and load a new bullet in the chamber. I then put the gun between me and the corpse as it slowly brought its face closer to mine. GHH, piss off already. The corpse jerks its head back and releases me from its grip the moment I pulled the trigger. I then shove it back by slamming my shoulder on it, making it fall on the corpses behind it. I turn around to see Psycho looking at me with her hand extending from the hole. Nair. Take my hand. Psycho shouts as she leans even more over the hole. The problem was, that the time it took me to get the corpse off me, let the corpses I was holding off till now, the ones from the back corridor, move past the hole. And the corpses on the opposite side were less than a meter away. I glance at my gun before darting my head around, my sight stopping at the windows to my right. Too high, and I need to smash it first. No time to do this normally. I bend my body forward and run towards the window before turning all the way around and running straight to the opposite wall. Using my momentum, I run a few steps up the wall, then turn my upper body around and aim the gun at a corpse that was making out with the other side of the window. I pull the trigger 2 times as I put strength in my legs and spring from the wall, straight towards the now cracked window. This better fucking work. And, with the sound of shattering glass, I smash through the window and crash into the corpse as it fell backward. The moment I hit the ground I roll to my right and look at the corpse. Bullet to the head. Holy shit, I can't believe I actually just pulled this off. I then look at the rest of the room. One corpse was to my left, a couple of meters away, two straight ahead of me, behind some metal tables that had several bottles on them. And one last corpse was by itself at the far left end of the room. Nay. Nay. I hear a female voice scream seconds later. I'm fine. Get going. I'll find another way out. I shout as I get up and aim at the corpse to my left before putting a hole right between its eyes. Then I turned to the other two corpses to see them walking towards me as they dragged along the tables that were in front of them, and proceeded to give both of them a third eye before turning to look at the window that I just smashed through. The only thing I could see was hands sticking out of it, thankfully though they didn't seem to be able to get inside. I nod and turn around before aiming at the last corpse as it shambled towards me. And one gunshot later, the room was clear. I then take the magazine off and look at it. 2 bullets left. I put the gun into a pocket as I turned to look at the windows again. Yeah, not getting out that way. I turned my head and looked at the other end of the room. I could see several windows that led outside, and I could not see any corpses on the other side either. Yeah, that could work. I say as I start walking towards the windows. Yet, I did not go too far before I heard more shouting. Psycho? Psycho! What are you doing? I hear a male voice shout. I dart my head around only to see a pair of legs in black boots and stocking going over in an arc towards the smashed window. Psycho went over the corpses and landed in the room I was in, but not far enough. A couple of hands managing to grab her school shirt from behind. The hell! I shout as I dash towards her. And as they were about to jerk her backward, she stabbed her sheathed sword against the wall behind her in order to stop herself from getting pulled back. The moment I got close to her, I hugged her by passing my right hand behind her neck. I then lift my right leg and stomp against the wall, hard. The moment I managed to stabilize myself, I looked at the hands that had taken hold of the shirt. I followed the pair of hands with my eyes until I could see who the owner was. Then I pass the handgun over Psycho's shoulder with my left hand and shoot the corpse straight in the face. At that distance, I couldn't miss, even without aiming. I then did the same thing again for the other pair of hands. And the moment the second corpse let go, we stumbled a few steps backward as Psycho was freed. Psycho! Are you all right? The same male voice could still be heard from inside the hole. We're both fine. Now get going before I plug that damn hole. I shout again. After a short silence I hear a reply. All right, be careful. You remember the way back to the mall? The same voice responds. Yeah. Now get the fuck out of here already. I shout back again, and then, silence. Nair. I hear a female right voice next to me. I look down to see that I was still hugging Psycho. I let her go, and stare at her. You all right? No bites? I ask as I look at her, with no small amount of dread. She gives herself a quick pat down before nodding, all the time without looking at me. I take several steps back before sitting on a table with a silent sigh. All right, Psycho. What the fuck was that? I ask, and Psycho finally looks at me. She stayed quiet for some time, seemingly thinking of what to say. What do you mean? She responds with a question. You know very well what I mean. You nearly killed yourself with that stunt you just pulled. I say as I point my hand at the window. She stayed quiet as she averted her gaze. It was nothing. She responds in a low tone. Nothing? Psycho, you nearly killed yourself. I say as I narrow my eyes. And what does it matter? She responds in a low tone again. The what? I ask as I tilt my head. She didn't just say what I thought she said, right? I nearly chopped your head off. She screams at me as she turns her head to me, her eyes going wide as she leans forward. Does she mean at the mall? No, you accidentally, nearly chopped my head off. I responded. And what is the difference? Were you not fast enough? I would not have even realized what I did until it was already too late. She shouts back at me. You wanted to kill me? I ask bluntly. What? No. Then, that's all I care about. I cut her off. She stops shouting and just stares at me for several seconds before looking away. And a couple of minutes passed with me staring at Psycho and Psycho looking away. I don't deserve. She responds in a low tone. You don't deserve? Deserve what? I repeat her words. I don't deserve this kindness. She replies. Why? I ask as I lean forward. She grabs the collar of her shirt as she keeps looking away from me. I'm not who you think I am. She replies. And after another short silence, she takes a deep breath. If you are willing to listen, then let me tell you about me. She adds with a much calmer tone. 4 years ago, I was walking alone at night, returning from my kendo practice. I got attacked by a man. But I had my bukin with me, so I was able to defend myself. She stops talking as she turns to look at me. I ended up breaking his shoulder blade and femur. She adds. And I enjoyed it. She continues with a meek voice. I enjoyed inflicting pain on him. Making him suffer. Only to end up shouting right after. I kept attacking him not because he tried to force himself on me, but because I liked it. I felt exhilarated as I watched him writhe in agony. She keeps leaning towards me as she shouts. I am nothing but a monster. She turns her head away again and tightens the grip on her collar. I take a deep breath as I close my eyes and get off the table. Okay. Then, let me rephrase my last statement. I say as I walk closer to her. As long as you stay on my side, and don't turn your blade against me, I won't care. I say as I look at her. Psycho turns to face me with a perplexed expression. Why do you insist on being this kind to me? She asks. Because, I'm the one who gets to decide who I want to be kind to, not you. And sadly for you, you've picked one of the short straws on the matter. I say as I place my hand on the top of her head. Psycho just lowered her head slightly. And in a quick motion, she leaned forward until she ended up with her head on my chest, one of her hands grabbed on my jacket. I am sorry, my knees buckled. She says as she keeps her head lowered. I just patted her head before I passed one arm around her back. With her still holding on to me, I take a few steps back, dragging her along before leaning on the table behind me. I lowered my head until my chin touched her head and gave the corpses behind the windowed wall one last glance before closing my eyes. I do not know how long we stayed like that, but it must have been for quite some time, as my legs were starting to get numb. I can't promise you that I will make your life any better. But, I can promise you that as long as you stay with me, I will stay with you. Also, on a second note. It's not that I don't like this but, if you keep grinding on me like that, we are going to have an accident on our hands. I say as I open my eyes and dart them around without moving my head. And, you don't want to? She responds as she passes her arms around my sides and to my back. The realization of what Psycho just told me came with a short delay, but instead of freaking out, or having another sort of reaction, I could not shake off that feeling of guilt. I would expect myself to be panicking right now. But, why do I just feel like shit instead? You are mentally overloaded right now. I must not take advantage of the situation. I say as I look away. But I thought that you were an evil overlord? Shouldn't you be trying to take advantage of situations like these? She responds as she turns to face me, a rather sly expression on her face. You're really trying to put me in a corner here, ain't you? And I thought I was supposed to be a penguin. I say as I keep looking away. Psycho stares at me for a moment. Is it because of Saya? She asks right after, causing me to dart my head to her. The who what now? I ask as I feel cold sweat run on the back of my neck. You said that I picked one of the short straws. So that means there should be somebody who picked another, and she is the only other girl you really interact with. Plus, the way you acted at the manor. You seem to at least care for her. She says as she stares at me. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. I could easily deny it. It's as easy as saying no, but that would be a flat-out lie. And maybe this is why I feel like crap right now. Because I also like Saya. Nobody said that I was a shining beacon of morality. I say sheepishly as I open my eyes and look at the corpses over the window, who seemed to have given up on trying to get in and were just standing there now. Psycho responded by tightening her grip on me and lowering her head. And several minutes passed in silence once again. Your promise to me. Are you going to keep it? Psycho asks as she lifts her head to look at me again. Glancing back at Psycho, I could see her staring intently at me. I look away for a couple of seconds before bringing my hand to my mask. I then take it off along with the balaclava and turn to her. No hiding behind a mask for this, it's sink or swim. I want you with me, Psycho, that won't change. I said as I stared right into her eyes. She responded by putting one of her hands to my shoulder and lifting herself up, bringing her face closer to mine. To the point that all I could see was her face. But what if Saya? No matter what happens with Saya, I will still want you with me. I cut her off. Psycho responded by tightening her grip on my shoulder as she moved her face closer. And then neither of us spoke. We couldn't speak, even if we wanted to. Chapter 26, Return to the Mall. Psycho was checking around the room. Apparently, this place was also some sort of storage room, as she found a couple of small piles of several types of medicine. Shame we had no bags with us, so we could not really take anything. Not that it mattered much for me at the moment, because I was Did that just really happen? Maybe I actually passed out after I crashed into the window, and a corpse is actually chewing on my face right now. I take a quick glance at Psycho before lifting my hand to my face, and give it a strong pinch. Ow, F. Yep, definitely not dreaming. So that means. I shake my head, put my balaclava and mask back on, and then jump off the table. Arg. Come on you retard, no time to be a little fucking princess. You got shit that needs doing, you can be all flabbergasted later. Nair, it seems that there are not any of them wandering on the other side of these windows. I think we can leave from here. Psycho speaks up as she checks the windows on the far end of the room for the 4th time. Yeah, but first, I need to find some kind of weapon. I'm almost out of bullets, only 2 rounds left in the handgun, and I'm all out of shotgun shells. Wonder if there's anything in here that I can use to poke corpses to death. I respond as I walk up to her while looking around. I don't know if you will find anything useful. I searched around the room and saw nothing that could be used as a weapon. All the drawers that are on the right side have bottles and other types of medicine. The rest of the room has nothing even worth mentioning. And lastly, the corpses were unarmed. She replies as she turns around and scans the insides of the room we're in again. Okay. So, then. Don't worry. I will deal with anything that will try to get in our way. She cuts me off as she turns to me and smiles. I can't just sit back and let you do all the work now, can I? I answer as I look at her. But. You can rely on me. I want you to rely on me. Psycho responds as she turns her sight towards the window. I raise my hand towards my head and point at the ceiling as I open my mouth. But, I couldn't really think of anything to say. And how am I supposed to reply to something like that? I ask as I let my hand drop. Psycho just closes her eyes and laughs lightly through her nose before turning to me. She looked much happier now, as if a weight had fallen off her shoulders. Fine, until I find something, I'll stay behind you. I add as I fold my arms. Psycho responded with a nod, and a smile. So, let's get out of here. I ask as I give the other side of the window one last check. With a nod from Psycho, I then jump over to the grassy ground on the other side. Straight ahead of me, was now a concrete fence wall. To my left, I could see the road that connected to the front part of the clinic. To the right, a path that led to the back of the building. Another road was visible there, after what seemed to be a small park. Behind me, the window I just exited, and Psycho. We need to go left if we want to go back on the road we used to arrive. The front door was definitely overrun with corpses, so going that general direction is probably a bad idea. But let's at least check how bad it is. If it's too much, we have to go out from the back. I speak up in a low tone as I turn to Psycho. She nods and starts walking towards the front, her hand resting on her katana. And, we didn't actually have to reach the end of the path to start hearing corpse moans. And the moment we did reach the end. Yeah, no. Judging just from how many corpses are flocking around the road we need to take? I'll take it that our group was not very stealthy after leaving. It's not just the front entrance that's overcrowded right now. I whisper as I look at the road that was overrunning with corpses. We go from the back then. Psycho whispers without turning to look at me. Yeah, probably. I answer as I pat her shoulder and turn around. We then walked back all the way to the other side of the clinic. Upon reaching the end, we again checked the road in front of us. There are a bunch of corpses that seem to be crawling towards the clinic, probably drawn by the noise we made. They're quite spread out though, and they're all still in the small, park? What do you call it? It has no trees whatsoever, with just a grassy field and some paved walkways. Also see a couple of cars near the edge of the park. I speak up as I scan the area ahead of us. Still, we should be able to run past the corpses, and the road behind them looks clear. Hey, I honestly expected more corpses to be around, but, I'm not complaining. I add as I stare at the corpses that kept shambling towards the clinic. After we run past them and reach the street, what then? Psycho asks as she turns to me. We need to turn either left or right, then make another turn on the next intersection, so we can end up going in the opposite direction from where we're going now. The mall is more or less a straight line from the clinic. I answer as I turn to her, she replies with a nod. And so, after we spend a couple of seconds looking at each other, until it started to get a bit awkward. We slowly sneaked out of the corridor and started walking towards the small park. I then also realized why there were not so many corpses walking towards the clinic, or at the street behind them. There was a crapton of them already clawing at the clinic's back wall. Thankfully, they were fairly far away and didn't seem to pay any attention to us. I give Psycho a glance and motion her with my hand before breaking off into a sprint. We then bolted forward and headed straight towards the road ahead. With Psycho quickly running past me, and effortlessly cut down a couple of spread out corpses that were in our way. I feel like I'm playing a game with cheat codes with her around. I chuckle to myself as I run past the fallen corpses, the various abandoned cars and head into the street, where Psycho was waiting for me. Left or right? I ask as I reach her. I do not think your plan is going to work neither. Psycho responds calmly as she turns to me. Hey, why? What is they? Oh, crabs. My own question got answered the moment I looked at the streets to my left and right. Other than that, they were both crawling with corpses. A buttload of crashed, abandoned cars on both streets that would severely limit our mobility. Something that's too much of a danger for my liking. The road ahead is clear. Though it seems to be an uphill road, so I can't really tell what might be beyond it. I speak as I look behind Psycho, pointing behind her. We do not have much of a choice, do we? She responds as she tilts her head slightly. I nod. Alright, same deal, we go straight ahead, then left or right on the next intersection. I add as I start running, Psycho turning to run next to me. And so, we both start running up the hill. Which was, well, empty. Guess all the corpses got drawn to the clinic. The moment we reached the next intersection, which was actually on the top of the hill, the first thing I noticed was the sea. The ocean was actually straight ahead of us, beyond a now downhill road. Which was the only positive thing I could see, as everywhere else looked like shit. Oh, come on. I groan as I look at the toppled big rig that was blocking the right road. Now the road to the left was clear. But I can see the next intersection on the end of the left road. It is a clusterfuck, I can see it. I cut Psycho off as I look at the distant intersection on the left. I guess that's why the road was clear too. Everything must have gathered at that intersection. But really, crashed cars, corpses, toppled poles, smoke. That intersection had it all. So, Psycho, how about a seaside walk? I ask as I glance at Psycho, before turning towards the road ahead. It was a straight line towards the street that was next to the beach, about 2 intersections ahead. The road did have a couple of corpses roaming about, but nothing like the fuckfest that was waiting on the left intersection. I did not take you for the romantic type neither. Psycho responds with a slight smirk. Normally, I would now say something in the likes of stick around, I'm full of surprises. But yet, I'm really not. I answer as I tilt my head and turn to Psycho. She just chuckled in response. Well, I do not see any other way we could go, so. She adds as she looks at the road ahead. I nod, and we start moving again. We keep going further and further from the mall. But I'm not complaining. Not when I have Psycho with me. After we reach the road by the sea, we go right. Since the left intersection was a visible hellscape. I say as I keep running. And if the right side is a no-go too? Psycho asks. We keep going till we find a clear one. I respond without looking at her. And so, a couple of tumbling corpses later, we reached the seaside road and turned right. And instantly stopped. You know what? I'm not even surprised anymore. I groan as I raise both arms and look at the corpses that had blocked off the street. The beach looks empty. Psycho responds as she looks at the beach that was below us to our left. Yet, I can see a couple of stairs a little further off. We go down the beach, walk past the grouped up corpses, then we walk back up to the street again. I add as I point at a staircase that was a couple of meters away ahead of us. With that, we run to the stairs and pretty much jump down before running straight towards the sea. After we picked up some distance from the street, I stopped and looked around, then turned to Psycho. I can't see a single corpse on the beach. Guess nobody thought of running here. I nod as I turn to look at the clogged road behind her. Works perfectly for us, does it not? She responds. Yeah. Come on, better we don't get any attention now, I don't feel like running on sand. I chuckle as I motion her with my hand and turn to walk towards the left. Psycho nodded and started walking next to me. We then walked in silence for a few minutes, before said silence became a bit too boring. In the end, we ended up on a seaside walk after all. I chuckle, Psycho responds with a giggle. Still, I never realized we were this close to the sea. I turn to look at the calm ocean to my left as I continue speaking. Me neither. Psycho responds. I turn to her and tilt my head. Really? Are you not from around here? I ask. Psycho shakes her head after hearing my question. No. And, between my studies and my training, I did not have much free time to take leisure walks. She responds. I guess we would all still be in our own little worlds, was it not for the outbreak. I add as I turn to look at the sea again. And my world would probably be a prison, or at the bottom of a pier with concrete shoes. Our worlds. Psycho lowered her head slightly as she spoke. If you do not mind me asking, Nair, what did you usually do before the outbreak? Helping people film their guns aside. She asked as she lifted her head towards me. I'm not sure that you would want to know. Trust me, my daily life was very boring. I respond as I turn to her, she just kept staring at me with that tell me expression. And after she kept staring at me for a couple of seconds, I capitulated. Other than the gun thing and occasionally exercising, I, stayed home and played video games. That's it. I answer as I tilt my head. Psycho just kept looking at me, seemingly thinking of what to say. Well, that's what I did before I arrived here. So I guess it's not technically a lie? I didn't really have the spare time for gaming after I realized where I was. In the end, it took a zombie outbreak to make me leave my room and talk to people. I add as I laugh through my teeth. Psycho just smiles as she closes her eyes and laughs lightly through her nose. So, you did not go out much? She asks. Much? Let's just say that if I didn't have a reason to leave the house, I didn't leave the house. I answer. Psycho just looked at me without responding. Disappointed? I ask. Psycho snaps out of what she was thinking. She then shakes her head as she lifts her hand and shakes it as well. No. I just did not expect you to be an indoors type. She replies. Well, I am, am. Can't really tell anymore. I tilt my head from left to right as I speak. We then kept silent for a couple of minutes as we walked down the empty beach, the corpses on the road to our right staying ever oblivious. It's funny, you know. If this didn't happen, I would probably have never met any of you. I speak up as I keep walking. Psycho just glances at me before looking at the ground. Why, yet? Was all she said, her eyes still looking at her feet. I glance at her. And take a big breath. And I just fucked the mood. Good job me. Time for the best method in saving a subject. Joke about it like a retard. I mean, just think about it. Psycho Busujima, esteemed kendo club leader and winner of the Kyoto Kendo tournament, caught kissing with a shut-in whose surname is pronounced wrong by half the school staff. I say as I try to sound as dramatic as I can. And hold back my laughter, raising both arms and spreading them like I was showing off a billboard. Psycho lifts her head and looks at me with a raised eyebrow, until I looked away from her, a bit too earnest-looking eyes. KHH. Sorry. I know it's not really something I should joke about. But, you looked down in the dumps, and I couldn't think of anything better. I add as I turn to look at her. She says nothing. Just looks at me and smiles. Then she moves closer and passes her arm around mine, locking it between her arm and, breast. I decided to just keep my mouth shut, as I had a feeling that anything I might have said now, would have ended up ruining the mood, or with a trap question. I could tell her that I killed Shido and Junota. But I don't want her to believe that I only accepted her because I've done worse. I would still have accepted her no matter the case. The fact that I killed those two had nothing to do with this. We kept moving down the beach like that for some time. We have already moved past a couple of intersections. But, Psycho's not complaining, and I sure as hell do not mind taking the long way around right now. And as we kept walking, I spotted an actual change in the distance, a house by the top part of the beach. I could also see a path that went all the way to the sea from it, the path ending with what seemed to be a small cement dock. The house itself was surrounded by a tall fence too. That house in the distance, with the small dock. If it's clear, let's take a break there before we go back into running in the streets. I speak up as I point at it with my free hand. Psycho nods as she looks at where I was pointing. As the beach was clear, reaching said house did not really take much effort. And once near, we headed to check the back gate that led into the house. Locked, and I don't see any corpses inside, I say as I try the door, and look into the house's backyard. Think there are survivors inside? She asks as she looks at the closed windows, curtains obstructing the view inside. Letting of my arms in the process. If there are, they're doing a terrible job at fortifying this place. I respond as I pass my arm between the steel pickets and press on the gate's handle. The gate then opened effortlessly. I walk inside, and motion Psycho to come with my head. The moment she walked in, I closed the gate and pulled the handgun. Let's do a quick sweep around the house's yard, then check the insides. I whisper as I lift the handgun. I then moved straight ahead towards the right side of the house, while Psycho went to the left to check the other side. This place has its own garage. This could be a perfect place to stash the Humvee if it's clear. I think as I keep moving. Upon reaching the front side of the yard, I head to the front gate. Locked. Good thing too, the front road of the house has corpses roaming about. Then at the front fence door. Also locked. By the time I was done with the doors, Psycho had also reached the front yard. And upon turning towards her, she nodded at me. I then turned to look at the house's main entrance. Hey? The door's half open. I point at the door as I look at Psycho, she nods again and starts moving towards it. With my gun pointed at the door, I also started to move. After we climbed the front porch stairs and reached the door, I gave it a light kick and moved aside. Yet, Nothing happened. And after peeking inside, I found that it looked as clear as it could be. From here at least. As the only thing I could see was a small opening, that then led to an open room that had a big table set in the middle. I give Psycho a quick glance, and with a nod, we move into the house. The moment we stepped in, I scanned the insides. To my left, a couple of meters away, I could see a door under a big widescreen TV, probably leading to the garage. In front of me, in what I assume is the living room, a big table. A few meters behind it, closed curtains and a relatively big sliding glass door. To my right, I could see an open wall kitchen, in the far end of the room. Next to it was a staircase, followed by a wall that ran all the way to where I was standing. That wall also had one door in it, along with several painting portraits. Whoever was here, wasn't short on cash. I whisper as I look around the room. There's no sign of struggle anywhere, guess they left when shit hit the fan. I will go check the upper floor. Psycho whispers shortly after as she starts to move towards the staircase. I will check the 2 doors on the first floor, then join up with you. Be careful. I responded. And with that, we split up. I know she can handle herself. But, yeah, I'm worried. Hope she won't do anything stupid from now on. God, if I start getting clingy now. Everything with moderation, everything with moderation. I shake my head and head to the door that was to my left, under the giant TV. Opening the door, I find myself in the garage. Other than a small workstation that had various tools on it to my left, there were 2 things that caught my attention. A big-ass Jeep, and a wooden boat. The Jeep looked like a silver Maserati Levant, shaded windows and all. So I guess I was right, these people must have been loaded. Which made it all the weirder as the boat was a small wooden one, no engine, just paddles. It was well preserved and on a trailer that was linked up to the car. What's with the boat? If the people here were decked, I would expect that they at least had a Zodiac, not a wooden boat. My thoughts then got interrupted by the sound of something bumping into the car. I instantly aim my gun at the car and stare at it. After staring for a while, and seeing nothing, I kneel down and check under the car. Clear. I then get up again and scan the garage. Mantis drops organic polymer. I speak up, the last part with a relatively loud voice. And seconds later, another bump, coming straight from inside the car. I walk closer to the car and try to see inside, only to see my reflection on the tinted windows again. Fucking tinted windows, ain't that supposed to be illegal or something? Really pinging that criminal meter here. I dub the Yakuza family. I groan under my breath as I move to the front of the car. Thankfully, the front windshield was not shaded, so I had a clear view of the insides now. Well, that explains the bumping. I say as I look at the zombified people in the car. A well-dressed man in a suit and a woman in a nightdress were on the front seats, both corpses. The man, who was in the driver's seat, had a small part of his neck missing, on the right part. While the woman had a small bite mark on her left arm. And, I could see a small kid on the back, shuffling about. Next to it, the remains of another kid? Guess being rich ain't gonna help ya, if your own kid comes after you. I whisper as I move towards the boat, lowering the gun. Still, why a wooden boat, people? At least get something bigger, aren't you guys rich? I add as I glance at the Jeep's trunk. Obviously, I got no response, other than even more bumping. I then leave the garage, closing the door behind me. Next, the door next to the stairs. I don't think the corpses in the car can get out, and if they can, they still will be locked inside the garage. I say to myself as I pass by the giant table in the living room. Upon reaching the door, I ready my gun again and grab the handle. I then swing the door open and make a quick jump back, pointing the gun towards the open door. Empty. Expected as much. But not being careful is equal to suicide, I'd rather look like an idiot and stay alive. Still, I did take a quick glance around me to make sure Psycho did not come back down before moving into the room. The room, well, it looked like a study. I could see an expensive-looking desk on the far end of the room to my left. The wall ahead of me was made up of windows, with the curtains all closed. And the wall adjacent to the door was made of a long bookcase, filled with books. I walk up to the bookcase and pick a book, the sign of the medical cross on it. I then put it back and picked another. A medical book again. I repeated the process a couple of times, to the same result. One of those 2 corpses back there was a doctor. I think as I leave the book in my hands on a stand next to me. I then look at the room again, my eyes stopping on a wooden door behind the desk. Walking up to the door, I again grab the handle and ready the gun. Swinging the door open, I sidestep while moving backward, and stare at the insides of the new room. It's only a bathroom. Well, it could have some medical stuff, but we just looted a shit ton of that crap in the clinic. And again, carrying shit while trying to dodge zombies? A bad idea. I shake my head and turn around, giving the room one last glance before leaving. Upon returning to the living room, I moved towards the stairs to my right. Going up the stairs I found myself in a rather big corridor with 5 doors, 2 doors on each wall to my left and right and 1 door straight ahead. 3 of the doors were open. I walked to the furthest open door that was to my right and peeked inside. Psycho was there, looking at dresses that were inside a wardrobe. Psycho? I think monsters usually hide under the bed. I speak up as I point at the double bed next to Psycho. Reacting to my voice, she closes the wardrobe and turns to me. These people must have been pretty wealthy. Everything in here is rather expensive. She responds. Ah, I know. You must see their car, could give our Humvee a run for its money in terms of price. Didn't save them though. I nod as I turn to look back towards the stairs. Psycho stayed quiet for a couple of seconds. You found the owner of the house? She asks. Yeah, inside the car, horrified. Think one of their kids got infected, and then turned inside the car. I answer as I turn to her again. She responded by staying quiet. I also found a small wooden boat. I add up. Small wooden boat? Are you sure it was theirs? They don't look like people to have such a thing. She asks again. Yeah, don't ask me. Maybe they liked passing their time rowing the sea in a dinghy boat like the rest of us plain people. I answer as I shrug. Psycho responds with a chuckle. Normal people row the seas in dinghy boats? I didn't know that. She responds as she tilts her head slightly with a smile. Probably. Never rowed a boat in my life. Come on, let's check the last 2 rooms. I chuckle as I turn around. Psycho nods and follows behind me. The next room ahead of us was a kid's room. And honestly, I could not tell if it was for a boy or a girl. It looked plain, no toys whatsoever. It did have an expensive-looking computer and another double-sized bed though. Shame the computer no longer worked, must have been quite the beast. The last room? Turned out to be another plain-looking bathroom. Well, I think we're in the clear. I stretch one arm as I walk towards the stairs. Yes, the house seems clear. So, do we stay here for some time? Psycho asks. Taking a break sounds nice, and I want to check the study again. It was full of medical books. Might find something helpful. I nod as I look back at Psycho. Yet before either of us could react, I heard a loud growl, coming from my stomach. Reminding me that I have not eaten for quite some time now. Psycho just stared at me. I'm going to the study. I add as I quickly turn around and walk down the stairs. Geez, thanks body, next time ruin the moment by making other weird fucking noises. As a response, my stomach made another low growl. Maybe I should check the kitchen for something before checking the study. The truth is I have not eaten for a day or so. And so, I went to the first floor, stormed the kitchen and stole 2 carrots. Yeah, carrots, and then headed back to the study. Half an hour later. Interesting. I slowly bit down on the second carrot as I leaned my back on the expensive, boss-style chair. Indeed, very interesting. This is the 6th book I tried to read, and I still don't understand jack shit. I shut the book, and leaned back on the chair. But they could be helpful for Shizuka. I should check for a bag, gamble for it and take the ones that looks the most fancy. I get up and throw the 2 carrot stumps in the trash bin that was next to the desk. Yeah, let's do that, the Jeep in the garage might have bags in the trunk. Mr. and Miss Yakuza seemed to be ready to bail the house before tragedy struck. Yet, the moment I opened the study's door, something else caught my attention, and nose. I was smelling cooked meat. The hell? Am I going delirious? Didn't realize that I was that hungry. But I soon realized I was not smelling things. Psycho was in the kitchen, in what I suspect was a male, long-sleeved, buttoned shirt. Her hair tied up to a ponytail as she stood over a gas-operated stove. On the table behind her 2 dishes laid side by side, I could already see some cut vegetables on the plates. Probably hearing the door closing behind me, Psycho turns to me. Food is almost ready, you might want to take off your gloves and jacket. And the mask. Or you can somehow pass things through it. She asks with a smile. Hey, what? Who, what, you I tilted my head in confusion as my mouth did its best expression of a caveman. Psycho just giggled. The fridge here is pretty good. Everything inside was still cold, and I found this gas cooker in a shelf. So. She turns her head back to the cooker, looking at the sizzling meat on the pan. I just scratched my mask. Well, she did find out that I was hungry. But still, I'm moved. Okay. But, why are you wearing that? I ask as I keep staring at Psycho. My clothes were a little dirty, so I tossed a shirt over them. That way I would not get anything on the food by accident. She responds. Makes sense. Well I'll check the garage for something then go to the bathroom. I say as I turn around and head toward the garage. The moment I got inside, I went to the trunk of the car and tried my best opening it, the trunk did not budge though. Hey, figures. Gonna need the keys, or breaking the glass. I speak to myself as I look at the tool rack. On it, I could see several screwdrivers, some saws, a blowtorch and a crowbar. The last two things seemed interesting. The blowtorch could easily start fires, the crowbar? Let's just say that I had corpses that needed dealing with. And all crowbars are Gordon Freeman approved. I grab the crowbar and go to the front door, then give it a knock. Sir, do you know how fast you were going? I say with a serious tone as I look at the window. As I could not see inside, I waited for a bit, until I heard something bumping against said window. I would like you to get out of the car and walk in a straight line, sir. I pull the door's handle, and using it as cover, I quickly open it while staying behind it. The corpse man almost jumps out of the car, and lands on the floor with a growl. I quickly close the door and walk up to the corpse. Nope, that ain't walking, sir. I bring the straight point of the crowbar down on the back part of the corpse's head, before pulling it back out and leaving it on the tool table. Okay, that's over, keys. I say as I turn around, then open the door again and take a step back. Inside, the woman was trying to reach me, her hands extending towards me. The seatbelt was stopping her though. The little one on the back seat was also trying to get to me from the gap between the driver's seat and the driver's door frame. Though, only one of its little hands was sticking out. I grab the small hand and pull it before slamming the door shut. A loud crack, and the hand got bent in a direction it normally should not. Sorry about that. I say as I open the door again and take the keys out of the ignition switch. The moment I turned around, the door that led to the living room swung open, Psycho barging in, sword in hand. What happened? Are you a light? She asks, or well, shouts as she looks at me. Before looking at the corpse on the floor, then at the dangling hand next to the driver's seat, and then back at me. I needed the keys? Oh, and I found a weapon. I say as I lift the key and jiggle them with one hand and point the crowbar with the other. Psycho just sighs as she lowers her head before looking back at me. You scared me. She responded as she stared at me. Sorry. Was all I said as I moved away from the door. Psycho just kept looking at me. Psycho. I made a promise to you, didn't I? I won't be going anywhere for as long as you need me. And a man must never go back on his word, right? I add as I walk to the trunk, and turn to look at her. Psycho's eyes went slightly wide as she stared at me before, smiling and turning around. Sweet talker. Was all she said before leaving the garage, closing the door behind her. Am I? But I really meant it though. I think as I opened the trunk, and my brain instantly told me that I had to focus on what I was seeing. Holy crabs, these people were prepared. I think as I take the bags out of the trunk, then close it, so I would not end up having a second on meeting with the small corpse. Let's see. 2 hiking backpacks and 3 large duffel bags. I kneel down as I speak and open the first duffel bag. Clothes, jewelry, high heel shoes, makeup, and some pink proof that the husband did not pay enough attention to somebody on the bed. Really? My disappointment is immense and my day is ruined. I groan as I keep searching the bag, but in the end, I found nothing. Nothing that I needed at least. I grab the duffel bag and toss it aside, then open the second one. This bag had books, some tools like scalpels inside another, smaller bag. And other medical equipment like disinfectants and such. If the doctor decided to take these books, then they must be the good ones, right? I take the bag and push it to the side, in the opposite direction of the bag I tossed before, and then open the last duffel bag. This one had a good amount of gas canisters inside, along with what seemed to be a gas stove with 3 burners. Oh. Now this is something. I say to myself as I keep looking inside. And soon, I also found another treasure in there. Oh, wait a minute. This looks like that expensive Canadian water filter I found in the net before the outbreak. It costed like $500? Supposedly, it was designed for military use. Talk about a lucky break. I broke into a grin as I shoved the bulky cylinder back into the bag with the gas canisters and pushed it next to the bag with the medical equipment. The 2 hiking bags did not have anything worthy of note. Or well, they had a couple of bottles of water treatment pills and some hiking gear, like ice picks and parts of a tent. Okay, maybe calling them not worthy of note was a bit stretched, but after finding that duffel bag with the water purifier and the gas canisters, the rest didn't seem to have that much of an impact on me. Could I use the ice pick as a weapon? With the way it's built though, it looks easy for it to get lodged inside a head and stay there. I shake my head and get up as I look at the bloody crowbar on the tool table. No need to fix what ain't broken, the crowbar is good enough for now. Alright, bathroom time. Right before I managed to open the door, it opened by itself, Psycho appearing behind it. The food is ready, she says as she glances around before glancing at me. I think her face was slightly flushed. I was just done, I'll go to the bathroom to clean off my gloves and arm guards. I respond as I nod. Psycho smiles and nods back before turning around. And be ready to carry some stuff to the Humvee before we go back to the mall, I add as I walk up next to her. Found something good? She asks as she turns to me and tilts her head. Good is a mighty understatement, I replied with a grin as I glanced behind me. Chapter 27, Return to the Mall PT2. My life, well, it currently feels like a cheap ripoff from a cheesy romance anime right now. I mean, Psycho made me lunch, that alone is fine-ish. But let's see. After she finished cooking, she then placed the plates next to each other. And then, ever since taking her seat right next to me, she didn't even try to hide the fact that she was staring at me. So, I only managed to take a couple of bites before turning to stare back at her. You don't like it? She asks as she tilts her head, her eyebrows making a slightly worried frown. That should be my question, you haven't even touched your own food yet. I answer back as I look at her. I'm just a bit anxious. The only other person that has really tasted my cooking was my father. And I haven't really cooked for anyone else if you exclude the time I did it in Miss Shizuka's house. Though I guess, in the end, we didn't manage to actually eat back then, she says as she turns to look at my plate. I don't really have much to weigh it against. It's much better than my cooking to say the least. So yeah, I definitely won't say no to another chance at eating what you can make. Psycho, listening to my answer, finally smiles and nods before speaking up again. You can cook? She asks as she picks her fork and knife. The reason for that tableware being that she made Western food, was it because I'm not Japanese? I mean, I'm looking at a full-sized steak here. As in Western size and style, thus the lack of chopsticks. Well, I was living by myself, wasn't I? I answer as I cut a small part of the steak and bring it close to my mouth. Truth is, I've never cooked even once ever since coming here, but I do know how to cook. Still, my cooking skills are wet paper level. I would like to. Nope, not going to happen, for your sake. I cut off Psycho as she tried to speak. She just turned to stare at me, while I kept looking down at my plate. Seconds later, Psycho started giggling before turning back to her own plate. The rest of our lunch break went on without us speaking. Though I did catch Psycho giving me an occasional sneak peek as we kept eating. Once we were done, Psycho then took the empty plates to the sink to wash them. Which is a good thing too, as I intended to return here after the mall falls. The last thing I need is having the place stink of rotten food. Now, why I wanted to return here? Two reasons mainly. The first one was that with a garage this big, we could easily hide the Humvee inside if we somehow managed to move the Jeep out of the way. The second was the wooden boat. If it's somehow connected to the anime, then I know full well where that boat is heading. You sure you don't want any help? I ask as I look at the busy girl. Nair, it's just 2 plates. She responds with a chuckle as she turns to look at me. Alright, I'll be on the couch then. Don't think I want to toss around duffel bags with a full stomach. I reply as I turn around and walk towards the living room, only to realize something that I had missed. Hey? There is no couch here, the hell? Weird setup for a living room. I glance around the living room, only to spot 2 recliners in the corner. That could work. I walk over to the recliners and then drag them to the center of the room, next to the giant table. Don't know why, but sitting on them all the way in the corner nudged me the wrong way for some reason. I then put them in a position so they faced each other and sat on one, while putting my legs on the other. And yet, I had taken off my shoes in the bathroom before eating. End of the world or not, no reason to live like a pig if you can do otherwise. I let out a small sigh of relief as I began to relax, then looked at the giant screen ahead of me. If only you worked, and had a gaming console. While I'm more of a PC type of guy, I would be fine with just about anything right about now. Except for sports games, never liked sports games. Too repetitive with no real feeling of progression. I chuckle to myself as I close my eyes and stretch out my back, after fixing the mask and balaclava that I had wrapped around my right shoulder. Some time later. To be honest, I must have nearly fallen asleep, until I heard footsteps near me. Is Psycho going to sit down as well? As I was about to take my legs off of the second recliner, something stopped me. Before I could figure out why, I felt some pressure on the left part of my hip, which then slowly traveled up to my left shoulder, along with something slithering on the lower part of my back. I slightly opened one eye only to see Psycho's face resting on my shoulder, her eyes closed and her free hand placed near my neck. She was also in her normal clothing, that being her school shirt and that very short skirt. Well, maybe I can't play video games right now. But, this is a goddamn good alternative. I closed my eyes again. And, I'm pretty sure I fell asleep soon after. An indeterminable amount of time later. You know, I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. No, I'm sure of it. There's something that I've forgotten, but what? The car with the zombies? Nah, I closed that. And closed the door to the garage as well for good measures. The doors that lead outside? Nope, closed them too. The gas stove? No, Psycho was the one that cooked, and I'm sure she's attentive enough not to forget to kill the fire. So what am I forgetting? As I kept thinking, I slowly started to feel my left shoulder being a bit wet. I opened my eyes, and look at Psycho. Psycho, drools. I forgot that Psycho drools. Oh, come on. Psycho had her mouth slightly open, part of it touching my shoulder. And yeah, that part felt wet. Well, it's not like I'm disgusted. I mean we already kissed, and it was not just our lips that touched. But, I can't sleep now, I feel wet, and I don't like feeling wet. I could try to close her mouth, but I don't want to wake her up. Actually, how long have I been asleep? I don't feel tired anymore, if that counts for anything. I look around the room while trying not to move too much. The sun was still out, and it didn't seem to be any darker outside than before I slept. The rich dude might have a wristwatch that still works. Now, being that I'm still stuck on the chair with Psycho being off to dreamland. Might as well make the best of it. Let's see, if we count on the anime timeline. After the group returns from the clinic, Takashi, Kota, and Asami have a chat on how the clinic was a total failure, while the rest of the group talks about several other things. Things such as Kota and Asami's relationship or how there's somebody or something for each one of them that keeps them going. This is also where Psycho and Rei were shown thinking of Takashi in the anime. And then it is also when Psycho mentions that if the guys in the group end up going out of control they, as in the girls, must do everything they can for them. In other words, it was a mild way of saying fuck them till they calm their tits down. Yeah, I'm having mixed feelings about that memory now. Anyway, after that, Asami sees the dead cop and snaps, lashing out at Kota. This is when the group prepares to leave. Now, so far I didn't manage to get rid of that dead cop, and depending on how late I will be when I return to the mall, I might end up being too late. Well I could. Before I could think any more, Psycho started moving about. She then lifted her free hand in the air, arching herself backward as she stretched with a moan, taking a deep breath shortly after. I'm not staring. I'm not. Yeah, no. I was staring, hard. I mean give me a break here. Arching backward like that, made her chest seem even bigger. Psycho then rubs her eyes with one hand before opening them to look at me. At least, she was not drooling on me anymore. How long did we fall asleep for? She asks with drowsy eyes. As she moved about, her hand ended up on the spot where her head was at. She blinks several times before turning to look at the wet stain on my shirt, or well where the stain would normally be at. You know, black clothes. Nonetheless, Psycho's eyes instantly snapped open as she tried to get up. I'm so. It was all she managed to say before she slipped backward because of her awkward position. Ending up with her upper body on the floor, while her legs were still on me. You know, if you'll end up killing yourself because you drooled on me, then I'd rather have you drool on me instead. I hope that did not come off as weird as I think it just did. I say as I fix my posture, then extend my arm to Psycho. Which she took as she got up. I'm really sorry was the first thing she said after she got on her feet. It's fine, now quit saying that you're sorry, or I'll get mad. I say in a joking manner. I really didn't mean to. And, no more of it. I said it's fine or is it that you don't believe me? I ask as I raise my eyebrows and stare at Psycho. She just stayed quiet, her face slightly red. So, this is the fabled trap question. I think that your skills are starting to rub off on me. I add as I get up and pat her head. Psycho just lets out a slight sigh as she smiles. As for your question, I have no idea how long we slept for, there are no clocks in the living room. So, I'll check the male corpse in the garage. Usually guys with suits like these wear expensive wristwatches for the show of it. If we are lucky and he has a mechanical one, then we can check the time. I keep speaking as I stretch, then start walking towards the garage. Alright, I will get my sword and join up with you. You also said that we needed to carry some stuff, did you not? Psycho spoke out with a mild tone as she moved towards the kitchen, her face still as red as it was a few seconds ago. Yeah, that too. I respond to Psycho as I open the garage door. Before I started moving towards the car I noticed the bloody floor around the corpse and paused. I better get my shoes. And so, after going to the bathroom and slipping my boots and arm guards back on, I then went back to the garage. towards the corpse that was lying head down on the floor next to the jeep. I started by checking its arms, and sure enough, I saw a silver watch on his left arm. You people are like an SSR drop in a mobile game. I chuckle as I take the watch and look at the time. The arrows in it slowly ticking away. Nice, it works. So it's 5:40. I then check the man's pockets for good measure, and find the keys that I think belonged to the house. Just then, Psycho also walked into the room. It's 5:40. I speak up as I turn to her and show her the watch in my hand, before shoving it in my pocket. Not going to wear it? She asks as she tilts her head. Too shiny for my liking. I respond as I move to the 2 duffel bags filled with loot. These 2, we need as much as we can from one of them, the one with the gas canisters and water filter, not really something you can just find anywhere. The other, we can take what seems important and leave the rest. So, let's see if we can fit all that in the 2 hiking bags. I add as I point at the duffel bags, then at the hiking bags. Psycho nods and walks up next to me. While I'm aiming to return here, I don't want to leave all that good stuff behind. What if the house gets raided while we are gone? Or we just can't come here in the end. We then emptied the 2 duffel bags and took everything out of the hiking bags, then started putting things we wanted to take into the hiking bags, by order of importance. It went something like water filter / purifier, gas stove, canisters, books, and lastly the disinfectants. The tools did not take too much space, so we just shoved them in as well. Don't know if Shizuka knows how to use that type of stuff though. We mostly ignored disinfectants as we just looted the clinic, and Psycho told me that we took a good amount of stuff like that in our bags back with the others. In the end, we had 1 hiking bag filled with the medical stuff. Out of the 15 books, we took 8, we also did put some medical bottles filled with whatever in the small pockets of the hiking bags that could not fit anything else. In the end, we kept the water treatment pills that were already in the hiking bags, along with the medical tools and the stove. For the gas canisters, we had to take the duffel bag itself. The hiking bag couldn't fit even half of them inside. What's in the duffel bag over there? Psycho asks as she moves towards the one that I had tossed aside, the one that had all the female stuff. Psycho peered inside the bag, then her eyes then went slightly wide as she just quickly turned around and came back to me. I guess, the marital aid inside was flashy enough to catch her attention. Curiosity killed the cat. I ask with a slight smirk. Psycho just laughed awkwardly as she scratched her cheek. I then took the balaclava and mask off my shoulder and wore them before turning back towards her. Psycho just looked at me for a couple of seconds, a strange expression on her face. And just when I was starting to get used to your face. She says as she slightly tilts her head. Getting used hey, never realized my face was so bad that it needed getting used to. I respond jokingly as I raise an eyebrow, which was now hidden once again behind my mask. Psycho just giggles and shakes her head. You know that is not what I meant neither. She answers as she smiles at me. I nod as I laugh through my nose, then turn to the bags. Okay, so, we need to find a road that goes, I lift the duffel bag and pass it over my shoulder, then move and pick up the crowbar. If we leave the house from the front, we need to keep moving straight. Psycho adds right after. Right. I wonder. I walk back to the car trunk and take the keys from the lock. I then walk to the driver's seat and open the door, put the keys in the ignition switch, and flip them on. Nothing. Pfft. Expensive car my ass, doesn't even have basic E.M.P protection. I groan in a half-joking manner. I close the door. Do you remember how many intersections we passed to get from the mall to the clinic? I ask as I turn to Psycho. It was 6. I think Psycho answers. Okay, that plus 2, 3 if we count the seaside road. So either 9, or 10 in total. Psycho nods at me as I speak. The Humvee is towards the right with the way we are facing now, and we walked a relatively long distance when we walked on the beach. So as we leave the house, we need to go right. If the corpses are still there and have not moved, we need to move 2 more intersections down from them, as the EXT intersection after then was the one we used, and the one after it was blocked off. If all else fails, we just take a random right intersection and keep going till we see the mall. It's a rather tall building after all. I listed out our plan as I tried to get a better grip on the bag. But it didn't make me look any less stupid with that duffel bag looking like a sign over my head. Lastly, shotgun. And we're good to go. I add as I move to the living room and take the shotgun from the big table. Sling. I groan as I take off the duffel bag to pass the shotgun over my shoulder before wearing the duffel bag again. Okay, now. Are you ready? I ask as I turn to Psycho while fixing my jacket. She just nods with a serious expression. With our preparations done, we both move to the front door. As I open it and walk outside, Psycho follows right behind me. Only stopping to look behind her, towards the insides of the house, for a few seconds. Forgot something? I ask. Psycho turns to me as she shakes her head with a smile. No, let's go. She responds as she closes the door. Wait. Wait. I flailed my arms as Psycho was about to close the door, causing her to freeze. Hey, wah. Before Psycho could lock us out for good, I put the keys I took from the corpse and checked if they fitted the door. Which they did. This place would be a good spot if we ever need to leave the mall. I continued as I turned to Psycho. She stayed quiet for a few seconds, before nodding. I then moved to the front gate of the house and look outside. Better go from the back. I added as I pointed at the roaming corpses on the road. After I made sure that the front gate and front yard door were locked, Psycho and I turned around and went towards the gate we used to enter the building, the one in the back of the house. The beach was thankfully still clear. I would expect corpses to gather at the sea with its constant ambient noise. Yet, they seem to avoid it. I wonder if they don't like water? I mean, hypothetically speaking, if all they can do is hear and feel, being fully submerged in liquid would gimp their senses. But, can zombies even not like something in the first place? They don't seem to have the mental capacity for that. Is something wrong? Psycho asks as I kept staring silently the rolling waves beyond the gate. No, I was just wondering why the corpses ain't gathering at the sea. The waves do make quite the noise after all. Not loud enough? I ask as I open the gate. I do not know. Psycho just lifts her shoulders slightly for a shrug as she answers. After that, we closed the gate, locked it and turned left, going towards the same way we came. Some time later. We walked along the beach for quite some time, until I spotted the grouped up corpses in the distance. The same one we passed by before. In other words, they didn't move at all. Then again, I didn't really check where they were the first time around, so I was just going by a hunch. Okay, here's the plan, we'll go up back to the road by that upcoming staircase, and then we'll go left on the second intersection. I point at the set of stairs in the distance, and Psycho nods in agreement without speaking. And so, after reaching the stairs, we went up. Then continued straight until we reached the targeted intersection, which thankfully was still clear. We then went up that intersection, and I mean up, because it was once again an uphill road. I don't mean to whine, but should this duffel bag be this fucking heavy? I groaned under my breath as I kept walking up the uphill road, Psycho in front of me with her hand on the sword's hilt. The corpses that roamed about were mostly by themselves, so we just avoided any parts of the road that had more than one corpse in close vicinity. And if we happened to find a lone corpse blocking the way? Well, Psycho didn't seem to miss the chance to rip its arms off and beat it with them. Well, actually she just decapitated them. Though, I can clearly imagine her doing the arm-ripping thing too. Can you keep going, Nair? Do you want to rest for a bit? Psycho asks as she glances back at me while we keep moving. I'm fine, you're the one jumping around while swinging that sword, not me. I respond. Psycho just smiles before nodding, then turns to look at the street ahead. Shortly after, we reached the first intersection after the hill, which was also on the top of the hill. I took a look around the intersection and then noticed that there was a big rig at the end of the street to our right, along with a crapload of corpses next to it. The big rig? If it's on the next intersection to our right, that means we're one intersection next to the road we used after we left the clinic. So, we actually need to move one intersection left. I say to Psycho as I turn to look at the road to our left, then at the street ahead. Truth is though, the road ahead seemed to be in a much better condition compared to the one we used. Are you sure we should go left, Nair? Psycho asks as she looks at the corpses that roamed the street on the left. No, the street ahead looks safer, we can turn left later. Worst case scenario, we'll go all the way to the mall on this street, then turn on an intersection before we get too close. Besides, most roads near the mall are in a much better state when compared to here. No point risking it. I answer as I motion to Psycho to keep moving forward with my hand. She nods and starts walking next to me. If we find a blocked off road ahead of us after we walked past the clinic, we could then try to take the same road we used to come here. That is if our group didn't march like they're in a damn parade on their return trip. As we walked along the road, it started to slowly go downhill, literally speaking thankfully. And much to my surprise, I could see that it was clear for a relatively long distance ahead. Then again, if they did march back like a parade, like shooting a gun for example, corpses from this road might have moved away, or gathered to the right side of the road. Still, it makes me wonder, what are they doing right now? I mean in the manga, when they returned to the mall, they were talking about the clinic incident. But, they don't show us if that's the first thing they did after returning. And, while this time we had no deaths, an incident did happen, that being me and Psycho getting stranded. So, even if let's say that they don't give a single fig about me, Takashi would still want to at least try and save Psycho. On one hand, it does make me extra salty that I know that Takashi also likes Psycho. On the other hand, I know that he will try to look after her, so I don't expect the group to just write us off for dead. After a long while spent inside my own head, I took a look around me. Seeing no dangers around, I nod to myself and turned towards Psycho, who was in front of me. So, most likely, rather than talking about the clinic's failure, the group would likely be talking about rescuing us. That would probably end with some of them wanting to wait, while others will want to go out right away and search. Now if that discussion did happen, I have no idea who would vote what. From a logical point of view, going out to look for us while having no idea where we are is like looking for a needle in a haystack. A cannibalistic and batshit crazy haystack. Then again, I also can't see them just sitting on their thumbs either. So? Maybe they'll have somebody looking out for us on the roof? Koda maybe? He did do the same thing once before when we were mapping out the surrounding area, so that seems possible. But, if he has a Sammy with him, and she is looking outside as well, she might spot the lady cop. The dead lady cop. Well, I'm just speculating here, so I can't really tell. They could be. Nair, we are nearing the clinic. Psycho speaks up as she turns to glance at me. Throwing a quick glance at the purple-haired samurai, I then looked around me, but I could not make out anything that looked like the clinic. Ah, you counted the intersections we paw. As I start speaking, Psycho casually whacks a corpse on the head with her blade's sheath, causing it to take several steps back before it fell on its ass. I followed the corpse's location with my eyes until I was looking behind me, to see that the road we took had a line of corpses that were all moving about as they laid on the ground. Past them. I turned to Psycho as I finish my sentence to see her nod with a casual MHM. I kind of forgot that she's a frigging badass with the way she acted back at the house. Soon we reached the next intersection and sure enough, I could see a small park in the distance to my right, the one behind the clinic. I then turned to look straight ahead, to see that the road was indeed clear. We can keep going straight, so let's keep going straight. Once we're near the mall, we'll turn left at one of the intersections. Doing that will lead us to the Humvee. I move next to Psycho and point at the road ahead of us, and with that, we start moving again. Wait, one intersection? As the road that leads to the clinic from the mall is a straight line to our right, this road should lead us to the parking field. The Humvee was on the second intersection after that, so it's two intersections from where we are now, not one. Nothing to be alarmed of, but it might be two intersections to the right, not one. Without a map or some sort of drawing I can't remember the exact distance. I add as I scratch my mask. Not a problem, Nair, no need to worry. Psycho glances at me and smiles. As we kept moving forward, I noticed that the corpses that roamed about had actually gathered to the right part of the street. Looks like I was right. Our group did go with the loud and stupid approach, as the road to our right should be the road they took to return, and all the corpses ahead of us are gathered towards the right. I say as I look at the corpse. Then motion Psycho to move more to the left. And soon, we ended up walking next to each other, with Psycho to my right. We kept going in silence for some time. What corpses were on the left part of the road, were the ones that could not move to begin with. Some stuck inside a crashed car, or behind a dumpster or walking up against a pole, you know, normal stuff. There is something I have been wondering for some time now. Psycho begins talking as we walk. Why did you let Takashi become the group's leader, Nair? So far, most of our decisions were made based on your actions and ideas. She turns her head to me as she speaks. What do you mean? I ask back. When Takashi wanted to go to the police station after he and Miyamoto got split from the group, you were the one who said that we should meet up at the park instead. When we got stuck at the barricade near the estate, you were the one that thought of using the flashbang. At the estate, we also went with your plan of using the Humvee to drive the horde away. And here again, it was you who gave the payment idea for the team that went to the clinic. She keeps staring at me after she finishes. For one, the reason I could make these decisions was because I was not the leader. I find it much easier to think of something when I don't have everybody's eyes over my head. And, well, I can barely take care of a pet dog, there's no way I'm going to try and take care of a group of people. I answer as I shrug. I see. So you find it easier to move the threads behind the spotlight? Alice must have known something to name you an evil overlord. Psycho responds as she makes a slight grin, with me chuckling as I shake my head. With the way I change nicknames, I wonder which one I will get next. And I still need to find who called me a penguin. I tilt my head as I speak. Shizuka. Psycho answers flatly. Hey, should have figured. I respond as I turn back to the street ahead. And there is one more reason I don't want to lead, one that I can't really tell anyone. You see, most of my decisions were based under one important fact, that I know what is going to happen in the future. Which is also the main reason as to why I can't be the leader. My confidence, and my ability to make plans. That isn't going to last. How long will it be until we reach Ariai's mother? After that, I'll lose the only real power I had in this shitshow. I might be able to make decisions for myself. I at least managed to survive the power plant. But, my decisions for the group were not on even ground compared to Takashi's. And after we reach Ariai's mother, Takashi might prove to be a better leader than me. This is why I try to keep him on the steering wheel. And after some time had passed in silence, I saw a building that stood taller than the rest. I see them all, not too far now. I look at the structure in the distance as I speak. Psycho nods as she also looks in the same direction. Should we turn right now? She asks right after. Yeah, first clear road, we go right 2 times. I respond. And that turn ended up being 2 intersections later. From there we went straight and then turned right as the road ahead was not what you can call safe. So we ended up having to go right again on another intersection. The moment we reached the end of that road I looked around and... Hey, wait a minute. I looked to my right to see a silver sedan with a couple of corpses surrounding it from the opposite direction that I was looking from. And to my left, a big group of corpses in the distance to the right part of the street. I used this road with Takashi when we went to the Humvee, it should be on the right past the silver sedan. The next intersection should have the tree cluster. I say as I point at the car that I took a break on with Takashi. Almost there then. Psycho nodded as we picked up the pace past the silver car and into the last stretch of the road. Which we passed with no real trouble, again, thanks to Psycho. The moment we reached the tree cluster I motioned to Psycho, and we entered the tree line before taking a last look around us. After we reached the Humvee, I kneel down and check under the car for any unpleasant surprises before going to the trunk. I lift the net and put my hand in my pocket. To find nothing. Are you shitting me? I hurriedly put my hand in the other pocket, and find the keys. Never mind. I let out a silent sigh for the impromptu heart attack before opening the trunk. I then carefully place the duffel bag in a corner under the second net, and Psycho gives me her bag which I also place in a corner under the net. After that I close the trunk, lock it and hide the Humvee under the net once again. And that's that. I nod as I turn around and stretched out. Oh, section. I turn around and open the trunk again, then proceed to reload the shotgun and handgun. Shame we lost the second handgun's magazine. Oh well. I look at the handgun as I reload it. Got to remember and take the holster belt from my bag too. I whisper to myself as I put the gun in my pocket. I then exit the car and turn to Psycho after locking it, tossing the net over it once again. Okay, ready? I ask. Psycho nods at me, and we both turn to leave the car. I didn't forget the keys, did I? I checked my pocket to make sure the keys were in there as I walked. Thankfully, they were. And so, crowbar in hand, we move back to the street, then turn towards the road that led to the mall. How are we going to get inside? Psycho asks as we start running. That is a very good question. I could just shoot a gun to get their attention, but it won't be just their attention I will be getting if I do that. I answer. We ran past the first intersection and continued running down the road, which was still empty. Yeah, the same road that Psycho went nuts on when we first arrived. The moment we reached the end of that road and walked into the parking field. Okay, well, time to summon the big bad boss. I take my handgun out of my pocket and point it at the corpses that were gathered all together to my left. Now, where is that cop lady? Several seconds later. Nair. Psycho, who was next to me with her sword drawn, leaned her head towards me. I'm trying to find the ugliest one. I replied as I kept looking down the gun sights. Psycho just giggled next to me. Come on you little shit, where are you? We have unwanted guests coming towards us, you might want to hurry a bit Nair. Psycho speaks up seconds later. God, work with me you stupid dead cop. In the end, with the cop nowhere in sight, I just point at the closest corpse and pull the trigger. Alright let's go. I do hope that the group inside got the message. I add as I motion Psycho with my head, and start running towards the door. Seconds later I see a pair of pink twin tails pop up from the edge of the mall's roof, which then disappears as fast as they appeared. The moment we reached the door we looked inside, only to see nobody on the other side. At least leave a person to guard the door if you didn't write us off for dead. I groan as I look at the empty hallway. See, group leader decisions. Psycho whispers in a joking manner as she stands next to me. Well, I did wake half the block before thinking of this plan. So, 50-50. I answer as I turn to her with a slight shrug. If you made only perfect decisions, then how would I make myself useful to you? Psycho replies with a smile as she turns around as she brandishes her sword, standing between me and the oncoming corpses. By not dying for starters. I respond as I walk up next to her. Psycho closes her eyes as she continues smiling. Do not worry, I got no intention of dying. At the very least, not now that I just found my reason to keep living. She answers as she turns to me, the smile still on her face. Well, that was straightforward. All I could do was stare back at Psycho's radiant smile. I mean, sure I knew she probably felt like that by now. But hearing her say it was, you know. And just then, the door behind us swung wide open. Well, I want you to keep on living too, so come on, let's go. I whisper next to Psycho's ear as I turn around to run towards the now open door. The moment we passed through the mall's doors, Takashi and Rei shut them close, and started to re-barricade. Impeccable timing. I chuckle as I put the handgun in my pocket. Takashi nodded after giving me a glance. After that, the four of us moved towards a room on the first floor, where the rest of the group was it. The room looked like the same one the group used when they talked about the clinic in the manga. It's also where Asami saw the cop corpse and Psycho, Penguin. That was Shizuka. Psycho, Mr. Overlord. That was Alice. Psycho, idiot. That was Saya. Bark, bark. I don't even want to know what Zeke called me. Psycho, Nair. At least Koda got my name right. Asami, who was next to him, just smiled, with her mouth wide open. How many names do I have again? I asked myself in a murmur as the group gathered around Psycho and I. See, I told you they would be fine. Koda said excitedly the moment he got near. Why, yet. Takashi responds half-heartedly as he glanced at Psycho. Still, you two need to stop being so reckless. Shizuka speaks up next as she tries to make a serious face. Which only looked comical in my opinion. Psycho nodded, and, I wanted to shrug. But I'd probably be dead then and there if I tried to brush this off with Saya staring daggers at me right now. So, I just nodded as well. Yet. Nair might have ended up in a tight spot because of circumstances. But Psycho, you ended up putting yourself in danger by your own decision. What if you didn't manage to jump over that corridor, for example? Takashi adds up right after. Before either of us could speak up, Saya walked up to me and pointed her finger to my face. The point is that avoiding being put in a tight spot to begin with is first priority. Something you don't seem to get. First in the estate, now this. Do I need to tie you to a chair to keep you under control? Saya hisses at me. Yet. You need to stop being bad. You made Saya really sad. She didn't even want to eat. And she stayed up on the roof looking for you all this time the moment she heard that you didn't return. She was really worried. Alice starts shouting as she points her finger at me. And, oh boy, did she just lay it out flat in the open. Saya's face must have changed to every single shade of red in existence. Munchkin. What are you saying? I was not worried about him. I was just worried that we might end up losing two people from our group because Nair is an idiot. She shouts back at Alice as she grabs her by her cheeks. Buche Uawi was the only thing Alice managed to say. It's big sister for you. And you. Stop being an idiot and stop staring at me like an idiot. She shouts as darts her head to me right after. Saya, you will never get what you truly desire if you keep acting like this. Psycho speaks up right after. Hey, wait. What? Did she just? Wah. What are you talking about? I want to clean myself up. I got blood on me, so if you excuse me. Psycho, still with a smile, cuts Saya off as she turns around to walk away. Now everybody was looking as weirded out as I was. Except for Alice, who was smiling, I think. Maybe she was sending signals for help? I can't really tell. I'm, going to the roof. I add in a hurry as I turn around and walk away as fast as I can. I had that feeling that if I stayed there any longer, I would end up getting a chair to the face. Plus, you know, I had the whole mall getting overrun thing to deal with. Chapter 28, A Castle Made of Sand. Come on, think. I lightly tapped my mask as I stared at the ground below, at the corpses that roamed about the parking lot. Asami will see the cop corpse soon, nothing I can do about that. What matters now, is making sure she survives the day. I pull my handgun from my pocket and glance at it. The reason Shimada and Asami got killed boils down to that snotty brat, that, fun fact, survives. I then aim the gun at the corpses. If I get rid of him, then both Shimada and Asami won't die. While I don't really care what happens to the guy, I can't let Asami die, for Koda's sake at least. Still, am I going to resort to killing people again? I lower the gun and look at the buildings in the distance, then shake my head and put the gun back in my pocket. Yet, for good or bad, I don't feel like mulling over that fact. I need to think of other methods to keep Asami alive. If all else fails, then I can just take Koda's gun and shoot the brat before Asami charges to her death. Though that would be bad, very bad, for me, that is. I took a look at the street that leads to the Humvee, which by the way was a little blocked off now. Yeah, that shot I fired to get my group's attention? It also caused the grouped up corpses to move between the field into the road, along with any surrounding corpses. Well, that's one way to clean part of the parking field. I wish they didn't block off the road I needed to take, though. The best and simplest way to solve this problem, of course, is to bring the Humvee here before the others have to walk through an army of corpses. Though, that does mean sneaking out the back door to get the Humvee, preferably alone, and well. For one, Psycho probably won't just accept leaving if she doesn't know where I'm at. I could take her with me. I don't see why a small team can't get to the car while the rest wait here. It might draw the attention of the other survivors but, it'll be much easier to convince my group too. Especially since this time around, the guns are all in the Humvee. Okay, that will be the first plan, the others would wait on the second floor while a group of 2 or 3 get the car. That should make sure that the big group wouldn't have to cross the parking lot. It was the sudden sound of the roof door closing behind me that almost caused me to jump out of my skin, before I hurriedly turned around. Thankfully, to my distracted mind, it was only the old couple. I lifted my hand and waved at them. They did the same as they walked towards me. Though, with the old couple being here, it means that the window to act is already closing. You should be careful not to fall with the way you are sitting. The granny speaks up. Thanks for the concern, I'll be fine. I answer as I turn to look back towards the parking lot again. Why are you up here all by yourself? Is everything all right? The old man asks right after. Yeah, just thinking. I answer back. A short silence passed between us until the old lady started speaking again. I heard that it was you that got trapped in the clinic because of me. I am really sorry that I've put you through needless danger. She apologizes as she bows. Don't be. Because of my trip to the clinic, I managed to find something that was very important to me. Actually, I think that I should be thanking you instead. I chuckle as I look at the granny, who lifted her head and smiled at me. After that, we didn't speak for a while, the silence allowing me to sink into my head once again. Again, the simplest course of action is still to just deal with the brat before the rest leave. Though, if I were to go with that plan, then it's something I need to do right now. If the old couple is already here, then that means that shit is about to hit the fan. There's also a way to save Asami, even if I allow the original course of things to go, but it would actively antagonize Takashi. Boiling things down to the simplest facts, the reason Kota had to shoot Asami comes down to Takashi's decision. He went leader mode and ordered Kota to not go after her. Though, I wonder if he would be so willing to do the same if it was Psycho or Rei instead of Asami that ran off. In either case, this time we're better prepared, and I'm here too. So, if it comes down to it, I can just ignore Takashi and help Asami directly. There's also a large chance that Kota and Psycho will follow my lead if I try to help the cop. Yet, if Takashi takes this the wrong way I'm definitely going to end up on his bad side, and he already seemed to be somewhat butthurt because of what Psycho did in the clinic. As for how to make sure that Asami survives. She was next to 2 cars right before her death in the manga. So, if she shoots a window and hides in one of the cars, it should buy us enough time to get the Humvee and return, or draw the corpses away with gunfire. Though, that would get us surrounded and depending on where the big group of corpses is that could be a big fucking problem. And well, there is the simplest plan of all. Stop her before she manages to get away. Simple, but she might start acting out because we stopped her from doing her duty. And, as I'm the one that will have to stop her, because the rest failed miserably in the manga to do so, she will probably label me as a bad guy. Plus, I can't know for sure if she won't just run away the moment I let her go, and I can't just drag her around. I move my head and hear my neck bones crack. My poor overworked brain. Why can't I just summon a flying fucking tank or something? Just then, I heard the door slam again. Turning around, I see Asami running straight towards the roof's edge. Well, time's up. I get up and go next to the old couple. Looks like your cop is having some problems. I say as I motion my head towards Asami. The old couple turns to walk towards Asami, who soon also notices them. Hey you two. It's dangerous over here. She shouts at the old couple as she quickly walks up towards them. While the 3 kept talking, I also walked up to her. And by the time she had finished talking to the old couple, I was next to her and we were staring at each other in silence. Or she was trying to at least, as she kept darting her eyes around. What did you do? I asked flatly. Hey, what are you talking about? Asami is just fine. She replies with a meek smile, eyes still darting around. I'm wearing a mask, and you're still trying to avoid looking me in the eye. So, again, what did you do? I ask again. Asami stayed quiet for some time before lowering her head, then started speaking. I didn't mean to. But, I did something horrible. She says in a low tone. And the correct decision to do after that was to go to the roof. I ask again, tone dripping with sarcasm. But Kota hates me now. I said, something very mean to him. Her voice started to break as she spoke. And now he hates you. Asami just nodded at my question, not trusting herself to speak as she started to tear up. And you hate him? I added right after. No. I don't hate him. She darts her head to look at me as she begins to speak, only to stop mid-sentence and look back down. Did he say anything to you that proves that he hates you? I ask. But, what? Yes or no, officer, did he say anything that proves that he hates you? I ask again as I cut her off. No. She answers with a meek tone. But you did. So, if you think that he hates you, he probably thinks you want him dead and gone from your life. I say as I fold my arms. So, should you be running away from him right now? I ask as I tilt my head. Asami. Just then, and right on time, Kota bursts through the door, and looks at the two of us. Well, looky here. Looks like somebody is willing to give you a second chance. So don't waste it. I say as I turn around and start walking away towards the door that Kota had just entered through. Oh, and one last thing, officer. Remember that your actions won't affect just you from now on. I say as I glance backwards at her before walking up to Kota, who was staring very intently at me. I see you're dressed up for war. So, where did you hide our stuff? I ask as I look at the bulletproof vest that Kota was wearing. Oh, it's in the bra shop on the second floor. From the roof, once you get to the second floor, you need to keep going right, you'll eventually find a clothing store, it's in the section with the largest bras. And, it was Takashi's idea, not mine. He added quickly. Alright, well. I'm going before this place gets flooded with sugar now. I say with a grin as I pat Kota on the shoulder. He just blinked stupidly at me as I walked past him. Kind of hypocritical of me, remembering what happened with Psycho. But, whatever. And so, after that, I ran to the second floor as quickly as I could and headed to the store Kota mentioned. Honestly, even if somebody saw the guns now, who cares, they will soon be running like headless chickens anyway. The moment I reached the store, I went inside and straight to the giant bra section, then searched inside the pile until I found my bag and bukin. I guess even in this changed timeline where the group didn't bring their guns to the mall, a good hiding spot is still a good hiding spot. Did you guys miss me? I know I did. I say with a small snort to myself as I open the bag and dig through the medical bottles. Quickly grabbing the holster belt inside, I also picked the shotgun shells I had left inside and shoved them in my lower pants pockets. I then wore the belt and put the handgun in its normal place. Finally, having the gun in my pocket was uncomfortable as fuck. The moment I strapped the bag on me and secured my shotgun and pistol, I turned to walk outside. Okay, now I should find SAE. Yet, before I could even finish that thought. Oh god! They are inside! Somebody shouted. Looking straight outside the shop, over the railings, I saw the chubby man from the other group on the other side of the mall's main room as he looked downstairs. The group that was there then quickly began to barricade the stairs, as the corpses started to spread like wildfire on the lower floor. Coincidentally, also blocking my path to the group on the other side. I then looked under me, and well, under me was a shitload of corpses pouring through. Of fucking course they would get inside from a door that's right below me, what a fucking joke. So much for planning. As I groan under my breath, I see my group appear on the other side of the mall. The chubby guy, who was freaking out with his head locked towards the lower floor, crashed into Shizuka's chest, which was then quickly followed by Psycho shaking the life out of him. Shortly after that, Takashi started looking around the room with the binoculars. Why does he need binoculars? You can see the whole place just fine without them. Meanwhile, I silently walked by the railing as I watched the corpses walk up the stairs that had not been barricaded yet. Which means, they were closing in towards me. Well, there goes every path to my group. As I kept walking, I saw a couple of corpses that had gotten up the stairs and had essentially blocked the path ahead of me, though they were still pretty far. I passed the bukin back into its sheath and turned to look on the lower floor. Too many corpses right below me. And most of them are beelining to the stairs. What's ch? Nair. And my thoughts then got interrupted by a sudden shout. I lifted my head to see that the whole group on the other side was now looking at me. Shortly after, some of the people from the other group turned to look away and began building the barricades again. Pretty much admitting that they decided that was a lost cause for them. I mean, yeah, my situation looked pretty bad. I was by myself, corpses had blocked off my way to them and nothing was barricaded on my side. Business as usual now that I think about it. I lift my hand as I point my index finger on the ceiling and shout to the group that Kota is on the rooftop. Before returning to looking at the lower floor as I walked by the railing. At least until a new shout attracted my attention. Psycho! What are you doing? Don't go up there! I hear a male shout, and as I dart my head up, I see Psycho standing over the makeshift barricade, looking straight at me. Oh shit, that crazy woman. Okay, Nair, now or never, before she does something stupid. That's my specialty. All the time I spent looking at the first floor was finally rewarded as I spotted a clear path that led to a nearby closed emergency exit. I just had to get to the lower floor, which was filled with corpses, land without breaking anything, and hope that the path I spotted would not disappear before I was through it. God, I must be retarded. I vault over without letting go of the railing, to end up on the other side of the railing. I then crouched down to the lowest degree I could get while still holding on with one hand. Just before letting go. This must be my stupidest idea so far. Which is saying something. Also, I think I heard somebody scream. Actually, maybe it was just the wind. Second later I crash land into a corpse, that thankfully was one in the front lines, or so to speak. In other words, my front was clearish, and the path to the door was in sight. The moment the corpse I landed on struck the ground, I rolled forward, and the moment my boots touched the ground and stood back up, I broke into a sprint. Straight and to the right, that was where the closed emergency door was it, and between me and the door, yeah, lots of Black Friday customers. I start running straight and swerve to the left, avoiding a pair of hands that reach out for me. Then as I went straight ahead, I grabbed an arm that was to my right, and using my momentum I spun around, dragging the corpse along with me before tossing it on a couple of corpses that were straight ahead of me. Well, okay, I didn't exactly toss the corpse, it was more like it lunged forward after I let it go and crashed into the other corpses. I then used the opening I created to keep moving straight. So, right now, the biggest problem I could see? A line of corpses by the stairs to my left and ahead of me, which essentially blocked the other side of the mall. Oh, for fuck's sake! When did they manage to congregate like that? It was like these things were hellbent on getting to the upper floor. As they flocked around every staircase that led upstairs. So, now what? I'm completely surrounded. Forward exit is blocked by the corpse line. Behind me is also a group of corpses that have definitely heard me by now. I really didn't think this through, did I? I was surrounded, so hell knows why I found myself chuckling as I ran straight towards the corpse lineup in front of me. Scratch that, this is my stupidest idea, yet. I kept running straight ahead, towards a pair of benches. And the moment I reached them, I let go of the shotgun, and using the benches as steps. I stepped up and jumped, straight over the corpse line. Whose stupid idea was this again? I shouted out of the top of my lungs as I leaped overhead the corpses. As I reached the top of my leap, I grabbed the shotgun that hanged on my side with one hand as I tried to calculate the place I would land, and, the thing is, too far. No matter how I saw it, I was falling too fast. I was past the middle of the line, but the way it was going, I would still end up landing inside the group of corpses. The moment I crashed into the corpses below me, the world around me went dark. Or more like, I was so completely surrounded to the point that the light was completely blocked off. I felt time stop to a crawl as every single of the corpses began turning around to look at me. And, I could not hear shouting anymore. With the shotgun in my hand, I pointed it straight ahead and pulled the trigger, followed by a vault forward the moment I felt the gun's recoil. And I found myself rolling onto a corpse that got blasted back, and thankfully, out of the hole I just dug myself into. Using the momentum of my roll, I lift myself up and turned to face the corpse line that had now completely turned to face me because of the shotgun blast, and so, and fuck you too. I flipped the corpses off before turning around, running straight towards the emergency exit as I pumped a new round into the shotgun. The moment I reach the door, I open it, with a kick. The door impacted something behind it. And as it slowly then opened, I saw a corpse on the floor behind it. I turned back, and looked at the group on the second floor. That was now gawking at me. I'll wait outside. I shouted to the group as I turned and exited the mall, jumping over the corpse that was on the floor. The others don't need to know that we have a car. Once I was outside, I took a glance around the parking lot before turning my sight towards the way to the Humvee. The road I need to take is to my left, and just my luck, a large group of corpses is there too. Shit, I'll have to bait them away, a gunshot should do the trick. I nod to myself and run up a little deeper into the parking lot. Yet, before I could move towards my targeted destination, an annoyance decided to rear its head. Help me. Please, please help me. Don't leave me here. I turn in the opposite direction of the corpse group to see the brat that started all this on a van, looking straight at me with a pleading expression. Hey. Well, look at that. I could leave his sorry ass there to rot. But him being there puts a Sammy in danger. I'm going to help him, but I'm not taking his sorry ass to the Humvee with me. I sigh and run towards the wailing teenager, and the moment I got near the van, I pointed my shotgun at the corpses that were clawing on its front side. Help me. Help me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The kid wailed as it sat on all fours on the van's roof. Stop screaming, you're getting more of them around the car. I say as I pull the trigger. The corpses on the front part of the van crashed against the windshield before collapsing. Now, get down from there. I say as I pump a new round. What? No. There are still more of those things around. He shouts. Oh, for fuck's sake. I ran up to the car's front and climbed up the van until I could reach the teenager. As he stared at me like a deer in front of headlights, I grabbed him by the collar and yanked him towards me as I jumped back down. What are you doing? He ended up falling spectacularly face first to the ground. There, I just saved you. You're welcome, now you're on your own. I say to the snooty teenager as I turn around and start walking away. Ah. Where are you going? You can't just leave me here, I am unarmed, and there are still those things around. Please help me. I'm sorry. The teenager quickly gets up and starts stumbling towards me. You are not coming with me, brat. Now, beat it before I do something that you'll regret. I warned as I glanced at him before turning to look at the corpse group ahead. Let's see. If I shoot at the ones on the left, I can. Hey? Wait a section. The corpses were moving towards me? Why? Oh shit, of course. I just used the shotgun. Great, if saving the kid led me to getting nommed on, I'm going to be so pissed. I am really sorry. I didn't know what I was thinking, please, I don't have a weapon, I'm going to die if you don't help me, please help me. The kid almost runs into me as I turn around and point the shotgun to his face. One more step and I'm blowing your face to bits. If you make me turn around a third time, I will shoot you. Now fucking scram already, I'm not your friend. I narrowed my eyes as I stared at him, before turning around again. Okay, if they are coming towards me, I can just walk past them from the sides. Yeah, that could. I said I was sorry. I don't know what to do. Help me. You have to help me. I felt my eye twitch as I once again heard wailing shouting behind me. I quickly pull my handgun out of its holster, turn around, and aim straight at the teenager's head. I'm not letting you anywhere near my group. You brought this to yourself. The teenager opened his mouth to start shouting again, yet instead. A gunshot echoed, and the teenager jerked his head backward as he fell on his back, and stayed there. I took a deep breath as I put the gun back into its holster. Fucking hell, why didn't he just fucking leave? With a sigh, I turned to walk towards the corpses that blocked my way to the Humvee. Once I got near the large group, I started running as I swerved slightly to the right, ending with the corpses to my left, a couple of meters away from me. And soon, I saw an opening between the corpses and the road I needed to take. I run straight to the end of the parking field, vault over the railing and keep going straight towards the road that. Okay, this street will always be empty with how many times Psycho went full nuts mode on it. I ran past the first intersection and kept going straight down the next road, until I reached the tree cluster, then, straight towards the Humvee. The moment I reach it, I quickly take the net off, fold it, go to the driver's seat and unlock the car, then open the door and toss the net on the back seat as I get inside. I put the keys in the ignition and started the engine, then hit the reverse and exited the tree clusters before switching the gear and stepping on the pedal again to drive straight towards the mall. The moment the parking lot came into view, I could see my group to my right, along with Shimada. I steer slightly to the left and keep driving straight. And the moment I entered the parking lot, I pressed on the brakes and made a sharp turn to the right in order to avoid the large group of corpses. Then, I went straight to my group before stopping the car right next to them. I climbed through the hatch and turned to look at them. Time we get out of here now, I shouted. The rest of the group then quickly entered the car, and the moment everybody was in, I got back inside, ending up on the passenger seat as Shizuka took the wheel. And as we sped off, I glanced through my window towards the only real corpse in the field. All the while the group kept excitedly chatting, or shouting. I mean, they did just escape with their lives after all. Ugh, in the end, I ended up shooting the brat. Why couldn't that idiot just walk away? This is the third person I killed, the third normal person. I remember Psycho saying something in the manga right before they left the mall. What was it again? An honorable man follows a code of chivalry? Or something like that. Wonder what she would think of me if she found out how chivalrous I am. Hey, Nair. And I felt something shaking me. I turned around to see Koda with his hand on my arm. He was sitting behind me, like, literally behind me, as he was on the car's floor again, while Rei and Takashi were sitting next to him while Asami was pretty much sitting on Koda. Psycho, Saya and Shimada were sitting on the back seats, with Shimada on the left corner, Saya on the center and Psycho to the right. Yeah, I'm fine. No bites, I say as I make a thumbs up before turning around to glance at the street ahead before turning to look at the group again. Maybe Saya is right, maybe we do need to tie you up to a chair, you scared us to death with your stunt. Psycho says right after. I had it all under control. I shrug as I look at her. Oh, really? Like when you ended up jumping inside a horde? Saya asks right after, with her arms folded under her chest. It was part of the plan. I retort as I darted my eyes around, while Saya just kept staring at me with a frown. Look, was killing that normal kid also part of your plan? Shimada cuts me off and, well, that definitely made the chatter stop. I didn't reply, I just stared at him. Well, this is going to be fun. I saw you doing it, the others were not out of the building yet, but I saw you. He added shortly after. You mean the kid that let the corpses inside the mall? I warned him to walk away, he didn't listen, thrice. I got no sympathy for the ones that would let others rot, yet would turn and beg for help the moment they are pushed to a corner. I answered plainly, while the group just kept staring. You shot a kid. Shimada shouts as he glares at me. A kid whose actions killed a number of survivors inside the mall, I answer back. He didn't know what he was doing. The kid might have been an idiot and caused the mall to get overrun, but he didn't actively try to kill anybody. He shouts back. I am pretty sure he stabbed somebody in the manga. And you know, maybe I was a bit out of it. I mean, I didn't realize what Shimada was trying to do with one arm behind his back and towards the trunk. Until he actually pointed my scar to my face. Care to ask the relatives of the dead mall residents if they feel the same? I ask as I stare at the gun's barrel. The rest of the group froze as the standoff continued. And Shizuka, who was driving mind you, glanced my way, before turning to look back at the street. She then turned her head to me a second time in a flash with a short yelp, pressing on the brakes until the car stopped moving. What's going on here? She yelled as her eyes went wide. She seriously did not hear a thing. That man is dangerous, he shot a kid in cold blood, Shimada says shortly after. What? There is no way. He already admitted it. Shimada cuts her off. Shimada. Lower that gun. Psycho said calmly as she kept glancing between me and Shimada. You don't understand, he's dangerous. How do you guys know that he won't turn against you the moment the situation does not suit him? He's willing to shoot a defenseless kid, who knows what more he's capable of. He responds. You are blinded by rage, we've known Nair far longer than you, he wouldn't just go mindlessly killing people. So, again, lower that gun. Psycho responds again as she tries to lean closer to Shinoda, not that she could do much with Saya in the middle. What are you going to do to him? Don't hurt him, he's a good person. Shizuka starts talking after Psycho as she looks between me and Shinoda. A good person. No good person would be fine with killing a kid. If you really believe that he is good, then he has you all fooled. Shimada shouts. Oh please, are you giving me a lesson on morality? Sir rapes a lot. I groan as I narrow my eyes, causing Junoda's eye to twitch as an angry scowl slowly crept on his face. I know you must not kick a hornet's nest, but, I couldn't resist. You, get out of the car. I'm not traveling around with a murderer. But I'm not going to kill you. He points towards my door with his head as he speaks. Unlike you, I'm not a killer, he adds right after. Lower the gun, right now. I don't know who you think you are, but you won't be the one who gets to decide what happens here. Saya then spoke up with a low hissing tone as she pressed her lugger's muzzle against Shimada's sides. The look on the idiot's face was almost comical. Please don't fire off by accident. The hell's wrong with you people? I am trying to help you. He is dangerous. Don't give me that shit. Everybody is dangerous now. Saya shouts back, before continuing with a lower tone. And even so. If it wasn't for him. My parents. Her eyes getting blurry as she spoke. Nair is the only reason that my home didn't get overrun. He nearly got himself killed protecting it. Protecting my parents. If he did all that just to fool me, then he has me fooled. Because I definitely trust him more than I trust you. Saya kept on shouting, and, honestly. It was kinda overwhelming. I mean, she was actually using my name? Shimada turns his head towards Saya as she keeps pressing the gun against his sides. And, using the chance, I bolted forward, grabbed the gun's barrel and aimed it towards the hatch. Then, after flipping the safety on, I pull it towards me. And the moment the gun's butt came in front of Shimada's face, I brought it straight down to his face. Which was enough to make him let go of the gun to grab his nose. Now you get out of the car. Saya glares at Shimada as she speaks. Now. She shouts and pushes Shimada with the gun before he could even open his mouth. Kota, who was now also aiming the AR-10 at him, opens the doors and exits the car along with Rei and Takashi, closely followed by Shimada. With the good guy out of the Humvee, Kota and the other two then enter the car and close the door. Go. Kota said to Shizuka the moment he entered the car. Shizuka then drove a couple of meters. Stop the car. Everybody in the group then turned to look at me again as I took Shimada's bat and exited the car. I then took off my bag and grabbed a bottle of painkillers. I'm helping a guy that almost raped Shizuka, and almost shot me. I must be wrong in the head. I don't intend to forgive you for what you tried to do to Shizuka. But, I do believe that you wanted to help them now. Even if it was by getting rid of me. For that, you can have these. Now, don't make me regret this kindness. I say as I leave the bat and box of painkillers on the ground. Shimada is just staring at me like an idiot with his hand on his nose. I then talked a little bit quieter, so the rest of the group would not hear me. You might think I am a danger, and you might be right, I'm not going to tell you to think otherwise. But... I glance back at the Humvee. If you really want to help, then don't hold this against them. They don't need any more enemies, their plates are already full enough as it is. And maybe, someday, they might need your help. I don't want to be the reason that caused you to turn your back on them. I turn around after I finish speaking. Oh, and one last thing, I say, I turn around again. If you want to find an evacuation center, look for a police station, they might have information on the locations you can go. I finished speaking before turning around again and walking back to the car. The moment I enter it, Kota speaks up. He pointed a gun at your face, and you are giving him painkillers and a bat. He asks as he frowns. If he's really trying to help, even if that is by tossing me out, then it's better to show him that we are willing to work with him if he's not going to be a total dick. Or, I guess I just might be stupid after all. I say with a shrug. And with that, the car started moving again. Killing. Should be a last-ditch effort. Shimada never got enough screen time for me to really understand if he is a good or bad person. Though, the fact that we had to nearly choke his ass to stop him from raping Shizuka makes him loses a lot of points for sure. But, I can't read minds, maybe he really believed that I'm a danger and wanted to help. Maybe he wanted me gone because I was the only one who threatened him after we immobilized him back at the mall. Whatever the case, you should never close a door unless you are absolutely sure that it needs to be closed, like with Shido. And the kid. In the manga, other than the fact that he stabbed somebody, it clearly showed that he was unstable. What if he ended up in our group and then went crazy again? But you know? I'm glad I was actually able to deal with Shimada somewhat peacefully. Might end up being a stupid decision in the long run, but at least it proves that I can still try to solve problems without shooting everything in the close vicinity. Are we going to leave Shimada back there? Shizuka asks. He brought this on himself, Saya answers shortly after. Well, yeah, but... Shizuka trails off before she can finish her sentence. The guy almost raped you, and you are worried about him. Rei asks with a frown. But, he didn't seem like a bad person. She replies softly. He tried to rape you, and he tried to shoot Nair. That's not really something I like to call good traits. Kota says right after. I know, and that was horrible. But, he said he wanted to help, maybe he just... You trust people way too easily. Shizuka Saya cuts her off and Shizuka just lowered her head slightly and kept her mouth closed. Holy crabs, how kind-hearted can you get? The group then kept on chatting with one another for some time until the protagonist TM opened his mouth. Nair. Takashi, who had kept quiet so far, speaks up. I turn around to see him staring at me. With Shimada gone, he was now sitting on the back seat between Saiko and Saya. Lucky bastard. Are you hiding anything else from us? He asks. Well, that's a 1 on the charisma roll. Takashi. Saya yells as she darts her head towards him. If it was not for Shimada, we would have never learned of any of this. He shouts back. And, of course, something must go to shit. Out of the pan and into the fire, can I ever have a break? I am the leader of this group, I have to make sure that nobody is a danger. I don't want to have somebody inside that is keeping secrets from us, even more so if that secret is going around behind our backs and killing people. He shouts as he turns to Saya, who just kept glaring at him. Takashi, stop, Nair is not our enemy, he helped us more times than I can count. Saya and I wouldn't have even made it out of the school if it was not for him. Kota speaks up in my defense as he looks at Takashi, Asami next to him, hugging his arm as she darts her head around. And remember that when you went to save Alice, he shielded both of you from that flashbang, Saiko adds right after. A flashbang that Kota used after Nair's order. He answers back. I stayed quiet as Takashi kept talking with the group. You know what, boss boy? You're starting to tick me off, I want to see what you will really do when the whole group is against your actions, yet you are too stubborn to back down. I killed Shido and Junoda, I answered casually, causing the whole group to turn towards me. After they got expelled from the Takagi estate, I followed them and found out that they were going to return to the estate and try to open the barricades as revenge. That was also the reason I was late after Saya's father returned to the estate. I add up right after. The rest of the group stayed quiet digesting my confession. And after a short silence, the intrepid leader shoved his feet up his mouth again. What else? Takashi asks as he keeps looking at me. Nothing else, I answer back. And how do I know that you're telling the truth? He narrows his eyes as he speaks. Yet, before I could answer back with some witty sarcasm, I felt the car abruptly stop. Enough. I can't take this anymore. Shizuka shouts as she turns her head to us. She keeps staring between me and Takashi, her eyes slightly red. We can't just. I don't care. Just stop it. She shouts, and Takashi closes his mouth. She then turns to look at the street as she grips the steering wheel. We need to find a place to stay before it gets dark, she said with a cracked voice as she kept looking down the street. I let out a silent sigh as I turned to sit normally at my seat, then put my hand in my pocket and took out the keys to the house me and Psycho stayed. I then lifted my hand between the two front seats. Psycho, would you please tell them how they can get to the house we found? For some reason I don't feel like talking. I say as I keep looking at the street ahead. I will. Somebody takes the keys as I hear the answer, and shortly after Psycho instructs Shizuka to turn the car around and head towards the mall, as we were going in the opposite direction from the clinic. On the other hand, sometimes I feel like it would be better if I just whacked everybody in the head and be done with it. Chapter 29, Unwanted Luggage. I did remember to lock the gates, didn't I? Got to open them up and get the jeep with the corpses out of the way. I like how I keep saying I all the time, why don't I just let our glorious leader decide who does what? Ugh. I let out a silent sigh and slightly shook my head. Come on, hold it together, Nair, no need to be spiteful. Takashi is just surprised and is trying to protect the group. Albeit in a very retarded manner. Really there's no need to fret about the matter, it will sort out eventually. Or maybe it won't. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Get kicked out of the group? And even if it does come to that, then I'll just play with the cards that I've been dealt with. Still, no matter what happens in the future, I mustn't add fuel to the fire. And, for some reason, I got this nagging feeling that Takashi ain't saying all the reasons for his little outburst. We're almost there, Psycho speaks up. The doors should be locked, if you guys want to use the garage, there is a jeep in there with corpses inside. I say right after her. Alright, so, do not get too close, I will go with. No need, I'll go. Takashi cuts off Psycho, before she could finish, causing the rest of the group to turn towards him. Are you sure? I have been there before. She asks as she looks at him. Yes, I'll handle this. He says as he extends his arm towards Psycho, who looked at his extended hand for a while, before giving him the keys with a short nod. Once the house was 20 or so meters to our left, Psycho touched Shizuka's shoulder, causing her to stop the car and turn off the engine. Takashi then exited the Humvee and carefully went straight towards the gate of the house. As this was happening, I noticed that Shizuka was glancing at me. I didn't know you had such a nice house, Nair. She says as she keeps glancing back and forth between the house and me. It's not mine. I answer back. Hey? But you had the keys. She responds. Took 'em from a corpse. I answer shortly again. Oh. She lowered her head and began staring at the steering wheel. Sorry. She responds shortly after. God damn it, Shizuka, do I look like a guy who would own a house like that? Or are you actually trying to guilt trip me here? I shake my head and turn to her. It's fine, I'm not mad, not even at Takashi, much less at you. Why the hell would I be angry at you to need an apology in the first place? I ask as I tilt my head. Oh well, it's because. Because, She just trails off as she keeps thinking for a reason that obviously did not exist. Relax, once everybody calms down, we'll sort this thing out. I say as I turn to look at the house. Shizuka nods and turns to me with a slight smile. Oh, come on now, how can Takashi think that you're a danger to the group? I mean, just look at what's happening right now. All this crap, and you're still trying to cheer up Shizuka, Kota says shortly after. This Asami agrees with Kota. Asami, sitting next to Kota, added right after with a nod. I guess it's true what they say, idiots do have a thick skull, seeing how you seem to be totally unaffected by the fact that it's your head on the line here. Saya folds her arms as she turns to look outside the window. So, his thick skull saved your home. That's amazing. Alice, who was sitting on Ari's lap, asks excitedly as she tilts her head and then lifts both arms in the air in an excited manner. Silence Munchkin. And I said that it's big sister for you. Saya seems to almost be leaping at Rei as she grabs Alice by her cheeks and starts pulling them. Hey. Take it easy, Saya. You're going to crush me. REI shouts as Alice and Saya begin excitedly moving around, and as the group's atmosphere begins to lighten up. A strong bump on the door next to her quickly hushed the festivities. We turn to the noise, to see a corpse that had planted its bloodied face on the window. Mood killer. I say as I stare at the corpse. Tell me about it. But, well, we did get a bit loud. Kota says as he looks at the corpse that was grinding its face against the window as the rest of the group sat in silence. Less than a minute later, we see Takashi opening the front gate, he then motions us to go to him. And so Shizuka drove up to the house, and the moment we got near. Oh. This Asami thinks we should use the firecrackers. That way, they won't just gather outside the house because of the car engine. She says as she takes a couple of firecrackers out of her pocket. Hey, I guess in the end we didn't have to use them at the mall because Nair came with the Humvee right after we exited the building. Kota adds right after. Yeah, that is some good thinking there Nikoka, we can use the car's hatch to throw them. Saya answers as she points at the hatch. Alright, and you can all call this Asami by her first name. She replies as she moves towards the hatch and pops out of it. You know, I always thought that Asami was short, and it's just now that I actually realize that she is about the same height as Saya. Who, well, is actually the shortest one in the group, with Saiko being the tallest. Actually, how tall am I? About the same height as Saiko I guess? Didn't really bother checking before. Seconds later, I hear the sound of firecrackers going off behind us as the car enters the house's front yard. The garage door was open, but the other car was still there, and the back exit of the garage, the one that leads to the backyard facing the ocean, was also open. Takashi then walked up to the driver's door. I pulled the handbrake, you should be able to push it out of the garage with our car. He says as he points at the SUV. Shizuka nodded and slowly drove towards the silver SUV, softly bumping it with our Humvee, moving it along. As the car started to move in reverse, I noticed that the boat was still attached to it, and was starting to turn to the right. The boat will block us like this, wait, I'm going to push the boat away. I say as the Humvee stopped. I then exit the car, run up to the back of the SUV, quickly detach the trailer holding the boat and start pushing it as I walk towards the back exit of the garage, taking the trailer along with me. The moment I got out, I turned to the right before leaving the boat in the backyard. Hey, that was surprisingly easy. Is the boat really that light? Guess you will have to wait here, hey. I muttered under my breath as I looked at the wooden boat. Finished with that, I turn around to see the silver SUV pop out of the garage. It then kept rolling until it pushed up against the back gate, which started slightly tilting towards the outside. I then walked back inside the garage to see the rest of the group getting out of the Humvee. Well, I'll be on the second floor, second room to the left. Do tell me if you decide to chop my head off, throw me out of the window or something. Oh, don't forget to close the door and lock the gates, have fun. I say as I moved towards the door that leads to the living room and waved my hand at the group as it stood behind me. I know I said to myself to not be spiteful. But, could not resist. I started taking off my bag and guns as I kept walking, leaving everything on the big table before climbing up the stairs. I then head straight into the kids' room, entering the room after taking off my shoes. Better late than never, right? I closed the door behind me and turned to look at the room. The bed was in front of me, its head touching the wall to my left. Beyond the bed, straight ahead of me, was a relatively big window, a desk next to it with some textbooks and a lamp on it. On the other corner of the room, an expensive-looking PC on another desk. The wall opposite of the two desks consisted solely of wardrobe doors. Well, I'm home, I say as I lift my hands and instantly let them drop. I walk around the room for a bit before stopping by the window. I could see the boat in the backyard from here. I was aiming to somehow verify if we could get to the Ova Island with it. I mean, sexual hallucinations aside, if we blast that cave closed? A safe house with no corpses. Well, okay, there are still going to be some corpses around, but if you can somehow root them out, then the place will be clear. And worst case scenario, you can just cause controlled forest fires. Corpses light up like Christmas trees after all, and do die from fire. Plus, it would be much easier to gather them all in one location, as the place has no real walls to block them. Except if they're so retarded that they can actually end up getting stuck on tree trunks. Though, lighting up a forest fire there would mean that you'll either need to have a gas mask on, or be prepared to wake up married to a broom. I let out a slight chuckle at the stupid joke and shake my head. But, now, that has to be postponed until a certain somebody stops being a hardass. I take a couple of steps towards the bed, before sitting on the corner of the bed. Jokes aside, if they do kick me out, what do I do then? I can either take the boat and go to the island by myself, or find where Takashi's mom works at and go there. It was supposed to be an evacuation zone, and in the manga, Shido ends up there. Something that obviously won't happen now. My thoughts then got interrupted as I heard the door open behind me. Turning around I see Psycho closing the door behind her. I fail to believe you all made a decision this fast, I say as I turn to look back at the window. We have not even started talking yet, she replies as she walks over to the bed and sits next to me. And you won't be part of it? I ask. I will, but, I just wanted to see how you are doing. And. She stops talking in the middle of her sentence and lowers her head. Ask why I never mentioned this to you. I ask again as I turn to look at her. Yes, but mostly to apologize that I didn't do anything to stop Shimada. She responds. You didn't do anything, you couldn't. You couldn't have done anything. There is a big difference there, I say as I keep looking at her as she just smiled slightly at my answer. So, Nair, why did you not tell me? You do not trust me? She asks as she turns to look at me. I take a deep breath as I take off my mask and balaclava. Better if she can see that I mean what I'm about to say. No, I trust you, but I didn't. I didn't want you to believe that the reason that I said that I want you with me is because I've done worse than you. I would still have said the exact same thing to you, even if I hadn't killed any of them. I kept staring at her eyes as I spoke, and she didn't react as she just kept staring at me. And, well, there was a second reason. I say as I look away. Which, was. She leans slightly towards me as she asks. I didn't want to make the whole thing look like a competition of who had it bigger. I was afraid I might lose. I said as I tried to keep a straight face while turning to her. But, okay, I ended up smirking in the end. Psycho stared at me for a couple of seconds before bringing her hand up to her mouth, holding herself back from laughing. She then placed her free hand on mine, while still keeping the other hand over her mouth, and bumped her head on my shoulder. I will stay with you. Even if the group decides to kick you out, I will stay with you as long as. She kept her head lowered as she spoke. I keep my promise. I cut her off as I put my free hand on her head and ruffled her hair. She stayed like that for a couple of minutes before getting up after taking a deep breath. She smiled at me and turned to leave without saying anything else. Meanwhile, I put my balaclava and mask back on. Yet, the moment the door started closing, I could hear Psycho speaking with someone outside. We're all eating, and since nobody seemed to bother, I hear a female voice from behind the half-closed door. I am sure he will appreciate the gesture. I hear Psycho reply to the other person. I'm doing this just so he won't end up starving, you see, no other reason. The other voice answers. And seconds later. I'm serious, so stop looking at me like that. The same voice says with a much higher volume. Well, with so much tsunderaism dripping from the voice, it wasn't much of a surprise when I saw Saya walking through the open door. With her face slightly red, she walked over to the desk with the books and left a tray with a plate of food on it, before turning around and started marching back out of the door. All without looking at me at all. Thanks. I say as she heads towards the door. We're all eating, I didn't. For stopping Shimada, I cut her off. She stopped at the door, but didn't turn to look at me. I can't let them kick you out. She whispered to herself in a very low tone. Because you're an idiot, and you wouldn't survive a day without me. Saya shouted before I could ask what she was talking about, then bolted out of the room. And right before the door closed, I saw her going into the upper floor bathroom, her face beet red. I chuckled at the antics of the local tsundere, before turning to look at the food. Wouldn't survive a day without you, hey? I guess that was Saya's way of saying I won't let them kick you out, because I'm worried about you. I take off my face attire again and sit by the desk that had the plate on. Shame she reverted back to calling me an idiot again, but, one step at a time. I mean, I still remember how it went the first time I met her. Hey, idiot, are you deaf? And all because I was in her way on the stairs. Wonder if she even remembers that. I found myself chuckling as I took the chopsticks that were next to the plate and started eating. After I finished my food, I went to the upper bathroom to clean the plate. Don't judge, going downstairs now would have been way too awkward. After finishing the chore, I started taking a closer look around the room. Did you know that this kid had 7 different handheld consoles? Yeah, did you know that none of them worked now? Yeah, and here I thought I'd found the jackpot. I then searched the wardrobes next, and I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows at what I found. The one that was right next to the door had a buttload of tuxedos, ties, a couple of shiny shoes and other formal shit, all grown-up size. Definitely not something in the size and style that a child would wear. The next one had other adult-sized clothing, most of it being Adidas-styled exercise pants and shirts, things that you could go for a run with, or perhaps as the prescribed uniform of a Russian Gonic, though it was still missing the beanie hat, a bottle of vodka, and the will to put a jet engine in your BMW. Finally, the last one was filled with kids' clothing. Talk about wardrobe invasion. 2 out of the 3 wardrobes in the kids' room were filled by the parents' clothes. And after I finished snooping around? After that, I tried to remember a moment in my life that was more boring than right now. And I couldn't find anything. Some time later, I was sitting on the office chair, my legs against the bed, looking at the ceiling, the sun long since having given up and diving into the sea. It's 10:30? And we've arrived here, about 7. I groan as I look at my watch, then rock myself on the office chair. 3 hours. They've been down there, for 3 fucking hours. I'm bored. I push the chair with my legs, making it slide across the room. You're under arrest, for being a ninja. I spin on the chair, ending up with my feet on the wall opposite of the bed, pushing off of it to return to my original position. A PC made for gaming, and I can't play anything because some genius decided to push a button and launch HANE missiles. I'm so going to sue their asses, if I survive this whole mess. I found myself chuckling at the silly image as I stared at the dead computer. Ugh. Fuck my life. I groaned as I leaned on the chair and began staring at the ceiling. The group downstairs is freaking out over my actions, well mostly Takashi, and here I am cracking jokes. Maybe I am nuts, after all. I slowly spun around with the chair as I kept staring at the ceiling. Why can't they just make a decision? Waiting like this with nothing to do is just horrible, it almost felt like going to the doctor. You spent 5 agonizing hours, and 3 of these 5 hours are actually just waiting for your execution. If you're going to kick me out, then just do it, so I can kick you before I get kicked. I groan as I close my eyes. Oh, I'm also going to steal your samurai, I chuckled before taking a deep breath. Maybe I should just go to sleep, it's already dark out, and if they decide to kick me out while it's dark, then I'll have another bone to pick. I don't feel like stripping down before sleeping, though, for obvious reasons. And, sleeping with my clothes on, is, not a good idea. I get up from the chair and go to the wardrobe with all the Adidas lookalikes. Well, you lot just got demoted to P.JS. I grab a pair of black pants and a full-sleeved shirt, before glancing at the closed door. Expecting someone to come barging into the room as I began taking off my clothes. Yeah, as if. I chuckled to myself and changed clothes, leaving the ones I wore on the office chair, then ran straight to the bed before jumping and performing an elbow drop. In retrospect, it was a very bad idea. Too bad that I only realized it after the bed decided to fight back and bounced me to the side, ending with me face flat to the floor with a loud thud. Ow, fuck. I lift my head and shake it. Got owned by a bed. I chuckled as I casually looked under the bed, half expecting to find a bag with some hidden treasure in it. Yeah, there was nothing. What I did see, though, was the door to the room swinging open, and a pair of legs. Nair. What happened? Are you all right? A female voice shouted the moment the door opened. I popped my head over the bed to see Saya, with no pants. Well, she was technically wearing pants, if you can call what she's wearing that. They looked like the ones she wore in Rika's house. She was also hugging a pillow with one hand, the other hand on the door's handle. Oh. And her hair was down. There might be no lights, but the moon gave enough illumination for me to be able to see clearly. All's good. Did I wake you up? If so, sorry, didn't mean to. I say as I keep staring at her. Oh, you slipped there Saya, you called me Nair again. No, you didn't wake me up, everybody just went to sleep a couple of minutes ago. I'm here to tell you that, we haven't decided on, that. She was slowly talking slower and slower as she went on, to the point that she stopped and shifted her eyes away from me. I see. I replied quietly as I kept staring. Yet, she did not move, nor did she try to cover herself more, she just stayed by the door, holding it open, while hugging a pillow. Her face was looking at, well, anywhere but my direction. You gonna sleep here? I ask and Saya darts her head to me and goes beet red. Well, everybody has gone to sleep and there are only 4 bedrooms. Kota and Asami took one, Rei and Takashi another, while Shizuka took the other bedroom with Alice and Psycho. And her face kept getting more and more red as she spoke, her eyes darting all around the room, not once focusing in my direction. Well, I guess it's only fair that I don't hog the bed, no? I say. Yeah, that's right. Saya nods, multiple times. Want me to sleep on the chair? I ask as I point at the office chair. You won't be able to sleep there, Nair. And, if you can't stay awake tomorrow, it will end up being my fault. You can sleep on the bed. But don't let it go to your head. She raises her voice slightly at the end, as she turns to stare at me. Of course. I say as I get up from the floor and dust myself off. Not that the floor was dusty to begin with, but, habits. What are you wearing? She asks as she raises an eyebrow. What are you wearing? I asked back before pointing at her, everything. And she lowers her pillow slightly, not that it helped, as now, it was the upper parts that were revealing. Quit staring, you pervert. She narrows her eyes as she tries to hide herself behind the pillow, her face still as red as ever. In response, I just flop on the bed and crawl under the covers while facing the window. A couple of seconds later, Saya finally walks into the room closing the door behind her, then, I feel the bed moving. If you turn around, I'm going to punch you. She says quietly as the bed slowly stops moving. Geez, what a violent one this person is. Did you manage to search the electronics store back at the mall? I ask without turning around. Yeah, I found a couple of working flashlights, and some decent walkie-talkies that still worked, but I don't know if they can still reach their max advertised distance. I have them in one of our bags. She replies. I see, thanks. And, good work Saya, I answered. Thanks. She replies a couple of a second later with a voice equal to a whisper. I give one last glance at the watch I left on the nightstand, before getting comfortable on the bed. And after that, we went to sleep. Feels damn good sleeping on a bed again, though. It's quite the luxury, as it seemed I had made a habit of sleeping in places that are not really meant to sleep on. Car seats, recliners, floors, and okay, I do know that a person can sleep anywhere if need be. But, you get the point. So, I guess it was a nice change of pace being comfortable for once, soft pillow, soft sensation on my back, soft bed, warm blanket. Call me weak all you want, but a good night of sleep can make quite the difference when push comes to shove. With that last thought, I fell into the darkness. Unknown time later. My face feels heavy. I opened my eyes to see my hand covering my face. Wow, I passed out cold as soon as my head was on the pillow. Plus I can't even feel my hand. I lift my other hand, pull it out of the covers and land it on my face, well mask. Forgot to take off my mask again? Hey, figures. I then intertwine my hands and stretch them out with a yawn, popping them out with some satisfying crack while still laying down. Then, I look at my hands, both of them, and then at the hand that was on my face, I mean mask. 1, 2, 3. I blinked and looked at the hands, and counted again, still 3. I turn my head as I follow the arm that the hand belonged to, and end up bumping my mask against Saya's nose. She reacts with a quiet moan, nuzzling against my neck as she lowered her head. Okay, this is happening? I'm pretty sure I'm not dreaming, so did she move in her sleep? As I slowly took off the blanket, I also realized that she had passed her other arm under me, as I could feel it under me. She also somehow managed to sneak her arm under me while asleep? I smell foul play here. Saya is either a sneakier ninja than me, or she really moves a lot in her sleep. I silently get off the bed as I lift her head, then slowly place it on a pillow before covering her back up. She didn't react through all that, other than moaning once again before hugging her pillow. I then picked the wristwatch to look at the time. 5 a.m.? It was 10 and something before I went to sleep, so I slept for about 6 or 7 hours. I turned to look at the window to see that it was still dark outside. I remember when 6 hours of sleep were nowhere near enough. While now, I feel just perfect. I slowly walk towards the door as I give the sleeping Saya one last glance. That sure was a nice way to wake up, though. Let's see if the rest of the day will go this well. After a quick visit to the bathroom in order to wake myself up, I went down to the first floor and the first thing I noticed? Psycho. She was asleep on the recliners, yeah, the same recliners we slept on when we were here last time. As I walked up to her, I saw that she was also covered with a blanket and was hugging a pillow, so I guess she didn't sleep here on a whim. Psycho had shown to occasionally restrain herself in the manga. Like when she started calling Takashi by his last name after RE, I started getting a little bit too jealous. So, don't tell me that she actually decided to sleep with Shizuka because I told her that I also like Saya. I kneel down next to her and pat her head as she reacts with a soft groan as she tries to hide her face deeper into the pillow. Great, now I'm feeling guilty. I have to figure out a way to solve this conundrum, so I don't end up hurting them both. As I turn around, I notice a shadow outside the window behind me, next to the small hallway that leads to the front door. Takashi was going outside, straight to the front gate? And, making the two of them split from the group ain't what they need. So you know what? Let's start by finishing this little shit show. Let's see if the others talked any sense into our glorious leader. If they didn't? Well, I will. But first. I got up and walked up to the kitchen. I glanced around the place to see the textbook that I had given to Saya at the estate next to a bottle of water, a metal cup, and a couple of unopened soda cans. Checking the open textbook, I spotted creating ice written in large writings at the top of the page. Under it, were several lines marked with a different number of asterisks. The first one, a damn fridge with 1 asterisk next to it. Next, portable ice maker and 2 asterisks next to it. Then, cold season nights with 3 asterisks next to it. And lastly, vacuum pump and bell jar with 4 asterisks next to it. Under that, a wall of text, each with a different number of asterisks in the front, that explained in detail the how-to on each mentioned plan. Yeah, even on how to use a fridge. Does Saya really think that we are that stupid? Actually, I don't want to know. And finally, under all of that, with a different colored pen, ice and salt make for better refrigeration was written. I flipped through a couple of pages, looking at some of the other things written in the textbook. Some pages even had drawings. From how to connect cables correctly to how to identify edible mushrooms and even a drawing of them. Holy shit, Saya can draw. And her handwriting is amazing, makes me want to rip the first couple of pages as they were pages that I filled. I let out a silent chuckle and flipped back to the ice-making page, before taking the 2 closed soda bottles and turning towards the window. We should be glad that much of the population is now, well, dead, at least we still have running water because of that. The hydration system is dependent on electricity, after all. I guess, the only reason we still have water is because it's left in the pipes or the main reservoir or something. And with a lot of people being mindless meatbags, it means that they ain't going to be using the water taps. Or, I think it might be something like that. Don't really know how this type of infrastructure works. Once I got to the window, I stopped and stared at Takashi's back. He didn't seem to have realized I was there yet. I slowly open the window and crawl out, sneaking up behind him. I really want to go all boogeyman now, but if he starts screaming like a little girl right now. Yeah, let's not do that. I stopped right in my tracks before staring incredulously at his shoulder. I'm pretty sure that his shirt was black, but I'm sure that that white thing I was seeing stuck there was not part of his attire. Is that what I think it is? I walked up next to him, to the point that he finally realized that I was next to him. He looked rather surprised actually. Life is hard, eh? It's warm, probably tastes like shit and will actually make you even thirstier. Have one, I say as I pass one of the cans to Takashi, which he takes it without much of a fuss. Must still taste better than warm beer. People always say it tastes like crap when warm, he says as he opens the can and takes a sip. He seems rather calm now, wonder if sleeping cooled him off. Or if the soundproofing in these rooms is that good. Still, this could be a perfect chance for the two of us to talk. I don't get you, Nair. You go out of your way to help a guy that just pointed a gun at your face, all because you believed that he wanted to help us. Us, as in the group. Even then, you keep trying to act like a lone wolf, despite the fact that you are now part of a team. It's not just killing Shido and the kid that's bothering me, the thing with the power plant too. You didn't even warn us, or even tell us what you were planning to do. Even if we wouldn't be able to do anything like you said, we would still be willing to at least try. He starts talking first, looking at the corpses walking around beyond the front gate. And, I don't really know if you have done anything else behind our backs either. The group made it pretty obvious to me that they trust you, but try to see this from my side. Say that you end up turning on us, if a member of the group dies because of that, it will be my fault because I let you do things behind our backs. He turns to me as he speaks. I let out a sigh, and then took a deep breath before speaking. Takashi, if I was to turn on the group, me going off by myself, or shooting the ones that deserve to be shot wouldn't really affect that outcome. I say as I look at the front gate. Of course, but we would still have a better chance of realizing it if you didn't disappear every 5 minutes. He says as he also turns to look at the gate, and I let out a chuckle. So, you do admit that the reason you don't want me going by myself is because you want to keep tabs on me? I ask. Nair, it's because of your own actions that I need to keep tabs on you. Out of the rest of the group, you seem to be the most unpredictable. He answers without turning to look at me. Oh, you wish? You better hope I will do a good job on keeping Psycho's needs in check, or you will be in for a rude awakening, buddy. Well, no matter how this ends, some things won't, can't change. If there's somebody that I deem a threat, I will act accordingly, whether you like it or not. Even the filthiest and evil of actions are going to go unpunished now, and people will take advantage of that. Call it fighting fire with fire if you want to. I turn to glance at the house behind me as I speak. Just, answer me one thing, Takashi. That outburst yesterday. Was it solely because of what you said to me just now? I added before Takashi can say anything. Hey, what do you mean? What? He turns to me, a confused look on his face. It's about how you feel about Psycho and Saya. Takashi blinked several times before he realized where this was going, and he looked away. You asked me the same question, and after we returned from the clinic, you kind of forgot that everybody else existed. You became so obsessed with Psycho that it was actually kind of sad to watch. I say as I fold my arms. I did. Takashi turns to me and raises both eyebrows, completely surprised. Yes, you did. I answered as I tilt my head slightly. Well, actually, you didn't, all you did was warn her that what she did was dangerous, while ignoring the fact that I was there as well. But, I'm also gambling with what I know from the anime in this, so. Takashi stays quiet for some time, before chuckling. Am I that obvious? He asks with a slight smile as he looks away. I mean, come on. She is kind, strong, pretty, and I kind of saw her in nothing but an apron and a thong, yet she acted like it was all fine. What was I supposed to think? He says as he begins staring at the can. And, Nair, can you do me a favor? Don't tell Rei I'm saying any of this, she will skewer me alive. He adds right after as he keeps looking at the can. You know that you can just kick me out of the group if you want to make sure, right? I say as I fold my arms with a grin under my mask, as Takashi shakes his head, chuckling. Really, are you joking? Saya has been practically ignoring my existence ever since coming here. I can't even remember the last time she was this pissed at me. And Psycho, after everybody turned in for the night, she pretty much declared that she will stay by your side, no matter what I or the group decide. Kota is flatly against it too, and even Shizuka was mad at me, if you can believe that. Kicking you out would destroy the group, it's just. He says as he turns to look at the gate. You bit off more than you can chew, and now you can't just back down after raising a ruckus because it will make you look weak as a leader. I say as I look at the gate as well. Something like that. I'm really not cut out for this leader crap, am I? You sure you don't want to take the spot? Everybody in the group already likes you, as you can see. He says as he tilts his head from left to right before turning to me. Dude, weren't you just trying to kick me out? You just jumped from one side of the scale to the other. And no, there's no way I'm taking that job. Being a good leader isn't about being liked. Sure, it's important. But, being able to make decisions without stuttering is what really counts. And so far, you seem to be able to, even if some of them are, kinda, meh. I say as I turn to him when he doesn't respond. And after a minute of uncomfortable silence later. Okay, tell you what, I'll meet you halfway here. I won't go lone wolf, as you say it. But, don't expect me to change the way I deal with people that I deemed a threat. Even if you disagree with me, that won't be changing. And, if you want me to change some of my behavior, you have to promise me something. I stare at him as I speak. Don't worry, she already made it clear with me who she wants to be with, I don't intend to try anything stupid. And, you're right, some people are beyond saving, I won't disagree with that. He cuts me off. Good to see we agree on that at least. But, no, that was not what I wanted you to promise me. Takashi raised an eyebrow as I paused. To first answer the question you asked me at the Humvee about Saya and Psycho. If you have not realized it yet, I do like them, more than I like myself, in fact. I say as I keep straight at Takashi. So, you have to promise me, if something does happen to me, you will take care of them. As I finished, Takashi seemed to flinch back, before sighing and making a weird expression as he looked at me. Something between worried and annoyed? Nair, come on, really? What are you? You will stop them from doing anything crazy. And I don't mean by taking advantage of the situation, either, especially if you are not even sure if I'm alive or dead. I don't think I need to explain why now, do I cut him before he could speak up and stare at him. Only if you'll also watch after Rei if something happened to me. Same deal with yours, and no more secrets. He says after a long sigh and stares back at me. I extend my arm to him. Truce? I ask. I'd prefer to have friends in my group. And I'm sorry about yesterday. He takes my hand for a Western-style handshake. And as the sun begins to rise, I can't help but make a quip as he looks ridiculous with that thing on his shoulder. I can live with that. And, are you gonna keep walking around with that on your shoulder? Quite bold of you if I do say so. Don't know if the girls will approve, though. I say with a slight smirk as I point at his right shoulder. Takashi tilts his head questionably as he takes a sip of the soda and grabs the item with his left hand, bringing it to his eyes, and his eyes go wide. Something in my brain then screamed at me to get out of the way. So, I instantly leaned away while moving out of the way. PPPFTT. And the soda that Takashi just sipped came out the same way it came in. I think Rei will be looking for those, and you kinda just washed them over with soda. I mean, those belong to Rei, right? I say as I look at him. About the no secret thing. Can we keep this as an exception? he said as he looked at me with an awkward expression. Well, look at the bright side. At least we didn't end the chat in a depressing manner. I say with a chuckle, not really answering his question. Can I still kick you out of the group? He asks me as he turns. Nope, too late for that, we're friends now. But that doesn't mean that you can go and get all freaky with REI on my bed, though. Takashi glances between me and the soaked panties, before he starts going red. I chuckle and turn around, heading back towards the window, open it and jump back inside. Leaving Takashi alone in the front yard to stew in his embarrassment. Psycho was still sleeping, so I silently walked along the room, leaving the still closed soda can on the table. After a quick scan of the room, I found the keys for the Humvee on the same table, which I took and went straight to the garage. Once there, I went to the Humvee, unlocked the back door and took a shirt, a pair of pants and a new jacket, and socks and underwear. Well, that went smashingly, good job me, if I do say so. Still, it's weird, Saya charged into my room the moment I hit the floor, yet nobody heard Takashi and REI getting personal. Don't tell me she was actually peeking through the door or something. If she did, there goes my cool persona. I throw the clothes over my shoulder and head straight to the second floor after locking the car, my face slightly heating up by the idea that somebody was looking at me while I was being, stupid. The moment I arrived, I went straight to the bathroom. Or, I was going to at least, until I heard a voice coming over from my room, and I noticed that the door was slightly open. I glance around the hallway and walk up to the door. Stupid, 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 ugh. I could hear Saya speaking from inside the room. He wasn't supposed to wake up before me. Why didn't I move back before falling asleep? God, I'm so stupid. I glance around again to see if there's anyone that could see me here. Interesting. But, am I really going to eavesdrop on Saya? And to think that I just thought that she might have been eavesdropping on me before. Come on man, show some class. As I'm about to move away, Saya continued to talk loudly. Okay, Saya, think of a good excuse. Okay, I just moved in my sleep. Yes, that would work. I moved around in my sleep, and then when I woke up, found that he wouldn't let me go. So I just fell asleep like that. And I end up moving back to the door to eavesdrop some more. Don't blame me, she was acting way too cute for me to just ignore it. Ugh no, that sounds horrible. Like I just gave up and decided it was fine to sleep like that. Even though it was indeed comfortable. Quit daydreaming, you stupid idiot. I will just say that I moved around in my sleep. Yes. Just that, plain and simple. Ugh, why couldn't he just stay asleep for a bit longer? After that, I started hearing some ruffling, and I quickly moved away. Yeah, okay, let's go before we get caught here. I silently head to the bathroom sporting a smirk on my face. After taking a quick bath, with relatively cold water, and changing to my new clothes, I exit the bathroom and turn back to the kids' room, which was still slightly open. After a small knock, I open the door, finding Saya on the bed, sitting and wrapped up in the blankets. Morning, I say as I casually walked into the room and headed towards the chair with my old clothes. Morning. She says as she stares at me, her face going slightly red. I take everything out of the pockets of the dirty clothes and put them in the pockets of my new pants. I left the guns downstairs, and I still took the ammo with me. Seems legit. Jay, just so you know, the reason I ended up on your side of the bed was just because I moved around in my sleep. Saya says with a huff as she tries to look serious. Putting your rehearsal to use, I see. I really want to tease her here, but that can backfire horribly if she finds out that I was eavesdropping on her while hiding behind the door. Yeah, figured as much, hope I didn't wake you up. I say as I strapped the pockets closed and turned to her. No, I just woke up. She replies as she turns her head to look out of the window, hiding the lower part of her face under the blankets. Well, I'll get out of your hair then, I say as I move towards the door. Hey, where are you going? Won't Takashi get mad if you start wandering around? She asks as she turns to me. Nah. I say as I go back out. No need to worry, Saya, everything is going to be fine. I add up as I turn back to her when she doesn't reply. That's weird. Figured she would go all I'm not worried, you idiot. Now get out, so I can change or something like that. Seeing nothing to it, I close the door behind me and move to the first floor. Once there, I looked at the recliner to see that Psycho was not there, while Takashi was sitting by the big table with a glass of water in his hand. Told you, that crap will make you thirsty. I say, as I move towards the table. And yet, you were the one who gave it to me. He replies. I'm an evil overlord, after all. So, feeling corrupted yet? I ask as I take a seat. Takashi chuckles and shakes his head. Not that I don't enjoy your company or anything, but where's Psycho? I ask as I point at the recliner. The bathroom inside the study, Takashi replied, and I nodded. So, you all have a plan on how to act from here? I ask and Takashi nods. The police station that is responsible for this region is the one that Ari's dad works at, so we will go there first. We decided that, some time ago in the mall, and we even had a vote on it and everything, but we couldn't find you anywhere to let you know. He says as he looks at the glass. To find her dad? I ask and he nods. I then glance towards the backyard, towards where the boat should be at. Before we leave this place, there is something that is on my mind for some time. I lean slightly on the table as Takashi turns to stare at me. Based on what I know, and from what Saya had found out, these things can only hear and feel and not actually see. But, the feeling part is a bit weird, as they seem to ignore inanimate objects entirely to chase after humans, so I don't know if it comes down to heat or something. And as I never had the chance to see how they react to a hot inanimate object, I can't really be sure. I do remember that they kept clawing at the Humvee's hood when I used it to block the hole in the estate. But it's not a good way to confirm anything. I paused to see if Takashi was following me before continuing. Anyway, the reason I mentioned this, is because I think that they can't function well underwater. They probably can't drown, but if they also can't walk or swim, that means the only way for them to move under the sea is by current. So, as long as they are not already out in the deep sea, they should not be able to move by sea. But we can. I say as I point towards the boat outside. Takashi narrows his eyes at me and lowers his head slightly as I get up and walk towards the window in order to get a better look at the boat. We do need to find a place that is permanently safe-ish from the corpses, don't we? Who knows when we will find another boat that can function without electricity. As I finished outlining my idea, I heard a door closing. Good morning Psycho. As Takashi speaks I turn around towards where he's looking. Good morning. Psycho was looking at me as she spoke. Morning Psycho. I'm sorry, but, could you please get the others? There is something that we need to discuss. I say as I look at the stairs that lead to the second floor before turning towards her. She looks at me before glancing at Takashi, and nodding, then moves towards the stairs. The moment she left, Takashi and I returned to discussing the boat idea. Of course, such a decision should be a group decision, so we can decide what to do next based on what the whole group thinks. You can say that it was your idea, in case you think that saying it's mine might affect the vote outcome. I say as I walk up to Takashi and sit on a chair nearer to him. We should also tell them that I'm not kicking you out, before everybody starts giving me the cold shoulder. Or colder ones, at least. He drops his shoulders and shakes his head as he speaks, while I just nod in response. A couple of minutes later the whole group was down, all of them that is, except for Rei. Rei said she can't come down right now. Psycho glances at the stairs as she speaks. Called it. Hope she can still walk. And I do have to thank her, their private time probably calmed Takashi down enough to make him see how retarded he was being. Especially as it was partly because of Psycho that he... Wait. Does that mean that I almost got kicked out of the group because of Psycho? What a weird event, considering that she would be the first one to leave the group too should that happen. Maybe that's why Takashi backed out so easily. Human relationships are weird. As I was deep in thought, Shizuka, with an oddly serious face, started speaking. Takashi. I will say it again, stop this now. It's alright, Shizuka, I cut her off before she could ramp up, as I raised my arm. No. Nair, it is not. It's not our. Nair is going to stay, we've come to an agreement. Takashi was the one to cut her off this time. About time you see how stupid this whole thing was. Saya folds her arms as she glares at Takashi. Yes, I'm sorry. I overreacted. He raises his arms in surrender as he speaks. But, I do agree with Takashi on something. I prefer it, if you no longer hide things from us. Psycho added right after as she turned to look at me, and I found myself grinning. Oh? No secrets, hey? Okay, Takashi, why don't you go first? The thing you told me outside. I say as I point my thumb at him, and the whole group turns their attention to him. Hey. What? He turns to me as his eyes go wide. Yeah, no secrets. Alice then ran up to Takashi and began tugging at his pants. It's nothing really. He says with an awkward laugh as he shoots a glare at me. Oh, I want to know, tell me. Undeterred, Alice keeps tugging on Takashi's pants. Really, it's nothing. Takashi almost shouted, as he started sweating and turned to me with a glare. Oh. This looks fun. I want to know too. Shizuka runs to him and starts tugging his shirt jokingly as she keeps giggling. I swear I have no such secret. Nair is just messing with you all, right? He turned to me again, and began mouthing something. You promised. He mouthed with his lips. No, I didn't. I answer back with a smirk. Fine, if he won't be sharing it, I will. Okay, you see, Takashi told me that. The whole group then turns to me, along with Takashi. His expression was difficult to explain. Something between glaring and pleading. That the day the outbreak happened, he actually forgot to wear underwear, and he only realized it only after he exited his front door. In other words, he nearly welcomed the outbreak while going commando. I say as I fold my arms. And then the group broke out into a cacophony. Laughing, scolding, and talking. I think it was a mix of all of the above. And while the group was causing the commotion, Takashi leaned in my direction. Nair. What was that for? He asks me in a low tone. Just count it as payback for what you dragged me through yesterday. I was bored out of my mind in that room with nothing to do, so now we're even. I say to him in a low tone. I thought you said that you were not mad. He complained. I'm not, I respond as I turn to look at the boat in the backyard. Static electricity, you have my thanks. Chapter 30, Facho. I can't believe I'm going to rate this place higher, compared to the apartment we were in a couple of hours ago, but I will. Takashi looked at the sea, while sitting on the shack's steps, wearing his new swimsuit. Well Takashi, it all comes down to one simple fact. Kota speaks up as he wiggled about in his own swimsuit. Electricity. I add up as I follow the spinning table fan with my hand. Apparently, this place had a working generator, the fridges didn't work though, meaning the E.M.P obviously did have an effect on the shack. Still, I find it weird that the electrical grid here didn't get fried. While the generator was plugged out, and this place is obviously not connected to the main power grid, should it really be enough to spare it? Well, I'm not an electrician, so I got no frigging idea. Still, a working fan means a working power outlet, so, if we find a working mini fridge or an ice maker back in town. Fridge problem solved. Yeah, this place is like a paradise now, if you consider that most if not all of the apartments on the mainland got reverted back into the Stone Age. Kota shoves his face in front of the fan as he speaks. I miss technology. He says right after, his voice getting cut by the fan. True, so Nair, I take it you won't change into a swimsuit after all. Takashi asks as he turns to look at the two of us. If my choices are between, male stripper, and female high school student, don't take this the wrong way, but I'd rather swim with my clothes. I say as I chuckle and walk out of the shack, then lean my back against the wall that was next to the steps and turn to look straight ahead, towards the sea. Hey, it's not my fault that the only thing they had was this. Takashi looks down at his poor excuse of a swimsuit as he speaks. You still wore it though. Then again, I guess your other choice was female high school student swimsuit. Kota pops up from inside while making a peace sign. Well, you don't seem to be too bothered wearing it, Takashi adds up as he turns to Kota. Well, I think it suits you, proves that you are the disgusting geek that you are. Saya, who appeared behind Kota, throws a casual toxic remark as she walks down the steps, in her own not very safe swimsuit. The same one she wore in the OVA, double hair buns and all. She then turns to Takashi and raises an eyebrow. This was the only male swimsuit in the shack, he replies as he glanced at her. She makes a silent hum and looks around. I see, so, where is Nair? Did I just sense expectation in her voice? Oh boy, she's going to be so disappointed. Wait, did she call me Nair again? And how the hell did she even manage to fit her hair in these two buns? They're way too frigging small. Right behind you. Takashi answers. She instantly turns around and you didn't change. She says in a low tone as she keeps staring at me. I think, her shoulders dropped ever slightly. Not going to wear that, thank you very much. I say as I point at Takashi. You're at the beach, idiot, you have to change to a. Having the chance to change out of these sweat-drenched clothes feels really nice. Psycho cuts Saya off as she also walks down the steps in her own OVA swimsuit, and Keep staring, Takashi, keep staring, I won't strangle you in your sleep, probably. She then turns to also stare at Takashi. Great, and now they're staring at each other. Only, male swimsuit. He says as his eyes start darting around. Is that so? She answers casually as she turns to look at Kota, and then towards the sea, yet, she didn't turn around, in other words. She didn't see me either? Damn, my ninja skills are off the charts today. Where is? Nair is right behind you. Kota cuts her off with a grin. Psycho then turns around and "Aren't you, hot in these?" she asks as she looks at me. "Ah, taking the side road I see. Maybe, but I'd rather die from heatstroke rather than wear that thing," I say as I keep leaning my back against the wall and point at Takashi. "At the beach, you wear a swimsuit, idiot. That's the only damn reason they exist." Saya glares at me as she puts her hands on her hips and leans forward. I do agree with Saya. Why be at the beach if you can't go for a swim? Psycho adds up right after her as she tilts her head and folds her arms. Holy shit, they're actually working together for this. I can go for a swim, my clothes won't explode after touching salt water, I think I answer. But you'll ruin them, you should. There's nothing to eat here. Rei pops up and cuts off Psycho, just in time too. She was then followed by Shizuka, Alice, and Asami, who by the way, was wearing a swimsuit much like Alice's, minus the frilly parts, though, I guess you could say it looked like more like Koda's then? Except that hers was white. The rest, went on pretty much like in the anime. Shizuka started groping her chest, whining that there was nothing to eat and that her chest would start shrinking. Takashi and Koda started staring, while I... Okay, what's with everybody walking down the stairs and turning their backs to me? I didn't know I was that good of a ninja? Hey, whatever, guess I'll just have to. Oh holy shit, keep eyes above waist level, way too many butts here. Rei then got salty and started playing the damsel, followed by Shizuka, and shortly after Saya, who also silenced Psycho and Asami by dragging them along, as these two didn't seem to have realized what the others were trying to pull. Well, I repaired for this. I kick myself off the wall and walk back into the shack. We will look for food. The two guys respond not too long after. Oh. So dependable, A&D. Where do you think you're going, mister? That includes you too. Rei turns around and points at me as she speaks. I open my bag and take one of the walkie-talkies out along with a combat knife, then toss the bag over my shoulder and turn to her. Of course it does, I answer as I walk out of the shack and turn to Koda. Koda, with me, and grab a net. I say as I toss him the combat knife. He gets up and salutes. Sir, yes sir. And then runs into the shack. Takashi, I want to check the effective distance of these things, so if possible, start off by going in the opposite direction. I say as I toss him the radio. He catches it, gives it a quick glance and nods. Less than a minute later, Koda comes out of the shack, waving a small net he found. Perfect, so, let's go. 2 hours or so ago. So, we can use the boat to look at the nearby islands. Takashi looks at the group as he speaks. Do we have the time to waste on this? Rei then asked the most obvious question. My father should be at the police station, we should go there first, she adds up. A police station will either be evacuated, or it'll be a safe zone, both don't have a real time limit. I know that you worry about your parents, but if this trip is successful, we'll be able to actually help your father after finding him, I say after Rei. She turns to look at me. I had to spend a couple of minutes thinking what words I should use. One wrong step here and Rei could blow up at my face. Your father is a cop, right? So that means he'll probably try to help survivors, being it a group, or a community. A safe spot from them will be exactly what they'll look for after they get their bearings. As continue speaking, I see Psycho nod. Also, knowing that you have a safe place to return can help a lot with moral. Psycho speaks up after me. And if we find nothing, then we would have wasted our time. Rei folds her arms and frowns slightly. As much as, if the police station is empty and with no clues, Psycho answers back, and Rei narrows her eyes as she turns to glare at her. Rei, if we don't go now, we might never go, as we're not taking that boat with us. It's too bulky and won't be able to drive in reverse effectively if we are dragging the boat trailer along. Takashi finally speaks up. But Takashi. Rei darts her head to him as she raises her voice. Rei, I know how you feel, my parents are out there too, all of our parents are out there, but, just think how better it'll be if we find a place that's actually safe from them, we'll have a home again. As he speaks, Rei lowers her head, and after a bit of silence, she lets out a sigh. If you believe it's what we should do first, Takashi, then, fine. Let's check the islands first, having a home again, does sound nice. She answers before lifting her head to look at Takashi. Island, I correct her, causing the group to turn towards me. We only have one island that is nearby and is big enough to have a chance of sustaining people, the others are too far, and as we can all see, time is something that we really don't have right now, so, if it's overrun, we'll be back before the day ends. If that's the case, we can head to the police station today, all right? I ask as I look at Rei. She just nodded. Okay, so, let's get ready then. I say as I walk away from the window. Remember, the boat is rather small, so, no ammo boxes. I say as I turn to Koda, who instantly started going towards the garage. Oh come on. He drops his shoulders without turning to me. Take a box of dynamite though, I add right after. Dynamite. What for? Asami asks as she tilts her head. In case something needs blocking off, and as they don't really take a lot of space, they won't set us back on anything. Also, my 5-year-old self likes explosions. I grab my bag as I speak and head towards the stairs. I could say that we can use them to check for corpses, but, with the cave open, using dynamite on the beach, not a very smart idea. Okay, so, things I'll need. A knife to bribe Koda to work for me at the food crisis. A pair of extra Adidas clothes, as I'm not going to wear a fucking Speedo. Some food, for fishing. Dynamite for the cave, some bullets for the shotgun. What else? I think I'm good. Wait. I should ask Saya for a flashlight and the walkie-talkies. We have to check how far they can reach. The island is perfect for that. And so, after going to my room and getting some extra clothes, I went back down and packed some beef jerky from the fridge, then asked Saya for a flashlight and the walkie-talkies, and finally, I got a combat knife from the Humvee along with a handful of shotgun shells. After that, we opened the back gate, let the silver SUV roll out of the way and brought the trailer with the boat on the cement dock. And soon, we were sailing the sea. I figured I would end up rowing with the other two, but, the group agreed with me when I said that I should be in the front to check the island with the binoculars that Koda brought, which was good actually, as I know that there's a shack there. They don't, and in the end, I was able to spot the shack from a relatively far distance. Though, seeing that the island itself was one small beach and then nothing but tall cliffs, it wasn't too hard to spot, and the fact that it had only one sea entrance meant that once the cave was blocked, corpses would have only that one beach as an entry point. If they somehow ended up in the open sea and drifted towards the island that is. Now, after they reached the island, we instantly went to the shack, as the group had enough sun to last them, for the next couple of days. Me, balaclava and mask for the win. The shack itself was the same as the one in the anime, a small staircase that led the front part of the store. To the left, a room that didn't have walls on the side that faced the sea and the adjacent wall to its left, a railing was placed there instead of the walls. Inside, a couple of seats and tables. To the right a register, 2 fridges and some hangers with swimsuits. Behind that register was a door that led inside. The building itself started with a small room that had hangers with various swimsuits, and to the right, a door that led to the changing rooms. To the left, a kitchen, that was also linked to a bathroom. Well, I say kitchen, but all it actually had was a sink, a table next to that sink that I think was to act as a kitchen counter, and a fridge, and that's about it. No actual stove to cook anything, or cupboards. Hell, it didn't even have chairs. Now, left to the shack, was a relatively wide sand path, and I think it was the path that led to the cave. Other than that, behind the shack, after about 20 meters, started the greenery, trees, bushes, you get the idea. There was a wannabe fence set around the perimeter where the forested area started, made out of cut tree branches and rope, flimsy looking, was probably set there before the outbreak, as I don't think it would stop a corpse if it decided that it wanted to pass through. And finally, the jackpot, a working generator, and a working electrical grid. I nearly teared up when I saw the lights turn on after we plugged in the generator, and another funny thing, I didn't expect it to be so quiet. That alone made the group agree that this place was worth staying, even if corpses were on the island. And speaking of the little shits, I didn't manage to see a single one so far, but sadly, I do know that as long as that cave is open, corpses can get here. Now, if there are corpses on the island, I don't know. In the anime, the group got quite noisy, and then they all passed out, yet no corpses appeared near the shack, and the ones that did appear were near the cave where Takashi passed out, so I think our chances are pretty good. Not that I will leave it on chance, mind you, I am trying to blow up the cave after all. I could also say that I have mixed feelings about settling near a plantation of hallucinogenic plants, but, I'm indifferent. Present time. There's a rock formation nearby. Saw it while we were closing into the beach. It can act like a natural staircase to instantly dive in deep water. I say as I point towards the cliff to our right while we walked through the trees. Koda nods and turns to walk towards the direction I pointed, while I kept staring at the radio in my hand. This thing is crap. I have been getting nothing but static ever since we passed 100 meters. I do hear a click sound, which signifies that the radios still connect, but instead of a voice, all I hear is static. I press on the talk button 2 times in quick succession as I tilt my head and narrow my eyes, and shortly after, I get 2 quick clicks as an answer. Yes, this place can work perfectly. Koda nods with his hand under his chin after looking around the rocks. I could actually see the girls in the shack from here, not clearly though, as it was not what you'd call near. And how are you going to hunt? You're not gonna start throwing dynamite in the water, are you? He asks as he turns to me. Sounds fun, but no, that would ruin the ecosystem and in turn, any future food source from here. I say as I take off my bag, open it and toss the radio inside. Then, wait, don't tell me you can catch fish bare-handed. He says as he attaches the knife to a branch and warps it with some vines. Yeah, no. I'm not diving, you are. I say as I take the jerky pack out of the bag, get up and hand it to him. Hey, you had food? I didn't know. Don't eat them, use them as lure, no idea if it'll work, but worth a try. I cut him off and grab his hand before he could bring the slice to his mouth. As for what I will do? I gave you the equipment and the location, I can't do everything now, can I? Also, I don't want to give certain people the pleasure of seeing me with my clothes drenched. I say as I turn to glance towards the direction of the shack. Well, the equipment is half the work, so I guess we can share the spoils. He responds as he starts walking down the rock formation. I captain, I answer as I throw the bag over my shoulder and walk behind him. Hey, if I'm the captain, then why am I the one doing the dirty work here? He asks. The crew needs to see your faith, otherwise, it's the plank, I say with a slight chuckle as I keep walking behind him. Hey, when did we become pirates? He asks as he stops on the lowest rock, which was a relatively long and flat boulder that looked somewhat like an arrowhead. The moment you decided to become Rambo, I point at the red bandana on his head. Fair enough, so, bombs away. He shouts as he runs over to the corner and jumps to the sea. I sit down on the edge and look at Kota as he starts swimming around. Okay, so, let's go over the plan one more time. For starters, I don't know how I can stop the whole hallucination thing, I have no idea how the leaves look, I have no idea where Zeke found them, as apparently it was him that brought them in the anime, so I can't think of a good way to explain this. Hey, this place has hallucinogenic plants, I don't know where, I don't know how, I don't even know how they look. But I know that somebody will get them and we will end up fantasizing about weird shit. I could, hypothetically, make Shizuka notice them before we start the fire, as she was the one that knew them by name, but that would create another problem. If the others won't get knocked out, then I won't be able to instantly storm off with the dynamite towards the cave, so it actually works in my favor for the group to fall asleep. That way they won't complain that I went by myself, or ask why I wanted to take the dynamite on a date with me around the island. I will just have to make sure that the smoke won't affect me as much as the rest. It's smoke, so I can detach the balaclava from the mask and submerge it in water, then put it over my mouth and nose, and hope that it works on the short term. Plus, I can just leave the moment I see the smoke rising, as once I move away from the campfire, I should be safe. As long as the wind doesn't decide to be a fucktard, that is. This is no fun, I need a challenge. I hear Kota shout. Then go find an octopus or something. I answer back without looking down. Good idea, now I want to eat octopus. I hope somebody knows how to cook it properly. The moment Kota finished speaking, I heard the shit of splashing, and then, silence. I lie down on the rock, put my arms behind my head and cross my legs. Shame I can't let myself get used to this, tomorrow we will be back to run from the flesh-eating corpses after all. I close my eyes as I speak. Still, how long till we finally find a safe place to stay? In the manga the group headed towards the elementary school, their initial mission, which was to find their parents, will come to an end there, as both Ariai's dad and Takashi's mom should be there. Then what? They get extracted and get sent to God knows where. It was mentioned in the police station that there would be an evacuation in the elementary school. Well, in the manga, Shido managed to get there first, meaning there is a possibility that they didn't get extracted because, reasons. I open my eyes and glance around to see that nothing had changed, so I closed my eyes again. But now, I have another personal problem to deal with, that being that we are close to the manga's end. After we return from here, we'll go to the police station, then head towards the elementary school, and find Ariai's mother on the way. After that, I don't know, and that's the fucking problem here. I got too used to knowing what's going to happen. I'd be lying if said that I think that everything will go just fine. I shake my head and let out a sigh. Still, we have one more member, we have the Humvee, and Shido is dead, so we won't have to deal with his shit in the elementary school. Plus, the estate is still standing, and even if they did leave and set base elsewhere, it's still an obvious positive. I would like to believe that all that will boil down to less crap coming towards our way after I no longer know what up to come, but that is just wishful thinking. Best I can do, is be prepared. And so, time passed like that being, me doing nothing, not that I'm complaining mind you. I did keep whining that I wanted a break after all, until, the sun started to paint the sea in an orange color. Well, about time we return. I get up and start looking at the sea below me, until I saw Kota surfacing. Alright Cap, it's about time we returned. It's starting to get dark. Kota turns to look at me as I speak, and nods. I will swim to the shore from here, too high to climb up, he responds and dives back down. I nod, get up and start going back on foot. The forested area I was in was rather small, so it didn't take too long until I was on the beach again, with the shack being a straight line from me. The big forest, in other words, the deeper part of the island was actually to my right at the moment, not that I had any interest in going there though. On my way to the shack, I found Kota waiting for me, so in the end, we ended up reaching our destination at the same time, right when I was chewing off Takashi, for not finding anything. I guess some things can't change. Sorry for being late. Kota shouts as he walks into the shack, making the group to turn to him, or well, us. Dinner is served. He shouts with a grin and lifts a net full of fish, and after the girls were pretty much left with their mouths agape, he started explaining how he had special training the 7th grade with a member of SAS, you know, casual stuff. Wow, fish. Alice shouts. Hee hee, good job Kota. Asami giggles right after. Well, at least somebody is useful. Saya turns to look at Takashi as he lowered his head, and then turned to stare at me. You two useless idiots are going to eat after we're all done. She says as she folds her arms and looks at Takashi again. It took me a couple of seconds to realize who these two were. I'm staying in the corner because I tilt my head. Sleeping on a rock doesn't count as hunting, she says as she turns to me and narrows her eyes. I provided the tools and location, also, you were spying on me? I say as I also fold my arms. I wasn't spying, I just had to make sure you weren't. I already agreed with Nair to share half my catch, so half of what I'm holding is actually his. Kota cuts hers off. Hey! I wasn't finished talking fatso. She shouts as she snaps her head to him, yet, he stayed as giddy as ever. My, look who turned out to be quite the shrewd businessman. Shizuka puts her finger over her mouth and tilts her head as she giggles. Indeed, half the catch and you didn't even get wet. Rather impressive. Psycho adds right after in a casual tone. Why every time Psycho says the word wet, I'm getting the wrong kind of flashbacks. Well, no point wasting time about it, let's get the fish ready. Rei jumps off her seat and walks up to Kota. We'll clean the fish, you can wait outside, the sink inside still works, shame it has nothing inside to cook them with though. So, you can wait outside by the campfire. Rei takes the net as she speaks. And after the girls disappeared into the shack. Thanks for the lure. Kota throws me the remaining jerky. I grab it and leave it on a table next to me. If they see it now, whatever, still got the fish because of it. I shrug as I look at the pack, there was still plenty left inside, though I don't know how it would taste after getting submerged in salt water. Still, I wonder where this place gets its water from, too far to be connected to the mainland, and this place has no other buildings, sea water, or the island has a natural underground lake or something. Well, we haven't tried drinking the water from the shack's tap, just to be safe, as nobody can figure out if it's drinkable or not. Maybe I should have joined you guys. Takashi says as he lifts his head. You were really getting chewed on, good thing we came when we did. Kota responds. Takashi lets out an awkward laugh, gets up, comes over to me and extends his arm, the walkie-talkie in his hand. Let me guess, nothing but static and clicks after a short distance. I say as I take the radio and put it in my bag. Takashi just nodded. And so, while the girls were dealing with the fish, we went outside. Before following the others I also grabbed a small towel and left my backpack on a chair. Now that I think of it, I would like to avoid tossing the balaclava in salt water, so I'll use a towel instead. After some time passed, the girls also started to come out, with a couple of fish already skewered on sticks. We'll have to figure out a way to preserve the rest, we really need to find a way to make ice somehow. Saya starts talking as she walks up to us and sits on one of the rocks that surrounded the unlit campfire. I don't have to mention that her seat wasn't anywhere near mine, do I? A working ice machine would function here, as long as the generator keeps running, I answer as the rest of the girls also started to sit around the campfire. Well, go find one then, Saya responds with a grin. Sure, that would mean I have to go back in town though, so, do I take somebody with me, or I go by myself and get yelled at after I return? I chuckle as I speak and turn to look at the boat. I could come with you, to save you from the yelling part. Psycho, who was sitting next to me, responds with a smile, causing Saya to turn to her as she puffed her cheeks and narrowed her eyes. How are we going to light up the fire? Rei asks as she looks at the campfire. Oh, I know a couple of ways. We can. Before Kota could even finish speaking, I pulled the lighter that Saya's dad gave me and flipped it open. Funny thing is, I actually forgot about the lighter when thinking of the stuff I needed to take with me, good thing I always have it on me. Or, we can use this. I cut him off as I turn on the lighter. Or, we can use this. Kota looked kind of dejected as he responded, guess, I just stole his thunder. Hey, so aren't totally useless after all. Saya raises an eyebrow as she looks at me with a slight smirk. Okay, now you're asking for it now, princess. Yet, I don't remember where I found it though, I just remember having it one morning, after I woke up. I think, I might have, moved in my sleep. I answer casually. Saya's eyes go wide as her face turns red, she opens her mouth, but says nothing. She just turned to look at the campfire. Just shut up and light up the fire already, idiot, she says. She keeps looking at the campfire, her arms folded to the point that you'd think she was actually hugging herself. I nodded, took a silent deep breath, lit up the fire, and held my breath. Too mean, now, things like picking on her about how I carried her to her mom is what would be mean. Good thing we didn't capsize, Rika would be really mad if we ruined her guns. Are you going to eat with the mask on? Shizuka asks as she tilts her head, jumping from subject to another like it's going out of style. Perfect, thank you Shizuka. Right, I'm going to the shack for a section. Don't want to leave it on the sand, I say as I get up and walk towards the shack. I go up the steps, grab my bag and go inside the main room, then close the door behind me, and take a deep breath. I then look around and grab another small towel before going to the sink in the kitchen. Better not touch the sink with the towel, lest I want to smell fish for the rest of the night, even if the sink looks clean. I nod to myself, put the towel under the faucet and open it. Okay, I will wait here for a bit, then move out. I could also take Psycho's sword with me, or not. Last thing I want is to ruin it. I turned to look at the shotgun that I still had on me. Let me tell you, these three-way slings, real godsend. You will do as fine, I suppose. I then went back to the main room and next to the door that led outside, where Kota had left the dynamite box. I opened it and started filling my bag. Don't know how many I'll need, but better safe than sorry. After the bag was full, I get up and put my hand on the handle, yet before I could even open it, I hear Shizuka shout about the Leaf's properties, and Takashi shouting shortly after for everybody to run. I nod to myself and open the door slightly. First thing I saw, Kota in a white bandana, screaming something about Vietnam. Alright. I close the door, take off my headgear and put the balaclava in my bag. Then I press the towel against my mouth and wear the mask again. I can feel it dripping on my neck. This shit better be worth it. I wipe my neck with my hand, and turn to the door. Alright, no pressure, just get out, turn right, jump over the shack's railing and then go right again, then follow that path. Takashi managed to get to that fucking cave while sleepwalking, so it can't be that far. Okay, let's go. And the moment I opened the door. Victory! Free Idom! Kota screams as he keeps running around on the beach, behind him. Stop! Resisting arrest is against the law. Stop! Asami, chasing after him with a stick. Shizuka was on top of Takashi along with Rei doing stuff. I couldn't see Saya or Psycho anywhere though. Bad, because I have no idea where they went. Good, because they were not on top of Takashi. I would probably get triggered really bad if I saw them going after him now, and I guess Alice went for water as per in the anime. I nod to myself and start running to my right, glancing at Psycho's sword as I run towards the railing. Yet, better if I don't. I jump over the railing and turn right while I was still in the air, and the moment I touched the ground. Gotcha, something violently pushing me forward and to the left. Thankfully, I was able to keep myself from falling, but now, I had somebody clinging on my back. Well, that went south fast, way too fast. Whatever it was, I didn't die. Before I could finish, a hand lands on my shoulder and spins me around, and I end up face to face with Saya, or face to shoulder, being it that Saya is a bit short. She grabs my shirt's collar with both hands and tries to pull me to her height. I grab her hands and start walking backward, while she kept moving forward. At least, she didn't wander off. And where do you think you're going? She asks with a sly smile. Around. I say as I keep walking backward, slowly trying to pry her hands off me. Why is her grip this fucking strong? It's not fair. She lowers her head. Takashi kept ignoring me all these years, yet the moment his stupid girlfriend comes back to him, even after she dumped him for his best friend, he instantly runs after her like a stupid dog. And now, even Kota is acting all lovely-dovely with Asami in front of me to rub it in. And you, why is Psycho staring at you all of the time now? You said that you find Psycho interesting, but you also said that you find me interesting. You said that in the estate, and yet, I'm the only one being left in the corner again. She keeps her head lowered as her grip on me tightens. Why do I have to be the only one that's left out again? Why can't you pay more attention to me? And she starts shaking me as she lifts her head. Saya, you're being affected by whatever this smoke is and yet, you need to go somewhere safe, and go to sleep? Please. I say as I put my hands on her shoulders and try to keep her off me. And I'm having the weirdest mixed feelings right now. To my surprise, she stops trying to latch herself on me, and lowers her head again, yet, she doesn't let go of me. I do feel rather lightheaded, so maybe you're right, the smoke must be affecting me. She shakes her head, before lifting it to look at me again, with a grin. So, it'll be fine, no matter what I do now, is fine, right? She narrows her eyes and smiles seductively as she asks. I don't think that's how it will. Before I could even finish speaking, she had taken her hands off my collar, and grabbed my mask, which she then yanked off without too much trouble. At least, with her hands on my mask, I was now free, though I lost the towel, along with the mask. Finally, I can finally see your face again. Why do you keep wearing this stupid thing anyway? She says with a smile as she casually tosses the mask behind her. I really want to sit down and explain to her how awesome my mask is, but, shit, got to go, right now. I turn around, and I didn't even manage to take 2 steps, before I came face to face with Psycho, who came running from behind the shack, 3 to 4 meters away from me. Really now? Nair, thank God I found you. Come on. We have to get out of here, quickly. She extends her arm to me. I just stared at her hand. If I take her hand and go with her, then, fuck, no, focus. Hey. I got to him first, don't butt in. I hear Saya shout behind me. It's the smoke, come on Nair, we have to move, now. Psycho starts leaning towards me. Her eyes looking at me almost as if she was begging. The smoke is affecting you too, Psycho? We must not go deeper into the woods, we don't know what might be in there, both of you should go back inside the shack and rest, I respond. Why, am I even trying to reason with them? Why, yes you're right, going out there is dangerous in our current state, let's go back inside the shack. Much to my surprise, Psycho lowers her hand and calmly nods. Yet, before I could react, I saw her eyes go wide, and then, she charged straight at me. The fuck? I jump to the side and turn around to look behind me, only to see Saya as she ran past me, and straight towards Psycho. Wah! That was all they managed to say as they end up crashing into each other, with Psycho pushing Saya back a couple of meters, going well past the shack and into the beach before falling on the ground, with Psycho on top of Saya. I run towards them, only to hear, moaning. Shortly after, I also noticed that they were hugging each other. I just realized, Psycho's body is actually visibly more toned compared to say, arg. Fuck. Focus. No. Don't fuck. Just focus. Psycho, with her eyes still closed, then brings her lips close to Saya's ear and whispers something, then lowers her head and nuzzles against her neck. Shta. Saya, despite her protest, wraps her hands around Psycho's head and okay, get the fuck out of here, right now, before my eyes fall out, or I lose what little self-control I got left. I turn around, only to see my mask on the ground, and I quickly put my hands to my face. Shit, forgot that Saya pulled off my mask. I quickly grab it and wear it. Did I breath it? Who the fuck am I kidding? Of course I breathed it. I always breath. I shake my head with a groan and start heading towards the cave, yet, I didn't get too far, as I started feeling sluggish a couple of steps later, and ended up on one knee not long after. Shit, the wind blowing from the sea towards me? Oh, of course it fucking is, still, I need to do this before I pass out. Corpses could have heard all this, they might be moving in the cave as I speak. I shake my head and get up. Yet, I fell to the ground again, 2 steps later, as I looked up this time though, I saw a blurry figure. Do you want power? What? Do you want power? I want to stay awake, does that count as power? Yes or no? Wait for real. Yes or no? Fuck, yes, fine, yes, I need to stay awake. Your desires shall be granted. My desires actually just fell asleep after bumping into each other, and they are now Will you shut up for a second please, I'm trying to concentrate here. Okay, sorry. Dick. Call me Dick again and I will kill you off before the end of this chapter. What? And Nair suddenly felt a new power coursing through him. He gets up and looks around. Okay, this was weird, this smoke is way weirder than I imagined. Did I fall asleep? I don't feel sluggish anymore. He says as he ponders what just happened. Wait, something is definitely weird. Nair tries to think as. Wait, who the fuck are you? Nair sh. Don't avoid my question. And why do you keep saying my name? Well, shit, it's going to be one of those. What? One of what? That's it, I've gone nuts, I'm hearing voices in my head. Oh by the way, you all must have realized how this is going to go now. If don't like this type of thing, skip to the end. to the next set of bold letters. Actually you can just skip this chapter altogether, though, you will miss out the poll and whatever story is in here. And who in hell are you talking to now? Nobody, don't mind me. I must have fallen asleep, shit, how the hell do I wake myself up? Nair pinches himself, yet to his surprise, he felt pain. Please don't tell me that you are going to do this every time I do something. Nair groans in displeasure as he. Okay, I get it, now please, be quiet for 1 second, I need to think. Nair sh. 1 second. Okay, I felt pain, weird considering this is a dream. Nair then presses his hands together. If you know that they are supposed to pass through, then it is possible that they won't, right? You're not dreaming. Bullshit, if I'm not dreaming, then I'm hallucinating maybe, but you're not asleep, so try to avoid killing anybody from your group if you want to test it out. Can I kill you instead? Nope, and trust me, you don't want me dead. Why? Because I'm here to help. Hey, help at? You know, this is weird enough as it is, how are you going to help me? Voice in my head. By making sure you survive this night. You know what, I don't care, I'll bite, the main point is still the same, I need to blast that fucking cave. Nair shakes his head and turns to look at the path that led to the cave. The sooner I finish this, the sooner it will end, before I go insane. Nair then starts WF. Wait. Hey, what now? You can't go there, yet, this path does lead to the cave, but you can't go there yet. Because, you, need to go in the opposite direction, to the right of the shack, towards the big forested area. Because the cave ain't a place you want to waltz in like this. The longer I take, the bigger the chance of corpses coming here, and the rest of the group is, Nair looks at the other members of the group as they were, Can you not copy me? Sorry, it's just, I can't say that crap out loud. Why? Takashi is just groping. Stop. Forest first, the group will be fine, trust me. A voice in my head is telling me to trust it with the lives of my group. You nuts, I'm nuts. Well, you can go to the cave then, but you will end up backtracking, I'm trying to save you time here. Yeah, that sounds like a perfect plan. Nair turns around, and foolishly continues towards the cave, shotgun in hand, dynamites in bag. You didn't forget to take ammo, right? Or the lighter? Not that you will need it right now. Yes Dad, I didn't forget anything, I detect sarcasm. I detect a sarcastic voice in my head. Touché. By the time Nair got near the cave, it was already dark, as he insisted on ignoring the directions of the handsome boy. The fucking hell that you sound handsome, you sound more like a squeaking rubber duck. I do admit that I took a wrong turn though. 4. What? You took 4 wrong turns, all of them being turns that you took after ignoring my directions. Anyway, the cave should be here. Yeah, looks li. The fuck is this? And Nair stops in his tracks the moment he sees the cave, or well, what was in front of it, that being corpses, a lot of them, like, 20? 30. Why there's a corpse party here, that's not how it's supposed to go. Corpse party, I don't see any vengeful spirits or old schools anywhere. Anyway, I warned you, forest first, cave second, or you are going to try to deal all of them now. Let me warn you, dynamite will attract even more of them from the cave, so I advise against it. Same deal with the shotgun. Fine, forest first. Oh, you're going to listen to me now? So far, everything you said turned out to be true, both the turns I needed to take and the fact that I would not be able to pass. At least you now realize it, so, have fun backtracking. Hey look. There is a small sign next to the cave, underwater pass, this cave is connected to the mainland, under construction, please wear a hard hat before entering. And so Nair starts running back towards the shack, totally ignoring my totally amazing find. And once he returned, he there, still going at it, he ignored Saya and Psycho as they, yet, Nair just kept moving, he kept his face straight and ran past the shack before turning left. He then went straight, and seconds later, he saw Kota, who had his face on the sand, his hands behind his back and Asami on top of him. Asami can't find her handcuffs. Where are her handcuffs? Why, you stole them. Didn't you? She shouts at Kota. We will prevail. We will prevail. Freedom. Kota kept shouting under her. Either, Asami knows how to hold down a dude twist her size, or Kota just doesn't care. Takashi was, elsewhere, not around here. What? Takashi is over there with Shizuka and Rei, and he did not see, instead, he ran past the shack, and kept going straight, the forest to his right. Now. So, I need to keep going straight. Yes, the target destination is further away, going into the forest now will just slow you down. I see. And so, he kept going straight. And several minutes later. Out of all the things I could see, why am I getting this? Nair ponders as he keeps running down the beach. Hey! It's you that I'm asking. Nair screams at nobody. For fucking get it, Nair pouts like a little princess as he keeps running. What? I did not pee, I'm starting to sound like Saya now, Nair sighs and keeps running in pure defeat. This better be a one-time thing. Yeah, I hope so too, this shit is exhausting. And so, Nair soon reached the entrance to the forest. Entrance as in a slight opening between the trees, no real roads, path, or whatsoever, but, he could make out tire tracks that led deeper, a lot of them, so I guess that could be considered as a path. Why do I need to come here again? He asks himself. No, it's you I'm asking, not myself. Nair went inside to find his answers. Oh, for fuck's sake, and he walked into the forest. Said forest was eerie enough as it is, being at night, didn't really help, at least there were no corpses to be seen. So, what am I looking for? Nair kept walking straight as he spoke, and kept walking straight even after he finished speaking, following the path created by the car tracks. You know, if you are going to help, then just tell me go straight. Nair felt like talking to himself again for some reason. Why did I even bother? A couple of minutes later, and after seeing only trees and bushes for a while, was the first change. Among some trees in the distance, next to a couple of giant boulders, a large open cage, big enough to fit 2 or 3 big horses next to each other. It had a thick metal plate for a floor and another same plate as a ceiling. The walls of the cage consisted of metal bars. Please don't tell that's the reason I'm here. Of course not. Hey. So now you on. You're here for what was inside the cage. And I should have figured that the only reason you answered, was to fuck up my night even more. Nair stared at the cage for a couple of seconds. So, I, just walk around. Nair left the cage, but he kept walking while keeping an eye on the car tracks, so he wouldn't end up getting lost in the forest. Right, it's the smoke, otherwise, yeah, Nair. Thanked the handsome voice in his he. Don't push your luck. Worth a try. And so, Nair kept following the tire tracks. Corpses better not be anywhere near the group. Don't worry, Saya and Psycho are fine. I said group and I know that these two are the only ones you really care for. Hey, I might be more worried about these two, but that doesn't mean that I don't care about the rest. I mean, come on, I don't want to let Shizuka or Alice get killed. Or Kota and Asami, when they finally just got together, plus the trouble I went through to save her ass, and Takashi and Rei, after they got together, again after Takashi bashed his best friend's skull in with a bat. Shit's complicated, I know that it's really not, but, let's say that it is. By the way. We're here. Nair then stopped in his tracks as he noticed something sleeping straight ahead of him. It's a gant-ass wolf, yep. This thing was in the cage, wasn't it? Yep. It's lying down, yet I think it can still reach to about my waist. Yep. Please don't tell me this is what I need to find. Yep, it is. It can probably kill me with one bite. Yep. And you want me to fight it? Yep. Okay, giant or not, a shotgun should still no guns. What? No guns, no swords, no other pointy end, or deadly objects. You for real? Yep. Why? Well, how the hell are you going to tame it if it's dead? You want me to do what with the how now? Tame it, obviously. I'm leaving. As Nair turns around, the wolf wakes up, notices him, and growls. You, didn't just. Nair turns around to see the big grey wolf staring at him. Now that I was up, its head reached to about the height of his neck. How the F? Before Nair could think of stuff that he need not think, the wolf changed at him. Hey, what the hell? Don't a sourpuss, this will be fun. Fun? You're fucking nuts. As Nair keeps whining, the wolf leaps at him. Yet, the moment it got near, he grabs it by the lower jaw, turns around and tosses the wolf forward. The wolf spins around in the air and lands on its feet, sliding a few meters as it stared at Nair with an angry expression. Did I just do that? Nair blinks a couple of times before looking at his hands. See, fun. Okay, this is WOAA. Before he could finish, the wolf was charging at him again, this time trying to bite down on his leg. Seeing the wolf's lowered head, Nair steps on it and jumps forward, turning to look at the wolf while he was in the air. Okay, I know I got some parkour skills, but shit is insane, how am I doing this? Nair. Then remembered what he always said, don't question a good thing. Touché, so, I'm fist fighting a giant wolf, seems legit. And fist fight, he did, as the moment the wolf charged again, he slid his left leg back along with his left hand, while extending his right hand forward. He narrowed his eyes, and the moment the wolf got near he brought his left hand down, flat on the wolf's face, before using his right knee to kick the wolf back and quickly jump back. The wolf whines for a second before sneezing and turning to look at him again. I'm normally against animal violence. Then get this thing done already, the poor thing can feel pain, you know. And on whose fucking side are you? The side that gives free cookies, obviously. The wolf charges, and realizing that trying to wrestle the beast would be suicidal even now, he focuses on evading it. He sidesteps as the wolf jumps past him, and takes a few steps back. The wolf then turns around and charges at him again. The next couple of minutes went on with Nair evading the wolf as it kept charging at him, each time faster and with more aggression. This shit getting out of hand. As the wolf charged at him again, Nair, instead of sidestepping, crouches down. Once the wolf got in arm's reach, he puts his left hand to the ground behind his back, and with his right hand, he grabs the side of the wolf's head, then turns his upper body around and yanks the wolf towards the direction it was already charging at. The wolf, being unable to stop after getting the extra momentum, and you know, being in the air and not having air brakes, ends up crashing into a tree that was behind Nair, and with a whine, it stops moving. I didn't kill it, the tree did. Nair quickly gets up and runs up the wolf, only to see that it was unconscious. It passed out. It passed out. I just fought a giant wolf with my bare hands, and won. Nair tilted his head as he looked at the downed wolf. Okay, that just happened, probably. Maybe it's all a hallucination and I was actually fighting against air. That would look really weird from a third-party perspective. Nair takes a deep breath and drops his hands to his knees. Okay, now what? Now you feed it. Excuse me. While it's down, you feed it. Until it understands that you're a friend. Are you retarded? Feed it, but yet, got the beef jerky? Yeah. Nair takes off his bag, opens it and starts looking inside. No. He responds shortly after. Okay, flashback time. Wah. Thanks for the lure. Coda throws me the remaining jerky. I grab it and leave it on a table next to me. End of flashback time. Did you have to act this dramatic? Yes. Why are you suddenly so hyper? I always wanted to have a giant pet wolf. Okay, back to the shack. Hope the wolf won't wake up until I'm back. Don't worry, its torpor is still very high. It's what is very what? Nothing, just go to the shack. Nair shakes his head, gives the wolf one last glance and starts running towards the shack, using the tire tracks to exit the forest. After that, he then followed the same path he took on the beach until he reached the shack. Once there he jumped up the steps and went to the table that had the meat jerky. Hope you don't mind, I'm permanently borrowing this. Nair snatches the food and turns around. As he runs down the steps he turns to look at his group as they were, I can't fucking read this. As they were, showing their affection, for each other, don't worry, they were all still, dressed. Except for Rei and Takashi. That's it, I am waking up the wolf. What? No wait. I meant, they were, patting, each other, on the head, vigorously, Takashi mostly. He turns his head as he speaks, and ends up seeing Saya and Psycho. Can I leave now? This is, making it insanely hard for me to concentrate. You can leave. Thank you. Yet, he did not move. I said, you can leave, Nair. Suddenly, Psycho and Saya felt a huge urge to fall in love with Takashi and Nair then turned around and left with a quick pace. Still, I didn't know Saya can be this aggressive. I mean Psycho sure, but let's focus on the wolf. Nair nods to himself and starts running towards the spot where the wolf had been knocked out. The wolf, better still be out cold. Don't worry, it is. And, after running back to the forest's entrance and following the tire tracks again, Nair ended up on the spot with the downed wolf. See, the wolf is still here. Okay, now what? You feed it. You're not kidding, are you? Nope, you can actually tame dinosaurs like that too. Just go next to it and feed it, and it might take some time so. You can tame Wa. Time skip. An hour later, Nair was standing in front at the now awake wolf. This is so fucking weird. Nair keeps staring at the wolf as it tilts its head at him. Hey, give it a command. A command? How it's supposed to even? Just give it. Sit. The wolf jerks its head and instantly sits down. Nair blinks a couple of times before. Roll. The wolf lets out a loud bark, drops to the floor and rolls. Explain to me, how the fuck this whole thing even works. The wolf stops rolling around, gets to a sitting position, and starts barking, in different volume and speed with every bark. It's actually trying to explain it. Nair leans his body back as he stares at the wolf. Okay, you know what, I don't care, friendly giant wolf is better than hostile giant wolf. The wolf barks affirmatively. And how the hell did you know it was an affirm? Fuck it, never mind, I don't care, not the weirdest thing that happened to me today. Nair turns around and leave. Hey, what, I got the wolf. So that means I can go to the cave now, right? Yeah, but, ain't you gonna name it, her? Also, how to say this without making it sound weird, you can ride this wolf, like a horse, no saddle needed. I can do what now? I don't know if it's good or bad, but for some reason, I'm not even surprised anymore, but yet, name, I do have to name, her, right? Yeah, her, so don't name her Jacobs, please. Okay, Nair thinks for a bit, and... I got it. Wolf. The wolf tilts its head and focuses on Nair. Your name from now on will be... As Nair spoke, his nose started itching. F. Nair puts his hand to his face to stop himself from sneezing, but you know, mask. Fat shoe. And the wolf then howls to the sky acknowledging her new name. Her new title. What? No, I sneezed, your name is not Fatshu. The wolf, upon hearing the name Fatshu, howls again. In a fit of rage, Nair kicks a rock. Fatshu barks excitedly as she runs after the rock. Stop, calling her, that. Nair takes a few deep breaths to calm himself down, whipping his tears away, as the wolf comes back to him. First, I didn't tear up. Second, I'm wearing a mask, smartass, how the hell am I supposed to wipe my tears away? Fatshu. Awoo. Fuck you. Focus, the cave, I need to blast that fucking cave, and this nightmare will, hopefully end. And so, burning with a newfound passion, that I have totally no idea where he got from by the way, Nair mounts Fok. His wolf, Nair mounts his wolf. Can this night, get any weirder? Maybe. Oh boy. Nair then rides the wolf back to the shack. With his new friend, Nair managed to reach his destination in a fraction of the time, and once there. Okay, I should take the path next to the shack, it leads to the... Wait. What, am I going to tame a dragon by stealing its eggs now? Sounds fun, but no. Go to the shack and take Psycho's sword with you. Dude, or whatever you are, I'm not taking her sword, if I end up ruining it SW. Don't worry. You won't, trust me. I must be going mental. Nair gets off the wolf and runs to the shack. He climbs the railing and grabs the katana from the chair it was on, then jumps off the railing and runs back to the wolf. Okay, last check. Nair takes off the bag, opens it and there. A female voice, shouts. Nair turns his head towards the sound to see Saya and Sae, focus. Right. Ignoring the voices, Nair turns to the bag. Dynamite, check, shotgun, check, bullets, check, lighter, check, sword, check, moaning that is permanently getting recorded into fucking my brain, fucking triple check. Nair closes the back, throws it over his shoulder and gets back on the wolf. Let's go, now, please. The wolf barks affirmatively and starts running down the path that led to the cave. So, animals are immune to this after all. Don't know, guess we will find out now. Are you for fucking real? Nair shakes his head as he asks himself. Now you ignore me. And a couple of minutes later, they were by the cave, the corpses, still there. So, now what? I let the wolf charge in or something. You'd let the poor thing charge in all alone? Show some compassion. The wolf whines at me as the voice in my head keeps speaking. So I. Ch-a-a-arj. Wait. And the wolf charges forward. Nair grabs onto her to keep himself from falling. Triple A, you know what? Fuck it. He draws the katana and lets go of the scabbard. The moment the wolf gets near the corpse group, she jumps. While in the air, Nair lets go of the wolf and puts the sword over his shoulder, and right before touching the ground, he swings horizontally towards the nearest corpse, taking its head off with a clean cut. The moment he touched the ground, he grabs the now decapitated corpse and tosses it to the left on a couple of other corpses. He then leans towards the right as he follows up with a stab, passing the blade right off a corpse's head that was to his right. With the tip of the sword still inside the head, he turns around, grabs the sword with both hands, bringing the sword over his head. He then follows up with a strong vertical slash as he takes a step forward, blood flying in an arc as the sword went from the corpse head that was behind him, to the corpse head that was in front of him. He glances to his left and then twists the sword to the left before lowering his posture, slamming his right shoulder into the corpse that still had the blade in its head, sending the twitching body tumbling backward. With his left hand folded he then passes the sword over his head and grabs it with both hands. He then takes a large step forward as he brings the sword down in a sideways slash, cutting the last nearby corpse in two. All the way from its right shoulder, to its left lower side, and once the corpse's upper torso fell to the ground, he tosses the sword slightly on the air, reverse grabs the hilt and lands the blade on the back of the corpse's head before pulling the blade back out, tossing it in the air again and grabbing it normally. He then takes a deep breath and looks at the dead corpses around him. Holy shit, did I just do all this? As he ponders, a corpse charged at him from behind. He sidesteps and grabs it by the arm, then with a quick motion, he kicks it on the back of its knee while still holding on to the arm. As the corpse falls to its knees he cleaves both its head and arm off. He then turns around and walks to the nearest lone corpse. He shoves the extra arm in the corpse's mouth before grabbing by the neck, and as he turns around, he throws it towards the declining corpse group. I don't remember being this good. Wish Psycho was here to see you. I do wonder, how would she react if she saw you? And so, while Nair was busy dealing with the corpses on his side and wonder whether Psycho would get all hot and bothered by his actions. Hey! It was you who wondered that, not me. Facho was tearing everything a new one, hands and legs flying left and right. Whatever corpse managed to get a hold of her, got shaken off by the constant jumping and running, or, it ended up getting bitten in the neck first. Ignoring me, hey, and her name is not Facho. Nair whines in a low tone, yet the moment he uttered the name, the wolf turns towards him, barks and runs up to him, all covered in blood, from head to toe. Wonder if I should change her race from Grey Wolf to Red Wolf. Does it matters, but I do admit, you were right, having her here made this way easier. Nair pats the wolf on the head as he looks at the remaining corpses that were shambling towards them, then at the corpses that were stuck under the bodies that he tossed around. Well, let's finish this, hey. Facho barks loudly before running a circle around him and back into the fray. You're going to keep calling her that, aren't you? Nair asks something obvious as he casually walks up to a corpse that was reaching out for him while it was still stuck under an unmoving body, and stabs it on the head. Figures he then looks around until he spots the sword scabbard. He then runs up to it and picks it up. Better if a certain somebody doesn't learn that I just tossed this to the ground, he says as he dusts off the scabbard with his hand before sheathing the sword. He turns around to see that the corpse group had all but disappeared, with Facho sitting in the center while wagging her tail. How did I even survive fighting that wolf? He tilts his head as he looks at the bloody mess. No matter, cave. Nair takes a deep breath and walks towards the cave, with Facho following behind him. Alright, you ready? He says as he turns towards the bloody wolf, which replies with an excited bark, as energetic as ever. And so, with a nod, Nair charges forward. Deeper into the dark cave. Hey, did anybody bring a torch? I forgot mine. God damn it, Nair, I'm trying to narrate here. Sorry. And so, Nair charges forward. Deeper into the dark cave. Never mind, I found a flashlight. God damn it. And by the way, the dynamite, how can I blow up the cave without burying myself under the rubble? You're the hero, figure it out. Oh, come on. Just help me out for once. You mean twice? You'll find some gasoline canisters in there. You have the lighter, use the gasoline to make a line after dousing the dynamites. After you go far enough, light up the fuel line with the lighter. Thanks, you're welcome. Now try not to die off screen. Hard ass till the end, hey. What was that? All the girls in the team like Takashi now? I said nothing. Thought so. By the way, bold text here, craziness stops, somewhat. Several hours later. Saya slowly opens her eyes, a smile on her face as she kept hugging the person that was resting on top of her. She moves her hands to her head and rubs her eyes before touching around her face, trying to find her glasses, which she found resting on her forehead. She lowers them until they were on her eyes and then turns to look at the sleeping person that was on top of her, and blinks several times. Wait, Psycho, why are you on top of me, hey? She shakes the sleeping girl with a confused expression. Nair. Psycho responds by tightening her grip around Saya's waist, snuggling up to her. Saya's expression then instantly turns into a frown, her eyebrows becoming somewhat of a straight line as she narrows her eyes. She slowly brings her fingers around Psycho's sides, and pokes hard. Yay! Psycho yelps as she squirms. She then springs off Saya and ends up sitting with her hands behind her back. What happened? Still half asleep, she stares at Saya, who got up and fixed her swimsuit. You wouldn't let go of me. She responds. Psycho blinks a couple of times. Of you. She falls in though for a couple of seconds as she keeps staring at Saya, and then her eyes go wide as her face goes red. Yes, me, why, who did you think you were hugging? Saya raises an eyebrow as she stares with a sly grin, her face, still flushed nonetheless. Nobody, we need to make sure the others are all right. Psycho responds as she starts getting up. Yet before she could even get up, Revolution Kota jumps out of shack and starts running, waving a broom around like a flag. Stop! You can't escape. The more you resist, the longer your sentence will be. Stop right there. Asami also jumps out of the shack shortly after, waving a stick in the air as she chases after Kota. Are they awake? Their eyes were open. Psycho asks as she gets up and stares at the unfolding event. They better not be awake. Saya responds with her mouth half open. Wait, is that? Psycho walks towards the hut, next to the railing, on the sand, her sheathed sword. She picks it up and partially draws out the blade. Why, is my sword here? I'm pretty sure I left it on one of the seats. She asks as she looks around. No idea, maybe Kota or Asami took it during their adventure. Saya responds as she keeps staring at the two while they kept running around. We should probably wake them up, Psycho says as she walks up to Saya, her sword in her hand. Saya turns to look at her and nods. Yet, before they could even get to them, they notice that Shizuka and Rei laid flat on the sand, both with a happy expression, and as they got close. Rikae, what's taking you so long? Come back here, Alridai. Talk is high, where did you go? Talk is high. Both Shizuka and Rei were talking in their sleep. Let's wake them up. Saya speaks up in a monotone voice as she stared at them. Why, yes. Psycho responds. After some time of shaking, both of them open their eyes, a smile still plastered on their faces. Hey, Takashi, where is Takashi? Rei started asking the moment she opened her eyes. Shizuka just got up to a sitting position without speaking, she stretched with a yawn and just stared forward with a sleepy expression. Takashi was not here when we found you, Psycho responds. What? But, Revolution. Before she could even finish, Kota crashes into the group like a cannonball, knocking Saya down under him. Several screams, slaps, and idiot nominations later, the group was sitting by the sea, all of them hugging their knees as they stared at the ocean. Hallucinations, it was nothing but hallucinations. Saya says with a deadpan voice. Yes, none of it was real, everything was an unfortunate accident, Psycho answers with the same deadpan voice. But we were still moving around, what we did was probably real, Kota responds. Shut up, Fatso, I don't want to hear any of it, Saya answers without raising her voice. We still need to find Takashi. Rei speaks up after her. And Nair. Psycho says right after. And Alice. Asami adds up. And. Speaking of the devil. Help. Takashi. Takashi is in trouble. Alice comes up running to them with a couple of bottles in her arms. The group turns to her before looking at each other, and they all nod before getting up. They then follow Alice to the cave's entrance, and stop dead in their tracks. What, they? Saya was the first one to speak as she looked at the corpse group that was in front of the cave, or, well, what remained of it. Girls, stop it, we mustn't. Their sight then gets drawn to a voice, which ends up being Takashi, who was lying on top of a couple of dead corpses. Did he do all this? Shizuka asks. I don't think so, some corpses have clean cuts, like a sword cut them apart, the others looked mauled, like an animal attacked them. Saya turns to look at Psycho as she speaks. Wasn't me, not from what I remember at least, and. I definitely didn't do that, Psycho responds as she points are the mauled corpses. Psycho, that apron is, very naughty. Takashi speaks up again, causing the group to turn towards him again. Rei, could you please, wake up Takashi, right now, Psycho asks as she keeps staring at the corpses. I will more than wake him up, Rei responds as she walks up to him, her eye twitching as she moved closer. Saya, you look really cute with your hair down. Shizuka, wait, don't be greedy. As Takashi kept on dreaming, Psycho looked near the cave's entrance. There's a toppled gasoline canister there. She says as she walks up to the canister. After she got next to it, she lifts it up and gives it a shake. Empty. She then looks around, and notices a sign next to the cave. She goes to it and reads it. Underwater pass, this cave is connected to the mainland, under construction, please wear a hard hat before entering. After reading the sign, she turns to look at the cave only to see that it was actually blocked off by rocks a little deeper in. Thud. And shortly after, a male shout. Psycho turns around to see Takashi up and about, rubbing his head as he stared at the corpses. Hey, what, how, Wasn't I? Why? As Takashi keeps asking half-finished questions, Saya walks up to him. Before he could even respond, he was hopping on one leg, as Saya stomped off after kicking his shin. WH. What was that for? He shouts as he looks at her. Ah, you know very well what was that for, pervert. Saya shouts as she turns around and stomps her foot, then turns around again and continues walking, followed by the rest of the group. Hey, what did I do? He then turns towards Psycho, who had taken the canister in her free hand and was walking back towards the rest of the group. She stopped, and stayed quiet for a bit. Maybe, you should learn how to dream without talking in your sleep. Psycho walks past Takashi after giving him a quick glance. And several minutes later, the group was sitting by the shack's tables. Why, I'm not surprised that the only person we're missing is a certain masked idiot. Saya looked towards the sea as she spoke, her arms folded. I just hope he's alright. Shizuka speaks up right after. Good God, not a single day has passed, and he disappears again. I swear, we need to put a short leash on him. Saya groans as she shakes her head. Maybe he wandered off like Takashi. Shizuka asks as she puts her finger on her mouth and looks on the table. I'm worried about that too. We found some of them on the island. We don't know if there are more of them wandering around. I will go look for him. Psycho gets up as she finishes speaking. We can't just aimlessly wander around the island. We will never find him like that. Is there a reason Takashi ended up by that cave? Maybe we can use it as a clue for our search. Koda responds. Actually, what did you do with that gasoline canister? Asami asks as she turns to Takashi. Gasoline. He asks as he lifts his head. The empty canister that Psycho found near the cave. Saya adds up. I don't remember why I ended up there, and I don't remember doing anything with a gasoline canister. He answers as he tilts his head, seemingly trying to think. Yes, you were too busy fondling a group of female them while fantasizing about things. Rei responds with an angry frown. We should focus on finding Nair. Psycho cuts off Takashi before he could speak. Yes, we need to find that idiot before he ends up doing something stupid. Saya stares at Takashi with a frown as she speaks. Alright, I'll check our equipment. Koda responds as he gets up and walks towards the door. If he's still sleeping, I wonder what he's dreaming about. Shizuka casually asks as she tilts her head, making both Saya and Psycho snap their heads to her and. Somewhere. Why do I feel like crap? I shake my head and I slowly open my eyes. What happened yesterday? I feel like I got hit by train. I close my eyes and try to think. Saya and Psycho went nuts, and then I did what? I open my eyes and stare at the sky. Well, for his own good, it better not be something weird. I hear a female voice, from under me. So, we will split up in teams and look for him. Another female voice asks. We would cover more ground by going alone, but it won't be as safe. A male voice answers. I lean to my right to get a better idea of what exactly was going on, and. In retrospect, a bad idea, as, the moment I realized that for some frigging reason, I was on the fucking roof, I was already falling. Wah! Was the only thing I managed to say before falling face flat on the sand. I also think I heard a couple of yelps. The actual fugue. I shake my head as I stay on the ground. We found him. I hear an excited female voice shout. Why, yet? I hear another female voice answer. Did he just fall from the sky? I hear a different female voice ask. I think he was just on the roof. Shizuka. I hear a male voice answer. I then felt a hand on my back. Nair, are you alright? I lift my head to see Psycho kneeling next to me. I nod and slowly get up. Why, was I on the roof? I ask as I look up. How are we supposed to know that, you idiot? I turn to look at the annoyed voice to see Saya staring at me with a frown. True. I respond. Hey guys. Koda speaks up as he exits the shack. Did anybody use the dynamites? We're missing some. He says shortly after. Dynamites. I look around to see the gasoline canister. Did we bring gasoline with us? I ask. No. We found it near a cave, that's also where we found Takashi. Psycho answers. Cave, right, the cave. You know something about it? Psycho, seeing how I didn't respond, asks as she puts her hand on my shoulder and brings her face to my field of vision. Yes, I think. I answer. You think? Don't tell me you also don't remember what you did yesterday? Idiot. Saya brings her hand to her face and shakes her head. You do? I ask, and her face instantly goes beet red. That not the point. She shouts. But you're the one who asked M. F, forget it. Just say if you know what's the deal with that canister already. She looks away as she speaks. Yeah, right. The cave, was it open? Or caved in? I ask. Caved in, Psycho answers shortly after. Then, I think, I blew it up, I answer, and the group just stared at me. You think that you might have blown up a cave, and why would you do that in the first place? I asks. Fuck, how do I tell them that it's connected to the mainland? I don't remember. I answer as I dart my eyes around. The cave was connected to the mainland, Psycho adds up right after, causing everybody to turn to her. There was a sign outside the cave that said so. You don't remember that? She asks as he turns to me. There was. I ask as I tilt my head. No, really now, there was. Hey, you don't remember that either? That place was full of dead them, you don't remember that too? REI asks. It was. I ask. That's weird, that place was supposed to have like 4 corpses, not a group. Yes, some of them were torn apart. As if a wild animal attacked them, the others looked like they got cut down by a sword, and my sword was not where I left it, actually. Psycho looks at the ground before looking at the roof and taking a few steps back. I'm pretty sure I found my sword in the same location that you fell. She says as she walks up to me again. Sorry, still don't remember anything that seems to add up to what you're saying. Still, if I did take your sword, then I hope I didn't chip it, I answer as I look at the katana. Psycho shakes her head. The sword is fine, it's you that I'm worried about. Are you sure you're alright? She asks again. Other than falling from the roof, I feel fine, I answer. So, what you mean to tell me is that you took Psycho's sword, waltzed towards a cave that was infested with them, obliterated them along with some giant animal, and then you blew up the cave, and now don't remember anything? Saya asks shortly after as she raises an eyebrow and tilts her head. I guess. I respond as I shrug questionably. That's it, I'm getting you a collar and a leash. She says as she closes her eyes, puts her fingers on her nose's bridge and shakes her head, before I could answer. You didn't get bitten, did you? Takashi asks. I think I would have already turned if I did, I answer. True, so, now what? He asks, and after a short silence. This place, weird as it is too good to pass up, but we still have to get to the police station, don't we? I say we keep this place on the map, but go on with the initial plan, return here after we're done, if we don't find a better place, or get evacuated, I answer as I look at the group. Yeah, sounds like a plan, so, let's pack up. Takashi asks, and the group nods. Still, why can't I remember anything? Weird, last thing I remember is Psycho and Saya going after me, then, whatever, if I don't remember, then it's probably not that important, as long as the cave got blown up then it's fine. Also, collar, when did the tie up to a chair evolve to collar and a leash? Saya is becoming way too kinky. By the way, there will be a poll for this chapter, on the main/author/bio page. Hey! Who the fuck said that? Chapter 31, just call the police. Alright, so, how do we go about this? Takashi asks as he stares at the Humvee that was parked in the garage. Well, there ain't a lot of ways we can go about this. We take the car, drive close to the station, park it in a secluded spot and check the place out. Police or not, I don't think it's a good idea to march over there with a military-grade vehicle, because I'm 100% sure that if there are people in that place, we'll lose the car and everything in it. I don't need to tell you in what kind of a tight spot we'll be in if they do take our stuff, and then decide that our problems ain't worth dealing with. I respond as I look at the Humvee, and take a bite out of the energy bar that I held in my hand. I'd rather be eating a normal meal right now, but, no time, I guess we could say that we ate the fish, which we didn't, as they went bad before we could even bring them here. Yeah, you're right. Takashi nods without saying anything else, and just keep staring that car. A couple of seconds later, Kota walked into the garage. A first aid kit and a coil of blue synthetic rope in his right hand. 3 rolls of duct tape and 2 rock climbing hooks in his left hand. I checked the boat's small front storage and found these. Makes me wonder if the people that used to live here were into extreme sports, he says as he tries to get a better grip on the items in his left hand. Rope and duct tape, not bad, that's something we either won't need, or need really badly, throw them in. I point at the open trunk as I look at Kota. You know it's a shame these hooks can't be shot from the crossbow we have, it would look really cool if we could tie a rope around them and use them as grappling hooks. Kota chuckles as he moves to the back of the Humvee and starts placing the stuff inside. Crossbow. I ask as I finish eating and lower my headgear. Kota then pulls a Barnett Wildcat C5 out of the trunk, along with 3 arrows. You know, the the one we found in Rika's house. He answers as he looks at the weapon. Wait, we took the crossbow with us, holy shit, I totally forgot about it. And why are we not using it? It should be more silent than any gun, plus, you can get the arrows back, right? I ask as I stare at the weapon in Koda's hands. Well yeah, but we only have 3 arrows, and to get more, we also need to find some hot glue to actually attach the arrow points and nocks, and this bow can only shoot 20-inch carbon or aluminum arrows with half-moon nocks. Koda stops for a second and looks at the arrows. And while this crossbow is strong, I don't know if the arrow points we have can do the job, or if we need actual broadheads, as the points we have are target points which are normally used for target practice, not hunting. Now if we do need broadheads, we'll probably need the expandable ones. And then, you also need to know how to draw the crossbow correctly, so it won't end up causing damage to the arrow or itself. Also, you must never dry fire it. As Koda kept talking, he, started going from why we're not using this crossbow, to, how to use this crossbow, and while I did read a little about crossbows, well, you lost me on, this is a crossbow. I respond with a deadpan voice. Koda just turns to look at me, and blinks a couple of times. Well, take a seat then. He says as he starts talking, again. Well, knowing a thing or two about it, could be helpful. And so, while Koda was filling my head with crossbows, arrowheads, arrow points, nocks and stuff can't even fucking pronounce, the rest of the group slowly gathered into the garage. And about 40 minutes later. You can also find information on how to pull the string in the manual. It was inside the locker next to the crossbow, so I took it with me. Oh, and the handle is normally called stirrup. And then, he stops talking, to take a breath. Do you want me to explain how? Koda, the group is waiting, we should get going. I cut him off as I point at the group, which also had a visibly annoyed REI inside. Not that I blame her, she doesn't know her father isn't at the station, or that he's still alive. Right, sorry everybody. Koda gets up, puts the crossbow and arrows back into the trunk, then slams it shut. We're all set to go. He says as he turns towards the group and makes a thumbs up motion. And so, after opening the front gate, we all enter the vehicle, and drive off. We aren't going to close the gate. Hey, shame, it was a nice place, oh well. I turn my head away from the door window that was to my left and look straight ahead, at the backside of the driver's seat. Learned how to use a crossbow. Psycho, who was sitting next to me, leaned her body slightly forward before turning to look at me. If having a 45-minute long chat taught me how to use that thing efficiently, then I'd know how to use satellite cannons by now, I say in a joking manner as I also turn to look at her. That would actually depend, mostly on the interface. If it's user-friendly or not, like, how does it navigate? Does it have a joystick? Or it only uses lat and long commands that you need to type in via a keyboard? And Koda, who was once again sitting on the leg section of the car that was behind the front passenger seat and in front of Takashi and REI, speaks up again. Wow, Koda, how do you know so much? Asami, who was sitting on his legs, turns around to look directly at him. Well. He then gets all flustered and starts scratching the back of his head. I chuckle, shake my head, and turn to look outside the window again. Mr. Killjoy, hat. I put my hand under my chin as I keep staring outside. Alright, so, now, we have the police station, let's focus on that. Though, the being said, there ain't a lot to think about, or anything that I want to change. We go there, the place is empty, REI almost has a nervous breakdown while being a total bitch. We get 3 new guns along with a couple of lower quality handguns and some ammo. We then find about the evacuation, and that REI's dad is also there, and then, we leave. If anything else happens, then I'll see to it then. I need to get used on doing that anyway. The rest of the trip was pretty much uneventful, and quiet, as apparently, nobody could think of a topic to chat about, because, for the others, we were close to finding REI's father, or what remained of him, so, we all kept quiet. Until gunshots. REI shouts as several gunshots echoed in the distance, loud enough to be actually be heard even with the car's engine running, meaning, we were getting close. I always wondered, who did fire off these shots, corpses with twitching fingers. It wasn't just one shot though, more like 5 or 6 of them, maybe from a gun that was set to fully auto? In any case, if we heard gunshots, then we definitely need to hide the car before we go in there. I turn to look at the group as I speak. Hey, why? My dad works as a police detective there, No, I agree with Nair on this one, it's not just your dad that will be there, and if a higher ranking officer decides that the car should be taken from us, then we'll be left to go on foot, and we're not done yet, we still need to find your mother, and my mother. Takashi cuts REI off before she could finish, yet, she just turns to him and nods without much of a fuss. Well, if you're going to do something, then Asami thinks that you should probably do it quickly. The police station is not very far from here. Asami speaks up right after. You were stationed here, Asami? But you said that you didn't know my father. Rei asks as she turns to stare at the police girl. Hey, is his face in the entry test or something? Asami was still a new member there. She didn't manage to meet all the people that worked in that station before this happened. Her voice trails off as she speaks. Well, should I park around here somewhere? Shizuka asks while keeping her eyes on the road. I can't see any place where we could hide the car though. Takashi answers, and sadly, he was right. We're surrounded by houses and multi-storied buildings. There's nothing we can use around here to hide the car in, or, wait. What about an alleyway? If it's narrow enough it can block the doors, then the only entrance and exit would be the hatch, which, locks, form the inside. Yet, no. Never mind, we can't. No, wait, we can open the trunk with the keys. I put my hand under my chin as I speak. I hope you didn't burn too many brain cells while thinking of all of that. Saya turns around to look at me from the front passenger seat. A slight smirk on her face. Laugh it up, would ye? Yeah, I can't see any other way, so let's try that, Takashi responds. And so, after Shizuka tried to squeeze the car into a couple of alleyways and ended up trading paint with the wall before realizing that they were way too narrow for the car to pass through, we finally found an alleyway between two multi-story buildings that was just barely wide enough to fit the car in. Okay, like always Shizuka, engine off, let the car roll in until it stops. I say as I look at the wall to my left. Well, we're sandwiched between two very high walls. It'll probably be rather dark here even in the middle of the day, except for when then the sun is directly on top of the alleyway. That is, still, much better than leaving the car in the middle of the street. Are we really going to leave the car here like this? I don't know, it seems risky, Kota asks. I turn my head to him, only to see that he was actually staring at me. Why you say we and then look at me, dude? I ain't the frigging leader here. Yet, nobody said a thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, for good measure, we will also cover it up with the urban net that we used to hide the things in the trunk. That's all we can do for now. I glance at the net behind me as I speak. A couple of seconds later, the car came to a complete stop. Okay, we'll exit from the hatch, right? Let's go. Takashi moves to exit through the hatch as he speaks, and one by one, we start leaving the car. Right before getting up, I also grab the net along with Kota, and once out, we close the hatch and somehow manage to cover the Humvee while half of the group was still standing on it, after making sure that Shizuka didn't forget the keys inside, of course, though, now that I think of it, that sounds more like my field of expertise. I then turn to look towards the direction we came from. I didn't see any corpses, but we go from the way we entered. I ask as I point at the entrance we used. Well, we can go on from that way, but if we leave from the other side of this alleyway, the police station should be just around the corner. Asami turns around as she points in the opposite direction. As long as we can return the same way, then it works for me, Takashi responds as he jumps down from the car's hood and motions us to follow him. I just shrugged and followed the rest. Psycho waited for me to jump off the car, and then starting walking next to me. I also noticed something. You know, Saya might have been right about Psycho staring at me more, and no, that was not a complaint. Now, as for the path we took. We did have a couple of corpses that roamed the narrow path, but they were too spread out. So Rei, who was at the front of the group, dispatched them without any real trouble, seeing that the way she fights consists mostly of forwarding stabbing, meaning the narrow path did not hinder her too much. It then took us a couple of minutes until we finally exited the alleyway. Asami then pointed towards the right, I could actually see a tall building that looked like the police station from the manga not too far from here. It was on the road after the intersection that was to our right, on the opposite side of the street, if taking our current position into consideration. I could also see cop cars parked there, and one of them was toppled, or more like, whoever drove that car ended up making it slide on its right side, before slamming its roof to a railing. I don't know if Rei didn't see the frigging wreck of a car, but she just dashed ahead of us without saying a word. Rei! Takashi shouts as he runs after her. No barricades, no people on guard, and a police car left embedded to a railing. I don't think she's going to like what comes next. I say as I also start running after the two. Nair, you should not interfere, this is something that's between the two of them, I hear Psycho say as she also starts running beside me. I got no intention of interfering, but we should keep the perimeter safe. I get the feeling things might get loud, shouty type of loud. I turn to look at Psycho as I finish speaking. She blinks a couple of times, before nodding. The moment we reached Rei and Takashi. What's going on? We heard gunshots earlier. REI shouts. Oh okay, here we go, REI is about to go full bitch mode, yet, I want nothing to do with this. As Takashi starts speaking, I walk past them and head straight towards the building's entrance. The whole field in front of the building was relatively huge and had like 3 corpses, that all roamed towards a shouting REI. In either case, they were nowhere near the entrance, so I just casually walked up to the half-open sliding glass doors. Like in the anime, both the inside and the outside doors have been forced open. Enough for a person to squeeze through. Still, the insides are clean as in no blood on the floor, as I can still see a lot of papers scattered around, but that's about it. No bullet casings, no broken things. The insides look clear. I nearly jumped in place as I heard a voice to my left. I dart my head to see Psycho right next to me, looking inside the building through the glass door. Holy shit, when did she even? She then turns to look at me, and tilts her head with a questioning look. Is something the matter, Nair? She asks. Nothing, just didn't realize you got here, but yet, you're right, the insides do look clear. I think we better inform certain people of it, before they end up going berserk. I motion towards Takashi and REI with my head as I turn around. Psycho responds with a nod and starts walking behind me, and the moment we got near the group. So, I think they all left while we were still at the mall. I hear Saya talk. Plus, the insides look clear, no blood, no bullet casings, worse I saw, was papers on the floor. I add up right after her. Good thing Saya mentioned that the people here bailed while the group was still at the mall. Had she said the island, oh boy, I'd have one angry ass REI on my face right now. So everybody is gone? Alice asks. I don't know, guess there is only one way to find out. Takashi looks at the building's entrance as he speaks. Let's go then. We got unwanted guests coming our way. I look around at the oncoming corpses as I speak. The group nods, and then we all head into the police station. The moment we got in, Kota closed the inside doors, though, I don't know if these glass doors can hold back a corpse, tempered or laminated glass maybe. I then glance around the room. Well, looks the same as in the manga on the inside too. Less than a meter ahead of me, 2 rows of cozy-looking seats that extended towards the wall that was straight ahead. They were also positioned in such a way that made the rows be back to back. Further in and slightly to my right, I could see the map. On the wall that faced the exit doors, the corridor that we'd probably end up taking was straight ahead and a bit to my left. That's also where the wall with the map ended. Deeper in that corridor, I could also see a toilet sign. That's where the corpse couple should be at. Now, to my left, over a small counter-like wall, I could see desks, a lot of them. To my right, a long counter, that ran all the way from where I'm standing, to the wall with the map that was straight ahead. The counter didn't go all the way from wall to wall through. There were also a couple of big cement pylons that extend from the counter all the way up to the ceiling, and behind the counter, a wall that stopped before actually reaching the map wall. So in other words, there was also another corridor behind the counter. On the far end, I could also see 2 doors on the wall that was behind the counter. Police stations have reception rooms. Hey, got no idea. And behind me, the doors, a vending machine, and some weird-ass, human-sized mascot. There is actually a little blood on the floor here. REI speaks up as she kneels down and looks at the floor next to the seats. The doors were half open, meaning somebody opened them after the EMP blast. Could be the police officers who left the building, but I'd expect the doors to be left wide open if that was the case. So, somebody came in after they all left. I look towards the map as I speak. Asami, you know where they keep any of the ammo and guns here? Kota asks as he walks away from the door and stops next to the cop girl that was looking at the giant, pink, humanoid mouse mascot that stood next to the door. Asami only knows that they kept the confiscated items on the 3rd floor. She lowers her head as she speaks. We should keep our eyes open then, while we have ammo in the Humvee. It won't hurt to have more, so let's look for any guns and ammo. Then, we'll look for clues about REI's dad. Takashi then turns to Saya. Anything else we should keep in mind? And while he was asking that, I went to look at the map. Hey, Derp 2, how do we hide something? I don't know. Derp 1, let's start by not putting a name on it, after we have first named everything else, of course. I mean, that's what I'm looking at here. The only room that's left blank is the armory. Can't you think for yourself? Saya frowns as she folds her arms. Well, a leader usually has people to help him strategize, right? He says with an awkward laugh. Saya frowns but doesn't speak up. She then walks up to me, or well, comes to look at the map, while in the meantime, I turn around to leave. Hey, you're already here, don't be an idiot and make yourself useful. She says as she turns to me and puts her hands on her hips, while also leaning her upper body slightly forward. I'd really want to, but burnt too many brain cells, me no can think. I respond with a deadpan voice. Saya narrows her eyes and glares at me, with quite the mean-ass frown if I might add. That's one angry hamster. She really doesn't like getting side-jabbed at. Well, I should help her, lest she starts thinking that I'm actually trying to avoid her, as I get the feeling that giving her the cold shoulder treatment won't end well, as she'll probably end up being even more toxic to me. I turn to the map and point at it. There's one room in the back left side that has no information on it. If it's something that the police don't want others to see, then it might be something worth looking at. I turn to Saya as I finish speaking. See, was not that hard now, was it? She says as she corrects her posture, folds her arms and smirks at me. I just shake my head and turn to look at the group. Back room towards the left then. Takashi asks. Both Saya and I nod. Asami feels so useless. This was the building she was stationed, yet she can't even help. Asami drops her head as Kota puts his hand on her shoulder. Asami, Hirano, Nair, can you keep an eye out while we look for the room? Takashi then motions for Rei and Saiko to follow him. Saiko gave me a quick glance before following the other two. Hey! Where are you taking my samurai? A&D. The moment they got near the toilets, Takashi and the two girls found the Korifid couple, as it crawled outside, attracted to the noise. I don't need to mention how fast they got rid of them, do I? I almost felt bad for these two. And shortly after that, they found the door. Then called for the rest of the group to come over. A&D. Like in the manga, the door was locked with an padlock. Rei then asked if Asami knew the passcode, only for Kota to mention that the lock didn't function anymore because of the E.M.P. Talk about a nice save, and then, Saya pulled out that weird drill thing, and after giving it to Kota, she then turned to me with her arms folded and a grin like she just saved the world. I think she wanted a head pat. What would we do without you? I respond with a very silent chuckle as Saya kept basking in the glory. Well, the truth is, that she did save us. This one might be empty, but the room with the confiscated gear was also locked, and that one did have ammo and guns inside. Anyway, the stairs are right behind us, so. As Kota keeps drilling, I walk up to Saiko. The second floor is near. If there are corpses near the stairs, they will hear the drilling. I stare at the stairs as I speak. Saiko glances at me and nods before turning to look at the stairs as well. And so, while Kota was trying to open the door, I just stared around. Until finally. Kota leans back and puts his hands on the floor behind his back, then he takes a few deep breaths, yet, before he could say anything else. Nair! I hear Saiko shout. I turn around to see a corpse on the stairs. That's Officer Kato. Rei freezes the moment she sees the corpse. Looks like he was trying to commit suicide after getting bit. Saiko runs up the steps as she speaks, and stabs the officer in the head. At the same moment, a second corpse became visible as it shambled down from the upper floor. I let go of the shotgun, pull the bukin, and run up the stairs. Guess it's about time I did something. I stop on the last step and hit the hilt of the sword on the metal handrail, causing the corpse to focus on me. I then stab its leg while holding the bukin with my left hand and grab its shirt with my right. Crouching down, I then pull my right arm under the top part of the handrail. The corpse, while it did manage to grab my right arm, ended up landing with its neck against the railing. I then turned to look at Saiko. She licked her lips with a slight smirk as she raised her sword over her head with both arms, only to bring it down a second later, chopping the corpse's head off like an executioner. Go look inside. Me and Nair can hold them off. Saiko shouts as she glances at the group that was by the door. A&D. The moment they disappeared into the room, she turns to look at the decapitated corpse, her chest visibly moving as she took deep breaths, and her face, visibly as flushed. Oh boy, is she? That was way more exciting than I expected it to be. She closes her eyes and lifts her head to look at the ceiling, taking deeper and slower breaths, until she finally calmed down. I am sorry, but could I hope that you won't mind helping me fight like this sometimes? She turns to stare at me as she speaks. I just put my hand on her head and ruffle her hair without speaking. She in turn closes her eyes and giggles with a smile as her head swayed lightly from side to side. I'm seriously getting cuteness overload right now. And just then, arg. Of course. The police got deployed throughout the city. Of course, they would take their guns and ammo with them. Why didn't I realize this sooner? I hear Saya shout from inside the room. We're done then. Saya. Where should we go to find information on where the police force went? Takashi shouts right after. Wait. Can we check the room Asami mentioned? The confiscated items are not owned by the police, they should still be there. Kota shouts right after. Right. Third floor. Takashi bolts out of the room and turns to look at us as he runs up the stairs. Third floor, confiscated equipment. You guys were shouting so loud I would probably hear you all the way from the frigging Humvee, I respond as I put my finger over my mouth in a silence motion. Takashi's eyes then go wide. Oh, crap, right. He shakes his head and turns to the group. Kota, don't forget the drill. Nair, Psycho, can you guard the rear? Me and Rei will go up front, he says as he turns to us, and we both nod. And like that, we went up to the second floor and then to the third. Takashi then told us to wait at the stairs, while he looked at the hallway up ahead, and after a couple of seconds. Not too many here, let's go. Takashi motions us with his hand as he keeps looking at the hallway. The riot gear dude should be around here. I kept my eyes to my right as the group started running down the hallway, until finally, I saw a corpse that was inside a room, a little further off from the doorframe, a silenced MP5 hanging on its side as it slowly moved towards us. Found ye. I lightly tap Psycho on the shoulder, and the moment she turns to me, I point at the corpse, she looks at it, and nods. Takashi, what we need is weapons, right? She asks. Right. Takashi responds. Then, these should do. She slides in front of the armed corpse before turning her back to it, then passes the blade right through its head. There, black, 3, 2, 1. Yahoo! Kota pretty much leaps on the fallen corpse as he shouts, with Psycho barely managing to slide aside. I then also walk up to the corpse, kneel down and look at it. He is bigger than me, damn, different size. Well, there was the part that the gear he had might have been infected, especially the helmet, gloves, and vest. Both the helmet and the gloves have been in contact with the dead body for God knows how long, and the vest is smeared with blood that dripped from its mouth, so yeah, that one is definitely not worth the risk. Shame I can't take the helmet and vest, but even if I could, they're too big for me. The leg and arm guards should be fine to take, but, too big. As I look at the corpse, I notice the handgun and the leg holster. Beretta M92 Vertac, pretty sleek gun, or well, I think it looks nice. That don't mean that the P220 I got looks bad, but, I like this design more. Still, both this and the MP5 use 9x19 MMS, and thankfully we have plenty of that, as one of the crates we took is full of M. In either case, let's see if Psycho will turn me down again. I grab the handgun and take the holster off the corpse's leg, then take the extra 2 magazines that Kota had already taken off the corpse along with their holster. Then I get up, and go to Psycho. She glances at the gun, before turning to stare at me without saying anything. Not getting out of it this time, I'm afraid. We have extra guns. I put the gun in the holster and toss it slightly into the air before grabbing it again. Psycho smiles, and closes her eyes before letting the air out of her lungs. She then opens her eyes and looks at me. You'll teach me how to use it? She asks. Well, the answer is pretty obvious, yet, right before I could answer, I notice, right from the corner of my eye, that Saya was staring at the ground with a frown, or more like, she was staring at the gun in her hand, before hiding it behind her back and turning to look outside the window. I turned to look back at Psycho to see that she was also looking towards the direction I was looking at a second ago. Did I turn my head? Of course, just come to me or Kota whenever you need help. As I answer, Psycho turns to me and nods with a smile. She takes the gun with the holster along with the magazines, A&D. Looks at them. So, where do I put these? She asks as she tilts her head. Well, they are both leg holsters, so gun on one leg, magazine on the other. Now, the corpse is wearing pants, and the holster doesn't have any blood on it, but, you know, just to be safe, see if you can clean it up a bit first. Psycho nods as she keeps looking at the gun. I found it. The door is right here. Asami shouts as she waves at us from the end of the hallway. Great. Kota shouts as he, along with the rest of the group, start running towards Asami. Ah, for crab's sake, do they always have to shout? I groan as I turn to look at the group, A&D. I hear Psycho giggle. I turn to look at her A&D. I just said that out loud, didn't I? She nods. Go on, I will wear these, and catch up to you. She says as she places the holster on her leg and turns to look at it. I nod and turn around. Helping her train on how to use a gun, yeah, no pressure. I then focus on Saya. And then we have her. She obviously can't use her gun efficiently. Hell, I've never even seen her shoot it, other than that one time in the estate, when I was stuck on the car, and she didn't seem to fare very well then either. Plus when Kota tried to instruct her, she went ballistic. And judging from the reaction she had when Psycho asked me to help her, she seems to understand that she doesn't know how to use it. And as I kept walking towards the group, the door to the confiscated items opened wide. Holy shit, Kota is fast with that drill. The group then went inside and disappeared into the relatively dark room. By the time I got in, Takashi was holding the Benelli M4 in his hands. Oh Nair, Nair, Nair. You will never believe what we found in here. Kota almost rips the gun out of Takashi's hands, runs up to me. It's a shotgun, I replied with a deadpan face. No. It's a frigging Benelli M4, and now it's yours. He pretty much shoves the gun into my face as he keeps shouting. You know, I would normally say that we should stick to pump action, less automated parts, less chance for something to get stuck, broken, or jammed, but I've heard that this certain shotgun is pretty good, considering durability and shot count. As I speak, Kota puts his hand under his chin and grins. And you heard right, this baby has been tested to shoot up to 25,000 rounds without having any major malfunction. And there's more. This one has a tube extension too. So it can hold up to 7 rounds plus 1 in the chamber. That's more than the normal tube even after you ghost load it. And it also has a door breach choke that you can use to stab stuff with. Yet, Kota was drolling, but, well. Black is my favorite color, so, yet, Takashi, want the Ithaca? Or you'll be going with that aluminum bat until you club everything to death. Also, Kota, won't stabbing stuff with the gun's muzzle cause the blood and guts to run down into the gun's barrel? Especially if it's pointed upwards and there's a way for the excess air in the barrel to escape. I undo the sling and give the pump-action shotgun to Kota, then start fixing the new gun on me. I guess, it can happen, this gun does have a corrosion-resistant finish, but, well, you know your guns. So stab based on circumstance. Kota turns around as he speaks and runs towards Takashi. I don't even know how to use it though. Takashi responds as Kota shoves the gun at him. Oh, it's easy. Just aim, shoot, pump and shoot again. I will show you the stance you need to have and the way to reload and pump correctly, so you don't end up causing damage to the shotgun, or yourself. Takashi keeps looking at the gun as Kota starts speaking. Yet, way to dodge the fact that you just told me to stab a bag full of liquid with a spiked hollow tube that can break down if it gets wet inside. Anyway, it's a bit heavier than the old one, but I close the retractable stock and let the gun hang on the side. Yep, with the stock closed this feels way better than the Ithaca at least, as the wooden stock was obviously not retractable. As I lift my head, see Takashi nodding and lifting the shotgun, then pointing it straight, and straight was. Oh holy frigging shit. I jump to the side and fall face flat on a couple of boxes, behind one of the storage shelves, right next to Saya. Yay! I lift my head, to see Saya with both hands slightly over her head, her eyes as wide as they could be as she stared at me. Never point your gun at somebody you are not trying to kill. Not even for fun. Not even if it's empty. Kota shouts. Well, that gun is definitely not empty, at least the safety was still on when I gave you that thing. I respond as I get up. SOR. What happened? Before Takashi could finish, Psycho bursts in the room with her sword drawn. Nothing, Takashi is just learning how to use his new gun. I respond as I dust myself off. If it was nothing, then why did you just jump like that, you crazy stupid idiot? Saya, with her face completely red, leans her upper body forward and throws her arms back as she stomps her foot to the ground. So, you'd rather see me getting blasted by a shotgun at point blank? Mean, I didn't know you hated me that much, I respond with a slight grin. That's not what I said, you frigging idiot. I nearly had a heart attack because of you. She then closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you, Saya, but, Takashi, never point a gun at somebody you don't want dead. I take a step back and turn to look at Takashi. He nods as he looks at the now lowered gun. Well, at least nobody got hurt, Psycho responds. AAA. Takashi lifts his head to look at Psycho and freezes, followed shortly after by Kota, who seconds later, had a trail of blood running down his nose. Maybe I should try the Benelli on them. Psycho looks at the guys, and tilts her head, then turns her whole body around to look at me, the gun strapped on one thigh and the magazine strapped on the other. Is something wrong? Did I wear it wrong? Psycho moves her leg slightly to the side and touches the ground with the tip of her boot as she turns to look at the gun on her thigh, revealing more of the holster and more of her leg. Before I could speak, or much less get a good look, I found myself unable to see, as somebody ended up covering my eyes. Psycho, what exactly do you think you're doing? I hear Saya shout right next to my ear. Did she seriously just cover my eyes? Whatever. Does it bother you when you move? I ask as I fold my arms and then lift one arm to the high of my chin before pointing one finger to the ceiling. No, I hear Psycho answer, her voice sounded forced, like she was holding herself back from laughing. Does it move out of place when you move? I ask as I point a second finger to the ceiling, my eyes still covered by Saya's hands. No. I hear Psycho answer in a slightly lower tone. Can you reach it without completely stretching your arm? I ask and point a third finger up. Why, yes, she answers. Then, you're all good, so, I trail off as lower my arm. Saya, question, why do your hands smell like strawberries? And the moment I asked that. Wah! What are you sniffing at, you pervert? Saya pulls both hands from my mask. You kind of had one of your hands over my nose, I answer as I turn to look at her. She was leaning backward, both hands folded and over her chest as she glared at me with a frown, her face, still red. That doesn't mean that you can just go ahead and take a sniff, you weirdo. Saya then shoves one hand in her shorts pocket before pulling it back up in order to throw a small plastic tube at me. The item bounces off my mask. Yet, I managed to catch it before it could actually fall to the ground. Then, I looked at it. Strawberry hand cream, holy crap, my sense of smell is actually better than I thought, I say as I nod to myself. Give. Wow, Saya. Your hands do smell amazing. Can I have some of that cream, please? Shizuka was already next to Saya, sniffing her hands. Really? I want some too. Asami was the second one to creep up next to her, only to then be followed by a giggling Alice, who, I think she just wanted in on the hype, as she was just waving a flashlight around. Rei didn't join in, and I think she looked a bit annoyed, but she didn't react. Takashi went to her and whispered something. She turned to him and reluctantly nodded. Well, she is here to look for her dad, and the group is goofing off, so I sort of understand, but it's moments like these that, how to say it, take off the edge. Arg. Fine, fine. Just stop sniffing my hands already, you weirdos. Saya shouts as she runs up to me, then goes behind me and starts pushing me. You started this. You fix it. She shouts as she keeps pushing. Okay, here's the hand cream. I say as toss the tube to Asami. Thanks. She responds with a giggle. Asami. Don't use it all by yourself. I want some too. Shizuka whines as she leans on Asami while trying to reach for the tube. Whatever happens from here, ain't my fault. Still, if I knew that half the group would go nuts over hand cream, I wouldn't have mentioned it. I'll get you another one when I get the chance, I say as I turn around and look at Saya. She lifts her head and looks at me with a perplexed expression. You, really are an idiot. She folds her arms and turns to look at the boxes next to her. I chuckle, and walk outside of the room. The moment I got out, I noticed that Psycho was also outside, leaning her back against the wall that was to my right. Nothing popped up? It got a bit noisy in there for a sec, I ask as I look around. No, the second floor seems to be empty. Psycho replies as she shakes her head and turns to look at me. I see. I nod as I walk past her and then lean my back on the wall, next to her. You sure you don't want any of that hand cream? The other seems to have gone crazy about it. I turn to look at her as I ask. You, like the scent of strawberries? She tilts her head slightly as she asks. Is she always going to return my questions with whether I like it or not now? Het. I'm indifferent. I say with slight a shrug. Psycho just nodded without replying. We then spent the next couple of minutes in silence as the group inside made noise, until Takashi walked out the door and turned to look at the two of us. Ready to keep going? I ask as I fold my arms. Yet, Kota gathered all the ammo and extra handguns in his bag. We're heading to the top floor now, communications office, for any information we can find. I kick myself off the wall and nod. And shortly after, we were on the move again. Find the computer, go to the neighborhood where Rei lived, find Rei's mother, and then the real fight begins. Chapter 32, No More Hand-Holding. Clear. Oh, for crab's sake, did you really have to shout it out loud? I dart my head around before turning to look at Kota while he was peeking inside the communications room, the MP5 in his hands. If you're wondering what happened to the AR-10, well, let's just say that Asami looked funny right now, and from the way she was holding her big new gun, I'd say that she's rather afraid of it. Sorry, it's just that, I always wanted to say that. He responds with a meek grin as he turns to me. Well, I can't see any of them coming from behind. Maybe we cleared out the station? Still, don't let your guard down, Saya speaks up right after. True, we did kill most of the corpses while coming up here, but still. In either case, we should check inside for any information. Takashi points at the open door that led into the communications room. The group nodded and moved inside, and the first thing everybody noticed was that everything is off, the equipment here wasn't EMP resistant. Takashi sighs as he looks around, glancing at the computers that stretched across the room in 3 long rows. With the first row being next to us and the third row being the furthest away, on the other side of the room. Not that surprising really, even the army can't fully EMP-proof their installations, the police really didn't have much of a chance. Hey, that computer is still working. Alice speaks up as she points at the only functioning screen in the third row and Saya instantly runs towards that computer. It's the J alert system. It's still working. Saya shouts the moment she looks at the screen. Okay, what's with all the shouting? J what? Takashi asks, and Kota starts explaining what the J alert system is with an excited voice, and by excited, I mean loud. But his explanation did cause the group to gather around the working computer. Well, other than me and Psycho, I stayed by the first row of desks. Psycho, she. How come it's still running? Did somebody fix a nearby power plant? She asks as she pulls a tissue out of the small tissue box that was left on a table in the first row, then walks up to me, and starts poking my mask with the tissue. What gives? I ask in a low tone as I stare at a smiling Psycho. Inconceivable. Saya shouts as she starts to feverishly type on the keyboard. You had some blood on your mask. Psycho responds as she tilts her head slightly. And no, I think it's running on backup battery power, it must be on alert mode, that's probably why it lasted so long too, Saya answers as she keeps looking at the screen. Like they have in hospitals, Shizuka responds. Funny how everybody is too busy staring at the screen to even notice Psycho. She never did do something like this in the manga, did she? Come to think of it. She does seem a bit more, how to name it, affectionate, compared to how she acted with Takashi. Psycho then lowers her hand, walks to a nearby bin and tosses the tissue. And then, silence, the only sound being heard, was that of keyboard buttons being tapped. A couple of minutes passed like that, with nobody saying a thing, until... Do you know what you're doing? Rei asks while sitting on a table, resting her cheek on her hand. This was designed to be simple enough for even a kid to use, but Saya stops typing and grabs the corners of the screen with her hands as she shouts. What's wrong? Takashi asks. I can't find the search function. Saya responds in a low tone as she turns around and lowers her head slightly. All the while, I stared at Alice as she sneaked up to the computer and pushed a random button on the keyboard. Alice rolls luck. Saya glances at Alice before turning back to Takashi, then snaps her head back at her. What are you doing, you stupid munchkin? She shouts, again. Seriously, let's just rename this place into the shout room, yay. Sorry, I couldn't help it, Alice apologizes with tears in her eyes as she lowers her head. Takashi then closed his eyes and nodded with a serious expression, to the point that you'd think that he was actually thinking of something important. Saya then turns her head towards the screen with a heavy sigh. Seriously, can't I take my, and freezes as she keeps staring at the screen, that now showed the evacuation plans. And Alice rolls critical on the first roll, critical on the second roll and critical on the third roll. The static electricity in Alice's hand short wires the computer, causing it to acquire self-awareness and search itself. This, nice going munchkin. Saya shouts as she keeps looking at the computer. I will check outside, just in case. I walk out of the room and take a look around as the group kept talking. Yet, no corpses. Did we really clear this place out? Is something wrong? I didn't even manage to turn around in order to return into the room, and Psycho was already behind me. Is she following me around? She crept up behind me when I was by the building's front door too. Hey. We're being too loud, I needed to make sure that we didn't attract any attention, I answer as I glance around. She just nodded and turned to look at the stairs. Me and Psycho then stayed outside for a couple of seconds, until... Still, evacuation, not backup. Takashi asks as he stops by the door's frame. You have seen how bad things are here, they are probably trying to focus on getting survivors to safety first, Saya responds as she exits the room and starts going towards the stairs. The plan is to go there then, Takashi responds as he begins walking behind her. Yes, but we need to hurry, the extraction will only last for a couple of hours in the early afternoon, tomorrow, Saya answers as she stops walking and turns to look at him. Wait, early afternoon, in the manga it was just afternoon. And where it's happening? Takashi asks as he walks past her and stops by the stairs. Shintoko 3rd Elementary School. Saya's voice became more serious, and both Rei and Takashi tensed up the moment they heard the location, and while the group kept talking, I pulled the watch out of my pocket. It's 5:40, we have less than half a day, and I'm not counting the night. While we did leave the estate in the middle of the night, I really don't think that it's a smart idea to go off driving in pitch black darkness. The corpses are already blind, so they won't be affected by the lack of light, and the headlights will make us shine like a lighthouse for the ones that can see, and I don't know what's worse between the two. Both can. Hey, hold on. And what about my parents? Rei's loud shout knocks me out of my thoughts. Hey, wait, we reached this part already. Okay. The initial reason we came here was to look for Rei's dad, so let's go do what we came for. I turn to Takashi as I ask. He nods and puts his hand on Rei's shoulder, who was already next to him by the stairs. Of course, your dad comes first. Do you know where his office is? Takashi asks, and Rei's face instantly lights up as she nods. Why, yes. Follow me, it's on the second floor. she shouts. And so, we followed Rei as she ran down the stairs to the second floor and then started sprinting through the hallways. And all caution went out of the window. There, it's that room. She shouts as she points at a door that had a sign that wrote Public Safety Division on it, A&D. Dad. She shouts as she bursts through the door. Screaming out the top of your lungs as you smash into an unchecked, closed room? In the middle of a frigging zombie apocalypse, seriously, what the fuck? Still, I kept that though to myself, as, well. There's nobody here. Rei's lively attitude instantly plummeted to a negative degree, and the whole group just stared at the empty room. And the whole atmosphere just went to shit. I glance at the whiteboard, and notice that I could actually read the backside from where I was standing, or, see the letters, as they were upside down. Ah, perfect, let's skip this whole shindig, no. I slightly nod to myself and start walking towards the whiteboard. Nair, can you and Psycho keep an eye out? Takashi grabs my arm as I walk past him. Oh geez. There's something written on that whiteboard as I say that. Rei turns her head to me. Takashi just raises an eyebrow and tilts his head, then lets go of my arm. I walk over to the whiteboard, flip it, and Rei instantly shouts that this was her dad's handwriting. How did you even, do you have X-ray vision or something? Kota asks as he stares at the whiteboard. Nah, it was visible from where I was standing, no such thing as superpowers I'm afraid, I answer as I tilt my head. Well, that was a lie, but, my superpower is about to expire anyway. And the group turned lively once again, well, all but one. Saya still looked extra grumpy. Her arms folded and her head turned towards the window that was next to her. I'll take my 2 cookies and say that the reason she is like this, is because of the gun thing, well, let's see. I walk up to Saya as she kept staring outside, up to the point, that I was actually next to her. Why so glum? I ask. Saya jerks her shoulders and darts her head to me, and just stares. Wow, she's really out of it. It's nothing. She responds as she turns her head back towards the window. I just fold my arms and keep staring at her. Saya glanced at me a couple of times, until she let out a sigh. I hate feeling useless. She finally speaks up in a low tone as she draws her lugger. The only time I used this, I could not even shoot correctly, and if I'll have to shoot a second time, I know I won't do any better. She raises her voice as she turns to me. Why, you said to Psycho, that if she needed help with her gun, she could come to you. Well I also need help with my gun, or was your offer only aimed towards her? She extends her arm towards me and shows me the gun. Called it. I'm pretty sure I said me, or Kota, but, can I look at the gun for a bit? I ask as I point at the lugger. Saya blinks a few times before she reluctantly hands it over. I'm going to kill you if you break it, she says as she keeps staring at the handgun. I didn't respond, I just aimed the gun as I placed its stock against my shoulder. While the gun's detachable stock does make it easier to aim, it still is a bit weird to handle. I then take off the drum magazine as I keep the gun aimed, all the while, Saya just stared at me. The drum also seems to add some noticeable weight, wonder if it's full or not, that should be 32 rounds, in either case, I think Kota's decision was the right one. While the lugger is about, less than a kilo with no mag inside. And the MP5 can be between 2 to 3 depending on the model, it's still wielded with both hands, so it should be easier to handle. I should also check its sight, even with the dot dead, it might be able to still act as a zooming lens. The silencer should also make the gun more forgiving, as for the recoil, can't really tell. But both guns use the same ammo type so. Hey, what are why? Kota, the MP5 we have uses 9mm. I ask as I turn to him, he looks at me and nods. I think Saya should have it, her lugger ain't exactly easy to use, the MP5 can be used with both hands, and as it uses the same type of ammo, the recoil can't be that much worse. I start walking towards him before giving Saya one last glance, and she was looking anywhere but here. Well, yeah, but I gave the AR-10 to Asami, we don't have any other long-range weapons left, as the M1A1 is used by REI, he answers as he turns to look at Asami. Yeah, that has been bothering me for some time now, and while I'm not going to ask why REI is using a frigging long-range gun as a stabbing pole, I really should keep it in the why the crap section. Especially now that we have a person that can use it as a for what it really is, a frigging gun. Kota, why, you can have the gun. Asami feels anxious just holding a gun like this. She's used to her handgun. Asami runs up to Kota and extends the rifle to him. But, I wanted us to snipe together. I hear him respond in a low tone as he keeps looking at her. Asami likes it more when you use this gun, it makes you look cool. Less than 2 seconds later, I was holding the MP5 along with its sling. Asami breathed a sigh of relief the moment the gun got off her hands. She then turned to me and nodded with a smile, before turning back to Kota. Or, we don't have a person that can use Rei's gun. Asami knows how to get what she wants, or in this matter, how to get rid of what she doesn't. With that, I walk back to Saya and hand her both the MP5 and the lugger. It's heavier, but should be easier to use. The sight might be dead, but check if it can act as a zoom lens. It uses the same ammo type as the lugger, so you can actually change bullets from one gun to another. Now the thing has a suppressor, but don't expect the gun to be muted, it doesn't work like that. It will still sound like a dinner bell for the corpses, and that about it, I think. I fold my arms as I speak. Saya just kept looking at the gun, and then, I take a couple of steps back. Just in case Mr. Wild Slap appears, not for me though, if Saya slaps my mask, she will blame me for her aching hand later. I'll show you some of the technical stuff, once we're not running around. As I finish, I turn around and look the group, Takashi nods, and starts talking. While I walk towards the exit, I stopped by the door's frame and looked outside. Well, that went fine. Behind me, I could hear Takashi talking about our plan, which was going to where Rei lived to find her mother before heading towards the school, and then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. These technical stuff you mentioned, can I expect that it'll be you that'll show them to me? Turning around, I see Psycho looking at me. And I also never used a gun before. The lesson, I would rather it be with one teacher, and one student. Psycho kept her eyes locked to my face, and even with my mask on, I could honestly feel her staring at me. I just nodded. Not much else I could do in this situation, to be honest, as she already knows how I feel about Saya, and her wording was way too precise. Whoa. And Takashi starts shouting. I turn around to see him flailing his leg as Zeke was with one leg lifted in the air right under him, and the group then bursts into laughter. Oh man, that was lame. Takashi groans. So, back into the car and onto Rei's neighborhood? I ask while the group was getting back its bearings. Yet. Takashi responds. My house is actually not very far from here, with the car it should be less than 5 minutes away, Rei adds right after him. With that, we start heading towards the exit. One more thing, Takashi. He turns around to look at me as I call his name. You ain't getting into the car with them smelly pants. I fold my arms as I speak. Bad Zeke. Now Takashi will have to run behind the car. Alice scolds the dog, who, just started licking her pointed finger. Yep, you're not getting inside the car if you'll make it stink, it has horrible ventilation. Saya adds up right after. We have extra pants, I'll just change into one of them, Takashi responds. You mean the clothes I gathered in the estate, hey? And so, we headed back towards the car. Thankfully, with no trouble following us. Once there, we took off the net, unlocked the trunk and got inside. Well, more like Alice went inside and unlocked the hatch for the rest of us, as Shizuka could barely fit through the trunk with how tight of a squeeze it was because of her assets. Then all of us got in, well, all of us but Takashi. For him, I just grabbed a pair of black trousers that I didn't have any side pockets and tossed them towards him. I wasn't about to give him the best pants I had, thank you very much. Wish I had a pair of pink spandex to give him. I found myself chuckling as Takashi closed the trunk in order to change. What's so funny? Saya, who was sitting next to me, asked. Nothing. I respond. She narrows her eyes, frowns, folds her arms, and keeps staring. The reason Saya was on the back was because Rei was in the front seat now, that way she could show Shizuka where to go. I'm actually surprised that Saya's willing to sit on the center of the Humvee, seeing as it has no seats. What do I do with the old pants? I hear Takashi ask as his head pops through the hatch. Throw them, the whole reason you changed was so they would not end up inside the car to begin with. Saya turns to look at Takashi as she speaks. He nods and tosses the pants behind the car. He then climbs inside and sits next to Psycho, who was next to Saya. Kota and Asami were in their usual spot, that being the leg section on Takashi's seat. Alice was in the front on Rei's lap. And like that, Shizuka turned on the car and drove off while following Rei's directions. By the way, how are we going on fuel? I ask as I look behind me at the jerry cans. The car was refueled in the estate, I have yet to refill it, and the fuel indicator has moved to about the, third-fifth. Shizuka answers. If I remember correctly, a Humvee needed like 5, 20-liter jerry cans to fill up, and the miles it could go depended a lot on how heavy it was. From 2 miles, all the way up to 12. Now, ours is not armed, but I don't know if the armor plating it has is standard for a Humvee. As I turn around, I notice that Psycho was staring at the open hatch. The weather doesn't look too friendly, she speaks up as she keeps looking through the hatch. Well, we're in the car, we should be fine, Takashi responds. Won't we have to exit after we reach our destination though, or, you intend to cannonball the car through the buildings? I tilt my head as I turn to him. Pfft. Saya puts her hand over her mouth as she lowers her head and leans forward. Actually I don't think this car will even fit on the streets we need to take, Takashi, the roads around my house are too narrow, don't you remember that? Rei turns around from the front seat to look at Takashi as she speaks. Oh, right. He trails off as he nods. Wait, what? Oh shit, that ain't good. There should be a convenience store on the road ahead. Before it starts getting too narrow, we can park the car there. It has a small alleyway next to it, it worked the first time around, so it should work here too, right? Rei then turns to me as she asks. What's with everybody turning to me for this crap? I ain't the frigging here leader, damn it. Got to see the place first, I answer. Rei nods and turns to look ahead. And she was right. It didn't take us too long to actually reach the convenience store after that. We really weren't that far, guess Rei's father had that fabled, work being close to home thing. It's here, see. Rei then points at the left part of the street, towards a store that was not too far from us. The store itself was not that tall, about 1.5 floors, to its left an alleyway and next to that alleyway a 2-story building, and that's about it. I could not see anything else around to use for cover. As most if not all the buildings around here were apartments. Can't see any better cover? Shizuka, see if you can park the car in reverse, better if we're able to leave fast in case of an emergency, and you know, engine off. Though, parking there in reverse with the engine off might be a bit impossible, just do what you can. As I speak, Shizuka nods and tries to do as I asked. I then climbed up the hatch until I was completely out and looked around as Shizuka tried to park the car. Luckily, the alleyway was wide enough to fit the Humvee, and I could actually see what seemed to be another alleyway behind the building, but, well, plainly put, the car was way too fat, it couldn't go back there. Now this alleyway was not that long, about the same distance as the store, which must have been 2.5 Humvees at maximum, in other words. We're still too exposed. Let's make sure nothing is trying to creep up on us, then go inside the building. We'll think of a plan in there, I say as I look back into the hatch. The group glanced at each other before Takashi nodded at me. After the rest exited the vehicle and Shizuka locked it, we went to the front part of the store. We attracted some attention. Well, not all that surprising. We're in a residential area after all. There must have been a total of 15 corpses, coming from several directions. Where do we go from here? I ask as I turn to Rei. This way, she points to our left. I nod and turn to run towards the right, pulling the bukin out of the side straps as I head straight towards a stop sign that was a little further off, on the opposite side of the road. I switch my hold on the wooden blade to a reverse grip, pull my arm back, and then take a strong swing at the sign itself, to the point that I actually felt the vibration all the way to up my shoulder. I dart my head around, shake my arm, and move back towards the rest. The corpses on the left side were not past the group yet, but I could see them moving towards the upper part of the street now. They changed direction, good. After I got back to the group, we just went back into the alleyway, and watched as the corpses waltzed past us and headed straight towards the sign. Is it a good idea to leave them there? What if we make noise inside the building? They're way too close, Saya asks in a low tone as she looks at me, occasionally glancing at the corpses. Not much else we can do, shooting them will cause more to come, dynamite will get a horde on our face, going close is too risky with all of them jumbled together like that, I respond. Let's see if we can go inside first. Takashi starts walking towards the road as he motions us to follow him. We turned left and then headed straight to the store's front door, which was wide open. The insides also looked rather untouched, and we had a good view too, as the front wall was made of glass that was still intact, a bit weird if you consider that this place has water and non-perishables, even if most of them are in the junk food category. Also, I couldn't see any blood or any signs of struggle. We go inside, close the door behind us and take a better look around. Most of the building was pretty much a giant room with 2 big rows of shelves, both filled with items on both sides. All that was in the center and to my right. In the wall ahead, 3 large wall fridges that still had unopened bottles inside. To my left was a counter with the register, and behind it, a metal door. In the store's left wall, to my right, a thick tinted glass wall that led to what I think was a storage room. Next to it, a door with a toilet sign over it. There was also a narrow corridor straight ahead and to my left, that ended with a rather sturdy looking metal door. This place has waterproof clothing? I ask. It's a convenience store, you idiot, why would it have clothes? Saya groans as she turns her head to me. Don't we need waterproof clothing? I ask again as I turn to her. There should be a clothing store next door, to the left, we can go and look there. Rei speaks up, Okay, we'll split in half then. Some people will search this place, while the others will go and get some waterproof clothes. Takashi turns towards the group as he speaks. I'm going to the clothes store. I raise my hand before anybody else could speak. Hey, why do you want to go? Saya asks as she folds her arms. I'd like to buy my own clothes, lest I end up with a pink hoodie, or a jacket with a dog face or something, I respond. But, dog hoodies are awesome. Alice lowers her head slightly as she whines. And who would do something so childish anyway? Saya asks again. Other than me, to be honest, I can totally see you doing it, no way I'm telling her that though. Just to be sure, I respond. Okay, then. I will go too. Psycho cuts Takashi off. Me too, Saya adds shortly after. I want to pick something for myself too. Rei was the next one to speak. Okay, no more, or we'll all end up going there. Takashi cuts Shizuka off, who instantly pouts and looks away. With that, me and the three girls headed out and went to the store next door, like, literally next door. And said door was also wide open. We went inside to find the place empty and untouched. Again, one big room with a couple of wide, short benches on the center. Several rows of clothes that extended from the wall to my right and headed towards the wall to the left, with all rows stopping a little before the center of the store. A lot of clothes were also hanging to my left and the register was also in the far off corner on the left. Straight ahead, were a couple of full body sided mirrors hanging on the wall. Also, said wall didn't go all way, stopping at about 3/4 in distance from the wall to the right. And behind it, was another room with even more clothes hanging in rows. Also, here, was where I found what I was going to buy. Okay, let's get what we need, along with some extras for the others so they can choose, that way they can't say that we didn't give them a choice. As I say that the girls nod and spread out, I went straight to the back, on waterproof trench coat section A&D. To put it plainly. World War II, German officer trench coat, the only difference, was that the collar ended with a hood. Other than that, it looked exactly the same, lapels, buttons, length, everything. Also, it was obviously black. It's a shame that its looks might remind some people of the atrocities committed in that era, but, I want the trench coat, because I like the trench coat. I couldn't care less about that ideology. Also, it seemed less heavy. I suspect that was because it wasn't leather. The fabric was still rather thick though. I take off my glove and feel the outer texture. Guess it's the same material as the coat that Psycho wore in the manga. I take off my bag, sling, and jacket. Then fasten the sling back on me and wear the trench coat. I also pull the hood up before turning to look towards the mirror to my right. I might not be able to jump over fences with this, but hell, I look like a badass. The hood might not be big, but it still covers the mask if looking from the side. Okay, done with mine. Let's get some stuff for the others now. I remember that Takashi, for some reason, didn't wear anything to cover his pants. Whatever, I'll just get a bunch of waterproof jackets and ponchos. I leave the trench coat unbuttoned, take my jacket along with some more waterproof jackets, fold them and shove them in my bag before throwing it over my shoulder. Okay, let's go. I give the mirror one last glance and then walk back to the front room, where the girls were trying out different waterproof clothes, and holy crap, I know I didn't take long, so why there were so many ponchos tossed on the floor. Psycho, are you sure you want to wear that? You'll have to carry around an umbrella as it has no hood and you don't want to wear a hat. Rei looks at Psycho as she speaks, who was already in her own coat. The same coat she wore in the manga, black with a purple hue in color, 2 rows of buttons, a belt that was tied to a ribbon around her waist. Under that, the coat had 4 equal cuts on the sides that made it separate into 4 segments. Forth, back, and sides. I already have one, Psycho replies as she opens the Japanese-style umbrella she was holding, a deep purple in color from what I could see. Hey, opening an umbrella inside a building is bad luck, you know. Rei folds her arms as she stares at Psycho, all the while in her own camo poncho. Hat, it's almost as if you're trying to impress somebody. Saya's eye twitched slightly as she spoke with a forced grin. She was wearing a bright yellow raincoat, that one didn't have a hood either, so she was also wearing a bright yellow hat. Is it that weird, that I want to be presentable? Psycho closes her eyes and smiles as she folds the umbrella. Anyway, that should be all, let's get ready to return. Rei asks. Why, yeah, I'll go get Nair, so much about girls taking too long to dress up. He's taking longer than you. Saya shakes her head and turns to walk towards my direction, only to end up face to face mask with me. So we done? I ask. Why, yeah. Saya responds as she keeps staring at me, her mouth slightly open. You look like a supervillain now. Rei also ended up staring at me as she kept blinking. Isn't an overlord in the supervillain category to begin with? I tilt my head as I ask. I think it suits you, perfectly. Psycho, while she spoke in a normal tone with a slight smile, was also staring. Okay, this is getting awkward. So, we're done, or? Why, yeah, let's go. Saya was the first one to wake up. She instantly turned around as she grabbed the tip of her hat and lowered it. Yeah, the others are waiting. Rei was the second one to speak as she started to pick the extra ponchos. Psycho just turned to help the other two while giving me an occasional glance. You want me to hell? No, we can handle it. Saya cuts me off, her back still turned to me. It almost felt like she was hiding. And like that, the girls gathered everything and we headed back to the store where the others were waiting. After entering and closing the door behind us. We're back. Rei speaks up. Welcome back, did you find Wa? And Takashi freezes. I don't know if he was looking at me, or Psycho, as she was standing next to me, again. Bark. And a wild Zeke appeared, who with a jump, latched onto my sleeve. I lift my arm to head high and turn my hand until Zeke and I were eye to eye. He just started wagging his tail as he looked at me. Really now, minion? I start poking the dog in its belly until it finally let go of me. He landed next to my boot and then instantly ran back to Alice. So, are we going to keep staring at each other, or is there anything worthy of mention in this place? I ask as I turn to Takashi. He shakes his head and then nods. Yeah, we found that the shutters in this place can be lowered manually, don't know how noisy that'll get though, so we didn't try to lower them. Then the door behind the counter leads to a small room with a computer, a couple of lockers and a cabinet. The computer doesn't work, and he then turns towards the corridor to the left, the one with the door at the end. This door leads to the back alleyway, we can go straight to the car from there, and next to the door, there's a staircase that leads to a giant room that I think was used as storage space. It had a couple of boxes scattered around, but otherwise, it was empty, and dark. There were only a couple of very small windows on one of the walls, and that's about it. He points at the corridor as he speaks before turning back to look at me. And before I could even answer. You brought anything for us to choose? Shizuka skips past Takashi and looks at us. She folds her arms until they touched her shoulders and bends her knees slightly. Yeah, I have some in there, the girls have the rest. I toss my bag to her as I speak. She nods as she catches it, then runs up to the girls, and after that, well, we sort of took a small break. The place was not looted so it had a buttload of food and water. Let's just say, I haven't eaten so much junk food in my whole life combined, but hey, better than eating nothing. Also apparently, I'm the only person in here that likes sour stuff, as the group looked at me like I was some sort of alien when I decided to eat some vinegar chips. And so, after Kota had his, event, with the condoms, which, fun fact, I still don't know why Shizuka took them off the counter and started walking around with them in her hand. Also another fun fact, Asami did not seem too mad about the whole thing. Shizuka then, after we found the net launcher under the counter, had her own weird-ass fantasy on how it works, and then, the rest then got dressed for the rain, as it did start raining. Alright, so we're ready to go. Takashi asks as he takes a sip out of the bottled water in his hand. The group responds with a nod. Actually, we're not, leaving the fact that I don't know how this will go after getting Rei's mother. The Humvee is way too exposed, and the sky is beginning to turn orange. I got no idea how far that school is or how long it'll take to find Rei's mom. I know that I always say that Takashi is the leader here, but I don't like this. I guess it's time for a temporary override. I don't think all of us should go. I speak up as the group starts to move. They all stop and turn to me. Is something bothering you? Psycho asks as she looks at me. Yes, two things. One, is that the Humvee is way too exposed. Even if we cover it, the alleyway is too short, way too easy to spot. I say as I fold my arms. And second, we're about to go into your neighborhood. Can you really kill the corpses in there? I turn to Rei and Takashi as I speak. Are you telling us to stay behind? If it came down to it, I think we. Actually, I'm not telling you to stay behind, I'm preparing you, because you two must go. I cut off Takashi, causing him to freeze. Wah, first you tell us that we might have to kill our relatives if we go, then you tell us that we must go. Do you know how this even sounds right now? Rei glares at me as she folds her arms. Yes, I do, but we don't know how your relatives look, and we don't know the area, so, you're the only ones who can confirm. I respond, and both turn to look at the ground. So you two must go, for better or for worst. That also means that somebody who can fight for more than one person must go. I turn to look at Psycho as I speak. She nods without even blinking. I then to Kota, who also nods with a serious expression. And you are? I'll stay with the Humvee. I'm the only one left among the ones that can go into close range in a fight. Shizuka, Alice, you two also stay. I cut off Takashi as I look at the two girls. I expected Shizuka to start pouting or something, but, she just nodded with a serious expression as she shoved Alice under her chest. And what about me? Saya asks as she stared at me. Right, careful wording here. Saya, Asami, you two can decide whether you want to go or stay, you will be useful both here and there. I will go. Asami walks up to Kota as she speaks. I guess I'll stay then, Saya responds right after. Alright, so we're ready to. No, I cut Takashi off again, causing the group to turn towards me once more. Two more things. I go to my bag, open it, and take out the walkie-talkies. Then toss one to Takashi. Hey, but, these don't reach very far. He tilts his head as he speaks. Open it. I turn on mine as I speak. Takashi nods and does so. I press on the talk button. The moment I do, the other walkie made a small click sound. I let go of the talk button and then press it 2 times, the click sound then got heard 2 times. That clicking sound can still be heard even when the radios give off nothing but static. We can use that, I respond as I wave the radio in my hand. A&D. How do we? A way to let others know if there is trouble or not. 1 click represents all fine, 2 clicks means alert, 3 clicks will stand for, we need backup, 4, will count as, do not come looking for us, and 5, will count as reset, or cancel. The group ended up going silent moment I mentioned the 4th click. Do we need a 4th click? Shizuka asks as she glances at the group, before turning to look at me. Yes, we do, I respond. But that obviously doesn't mean that we should strive to use it, we never did, let's keep it that way, I add up. Shizuka looks at the ground before lifting her head to look at me again, she closes her eyes and nods with a smile. And one last thing, as these will produce static noise when pressing the talk button, make quick clicks only, the more you have the talk button pressed, the more you endanger the other group, A&D. Keep the fact that we have a working car under the carpet at all times, as the person you're speaking to, might not be the only one that's actually listening. Takashi nods as he looks at the walkie-talkie. Any questions? I ask. Just one. Takashi turns to look at me. Why aren't you the leader again? He asks. He raises an eyebrow and scratches the back of his head with a slight grin. Easy. I'm an overlord, I work behind the lines, I respond as I shrug. Supervillain REI says with a slight grin. Ninja Penguin, Shizuka adds up right after. My titles keep piling up at. I just lower my head and shake it before turning to look back at Takashi. A&D. I think we need to lower the shutters, that wall won't last 2 seconds if somebody, or something, decides that it wants, and I point at the glass wall as I speak. Yeah, there's a crank handle inside the room that's behind the counter with the register. Takashi nods as he points at the metal door. Alright, the rain should mask some of the sound, so it should be fine to lower them. I nod to myself as I think. Well, that's all. As I say that, the group nods and starts moving again. With me, Saya, Shizuka and Alice staying in place. Oh, Nair, as you'll need to lower the shutters from the outside. If you're going to go out with the Benelli, you might want to use a condom. Kota speaks up as he points at the small box on the counter. Kota, wording. Shizuka, while her lips were still curved up to a smile, is left with her mouth wide open as she starts blushing, and then covers Alice's ears. That's it. I'm going to kill you, fatso. Saya's face was even redder than Shizuka's as she lifted her sleeve and stomped towards Kota. Hey. But I explained why we. Kota puts his hands in front of him as he starts backing off. I don't care. I'm going to strangle you. A&D. Saya ended up chasing Kota around the store. I don't think I've ever seen her face being so red. Let's lower the shutters, all of them, you'll use the back exit. I keep looking at Saya as I speak. Yeah. Takashi responds as he also keeps looking at the duo. Chapter 33, No More Hand-Holding PT2. After we've searched the surrounding area we'll return. So keep the path to this door secured, or we won't be able to get back inside. Takashi turns around to glance at the alleyway that was through the door he just mentioned. Yeah, as we can't use the front entrance anymore. REI adds up while looking behind me, towards the main room. A&D. She wasn't wrong. After Saya's little outburst, we barely managed to close the shutters before the store's front sidewalk became a corpse hangout. Well, we could draw them away as we leave. Kota lifts the AR-10 in his arm slightly as he speaks. No, it's all right. That metal shutter should be more than enough to hold them back. Plus with them there, we deter any unwanted visitors who actually know how to get rid of the shutter. A&D. Trying to draw them away, will just block off your own escape route. I respond as I shake my head. Yeah, that's true, so, well, in that case, we're off, we will use the radios if need be. Takashi nods, turns around and motions the rest to follow him. Them being Psycho, REI, Kota, and Asami. And, see if you can barricade the alleyway where we parked the car, we'll handle the other side. Takashi turns around and points to my left before looking at me. Already on it, I nod, give Psycho one last glance and close the door, then head inside the store, where the rest of the group was it. In other words, Saya, Alice, and Shizuka. Seems they finally pipped down completely, I say in a low tone as I walk into the room and look at the corpses on the other side of the metal grill shutter. Yep, wonder if the rain made them lose interest. They don't seem to want to move though, but at least they also don't seem to be able to hear us. Shizuka, who was sitting on the counter, puts her finger under her chin and tilts her head as she keeps looking at the corpses. Rain is falling all around them, but the sound is probably not concentrated enough to make them move, add that they might also be drawn to each other's moaning. Saya answers as she keeps leaning her back against a shelf, her arms folded under her chest and a slight frown on her face. So leaving them there is the best we can do? Shizuka asks. They didn't manage to get through the shutter even when they tried, and going out to bait them, isn't without its own risks, seems unnecessary, for now at least, I respond as I turn to glance at my bag that was hanging on the side of the furthest row of shelves, the same row that Saya was leaning on. If only that idiot Kota had kept his stupid little mouth shut. Saya keeps looking at the corpses as she groans. But, Saya, are condoms really that bad? Alice, who was sitting on the counter, next to Shizuka, speaks up, and Saya ends up freezing as she locks her head to her, she even stopped blinking. Please don't shout. I turn to look at Saya as I speak, she darts her head to me and narrows her eyes, but stays otherwise quiet. Alice, as Kota mentioned, they're meant for adults. Saya then turns to look at Alice again. Yes, Kota did tell me that, but, what are they used for? You're a genius, Saya, so you must know, right? Alice, ever oblivious, asks again as she tilts her head and stares at Saya with big, round eyes. Holy crap, Alice throws some hardcore side jabs, and she doesn't even realize it. Well, I'm a genius, of course I do know, but, you're too young, so I'm not telling you until you get older. Saya started glancing around the room as she spoke. Until she finally looked back at Alice, right before she finished her sentence. Hey, but whyy. Alice jumps off the counter, hops over to Saya. As I told you, Munchkin, you're too young, that the end of it. I'm not telling you, Saya responds with a stern voice as she narrows her eyes. Shizuka. Alice turns around towards the nurse as she starts speaking, only to find the woman whistling, and staring at the ceiling. Alice pouts and folds her arms, and then turns towards the last person she had yet to ask. That's a question that girls answer to girls. And boys answer to boys, that's a rule that even overlords have to follow. Can't help you here, shorty. I cut her off before she could even speak up. Moyu, you're all just a bunch of big meanies. Alice lowers her head and looks at her feet as she keeps pouting. I shake my head, chuckle, and walk up to Shizuka. So, Shizuka, once you're done looking for the spider pig, could you give me the Humvee keys? I stop next to her as also turn to glance at the ceiling before looking back at her. Oh sure, spider, pig. She fiddles inside the pockets of the jacket she was wearing before pulling them out and tossing them to me. When did she even change into that? Hey, what do you want the Humvee keys for? Saya asks while still leaning on the shelf. Takashi asked me to block the alleyway that the car is parked in. So, before I go ripping off doors to use as barricades, I want to see if I can steer the car a little more to the side in order to block a bigger part of the alleyway. I need the keys to get inside the car and lower the handbrake, I replied. You can rip off doors? Shizuka asks. She keeps looking at me, her eyes slightly wide. The door to the room that's behind the counter and the door after the stairs that go to the second floor, they're both made of metal, so they should be pretty sturdy, and no actual ripping, just need to unscrew the door hinges with a screwdriver, I answer. And we do have a screwdriver. Saya turns to me and asks, with a slight smirk. And then, silence. The one I had, got confiscated, when I got arrested by Saya's mom. After that, I ended up with a combat knife. I could use that, but it might dull the edge. Well, I could. I'll take the silence as a no. Well, lucky for you I picked up a couple of different types when we were in the estate, though we might need 'em. Looks like I was right. Saya then speaks up again, the grin still on her face. Oh who? Saya wants a head pat. Good thinking, Saya. Okay, I shouldn't waste any more time. I'll go to the car and see if I can use it to block the alleyway, without actually jamming it between the walls. I nod, turn around, and head towards the back door. Right before I exit the building, I look at the shotgun that was still on me. I'm just going to keep it hidden under the coat. I had enough condom-related chats for today. And so, I walk out the back door and go left. Then, once I reached the end of the alleyway, I turn left again and come face to trunk with the Humvee that was a little further off. Also, while there were no corpses in the alleyway, I could still see a couple of them on the road that was partly visible from here. None of them seemed to be interested in heading towards the car though. Damn, the sky is really coming down right now, let's get this over with before I end up with a permanent water attribute. I walk over to the Humvee, unlock the driver's door, lean inside and push down the handbrake as I turn the steering wheel to the left. I then exit the vehicle, close the door and go behind it. I just hope I can actually push this thing. Well, we're on a flat surface and the tires are fine, so I suppose it shouldn't be that hard. I nod and then start pushing the car from behind, and slowly, step by step, the Humvee begins rolling towards the wall to the left. Though that meant that the gap in the right was getting bigger now. I look to my right as I keep pushing. The way the car is going to be positioned now, it seems to make a cone shape with the wall to the right. I could use a door and jam it between the car and the wall. After I felt the car bump against what I guess was the left wall, I back off from the trunk and go to the right side of the vehicle. Well, the front part of the car is pretty far apart from the wall, a horizontally placed door would definitely fit in, so I can just place it there and push it until it gets lodged. Yet, plus getting rid of it is as easy as kicking it from the opposite side, and I don't think corpses have the mental capacity to actually realize that they need to pull the door. If they somehow manage to get here, that is. I nod to myself and go over to the left side of the car. After pulling the handbrake up, I lock the driver's door. I was about to turn around when I heard an annoyed groan, coming from behind me. Turning around I find Saya, her back turned to me, dragging a door. What exactly am I looking at? I start walking towards her. Come on you stupid door, why is this so goddamn H? It must have taken less than a second. Saya's hands slipped, probably because of the rain. She then took a couple of steps backward as she flailed her arms, and landed on her butt. To my surprise, all of that happened in pure silence, as she didn't shout and the door landed on top of her, so that splat was even more audible. Does this count as the ground slapping Saya's butt? The fuck am I even thinking? Stupid door. She starts raising her voice, but quickly lowers it as she fixes her hat and gets up. Are you alright, A&D? Can I ask what exactly you're doing? I ask as I walk up to her. Why, you said you needed a door, or did you just make me do all this for no reason? She glanced at me before lifting one side of the door again. No, and you're actually just on time. I was about to return in order to get a door. I walk past her and lift the door from the other side. We need to get this to the right side of the car. Will you sit to block the opening? I say as I look at Saya. She just glanced behind her and nodded. We then headed to the right side of the car and placed the door horizontally between the car and the wall. After that, we pushed until it got stuck. That should do it. I take a step back and look at the barricade. The door is past the passenger's seat, so we can use that to go to the other side. I go to the door and unlock it. On second thought, going inside like this, we'll probably end up turning the insides into an aquarium. I lock the door again and climb on the car's hood. Then turn around, kneel down and extend my hand to Saya. I can get up myself. I only fell back there because. She starts trying to climb up the hood from the side as she speaks, with little success. Go to the front part of the car and place your foot in one of the holes that are in the car's lower frame, right under the hood. Use it as a step to climb up. I respond as I lower my hand. I know you idiot, you don't have to tell me. Saya responds as she lowers her head slightly and goes to the front part of the hood, and finally climbs up, albeit rather clumsily. Well, the left side of the hood is too close to the wall. We'll go back down from the backside of the car. I respond as I get on the roof and glance behind me. Saya follows me with a slight frown, though judging from her red face, I'd say she was probably embarrassed, rather than annoyed. You can try to slide down the trunk, though that will. I turn to Saya as I speak, only to see that she now did indeed look quite annoyed. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a badass acrobat like Psycho. She responds as she folds her arms and looks away, the frown still on her face. Oh, boy, she just said that, didn't she? What does Psycho have to do with any of this? I ask. Nothing. She responds as she keeps looking away. Oh, idea. I jump down the car, causing Saya to turn to me. Hey, where are you? Before she could finish, I unlock the back door and get inside, leaving the door slightly open and hanging my trench coat on it. I then open the hatch and motion Saya to come down. I told you, I don't need your. You got the MP5 with you. I cut her off. Yes. She answers. Well then, come down here before the car's insides get drenched. I turn to look at the trench coat as I speak. Saya grumbles slightly and finally climbs down. Okay, now take off the raincoat, I say the moment Saya got down and closed the hatch. What? She just stared at me with a blank expression. Well, that did sound a bit weird. It's dripping water all over the car, we'll be swimming by the time I'm done showing you how to use the MP5 if you don't take it off. I point at her raincoat as I speak. Wait, here, now. She just kept staring at me. Yeah, though if you keep this up, the only thing I'll be doing is mopping the Humvee, I respond. Right. Saya nods and sits down as she takes off the raincoat, and is then left in her suspender-sort shorts, HQ t-shirt and the black long-sleeved shirt she was wearing under that. I motion her to give me the raincoat, which she does. I then hang it on the door, next to my own coat. Okay, so, can I see the gun for starters? I ask as I turn back and sit next to her. Saya nods, takes the gun off the sling and hands it to me. I press on the magazine release button that was behind the mag, remove it and leave it next to me. Then grab the cocking handle and pull it back and up, locking the bolt carrier on the backside of the receiver as a bullet went flying out the ejection port. I pick the stray bullet and leave it next to me. Then pick up the magazine and start unloading the bullets. After both the gun and magazine were empty, I put the magazine back inside the gun, grab the cocking handle and slide it back in the front part of the gun before letting it go. Okay, let's start with the easy stuff, take off the magazine, and then put it back in. I hand the gun to Saya as I speak, she nods and does as I asked. The moment she locked the magazine back into the MP5, she turned to look at me. Okay, now do it a couple more times, you'll need to be able to do this without looking. I point at the mag as I speak. Without looking. She responds as she glances at the gun and frowns slightly. Yes, you need your eyes to look at the thing that's trying to rip you apart, I answer. Taking the magazine off is actually pretty easy. Lift your trigger finger and place it on the trigger guard that is behind the magazine release button, switch, whatever you want to call it. She nods as I speak. Then use your other hand to press the button, it will be a little further off from your finger, so it should be easy to find. She nods and starts moving her hand as she glances at the gun, lowering her head slightly. And a couple of seconds later, she was holding the mag in her other hand. Placing it back in, is the same deal, use your trigger finger to feel where exactly the gun is at. Then bring the magazine a little further forward from there, also, use your thumb end, or index finger to feel the gun, so you'll know when you've found the correct spot, and just to make sure, give it a strong push after you placed it inside. You should hear a click after the mag gets locked in. Also, hold the mag in a way so that the curve looks away from you. Saya kept staring at me, while occasionally nodding, no whining, no grumbling, no frowning, she was actually taking this pretty seriously. She then spent the next couple of minutes trying to blind reload the gun. So, next, how to use the sights, the safety, the scope, shoulder placement, I could also show her how to load bullets in the magazine and how to deal with a jam, but, not today. Showing her everything now will just overload her, genius or not. Okay, I think I got the hang of this. Saya speaks up as she turns to look at me, and then starts reloading the gun while still looking at me. I think she was grinning slightly. Oh, she's fast. Well, the whole deal is doing this under pressure, but still, not bad. Good. Just remember, if you change an empty magazine, or more correctly, if the chamber has no bullet inside, you'll also have to pull this handle all the way to the back and then let it bolt forward by itself, because if I remember correctly, this gun doesn't lock the carrier on the back after the last round. I point at the receiver and then at the cocking handle as I speak. Saya just looks at my finger and nods. Next, try aiming the gun out the front windshield, at a corpse in the distance. I point to my left as I speak. Saya looks at me for a bit before nodding again. She lifts the MP5 and aims it. She has the stock on her shoulder, but did not place her cheek on it, which I think is possible with this certain stock. The sight's not working, she says as she keeps aiming the gun. Right, look under the dot sight, the iron sights should be there. Try looking through them and tell me if your target looks further away. I point at the gun's actual sights as I speak. Saya nods and lowers her head slightly. Yeah, it does seem further away. I guess the scope can act like a mini binocular. She responds shortly after. Well, since the scope has some magnifying capabilities, we should leave it on. Now to aim, you have to set your eye, the sight, and target in a straight line, with the target being in the center of the dot sight, that is where the red dot would normally be at. The same rule applies to the iron sights. I then place my finger on the stock. Put the lower part of your cheek here and try to align your eye with the rear sight, then the rear sight, the front sight. I then point at the rear sight as I speak and finally at the front one. Saya nods again, closes one eye and puts her cheek on the gun stock. How do I align my eye with the rear sight? She keeps looking down the sight as she speaks, her eyebrows taking a questioning look. I don't really have a good way to explain this. Just make sure that you are looking the rear sight from center back and not slightly sideways, then try to make the spike in the front sight align to the middle of the Tetris T-type block cutout. As I finish speaking, Saya turns to me with a cheeky one-sided smirk. Tetris block? She asks. Yes, Tetris block. If you don't like my naming methods, you can always ask Coda to. I never said that. So, what do I do next? Her eyes go wide for a second before she turns to look down the sights. Well, while not as important on small caliber weapons. Because their recoil isn't strong enough, make sure that when shooting your teeth aren't tightly shut, but not open either, lest you end up biting your own tongue off. Second, before you take a shot take a deep breath. Now the next part, I've heard 2 different ways it can go, either hold your breath in your lungs for as long as you shoot, or, exhale slightly then hold your breath and shoot, both are meant to keep your hands steady. Saya turns to me and nods. Which method do you use? She asks as she keeps looking at me. None, most of the time I do shoot, I use the shotgun, most time that I use the shotgun, I barely even get to aim, but if I had a choice, I'd say use the second method. I turn to look at the shotgun as I speak. Before Saya could answer, the radio I had on an inside pocket in my trench coat goes live, or well, it makes a single click. Oh, that must be the guys. I lean towards the door, take the radio out of the coat and make a single click before placing it back inside the pocket. Looks like this plan worked pretty well after all. Hey. Saya speaks up as I leave the trench coat back on the door. Yeah, better than I expected to be honest, I respond as I sit back in the center of the car. It's an okay plan, but I would have still thought of something if you hadn't. She hugs the gun slightly as she turns to look the windshield. Well, even if you didn't, it was thanks to you that we found the radios to begin with, so this is actually thanks to you. I respond. Oh, of course it is, I'm a genius, I figured we could use them one way or another. She glances at me before turning to look back towards the windshield. After that, she stayed quiet for some seconds before she started aiming her gun again. Thanks. She whispers after a couple of minutes have passed. Anytime, Saya, I replied as I turned to look at her. She then lowers the gun, and keeps looking at it. Nair, do you miss your old life? She asks. You mean before the outbreak? Saya nods without turning to me. Well, the only thing I can count as pre-outbreak is when I was not here, so, do I miss that? Sure, I do have the occasional I want video games moment, or wanting to sleep more, and obviously not having walking corpses that want to rip my head off strolling outside my front door, and electricity, but, well. Both the then and now have their pros and cons. I can't say that I hate the now, I can't say that I don't miss the then either. You do. I replied. Saya just nodded, and a couple of seconds later, she turned to me. How can you even find pros in a situation like this? How is anything even remotely better than how it used to be? She narrows her eyes slightly. Well, I'm not surprised she thinks that. She was a spoiled rich kid after all, and her parents didn't seem to push her too much either. I mean, hell, in the anime, she needed to end up getting slapped by her mother to make her listen, and judging from her reaction, it must have been quite a new experience. Yet in the end, she did say that she loved them, and even before that, during all of her whining moments, she never actually said that she hated them either, and as much as I like her. This is something that I need to say, for her own good, and this moment seems to be as good as any. Well, it's just that, there are a couple of things that happened, that would otherwise be impossible to even think of. Was it not for the outbreak? Saya tilts her head as she looks at me. Like? She asks. Well, other than driving around in a military vehicle while being armed to the teeth in the middle of a city? Speaking is also one of them. As I finish, Saya just keeps staring at me. What do you mean, speaking? How could that be impossible to happen? Was it not for the outbreak? It's not like I'm deaf and stupid. I cut her off. She just blinks. That's what you called me the first time I ever saw you, and that was also the last thing you said to me before the outbreak happened. I fold my arms as I speak. Well, why, you blocked the stairs, and I was in a hurry and you didn't listen, and she actually remembers that. Even so, would you try to get close to somebody who insulted you when you didn't even know them, even if you were in the wrong? I ask. Saya lowers her head slightly, averts her eyes, and goes quiet. Shit, maybe I went a bit too hard on her. So, if there's one reason that I'm glad for this outbreak, then it's because I was able to find out that you're not the person who I thought you were. Saya just kept looking at her knees as I spoke. I'm sorry. She whispers softly after a couple of seconds have passed. Did she just apologize to me? What? I ask as I keep staring at her. I said I'm sorry. She looks at me with a slight frown. So that means you're going to stop calling me an idiot now? I ask as I tilt my head. I'm calling you an idiot only when you're being an idiot. Saya responds as she hugs the MP5 and looks at the windshield as she narrows her eyes. Well, Saya, just so I make myself clear. I'm not mad or angry at you. If I didn't want to be around you, then I wouldn't be here right now, so if you need my help, just tell me the moment I finish my sentence. Saya turns to stare at me, but did not speak. She did go slightly red though. And speaking of here and nows, we better go back inside, before the other two get worried. I turn around, grab the trench coat, wear it and exit the Humvee. Saya then followed suit after she hid the gun under her own raincoat. I then locked the back door, went to check the front door, and I saw Saya in the car's mirror. She had her arms tightly folded under her chest and was slightly twisting her upper body from side to side. Also, she was smiling, a smile that I have seen only once more so far, and that was when she was hugging her mother. Yet, the moment I turned to face her. Come on, quit wasting time, if you're done, then let's go already. She instantly turns around and starts walking without waiting for my reply. Heh, chun dears. And so, we then walked back into the building, and towards the main room. Saya, did your date go well? The moment we set foot in there, Alice popped up from behind the shelves, with an unopened bun in her hands. Wah, you stupid little, munchkin, let me tell you a little secret. Saya started raising her voice, but then quickly lowers it, smiles, and slowly creeps up to Alice, who just looked at her like a deer that was staring down at the headlights of a big rig, and the moment Saya got within arm's reach, well, let's just say that Alice's cheeks will remember this day, for quite some time. All the while, Shizuka was giggling from behind the counter. Was that your idea? I ask as I take off the coat, hang it on one of the shelf's corners and turn to Shizuka. I got no idea what you're talking about. Shizuka puts her finger under her chin and looks away without turning her head, a slight grin on her face. Definitely her doing. Well, I guess now we wait. I sit on the counter and turn to look at Saya, who was still going for a full-blown makeover on Alice's cheeks. I just realized, I forgot to reload Saya's gun, got so focused on Saya herself, that forgot about the gun. And in the end, I found myself strolling around the store, after looking at the corpses on the other side of the shutter for a couple of minutes. Also, why do I find it progressively harder to resist snacking on the crap around here? I'm bored. Shizuka was the first one to speak up as she sprawled her upper body on the counter. You should be glad that you can be bored. I just hope that Takashi and the rest can find Ariai's mother, alive. Saya responds as she keeps looking at the corpses on the other side of the shutter. Yeah, I'm sorry. Shizuka lifts herself up and folds her arms as she lowers her head slightly. Then, I felt something tugging my hand. Turning to my left, I see Alice looking at me. You are not from here, right? Are your mom and dad okay? She asks, and now, very single head in here was turned towards me. God damn it, Alice. I don't know, and there isn't much I can do about it anyway, I respond. I'm sure they are okay, they are probably doing overlord stuff, like you are. Alice speaks in a low tone as she fidgets in place and lowers her head. Are they? Doubt it. I mean, they're not even my parents to begin with. Yeah, they probably are. I pat Alice on the head as I speak. I'm sure they're all right. They're probably all wearing masks, and Hey, can you hear me? It's Takashi, and as Shizuka was about to say something incredibly stupid, the radio in my coat goes live. Perfect timing, is perfect. I walk up to the coat and take out the radio. Yeah, I can hear you. I guess that means you're nearby. I respond. Yeah, we'll be there in a couple of minutes, and we are bringing an extra member, he says as the rest of the group gathers around me. You found? We found Ariai's mother, she's alive, he answers. They found Ariai's mom. Alice speaks up with a giggle as she keeps jumping around while holding Shizuka's hands, who was also giggling along. Okay, we will keep silent until we get near. Talking around them is not among the things that I prefer to do, and the radio goes silent. Well, glad that went smoothly, but now we need to figure out when and how we'll leave this place. I say as I walk next to the glass wall and look at the sky through the shutter. The rain seemed to have stopped, but, well, it was starting to get dark. I don't know how far the elementary school is but there's a high chance it will end up getting dark before we can even reach it. Saya walks up next to me as she starts talking. Yeah, we'll wait for the rest and then decide what we should do, but I'm against going out there in the dark. Corpses are already blind, and driving with the headlights on is like we're asking for an ambush, especially with how valuable cars are right now. Add that driving in the middle of the night means that we'll have to go slower than normal as our visibility will be crap. I turn to look at Saya as I speak. She just stared at me. You really thought this through? Hey, still, that means that we'll have to leave the moment the sun comes up. That would be 5 or 6 a.m. Meaning it would leave us like 6 hours to get there. Normally, I would say that this much time is more than enough, but now. She trails off as she turns to look at the corpses on the other side of the shutters. We don't know how many roads will be blocked off. Saya nods as I respond. Hey guys, we're on the road by the store, we'll be there in less than a minute. The radio in my hand speaks up. If the alleyway you barricaded is inaccessible, then go to the car, you can it as a door, or climb over it. Saya ended up staring at me with a slight frown the moment I mentioned the climbing part. Alright, we'll do that then. Also, be ready. We're going to make some noise before entering the alleyway, to draw them away from the front entrance. And then, the radio went silent once again. Well, getting the corpses out of our faces will make it easier on our mental health if we stay for the night, and with how fast the sun is going out, I think we might. Okay, I'm going to the car to unlock the doors. I grab the trench coat and start heading towards the exit. Oh, wait up, I'm coming as well, A&D. Why are you even wearing the trench coat right now? It's not raining anymore. Saya starts running behind me as she asks. Simple, it looks nice, I answer as I exit the building through the back door. Have you gone stupid? This thing will just hinder your movement, though it does suit you. Saya ends her sentence with a whisper, that I heard, because good hearing and all. Thanks, I answer as I glance at her. Wha? I didn't say anything. Why are you thanking me? I said you're stupid. Stu. PID. Saya raises her voice slightly as she keeps walking next to me. Chundeers. I chuckle as I keep walking. Once we reached the car, I unlock the left back door and climb up to the roof through the hatch, Saya following behind me shortly after. We'll have to be a tad quieter now, the rain stopped so nothing will hide the noise. I walk down to the hood as I glance back at Saya, she nodded without speaking. And some minutes later, we heard a couple of loud yells, and then saw Takashi's group popping up into the alleyway. And so, they, along with their new member aka Ariai's mother, aka Kiriko, came over to the car. Unlock the right door if you want to go through the car, or climb up and go over the roof, your pick. I toss the keys to Takashi as I speak. Anybody want to use the door? He asks as he turns to the group, A&D. Silence. Psycho was already up on the hood next to me, and the rest had already moved towards the hood. Guess we'll be all climbing up then, Takashi responds as he tosses the keys back. Yeah, it's not that hard to climb up anyway, Kota responds. Then move it, fatso, we don't have all day, Saya responds with an angry frown. Ouch. So, with the rest climbing up the car, me and Psycho moved back and jumped down the Humvee. Anything happened while we were gone? Psycho asks once we were both next to the car. No, not really, I take it everything went fine on your side too? I replied with a question, to which Psycho nodded. By the time the others were over the car, Saya had also gotten out. So, after I locked the doors, we headed back into the store, where the whole group gathered up as Ariai's mom introduced herself, followed up by the rest of us. So, now we go to the school. And the moment the introductions were done, Kota asked the million-dollar question. I don't think that's a good idea, to leave right now. I mean, Saya glances at me before speaking up, causing the group to turn towards her. She then went on to use the reasons I had mentioned to her some time ago. But, can we really stay here? I mean, sure, this place is relatively safe, but will we make it in time if we don't leave now? Rei then asks the second most obvious question. Well, if we had a map we could. We do have a map, in my bag. I cut Takashi off and point at the bag that was hanging on the side of a shelf. Then let's use it, it'll be faster and much easier to figure out what our next step should be if we can see the exact distance we need to cover. Takashi nods as he looks at me, A&D. A couple of minutes later, we were all around the counter. The map in the center, with Alice pointing a flashlight at it. Okay, so, first, the elementary school is in here. Takashi points at the rightmost landmass. And we're still here, I suppose, I say as I point at the central landmass. Yes, we're here. Rei then points at our exact location. So, compared to the river that separated us from the school's landmass, we were 5 blocks in distance. Well, I say 5, but the distance these blocks had between them was inconsistent. The first 2 looked normal, but the other 3, each one was like 4 blocks stuffed into one in length and 2 into one in width. In other words, it was quite the distance to the river from here, but at least we were still in the leftmost part of the central landmass, which was definitely good. And where exactly is the school located at? Kota asks. Right, I remember it was somewhat near a bridge. My mother always complained how she had to take an, how are they called, these bridges that open up in 2 in order to let ships pass through. Takashi turns to look at the group as he speaks. Bascule bridges. Saya folds her arms as she turns to look at Takashi. I always just called them lifting bridges. He responds as he scratches the back of his head. Because you're an idiot. Now, can we get back to you telling us where the school is at? She asks. I find it weird that Rei doesn't seem to care that Saya is calling Takashi an idiot, then again these three knew each other from a young age. This block, no. Wait, here it is. He points at the rightmost landmass, about 6 blocks inland. That's not too bad, it's actually a straight drive from here. Kiriko smiles and nods as she looks at the map. You said that this monster of a car that is parked outside can still run, right? With the car, it'll be what, an hour? 2-hour drive, A&D. Wait, crap. She then stops mid-sentence. Hey, what's wrong? Rei asks as she turns to stare at her mother before looking back at the map. We're here, right? Kiriko points at our location, and Rei nods. So we need to go through here. She then runs her finger through the 3 long blocks and stops on a bridge that was right after the last large block. Wait, we never mentioned that the car worked in here, did they tell her when they were out there? So much about stating that we must not talk about the fucking car. We probably can't take this road. She keeps running her finger back and forth around the 3 large blocks. How come? Koda asks. Shopping district, a lot of traffic, a lot of people, she turns to us as she finishes speaking. Then our only route is through this bridge. I ask as I point at the only nearby bridge, which was 6 blocks down from our location. 6 blocks down, and compared to the road we needed to take to get to the school, 4 blocks up after we cross the bridge, so 10 blocks and then 14 blocks to get to the bridge, plus 6 more to move inland towards the school. The hell? Why is it so far away? In the manga's last chapter the person I suspect to be Rei's dad heard the group's gunshots, so it shouldn't be that far. Fuck, is it possible that the last chapter doesn't count? Was it made in a different way or something? Whatever, no point wondering about that now, it is what it is. Well, we don't have much of a choice, do we? The next bridge is way too far away, and this river, while not very wide, is always deep enough to swallow cars whole. I found that out when I kind of tossed a couple of troublemakers in that river once, when I was in a mobile traffic unit. Kiriko then points at the next nearest bridge. Nearest, with a big bucket of salt that is, as compared to the second bridge? It's like a lot of blocks away in distance, 30? 40, double that in total as we'll have to return, plus add that the longer we're on the road, the higher the chance that we might end up in trouble. No. So, we leave now or? Shizuka asks. Going through the normal road would have taken us 1 to 2 hours, right? So, let's say that the distance just got doubled, that would be 3 to 4 hours, meaning we still have 2 hours left for making sure we actually get there. Of course, I'm not counting the increased chance of finding trouble on the way, but, if we find that trouble in the middle of the night, we might lose more than just time. I keep looking at the map as I speak. We'll be cutting it real close like that. What if we miss it? My dad is there too. Rei turns to look at me as she speaks. Well, what should we do then? Asami asks. As much as I want to leave right now, there are still clouds out there, with no street lights and the sky being blocked by clouds, we'll be going completely blind. Saya glances at the glass wall as she speaks. So either we leave when the sun comes out, or we check if the clouds clear up in the middle of the night, though that would mean that some of us will not be getting enough sleep, as we'll need to keep an eye out. I fold my arms as I speak. That's not a bad idea actually, there are 10 of us here, so if 7 or 6 people stay up, we can cover the night shifts, while everybody still gets a good amount of sleep. Kiriko speaks up as she nods at me. Judging from how she didn't react when she heard that Rei's dad, in other words, her husband is there. They probably already told her when they were coming here. At least she does not seem as self-absorbed as Rei. Let's do that then, this way at least, we won't feel like we didn't at least try. Takashi speaks up, and the whole group nods in agreement. Wait, do we have a watch? Takashi asks right after. I used to use my phone to see the time. And Shizuka pretty much answered for everybody. Here I toss the watch I had in my poker on the map. Classy, didn't take you for a person that wears this type of thing. Kiriko picks up the watch and looks at it. I don't, I got it after the E.M.P blast, I answer. So, where will we sleep? Shizuka asks. We have the sleeping bags in the car, right? What about the upper floor? I turn to Takashi as I ask. Well, the place didn't look too dusty, it was probably cleaned regularly, so I don't see why not, he answers. And like that, we got the sleeping bags out of the car, decided who will stay up and when, and then went upstairs. As for the guarding duty, first, was Takashi, yet, little shit managed to get the best number in the rotation, followed by Saya, Rei, Saiko, Koda, me, Asami and lastly Kiriko. Though the whole thing would probably end with either me or Asami. And no, I didn't make this rotation, Takashi did, otherwise, I'd have my time sandwiched between Saya and Saiko, yet, I'm a horrible person. So like that, the group other than Takashi went to sleep. We went to sleep. We slept. We yet, no. Ugh, nope, can't sleep. Blame the fact that this is officially the moment where I have no idea what's to come. Phew, I expected to be anxious, but, damn. I turn around to look at the ceiling. I'll just get something to drink, or go and sit on the car for some time. I slowly get up and carefully leave the room. Before you ask, I was dressed, being kind of stuck in a room with everybody, you know. I walk down the stairs and look at the room. We left a flashlight on weak mode to light up the location, so I could see relatively well inside. A&D. Saya's here, so at least I did sleep for an hour. Well, no change of plans. I'll just get some water from the fridge and be on my way. I was about to walk towards the fridge, when Saya lifted her MP5 towards the store's front glass wall, and with a slight smile she bang, 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 whispers, slightly jerking her body backward as she tries to emulate the gun's recoil. Did I just see this? I reflexively pinch myself as I stare at Saya. Yep, this just happened. I should probably sneak away. Saya will probably freak. Bang, bang, hee. If you actually try to shoot like that, the only thing you'll manage to do is lose your balance. The moment I speak up, Saya drops the gun and turns around while doing a small backward jump. She did stay quiet at least. You're not supposed to be up now. Why are you here? She starts stuttering as she keeps looking around. Take that posture again, I respond with a calm voice as I walk up to her. I wasn't. I know, come on, let me show you how you need to stand when you shoot. I cut her off. Saya keeps staring at me, before she slowly nods and lifts the gun, her face a deep red. Right-handed, bring your left leg to the front and pull the right one back. Also, slightly twist my upper body to the right, and try to keep your firing arm close to your body. Saya starts changing her posture as I speak, trying to follow my directions. Good, now, As I think, Saya keeps glancing at me. She then lowers her gun, then takes the lugger out of its holster, looks at it, turns to me and extends her arm. Wait, is she? Don't get any funny ideas, it's just that you know more about guns, so you can hold on to it until I am ready to use it. She glances around as she speaks, slowly lowering her head. I will want it back, so you better not break or lose it. She keeps glancing at me as she speaks. Of course, just, can I have the holster? Don't think it's a good idea to keep it in the bag, or in a pocket, I respond as I look at the gun. Right, of course. Saya puts the gun back into the holster, takes it off and hands it to me. I then take the holster, wear it and turn to look at the trenchcoat. Well, I'm glad that Saya is giving me this, but the lugger is a WW2 Nazi gun, the coat I have looks like a German WW2 trenchcoat, and oh god, it'll be very awkward if I stumble upon an actual fascist who'll end up thinking that I'm one of them because of that. Actually, if a Nazi get bit, do they turn into Nazi zombies, or regular zombies? What are you so silent for? Say something. Saya's voice snaps out of my thoughts. I turn to her and shake my head. Yeah, sorry. It's just that the gun and coat combination made me wonder, do Nazis turn into Nazi zombies after they get bit? I ask as I look at her. Saya just stared at me, and after blinking a couple of times. Should have figured it was something idiotic. Seriously, is your brain filled with stupid? She asks as she tilts her head and raises an eyebrow. I just chuckle and turn to look outside. Saya keeps staring at me for some time before also turning to look towards the shutter. We stayed like that for some time, until... Do you think we'll make it in time? Saya asks as she keeps looking outside. Honestly, I don't know, our chances are not that horribly bad though, I respond. Yeah, I just realized, won't all the bridges be blocked off? She turns to me as she asks. Possible, but, we have dynamite, don't we? I turn to her as I speak. Saya just stares at me. You intend to blow up the bridge? Are you nuts? She asks as she keeps looking at me. If it has concrete blocks in the way, then yes. If it has cars, guess we can lift the handbrakes and push them away. The point is, we must not pull punches on this. We have to make sure we get there before the extraction is over. Saya, after hearing my response, stayed quiet for a bit. Yeah, you are right, we do have to make sure we get there on time, as we won't have a second shot at this, she responds as she nods. Still, I honestly don't know what I'll do if we do get rescued, seeing as I spend most of my time thinking of how to not get eaten alive. I'll probably end up with way too much free time. I tilt my head slightly as I look outside. And no video games. We could hang out, maybe I could make you be less of an idiot. Saya glances around as she speaks. That's private lessons? I ask with a slight grin. Saya's eyes go wide as her face turns red. Gee, go to sleep you frigging idiot. She says as she turns her back to me and folds her arms. I chuckle and head to the fridge, open it, and grab a water bottle. Ha, chundeers. Chapter 34, Calculated Risk. So, are we all set? Takashi glanced around the car's interior as he asked. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, but we can manage, Rei responds as she tries to fit herself on the seat. Next to her and on her right, Takashi, on her left, Saya, followed by Saiko and then me. Kota and Asami were sitting in their foot section as per usual, Kiriko was on the front passenger seat with Alice on her lap, and finally, Shizuka was sitting on the driver's seat like always. I close my eyes and let out a yawn as I put my hand in front of my mouth. I might be wearing a mask, but well, you know, habits. Didn't sleep well? Saiko asks as she turns to me. Not going to deny that. I shake my head and glance at her before looking back out the car's window. Now, another thing that I didn't mention is that, with how tightly packed the back seats were at the moment, I had Saiko literally glued on me, again, not complaining. Leave it to the idiot to be half asleep in the important moment of the day. Saya glanced at me with a slight smirk. Yeah, it just that, I ended up finding somebody to hang out with. I respond as I turn to her. Saya's face goes red as her eyes open up slightly. Let's just go already, we need to get to that school, as fast as possible, she responds as she turns to look at the front windshield. Ha, the wrong fight you picked, my dear Chundeer. And with that, the engine came alive, and the car started to move. In the end, it was in Asami's round that the sun came up, and as the clouds didn't disperse all night, we couldn't leave earlier, not the best way to start the day, as we now have like 6 hours left in order to reach the school, but, nothing to be too freaked out about. If we do find a road blocked by a horde and there's no other way around, we'll just use the dynamites. I let off another yawn as I keep thinking. Seriously though, I barely managed to get any sleep yesterday, even after my little chat with Saya. Turn left of the first clear intersection, then keep going straight. Kiriko, who had the map in her hands, points at the road ahead as she speaks. Shizuka responds with a nod. Still, it makes me wonder, what would be the now, was I not here with the group, like, Asami and the car would not be here for one, Shido would still be alive, probably stirring up a shitstorm in the elementary school, the estate would be a sizzling wreck, with Saya's parents being M.I.A. Hey, so, in the end, I did make some sort of difference, didn't I? As I took a deep breath, I found myself closing my eyes involuntarily. For fuck's sake, I couldn't sleep all night, yet the moment the sun came up, I can't keep my fucking eyes open. I know I was more of a night owl, but this is getting ridiculous. Still, they can probably handle this without me, so I can probably take a small break, right? Yeah, they can wake me up if something happens. The moment I decided that it was okay for me to doze off, I shut down almost instantly. It's funny how I was able to fall asleep in a moving car, but couldn't frigging sleep inside a sleeping bag when I was in pitch black darkness. Oh well, at least the seat is comfortable. Are Humvee seats supposed to be this comfortable? I just wish that whoever is poking my goddamn sides right now would stop. If I knew that I'd end up being under attack, I wouldn't have taken off my trench coat. Still, wouldn't it be nice to find myself in the elementary school after I wake up? Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, for starters, I do wish I had some more free time to spend with Saiko and Saya, hopefully, without any incidents, like getting stabbed, decapitated, and going on a one-way cruise on a sailboat. Also, on a side note, I have the weirdest dreams when I keep drifting between awake and asleep. I mean, I'm pretty sure we did not have a fireball-spitting dragon in our car, not one with such a magnificent mustache at least. But, well, you know what they say, all good things must come to an end, and I'm pretty sure that somebody is shaking me right now. I open my eyes and focus on what was straight ahead of me, in other words, the windshield. I blink several times as I keep looking at it. That's weird, I'm pretty sure that I was sitting behind the driver's seat, not in the middle. How did I lower my sight, and see, purple lace stockings. Yeah, these were definitely not my legs. I'm sleeping on Saiko's shoulder, ain't I? This seat must be cursed, or blessed, depending on how one looks at the matter. Then, something started shaking me again. Just slap the idiot already, that should wake him up. An annoyed voice speaks up. I wouldn't treat Nair like that, Saya. A different voice answers. Well, I'm just saying, you have been shaking him for almost half an hour by now. Saya responds. I'm never letting Saya wake me up, she would probably end up trying to elbow drop me or something. In either case, we should wake him up, we're near the bridge. And after that, it won't take more than 30 minutes until we reach the school. If we keep up with this speed, that is another female voice joins the chat. Still, that was some good thinking. Using the dynamite to bait the corpse away from the road, the same female voice continues. We have already used this same tactic before, figured it would work this time around as well, a male voice responds. We used dynamite, that kind of explains the flame-spitting dragon. Still got no idea why he had a mustache though. In any case, time to wake up. I lift my head from what turned out to indeed be Psycho's shoulder and shake my head. Good morning. Psycho leans slightly forward as she turns to look at me. Thanks, how long have I been out? I ask. About 3 hours, Takashi responds. Slept well? Rei adds up with a slight smirk and a rather sarcastic voice. Right, sorry I ended up on you, I say as I turn to Psycho. She just smiled and shook her head. You don't have to apologize, Nair, I just want to be of use to you, in any way I can, she responds with the smile still on her face, and the whole group, including me, ends up staring at her with a blank expression, well, all but Saya, who instead puffed her cheeks and narrowed her eyes as she shifted her gaze between me and Psycho. Well, she laid that one out pretty plainly, way too plainly now that I think about it. So, how far are we from the school? I ask as I glance around. We'll be at the bridge that connects the landmasses soon, Kiriko answers. And we have, how much time left again? I ask once again. 3 hours or so. If we keep up this pace, we'll be at the school long before the extraction is over. We're doing good, no need to worry, Romeo, Kiriko responds with a slight grin as she puts the watch I gave her in her pocket. Romeo the ninja. Nope, Nua. Not happening, I'd rather be called Ninja Penguin. I cut off Shizuka before she could finish. Ninja, Penguin? Kiriko asks as she lifts an eyebrow. Yeah, he is Ninja Penguin the Overlord. Alice turns around and pops her head over from the front seat as she points at me with a smile. Ninja Penguin, the supervillain Overlord, Koda adds right after. Come on, you in on this too now, TR8R, we have a traitor in our midst. Shizuka, take a left turn here, the bridge should be a straight line after that. Kiriko glances at the map before turning to look at Shizuka. Okie dokie, I can't wait to reach the school, I want to take a hot bath and finally relax. Shizuka giggles slightly as she turns the steering wheel. And the moment she took the turn, the bridge came into view, and that was all I could really see, to be honest, as the surrounding area consisted mostly of tall buildings that hid any further view of, well, everything. Also, this bridge, I think it might be the same one that Takashi mentioned when he was talking about his mother, a bascule bridge. The reason? Simple. Are you kidding me? Rei shouts as she looks at the bridge, which was lifted up. I can't drive up that thing, it's way too steep. Shizuka lets out a worried sigh and lowers her head slightly. The rest of the group stayed silent as we drove closer to the bridge. There were also a couple of corpses roaming next to it. About 6, 7 of them, but in all honesty, we had bigger problems to deal with right now. But we're so close, we just need to get on the other side. So, why is it like this? This isn't fair. Asami was the first one to speak. Shit, we need a new plan. Takashi lowers his head and narrows his eyes. Well, Saya was right, so, now, okay, let's take things one at a time. We have 3 hours left, the third bridge is out of the question, it's way too far. Then, we have the bridge by the shopping district, the road there has fewer intersections, meaning less space to move, and it's also supposed to have way more traffic, so the chance of the roads being blocked off by car wrecks is also higher, plus, we'll have to backtrack to even get there. I look around the road through the windows as I speak. Why, you mean we're stuck here, but we're so close? Rei ends up shouting at me as she finishes her sentence. So, what do we do now? You can't exactly blow up this roadblock. Saya calmly speaks up next as she turns towards me. The rest of the group just looked at her with a questioning look. Then again, they don't know what I and Saya talked about yesterday night. How about going on foot? I ask. Hey? What do you mean? Takashi asks back. I mean what I just said, we're not too far from the school, right? Like 6 blocks inland and 4 blocks to the left. If we can go diagonally, that's even less, I say as I fold my arms. That's true, but we still need to cross the bridge. I don't see anything that we can use to cross it, even on foot. Takashi turns to look at the bridge as he speaks. We have too many tall buildings around here, in other words, we don't have a clear view of our surroundings. Now, right before the river, there should be some open space for pedestrians to walk on, so there might be a small bridge for pedestrians hidden behind the buildings. I point at the front windshield, towards the road's corners next to the bridge. We don't have much of a choice, do we? Okay, the most silent ones among us can go and check if there are any bridges around, then return. There are a bunch of them near the bridge, and we don't know if there are more of them hiding around, so, no guns, actually, no fighting at all, just look around and then come back. Takashi nods and looks back at me. Alright, sounds like a plan, so, who goes? I ask. I can go. Kota lifts his hand, and the whole group turns to look at him. What? Being silent is covered Ops 101, and I had training in that. Kota responds as he looks back at the group. You know, I'm not even surprised anymore, also, I'm going as well, I say right after. Saiko glances at me before turning towards Takashi, slowly lifting her hand. Okay, 2 people should be enough, just look and come back. Takashi speaks up before Saiko could say anything. She lowers her hand and turns to me. Just looking, no gunshots, no close combat, I respond as I look back at her and then at Kota, who nods and turns to exit the car, with me following suit right after, and once we got out, we headed straight towards the bridge that was up ahead. I can see corpses in the alleyways between the buildings, and some of them are sprawled on the sidewalks too. Could not really see them from the car because the benches and trees on the sidewalks blocked our view. Kota whispers to me. Yeah, makes me wonder, if they raised the bridge with survivors still left on this side. I nod as I look at the surrounding corpses. Possible, but the street is a bit too clean, and there's a relatively small number of actual dead bodies around. Also, there is nothing around here that seems to prove that there was any sort of blockade or defense set up. No cop cars, no fences, and no officers, dead or otherwise. He responds. True, maybe they just lifted the bridge and left then? You know, fewer points to focus on. I rest my hand on my shotgun as I look around. Kota nods at me without saying anything else. After we got near the bridge, we moved in separate directions. I went to check the left sidewalk that disappeared behind the last building before the river, while Kota went towards the right one. Quite the fancy sidewalk this is, pretty wide with a brick paved floor, bushes lining up in the middle along with oval lamp posts, and benches on both sides. Add the river that's to the right and this would make for a relatively nice place to relax, was it not for the end of the world that is. I walk up to the right corner of the sidewalk and look to my left. Still, nothing, I can't see a single thing that connects the two sides. I do see a horde on the other side of the river though, on the opposite road. Problems just keep piling up. I turn to look towards my right, past the corpses, to the side that Kota was at. After a couple of seconds, he also turned to look me. I raise my hand in a questioning motion. He shakes his head negatively. Bullshit, come on, think. I turn to look at the bridge as I lean on the railing. Both sides were lifted to about 60 degrees. It's not too far to jump, not for me at least, would probably end up on the metal scaffolding under the bridge at worse, but I can climb that. The problem is, I don't think that all of us can make that jump. Shizuka and Saya for example. Fuck, we got so far, only to be left hanging. And then, it hit me. The rope, we have the rope that Kota picked up. I instantly back away from the railing and motion Kota to move towards the Humvee. After we picked up some distance from the corpses by the bridge, he walked up next to me. What's going on? Figured something? He asks. You could say that. The bridge gap, it ain't that big, as both sides aren't completely lifted, so, how about we just jump over the bridge? I turn to him as I speak. Yeah, you really think that all of us can climb up there and then jump over to the other side? He asks. We can help the ones that can't climb by themselves, and they won't have to jump over. We still have the rope you picked up, don't we? The moment I finish my sentence, Kota's eyes light up. Holy crap, you're right. He shouts, then brings his hands to his mouth and looks around. Sorry, he says as he looks at me. Doesn't really matter, as I actually have a plan for the corpses as well, and things might get a bit loud. I respond. Kota just tilted his head. There's no real place to hide the Humvee around here, so we'll ask the corpses to watch over it for us. I add up as I fold my arms. That would make them get away from the bridge. Let's see what the others think. Kota nods as he speaks. After we reached the car, we got inside and informed the rest, both about the bridge and the corpses. Well, we got no other choice on the part about crossing the bridge, do we? But surrounding the car with them also means we'll have them coming towards us as we try to leave. Takashi responds shortly after I finished explaining. Not if we leave fast enough, before they encircle the car, I respond. I guess. Takashi just puts his hand under his chin as he keeps thinking. Well, if anybody has any better ideas, I'm all ears, but if we do go on foot, then we need to make use of all the time we have left. I keep looking at Takashi as I speak. You're right, let's do this then. Takashi turns to me and nods with a serious expression. So how do we even do this? Shizuka asks as she keeps looking at the steering wheel. First, hit the horn, then, we exit the car and head straight to bridge. If we can't find an opening, we'll make one using close-range weapons, as shooting a gun will just end up ruining our own plan. I glance at my shotgun before turning to look at Shizuka. Okay, we should fill up our bags with some supplies for the trip, in other words, ammo and dynamite. We won't need food, sleeping bags, or clothes as we are supposed to get there in less than 3 hours, Kota adds right after. Actually, I think we better do take some clothes, or you'd rather end up with whatever they have there, if they have anything at that is. Also, take some medicine. Now for food, well, I just hope the people there are well stocked. I open my bag as I speak and look inside. I have some of the medicine sorted in plastic bags. Each bag should have a complete set of the things we might need. We can take a couple of them instead of randomly picking from the heap that we have in the bags. Shizuka turns towards us and points at the duffel bags in the trunk. And like that, we emptied our bags and started to refill them. In mine, I got a good amount of shotgun shells and 9mm, the extra clip for the P220, some clothes, a flashlight, the combat knife, 4 plastic bags of medicine and 2 sticks of dynamite, with the dynamite actually being in the outside pockets of the bag as they couldn't fit inside. I'm set. Kota closes his bag and lifts his head. Hehe, I got enough ammo to go for weeks. He says with a silent, and rather creepy chuckle. Yeah, I'm set too, I respond as I glance at Kota. And one by one, we all finished setting up our bags, though in the end, we decided that Saiko, Rei, Kiriko, and Takashi would not take any with them, as they will be the front line and we do want to move as fast as possible. Okay, so, we're all set? Takashi asks. Just one thing, I only got 2 sticks of dynamite, did anybody take any more? I ask. I added a bunch in Shizuka's bag, mine and Asami's, are a bit full. Kota responds. I got 5 in mine, as I also took whatever electronics we had that still worked along with the textbook and some ammo for the gun, Saya says right after as she turns to look at the MP5. Okay, we should be good then. It's a shame I can't take the trench coat with me, as I really like it, but too noisy, too restricting. So, now we're all set? Takashi asks. After a few seconds of silence, the group nods. Okay, Shizuka, hit the horn. He shouts as he grips his shotgun. All right. Shizuka nods and punches the car's horn. Come on, let's go. And with Takashi's final shout, we exit the car and run towards the bridge, the 4 members without bags in the front, the rest following close behind. The moment we closed in at the corpses that blocked our path, Saiko rushed forward and divided the 2 closest corpses in her position. She then turns around and waves her arm to us. My statement still stands, having Saiko around is like playing with cheat codes, and I'm loving it. We all run to her and use the opening she created to get next to the bridge. Okay, step 2, we need to climb up. Takashi whispers. Kota, got the rope? I ask. He nods and tosses me the blue synthetic rope. I am not a very good climber. Shizuka looks at the bridge as she speaks and makes a sad frown. Wait here, I say as I walk up to the corner of the bridge. The road itself has a concrete layer so I can't use it to climb up, but we can use the railing as a ladder. The balusters are a bit far apart though. I nod, grab the railing and start climbing up. Hey idiot, not all of us can climb that thing like some sort of monkey. Saya frowns as she looks at me. I could climb that though, does that make me a monkey? Alice asks as she tugs Saya's sleeve. No, only idiots can be monkeys, besides, you're a munchkin, Saya responds as she pats Alice on the head. That was actually kind of mean. I shake my head and jump to the next baluster, then to the next, and the next, until I was finally at the top. After I steadied myself, I kneel on the edge and look at the other side of the river. It looked clear, in all but one spot, 2 intersections to the left after the bridge, was a large horde, the one that I saw before. Holy crap, from down there I couldn't really make out how big this horde was. Well, it's fucking giant, at least we have the dynamite, so it's nothing we can't handle, we can just ask them to go for a free fall into the river, other than that. The other side of the river has shorter buildings. Also, all the roads that lead inland, are uphill roads, quite steep ones too. Wonder if that's why the buildings there are not as big. Looking it from a distance, it does look like they ended up building that section on a rather tall hill. Now as for the river, it looks like a 20 to 30 meter fall from the road. I turn around and look at the group before tying the rope to the railing I used to climb up, then let it fall. Takashi looks up to me and nods, and one by one, the group climbed up, with Kiriko going under Shizuka as, well, yeah, there was a lot of pushing. When Shizuka tried to climb up, the rest did manage to get up here normally, including Saya. Okay, so, now, how do we go over the gap? Takashi asks after everybody was at the top. It's very high up, falling from this height would be. Shizuka stares at the river below as she trails off, slowly kneeling down and hugging the railing that was next to her. It's too far to jump. Kiriko looks at the other side of the bridge as she speaks. I have an idea. I say as I pull the rope up and start wrapping it around my arm. Hey, Nair, you're not thinking of. Saya stopped in the middle of her sentence as she stared at me. Jumping to the other side in order to tie the rope to use as a bridge, it's actually easier than it sounds, I say as I finish wrapping the rope around my arm. It is. Shizuka asks. The bridge has a metal scaffolding under it. Even if I do miss my target, I'll still end up there, and if all else fails, the rope should keep me from falling into the river, I respond. The group just stayed quiet, yet, I had the feeling that Psycho did not seem to agree with my plan, probably because she was staring at me way too intensely. She didn't speak up though. Saya just stared at me like I was an idiot. You know, normal stuff. Okay, let's get this over with. I glance down, lean back, and jump. It didn't take too long to realize that I wouldn't be reaching the top of the bridge the way I was going. Instead, I ended up grabbing on the scaffolding, in a not so smooth landing. Ugh, crud, I think I just pulled my left arm, really need to work on my landings. I shake my head and start climbing up once again. And now I feel like a monkey, god damn it Saya. I'll get you for this. I chuckle and keep climbing, ignoring my left arm while it was trying to my life hard, until I was finally at the top. Nothing to it, I say in a silent voice as I take the rope off, pass it around the metal railing and pull it until it was completely stretched, then tie it up and turn towards the group. Alright, Kota. I expect that you know how to use this. So explain it to the rest. Kota salutes at me and turns to the others as he starts talking, telling them how to fold their legs and how to hang while they're upside down, among other things. This is still risky, but we don't have much of a choice left, or time, and well, I can't think of anything else. Also, does Kota always respond with a salute when you have order him to do something? The first one to pass was Alice, who, well, I think was having fun. She was giggling from start to finish. Yep, she is definitely a monkey all right. Then was Psycho, who also got here effortlessly, followed by Asami, who, believe it or not, managed just fine. Sometimes I forget this girl is a trained cop. Rei and Kiriko passed after, both without any real trouble, then followed by Takashi, leaving Saya, Shizuka, and Kota. Saya, make sure to keep your legs crossed and I'm not stupid, I can do this. She cuts Kota off as she glances at me and grabs the rope, then turns to stare at the river below. I know it's too late to ask now, but why nobody took Saya's and Shizuka's bag when they passed? I ask as I turn to the group that was already on this side. They all just looked at each other. Must I think of everything here? I just hope the extra weight won't be a problem for them. I turn my head to Saya, only to see that she was already midway on the rope. If my glasses fall, I'm holding you responsible, Nair. She grumbles as she slowly keeps moving closer, until she finally reached us. Okay Shizuka, you're next, I hear Kota say on the other side of the bridge. You should go first Kota. Shizuka keeps glancing behind her as she speaks. Miss Shizuka, don't worry, you will do just fine, Kota responds. No. It's not that, well, it is, but, if I go first, then, you'll see my underwear. I'm wearing a skirt, she responds as she blushes. Well. Kota also blushes as his eyes start to wander. Wait, Psycho and Rei are also wearing skirts. Does that mean that everybody on the other had them in full view? Though, to be honest, Psycho's skirt makes it hard not to see her underwear, even when she's just standing still, and Rei, well honestly I don't care. Oh, and please take Zeke too. Shizuka then hands the dog over to Kota without waiting for his response. Oh, okay. Kota nods, takes the dog, puts it in his vest and grabs the rope, and easily comes over to our side, and the moment his feet touched solid ground. I really want to punch you in the face for being a pervert, but you might end up falling, so give me Zeke and your bag, so I can punch you in the face for being a pervert. Saya glares at him as she leans her upper body toward him and puts her hands on her hips. What? But, I didn't look. Kota lowers his head slightly. Am I not good enough, Kota? Asami then takes what must have been the best puppy eyes face I have seen for quite some time, and keeps staring at Kota. While that was going on, I turned to look at Shizuka. She had climbed up, but was not moving. She was just hanging there, upside down, hugging the rope, about 1/5 of the distance. Come Shizuka. You can do it. Hoo. Alice lifts her hand in the air and shouts. I guess she was also not paying attention to Kota and Asami. Shizuka, with her eyes tightly shut, nods and starts to slowly move forward, only to stop about halfway again. It's shaking too much. I'm scared. She shouts as she hugs the rope again. Come on Shizuka. You're almost there. Takashi shouts, Shizuka opens her eyes and looks at the rope that was pretty much touching her nose. Hey, this part of the rope looks like a flower. She says as she stares at the rope. What now? I ask as I tilt my head. A flower, the threads are opening up like a flower, it actually looks kind of praahhh. Shizuka didn't even manage to finish her sentence, as the rope snapped right in front of her eyes. I just stared as she disappeared below the bridge. Shizuka! Takashi screams as everybody rushes to look over the edge. The moment we looked below, we saw Shizuka hanging from the rope as she kept flailing her legs. I don't like this. She shouts as she keeps flailing about. Shizuka, are you alright? Takashi yells. Oh you, I can't do this. She looks down as she keeps holding on the rope. Let go of your bag, Shizuka, it will lighten your load. I shout. But we have things inside. Shizuka responds as she looks up. Are you for real? If you fall, the bag falls with you. Drop it and try to get your legs on the scaffolding. I say as I grab the rope. Oh okay. Shizuka nods and lets go of the rope with one arm, letting the bag slide of her shoulder before grabbing the rope again. Grab the rope. Two of you stay near the edge so you can grab her, move your asses. I shout as I finish wrapping the rope around my arm once again, untie it, and let myself fall backward. Jumping off the edge in the opposite direction from Shizuka, before I would end up falling forward with her. And I then started to slowly descend, in other words. Shizuka was being pulled up. Come on, come on. I glanced behind me as I kept going down. For real now. I groan as I look at the corpses right under me, there must have been about 5 of them. I don't have time for this shit. I grab the shotgun, aim it behind me. And pull the trigger. So. Again. Piss. Again. They. Again. Fuck. Again. Off. Needless to say, aiming with one hand made the gun jump around like a fish out of the water each time I pulled the trigger. Nonetheless, all the corpses under me fell to the floor motionless. Nair, are you alright? Psycho pops up her head up from over the edge and looks at me. Help, Shizuka, I can handle this. I shout. We already brought her up. She is alright. She responds. I take a deep breath, and then let out a huge sigh. There goes another 3 years out of my life. Still, glad she's okay, especially now that I don't know if their plot armor still applies. These gunshots will attract too many of them. We need to go down and move away from the bridge right now. Kota speaks up right after as he appears on the edge. Get down then, I'll deal with the ones that get too close. I respond as I let go of the rope and land on one of the corpses. Your asses better be really dead right now. I grab the fallen corpse I landed on and toss it over the railing, into the river, then grab the second nearest by the foot and drag it away, while in the meantime, Kota started climbing down. Okay, let's see, 5 shots fired. So I got 4 left in the gun. I turned to look at the corpses that were walking down the uphill road that was ahead of me. They are too close to the intersection, they will overtake it by the time everybody is down. I take my bag off and open it, then take a couple of shotgun shells and reload the gun before shoving another couple in my pockets. I nod, get up, and walk towards the corpses, leaving the bag behind. Okay, so, who wants to re-die first? I ask as I stop and lift the shotgun. To answer that question, it was some middle-aged office worker that was missing a rather big part of his lower body. Don't really want to know how he ended up like that, to be honest. I pull the trigger, and the office worker gets sent flying back, losing an even bigger part of his upper body. And before that one could touch the ground, I was aiming to my left, pulling the trigger and sending another corpse flying back. Followed then by a shot to my right. Saya! Do you still have the 5 dynamites? I shout without turning to look behind me. Yes. You will use yours now. She shouts back. I glance to my left and see the horde that was 2 intersections away. They were already moving towards us. Yes, we already got everything coming towards us, we can at least make one side piss off. I respond as I turn around, only to see Saya over my bag, with the stick already in her hand. Psycho was also already down, along with Kiriko and Shizuka, with Shizuka sitting on the ground, her head lowered and her eyes closed. Takashi was on the rope, REI under him. Nair, catch! Saya shouts as she throws me the stick. Saya, you deserve a head pat. I let go of the shotgun and grab the dynamite, then take the lighter out of my pocket. Once we're all down we will head towards the horde. We will use the second dynamite to make them fall into the river. I shout as I light up the fuse and turn towards the uphill road. Okay, I always wanted to say this. E.D.F. I pull my hand back and toss the dynamite towards the street, and a few seconds later, an explosion went off next to a car, leading to a second explosion from the car itself, that ended up flipping over and crashing on the roof of the car that was in front of it. Note to self, never shout E.D.F when throwing explosives, it increases the chance for collateral damage, and alien invasions from giant bugs, obviously. I chuckle as I turn around and head back to the group. After picking up my bag, I glance at Shizuka, who was still on the ground. Can you walk? I ask as I walk up to her and kneel down. She just nods without looking at me. I'm sorry about the bag, she says. She keeps looking down. Come on Shizuka, who even gives a crap about the bag, I respond as I tilt my head slightly. Yeah, we're all just glad that you're safe, so chin up. Kiriko, who was sitting next to her, says right after me. We'd rather have you instead than the bag Shizuka, so don't worry. Takashi, who had climbed down the bridge, speaks up as he stops next to us. Oh, I bet you do, Rei says with a slight smirk as she narrows her eyes. Rei. Takashi just turns to stare at her. I know, I'm just kidding. Rei responds as she glances away. Well, I don't mean to be the elephant here, but we need to move. Corpses from both the left and right side of the intersection are heading here. We need to go left before we end up blocked off, I say as I get up and turn around. Why, yes, everything will be over after we reach the school. I really want to take a warm bath right now. By the way, what's an EDF? Shizuka nods and finally gets up with Kiriko's help, then turns to look at me. Over-the-top bug exterminators. I respond with a shrug. You can see that we have a giant horde to our left, right? Saya turns to look at me as she speaks. Yeah, I will use the second dynamite on the horde, so have yours on the ready, I say as we start moving. Saya nodded at me without speaking back. In the end, we managed to pass the first intersection to our left before we ended up getting blocked off by the marching horde. There are so many of them. What do you think might have happened here? Asami asks. I got absolutely no idea. Maybe it is an old horde, so maybe it managed to get this big by attracting stray corpses. I do know why they will be leaving though. I answer as I take the second dynamite out of the bag's side pocket and light it up. I take a few running steps and toss the dynamite next to the horde and towards the river that was to my left. The dynamite flew in an arc, past the horde and towards the long drop that led to the river. Though it ended up exploding before it could even disappear under the street. Mr. Torg would be so proud of me right now. The whole horde halted, and turned to the left, straight towards a 20-meter drop into the river. Or well, that was the plan at least, as, instead of going for a free dive, they ended up getting stuck on the beam guard rail. Really now, whose smart idea was it to make the railing this frigging high? Are these types of guardrail even supposed to be this tall? I groan as I look at the corpses. There are way too many of them there. We still can't pass through the road, and we can't wait until they either somehow fall over the railing, or squeeze to the left, as that blast just made everything that was behind us to start crawling towards us. Takashi shakes his head as he looks at the horde, then glances behind us. What do we do? Asami asks. The last intersection we passed, corpses there should have moved towards the left part of the road. I turn around and point at the intersection that was a little further off. Yeah, let's go, before they block it off. Takashi nods as he motions us with his hand and starts running. Luckily, we were able to get near the intersection before too many corpses had managed to shamble past it. Ignore them. If we spend too much time here we'll get blocked off, just run past them. Takashi shouts as he runs to the right corner of the road, aims at the nearest corpse and fires a shot from his shotgun. We will go from the left side. He shouts again as he, along with the rest of us, used the opening to run past whatever corpse was in front of us. After we reached the next intersection, we turned left and headed up the road that did indeed have most of the corpses shuffling towards the left part of the street. After we reach the next intersection we will go either left, or keep going straight. Depending on which of the two roads is safer to move in, Takashi whispers as we keep walking up the uphill road. When we reached the intersection we checked the two mentioned roads. Both had corpses on them, but the left one had most of them on the left side of the road. While the one that continued straight had them coming straight towards us. I guess the blast was too far away to make them turn left, as it instead seemed to make them head down the road. I say left, I whisper. The group nods and turns to walk towards the left. The road that continues straight ahead after the next intersection seems to be blocked. If we turn left there, we'll end up straight in the horde, so, we'll go right, Takashi says as he glances at the distant intersection. Good thing these things are blind. I don't know how many times we used this trick to pass an otherwise dangerous road. The moment we reach the intersection, we turned right. Oh come on. Kota groans as he stares the road. Corpses, crashed cars, hell, even part of the road had given way, yet, we were not going that way. Shit, we can't go from this road either. Takashi takes a few steps back. The corpses here are also moving towards the dynamite end, or shotgun blast, meaning the ones in the road to our right are coming right at us. At least the car wrecks block them off from flooding this intersection. So we go back. The road by the river we took is probably crawling with them now. Kiriko turns to look behind us. And that leaves only one intersection free, the one we just turned left to in order to come here. Honestly though, that one didn't look any better than this one here. Saya folds her arms as she looks at the distant intersection behind us. Could we use a car and crash it into the railing below? The road is pretty steep, so it should pick up a decent amount of speed if we just let it roll down the road. Maybe it can rip a hole in the fence. I ask as I turn to look at the horde on the downhill road to our left. It's possible, but, I need to ask, are you ideas always this reckless? Kiriko turns to me as she speaks. This idiot? He never had a safe idea for as long as we know him. Saya says as she narrows her eyes and looks at me. Hey, I had safe ideas, I just can't remember any in order to prove my point right now, I respond as I shrug. Well, if we have a plan then we better put it into motion. The longer we stay here the worse it will get. There are corpses everywhere. Kota lifts his gun and aims through the scope. We have no other road that can lead forward, let's do that. Takashi nods and turns to look at me. Okay, car cannonball it is then. I scan the nearby cars as I speak. The intersection was pretty wide and I could see several cars scattered around. My eyes stopped on a nearby empty blue sedan. It was left right next to the road that went downhill, no corpses in the way, and its doors were wide open. I run to the car and pull the handbrake down. Psycho, REI, Miss Kiriko. We will hold off any of them that get too close, no guns though, or we'll cause ones on the two unblocked roads to come straight to us. The rest, push the car. Takashi points at the car as he turns to look at the road we used to come here. The group then quickly moves to his order, and once the rest were by the car, we pushed it towards the downhill road, until it started to roll by itself. Okay, now we wait. The car started to pick up speed. Only to sway to the right and crash right into another car, about 30 meters down the road. It turned by itself, of course it would turn by itself. I groan as I look at the car. Crap, this was too loud, everything is looking at us. Nair, we need a new plan. Takashi shouts as he looks at the corpses on the road to our left. Crap, okay, Saya, give me a stick of dynamite, we will throw it towards the road we used to come here, that should stop the corpses from that road, at least temporarily, then the only threat will be from the downhill road as the other two roads are blocked by wrecks. As I speak, Saya nods, takes off her bag, opens it and tosses me a stick of dynamite. That I instantly light up and toss to my left. The blast made the corpses that Takashi was looking at to change direction. He then motions the rest around him to follow him as he runs back to us. Okay, that bought us some time, what's next? Takashi asks. The road that goes uphill is a no-go, it's in horrible state, backtracking is also going to be much harder as corpses there are all over the place now, and the road in the opposite side is also blocked, all we have left is this. I say as I turn to look at the downhill road. Is the horde coming towards us? Shizuka asks as she stares at the bottom of the road. And they are moving up the road. That dynamite blast probably made the ones that were not blocked by a house or wall to walk up the road. Saya responds. Great, throwing that dynamite just trapped us all in here. Nice plan, Nair, Rei says with a sarcastic voice. The rest just didn't respond to her statement. Great, should I take the silence as a fact that they agree with her? Well, now I'm sure that they are not going to like what I'm about to say next. We can use another car, but somebody needs to keep the steering wheel steady. The moment I say this, the group turns and looks at me like I said a bad joke, a very, very bad joke. What? Have you gone completely crazy? That's equal to suicide. There are too many of them down there. And they are also crawling up the street now. By the time the driver can jump off the car they will be rolling in them. Saya shouts. I am open to ideas. I respond calmly as I fold my arms. We can use the dynamites to make them change direction. I have. The only road we can take by using dynamite is the one we came from, and everything is already heading towards us from that direction. We only have 4 of them left, and we'll probably have to use more than one just to pass the road we used, all of that, just to backtrack one road, and what if the intersection after that is? I cut off Saya. I'll go with the car only to be cut off by Takashi. Like hell you are. This whole mess was not your idea to begin with. Rei shouts, and the whole group finally turns to her. What? This isn't even the first time he puts the group in danger. If somebody should go, then it should be him. She points at me as she shouts. Holy shit, Rei, must really not give a single fuck about me, and while this is my fault. Talk about no breaks, the moment push comes to shove she really becomes a self-centered cookie, but, well, Takashi is the love of her life, even if she dumped him for Hisashi because I don't fucking know. As I think, Psycho quickly walks past me with her sword drawn, and straight towards Rei. Oh holy crap. I grab her shoulder and turn her around, only to meet with a glaring face. Focus, this isn't going to fix anything, she isn't in the wrong after all, I say as I stare at her, she just keeps staring at me. And A shot echoed. If you guys got time to argue then make a damn decision. We're out of time here. Kota shouts as he glances at us before turning to look back at the corpses that were now crawling in the intersection. So, are you telling me that I should just accept, that you are going to go down with the car, Nair you promised me? Psycho puts her free hand between her chest and leans towards me as she starts shouting. This, must be the very first time that I see Psycho lose her composure. Sae. You, are not talking me out of this Nair, if you'll go, I'm coming with you, sadly, this is my decision to make, not yours. Let's just say that, you pulled the short straw in the matter. She smiles slightly as she keeps looking at me. Was that a side jab? I did say something like that to her in the clinic. The sword, I don't think the sheath is going to stop water from seeping in, Takashi, I'm leaving the shotgun and whatever shells I have here. I'll take the handguns, got some plastic bags in my bag from the medicine, I'll put them in there to avoid any water from getting into them, while the river shouldn't be seawater, I still don't want them getting drenched, and yet, Saya is right, there is no way to jump off the car and not get surrounded if we want it to hit the rail, so, we won't exit the car. I take off my bag and then remove the sling along with the shotgun and hand it to Takashi. Psycho kept looking at her sword, before she also walked up to Takashi and gave it to him. I will get the sword back after we get back out. As Psycho spoke, the main problem came to mind. How are going to get back up? We can't just climb 20 meters of vertical wall. Okay, we can use that silver sedan that's over there. Then Saya runs up to a nearby car and opens the front and back door. The sea is not anywhere near here, so we can't hope for a beach, and both sides of the river are pretty much surrounded by a tall cement wall. For as far as I could see, we could have used the rope, but it snapped, and we can't go back there anyway. Maybe there is a ladder somewhere on the wall, but I didn't check, I don't know if it has one, or where, and there's another thing. Being at a river, there'll be a current that will push us away if we take too long. God, fuck, didn't take me too long to fuck up the moment we went past the manga, what a fucking joke. I start running towards the car that Saya was at as I let out a silent sigh. Wait, we can use the sedan, oh no. The windows are open, I know it sounds stupid, I mean, it is an idea you had after all, but, it might be safer to just fall with the car and exit after we are inside the river. From what I saw while we climbed the bridge, it must be about 20 meters in height. Well? Stop staring at me and help me. Saya shouts as she tries to push the car by herself. You might be right, but why do you keep saying we? I ask as I reach the car and start pushing it. I have to make sure that you won't ruin my gun. She responds. If you're that worried about the gun, I can just give it to you. I turn to look at Saya, yet before I could even finish, she was already glaring at me with her cheeks all puffed up. Saya, I don't even know how we'll get back up yet, I don't know if we can get back up yet. Why? Yet you let Psycho come with you, why won't you let me? I'm not just dead weight, you know. She cuts me off as she starts shouting again. Well, shit. You, better leave the MP5 then. I respond as I turn to look at the road. The only thing I could hear now, was corpse moaning, and gunshots. I know that I should flat out deny anything they tell me, even if they are right, I shouldn't let them come with me, but... The moment we bring the car next to the downhill road. Okay, we will follow the car as it goes down the hill, this intersection is starting to crawl with them, after that we'll... Guys, I really don't want to be that guy here, but hurry up. Kota cuts Takashi off as he shouts while changing the magazine of his gun. Right, I'll check the horn, but I don't think it'll work, so don't count on it. I enter the car as Psycho slide across the hood and enters the passenger's seat. Psycho, are you so? Yes Nair, I am sure, if you didn't want me to be like this, then you shouldn't have done to me, what you did in the clinic. She responds as she turns to look at me with a smile. Hey. What did you do to her? I hear the back door slam as the car started to move, I glance behind me only to see Saya glaring at me. Fasten your seatbelts, and have the windows open, this will get, ugly. I say in a deadpan voice as I turn to look at the road ahead. You know, I should be mad at myself, that I'm letting myself allow these two to be in here, but, well, yeah, I'm actually happy that they rather be in the car, rather than stay behind it. As the car starts rolling down the road, I open my bag, then take the handgun that Saya gave me along with the P220 and throw them in the bag before giving it to Psycho. It should have some plastic bags in there, empty them and put the handgun and magazines inside, and Saya, you might want to put your glasses there too. I glance at the rearview mirror as I speak. Saya didn't not answer, but took the bag and placed her glasses inside nonetheless. Then, I heard duct tape, a lot of duct tape. I sealed the bags with everything they could fit in. This better work, I'll kill you if this doesn't work. Saya closes the bag and hugs it, leaving hers on the seat next to her. Not if I die first. And as the car picked up speed and started to close into the horde, I pressed on the horn, only to come back with a negative result. Figures. I then steered the car slightly to the right, so it would not hit the center of the horde. It needed to have enough force to still crash though the fence after all, and seconds later, the first roadkill, followed by a path carved right through the corpses, and then, the car crashed, right through the railing. And while the car was in the air, I saw a ladder, straight ahead of us, then, I saw blue. Oh man, this is, hands down, the most stupid idea I had so far. And right as I felt the car's front impact against the water, I realized, that I didn't wear my seatbelt, and the world went black. Chapter 35, Uncalculated Outcome. Why do I feel drenched? Like I'm warped in wet towels, hell, even my frigging pillow feels moist. How did I end up sweating so much? It's not even summer yet. I shake my head and bring my hand to my face, and realize, that I wasn't wearing my headgear. Hey, I remembered to take it off this time, that's weird, because I don't remember going to sleep. And in a flash, it all came rushing back to me, the horde, the car, the river, and the two girls that came along with me. Shit, psycho. Saya. I shake my head again, this time more violently and open my eyes. Only to close them again as I felt a jolt of pain run through my forehead. Ugh, the hell. I groan as I try to get up. Nair, don't make sudden movements, you were out cold for quite some time, and don't worry. We're all fine. A female voice that felt as if it were next to me speaks up. I lower my head again, and come to another realization, that my head was indeed not touching the ground. I finally open my eyes, and come face to face with Psycho, who was leaning over me with a concerned expression, and judging from her posture, my head was not on the ground, because it was on her thighs. How long was I out? I ask as I turn to stare at the sky and bring my hand to my forehead. A long time. The extraction must have already happened by now. I saw helicopters pass in the distance. I hear another voice, and after turning to it, I see Saya. What? I just stare at her as I ask. You passed out after the car hit the water, and I couldn't swim against the current with you my back, we ended up drifting here. Psycho responds with a calm voice. I get up to a sitting position, and turn to stare at the ground as I process what Psycho just said to me. We missed the extraction, because I passed out. The hell, are you fucking kidding me? Shit, I fucking knew it. I knew I shouldn't have let these two come with me. Now we're all screwed. What was I thinking? Was I even fucking thinking? Fuck. I end up shouting as I throw the hardest slap I could muster against my knee, then bring my hand to my forehead as I close my eyes and grind my teeth. What are you shouting for? We're still alive, aren't we? Saya speaks up without turning to look at me. The way she just calmly spoke while hugging her knees like that, honestly, it pissed me off, but whatever you do, don't shout again, especially not at them. This is your fault. They lost their biggest chance to escape this hell, because of you, because of me. Last thing I'm allowed to do is lash out at them. Shit, I knew I shouldn't have let you two come along. Now we're all us. You really don't understand a thing. Do you? Saya's shout caused me to turn my head to her. Her eyes looked red. She was crying. She then gets up and walks a little further off on the small sandbank we were on. Great, just great. I whisper in a low tone and let out a deep breath. Nair, the reason she cried wasn't the missed extraction. Psycho whispers to my ear as she gets up. I just tilt my head as I glance at her. After we drifted here, we tried to wake you up, but you wouldn't respond. No matter how much we tried, you just didn't react. Psycho then looks at my mask. I will say this, just in case you have any doubts, I'm not mad at you, and neither is Saya. Both have ended up here by our own free will. While Psycho kept speaking, I narrowed my eyes and silently kept staring at the ground. She looked at me for a few seconds, before letting out a small sigh. Nair, a man must never lose faith in himself, for if he can't believe himself, then others won't be able to believe in him either, and I don't want to stop believing. You gave me a reason to go on, so don't take this away from me now, not when I need it the most. It's not just your life that you'll forfeit if you give up. She then extends her hand with my headgear. You really know how to drive it in, don't you? I smile slightly as I breathe through my nose, then take the mask and balaclava, wear them, and slowly get up. Psycho just chuckles. It's my duty as a woman, and to be truthful, I just don't want to be alone again. I hated it. I still do. She responds with a forced smile. Point taken. Sorry I made you worry. So, what's our situation? I ask as I take a deep breath and look around. First, I think you need to remind one more person, that she didn't risk her life for no reason. She then motions towards Saya with her head, who still had her back turned to us, her arms folded and her head slightly hunched. The gun's safe? I ask as I look at Psycho, she responds with a nod. The bag's still closed. I ask again, this time she shakes her head. No. We opened them, and the duct tape ended up ripping the bags. Sorry, she points at the plastic bags that were a few meters away, with the gun still inside them. It's alright, I'll figure out a way to move them when the time comes, but for now, I have another plan. I walk to the bag as I speak and take the lugger. Okay, I actually got no idea how to go on about this, but, Psycho is right, wallowing in self-pity is not going to help me, or them, not doing anything ain't going to fix our current situation, not for the better at least. After taking the gun, I walk up to Saya, who didn't react, even after I stopped next to her. She just kept staring at the river, her arms tightly folded under her chest, at least her eyes were no longer that red. I turned to look at the gun, and then slightly extend my arm, until the lugger was in front of her. She just glanced at it without saying anything, keeping her arms tightly folded. The only reason I said that I didn't want you to come with me, was because I was afraid that I might get you killed, not because I don't want you with me. To honest, I do want you to come with me, and not just because you'll be able to see things that I can't. As I speak, Saya turns to look at the gun again. Psychos, right. She takes the gun in her hands and turns to look at me. You are a stupid sweet talker, she says with a mumbling voice, then turns around and walks towards Psycho, who was holding the bouquin I had strapped on my bag in her hand. Hey, wait, what? I turn to look at the two girls as I tilt my head. Psycho called me that when we were alone in the house, didn't she? So if Saya knows that, then this means. Why I get the feeling that you two know something that I'm not aware of. I say as I keep looking at them. Saya turns to look away with a slight frown. Psycho just brings her hand to her mouth with a slight giggle. That's a secret between girls, she responds with a smile. They talked all right. I feel like I just stepped in an active minefield. Nair, are you sure you're all right now? Psycho asks right after, causing Saya to also turn her head towards me. Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry. So, how do we get out of here? I turn to look around me as my voice trails off. Right now we're stuck on a small sandbank in the middle of the river, with the walls around us still as tall as ever. The river looks clear now. Maybe we can swim to the ladder that is a little further down the river. Psycho speaks up as she points to a ladder that was behind me on the wall at the right side of the river. Clear? I ask. While you were off to Dreamland, we had to watch as a river of corpses marched right past us. Just be glad that the current didn't let them drift on this sandbank. Saya responds as she folds her arms. I see, one more thing, we came from this way. I point straight ahead, behind the two girls. Saya turns around, then looks back at me and nods. In that case, that ladder won't do. I add up as I turn around behind me and look at the ladder that Psycho mentioned. Hey, why's that? Saya asks. That ladder will lead to the road that the Humvee is on, and well, even if we're too late for the extraction, I still think we need to go towards the school first. I put my hand under my chin as I speak. How come? Psycho was the next one to ask. The extraction might be over, but the people there might have left information on what to do in case people arrived there too late, like another extraction spot, or supplies. Seeing as the extraction did not happen too long ago, that place might still have stuff worth taking. As I finish speaking, the girls look at each other for a few seconds, they then turn to me and nod. Well, I can see a ladder on the wall that's on the landmass that the school is on, but it's a bit far. Psycho then points behind me again. I turn around and look to where Psycho was pointing, and true enough, there was a ladder on the wall we needed to take further down the river, much further down the river. If the nearby ladder was 10 or 20 meters away, the other was 200 or 250 meters away, normally nothing that horrible, but we had to also move the guns somehow. I turned to look at the ripped plastic bags and noticed that my bag was also there. Could not see Saya's bag anywhere though. Is my bag the only one we got? I ask. That's what I was already holding when we exited the car. Not my fault. Saya speaks up right after as she looks away with a slight pout. Never blamed you. Does it have any plastic bags left? I ask once again. Only the one with the ammo inside, the other three had the handguns. Also, can I have the holster for my gun? Saya walks up to me and extends her free arm. Yeah, but you are not holding on to the gun just yet. Saya tilts her head and frowns at me after hearing my response. Hey, why? You said we need to get the guns to the ladder, so we'll put them back in the bag, tie the bag to the top of the bouquin, and then go swimming. I cut Saya off. Why do you have to make everything so complex? We can just hold the bag out of the water by hand, you know, Saya responds as she folds her arms and raises an eyebrow. In either case, we have to move, we gain nothing by staying here, Psycho adds up right after. And so, we started to pack up. Still don't know why we have to tie the bag to the bukin, also, you sure bounced back fast from your woe is me state. Saya, while kneeling down next to me, speaks up with a slight smirk as she places the lugger in the bag. Crying about it ain't gonna help. If it's my fault that you two ended up here, then all I have to do is make sure that you two survive until you get another chance, I answer without turning to look at her. Don't say it like that, you make it sound like you don't care if you yourself survives or not. I didn't risk my life just to see you die like an idiot, get that in your stupid head before you do something idiotic. She responds as she glances at me. I agree with Saya, if you have the idea that saving us by sacrificing yourself is one of your options, then get it out of your head, because it's not an option, you'll do more harm than good if you do that. Psycho adds up as she closes the bag, unfastens the lower part of the shoulder harnesses and wraps them around the bukin, before finally locking part of the wooden blade on the side straps. She then gets up and lifts the broken over her head. Yeah, wrong wording, didn't mean it like that, and looks a bit funny, but it works, I say as I look at the bag that was hanging on the top of the bukin like some sort of overweight flag. Works better than a certain idiot's mask. Saya glances at me before turning to look at the bukin again. The who what now? I ask as I get up. It didn't stop you from passing out. Saya folds her arms and turns to me. Yeah, that's true, I guess, I respond as I tilt my head slightly. Yeah, so take it. Oh. Yeah, no. Nice try, Saya. I cut her off as I turn around and head towards the edge of the sandbank. I can't see the street that the ladder ends up on, no idea if it has corpses chilling up there. I fold my arms as I look at the ladder in the distance. I should go first then, I am the most proficient in close combat, and we have only one close-range weapon left. Psycho walks up next to me as she speaks. 2. I always have a combat knife in the bag, as I have no sheath for it. I respond as I point at the bag. But yet, using it is like trying to stick my finger in a corpse's mouth. I add up. So I go first with the bag and bukin? If there are any of them, any corpses nearby, I will leave the bag and deal with them after I got up. Psycho turns towards me and tilts her head slightly. Just don't go too crazy, I respond as I nod. Only as crazy as you usually go, she grins ever slightly as she answers. Yeah, no. Don't. I respond as I shake my head. So only you're allowed to make others get worried about you. Saya almost shoves herself between me and Psycho as she leans forward until her frowning face was in my field of view. Well, frigging, trap questions, I respond in a low tone as I turn to look towards the ladder. What was that? I didn't hear you. Saya grins and leans even more towards me. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? I ask as I glance at her. Well, you can't seem to come up with any of your usual idiotic comebacks, so yeah, I'm enjoying this, she responds with the grin still on her face. In any case, let's get going. I shake my head as I turn to look the clean blue river. I'd rather not get all wet again, but there's not much we can do about it, Psycho responds as she starts walking into the river. All wet, wrong images in my head again. Hey, to think that a few minutes ago I was going for a total breakdown. I really should be thankful for the way these two handled this. Regardless whether letting them come was the right choice or not, they want to be here, and that's what matters. I at least want to believe that. Oh, and by the way, you better not start staring after we get out. Saya glances at me multiple times as she speaks, then turns to stare at the river. The clothes in the bag, did you take them out to dry the first time the bag got into the water? I ask, seemingly ignoring Saya's warning. The ones that got soaked, yes, I kept the bag out of the water, as much as I could, but exiting a sinking car while trying to figure out what to do with a sleeping princess isn't exactly easy. She turns to me as she lifts an eyebrow and smirks. True, and thanks for the rescue, I answer. Well, I did say that you would not survive a day without me, guess I'll just have to keep saving your sorry butt, she responds with a huff and a slight smirk as she folds her arms and looks slightly away from me. Wasn't it Psycho that carried me though? Yeah, I'm not saying that, let her enjoy the moment. In any case, what I wanted to say is, you can change into the clothes we have in the bag. I turned to look at Psycho as I finished talking. She was now swimming in the river, the bukin with the bag giving out her position like some sort of weird-ass snorkel. Well, let's get going. I nod and walk into the river. I should at least keep my head out. With the river's current, I didn't really have to swim, I just drifted until I reached the ladder, which, by the time I reached, Psycho was already on and on the last steps, looking at the street above us. We are in luck, the street is clear. Psycho turns to look at me as I grab the ladder. Good, let's get going, I answer as I turn to look at Saya, who was some meters away from me into the river. I extend my arm after I climb up a couple of steps. Saya took my arm before grabbing on the ladder herself. If you look up right now, I will kick you back into the river after we get up, she whispers to me as she keeps staring over my shoulder. Is it because Psycho is wearing a skirt? I ask casually. Of course it's because Psycho is wearing a skirt, you pervert. She shouts as she glares at me. Saya, don't shout, we don't know if there are any of them, any corpses nearby, Psycho speaks up as she climbs up the ladder and then turns to look at us. It's not my fault, Nair was being a pervert, Saya grumbles. I'm pretty sure I did not do or say anything perverted though. I tilt my head as I start climbing up. After we all got up, Psycho took the bag off and handed it to me, while I, okay, now I know, why Saya said not to stare, but, is this, how Takashi felt from, that, view. And then, my head jerked forward, as somebody slapped it from behind. Pervert, Psycho, you might want to, cover yourself. Saya groans as she moves past me and points at Psycho's chest. Psycho tilts her head questionably and lowers her head, looking at her school shirt, which was now, pretty much see-through, making her purple lace bra very visible. I'm leaving the bag here, take some dry clothes from there. I turn around and look down the river as I take off my jacket and leave it on the railing. And after some shuffling, I hear the bag open. Hey Psycho, what are you doing? I hear Saya speak up in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Psycho asks back in a normal voice. Why are you taking that off? She asks back. Well, they're drenched, what's the point of changing clothes if I have wet underwear? Psycho answers casually. Don't say it out loud. Saya whispers. Wait, does this mean that Psycho is actually completely naked behind me? Is there a mirror around here? Focus. I hate the fact that you're right though. I hear Saya groan. Why are you so embarrassed? Nobody is watching, and you actually have a really nice body, you got no reason to be so embarrassed, Psycho replies. Hey, way I. Saya then lets out a short yelp. Your chest is actually bigger than mine too. Psycho responds nonchalantly. Is Psycho trying to make me turn around? Are you two about done? I ask. Shut up you pervert. Saya shouts back with a cracked voice. After that, I heard some more shuffling, until we're done, Psycho replies as she walks up next to me and leaves the drenched clothes on the railing. Saya walks up next to her with her face flushed. Both she and Psycho ended up in a black shirt and cargo pants. They have also taken off their shoes and were wearing a new pair of shocks. Saya was also wearing an unzipped jacket. Why, you really need to expand your wardrobe, all you have is black clothes, and they all look the same, jackets, cargo pants and shirts, Saya responds as she tries to fix the shirt she was wearing, while my clothes ain't skin tight, Saya chest was just too big. Gah, stupid, annoying. She then looks at the shirt and starts jumping place while pulling the shirt down. Cuz. Is there something wrong, Nair? Psycho pokes me on the shoulder with a slight smirk, her eyes narrowed. No. Let's bounce, I mean let's go. I close my eyes and quickly shake my head in the middle of my sentence, then turn to Psycho. She just stares at me with a you just got busted look. Well, while I do want to go on as fast as possible, we have no other shoes, we need to wait for them to dry. Thankfully it's pretty sunny outside, and my boots did not get very wet inside, I think they are waterproof. Psycho walks a couple of steps backward until she reached the railing by the river, she then sits on it and glances at her boots, seemingly letting go of the previous subject. Saya, after fixing her shirt, casually walks up next to Psycho, sits down and leans her back against the railing. Okay, so you'll stand guard for now? She asks as she turns her head to me. Yeah. I nod as I glance around. She didn't hear me. So, as Psycho was barefooted, we decided that I would stand on guard while we waited. And after some time passed. At least I don't see any corpses around, I say while tapping the bukin's edge on the ground. So much about learning how to use that MP5 or what's its name. Saya groans as she looks at the lugger that was now in her hands. Speaking of that, as Saya did have her weapon training, my turn should be next, right? Psycho speaks up right after. Hey, I no longer have that gun, it doesn't count. Saya turns to Psycho as she frowns. Let's get to a safe spot first, then we will see what we'll do. I respond. Very well. Psycho nods at me and turns to look to her left, towards the street that continued next to the river. We shouldn't be very far away from the bridge, as we spent most our time waiting on that sandbank. She adds up. Saya then looks at Psycho, lets out a sigh, and lowers her head slightly. Nair, there's also something else you need to know. she says as she lifts her head and turns to me, her face taking a serious expression. I get the feeling it's not something I'm going to like, seeing how you are bringing this up. I respond. She nods. Is it about Takashi? Psycho asks, and Saya nods again. Hey, what is it about Takashi that I am not going to like? Well, you see, after we realized that we won't be able to reach the ladder, Takashi ordered us to leave you behind, his reasoning being that he could not allow to lose 3 members of his group. Saya lowers her head and narrows her eyes slightly as she speaks. Or, he just didn't want to lose Psycho. Just because he said he would not try anything, does not mean he would flat out keep his word. This effectively means we also disobeyed Takashi's orders, Psycho adds up. I see, I respond as I glance away and nod. That's all? You're fine with this, Nair, he ordered us to leave you behind. You would have drowned if we had done as he said. Saya raises her voice as she turns to glare at me. Just because I'm silent, does not mean I agree with him, but I sort of understand where he's coming from. You two were an important part of the team. I turn to her as I answer. And it's not like that he doesn't have it in him either. He was willing to let Asami die in the manga without really trying to save her, and he didn't seem to care that it was Kota that had to shoot her too. I don't know if he didn't realize that Kota was in love with that girl, or if he just didn't care for anybody other than Psycho and Rei when push came to shove. Guess the fact he wanted to save Alice is some sort of silver lining, but this isn't about him now. Well, if it counts for something, I'm glad that you two decided to stick with me. I say after a short silence. It more than counts for something, Nair, trust me. Psycho responds with a smile as she turns to me. Well, as I did already say. You would not survive a day without me. I can't just leave you all by yourself. Now that I know how much of an idiot you are. Saya turns to look away as she huffs and folds her arms. Thanks. I shift my eyes to the street to our left as I take a deep breath. Still as Chundir as ever, I see. So, after our stuff dries, we'll head towards the school. By the way, Saya, the bag you left in the car, what did it have inside? I ask as I turn back to her. I took most of the stuff out before entering the car, only kept a couple of bullets, a roll of duct tape and some medicine. She answers as she closes her eyes and stretches. I see, could have been much worse. I respond. By the way, Nair, aren't you going to change? Your clothes are drenched as well, Psycho asks as she tilts her head. I will, after I'm no longer the one standing guard. I answer. I see, once my clothes dry then, I will take your place. Psycho replies with a nod. And so, we waited, and other than some extra small talk, we stayed otherwise quiet. Psycho was the first one to change into her normal clothes, with Saya following after her, who also took the lugger's holster. In difference with Psycho though, her shoes did not seem to want to let go of their added water element, so, after they were done, I took the bag and went to change. Well, I say went, but I didn't actually go anywhere. Last thing I need is a corpse sneaking up on me while I change, so now it was their turn to turn around. Good thing you said we should take some clothes. Staying in our wet attire would be really bad, catching a cold or constantly sneezing. Psycho speaks up as she kept her back turned to me. I actually just didn't want to risk wearing whatever clothes the people at the evacuation point would throw at me, I answer. So not only you wear only black, you also refuse to wear anything else too? Hey, actually, it sounds something like you would do now that I think of it, Saya responds as she folds her arms and sways her upper body. That's what I like, that's what I wear, I respond. I actually like your choice of clothing, trench coat included, Psycho adds up right after. Well, yeah, okay. It was not that bad. Saya jerks her shoulders slightly as she turns to look away from Psycho. And, I'm done, I say as I close the bag and leave the wet clothes on the railing. Or well, my pants, as my shirt was pretty much dry along with my jacket. As for my boots, well, pretty much same deal like with Psycho's boots. They were not that wet inside. My underwear, I was not going to wait for that, so I just tossed them in the river, and I swear, have you seen how cats move their heads in unison when they see a fly or a dot? That's how Psycho's and Saya's head moved. Both of them didn't say a thing though, they just stared. So, a couple of minutes later. My shoes are okay now, I think, Saya speaks up as she touches their insides. Actually, Saya, I think you need to change shoes and overall. I say as I look at her feet. Why? She asks as she turns to me. These, what are they, ballerina flat shoes? Loafers, point is, they provide almost no protection against bad terrain. I answer as I point at them. I have to agree with Nair on this. Psycho responds right after me. Fine, I will change them when I get the chance. You don't have to gang up on me, she sighs as she finishes wearing said shoes and gets up. Mine seems to be fine as well, so, it's time to get going. I say as I kneel down and check the insides on my own boots. Alright, so, what's the plan? Psycho asks as she gets off the railing and turns to me. Well, you will be on the front with the bukin, Saya you will be in the middle, keep the bag and have the handgun ready. I got the combat knife and the P220 but both should be a last-ditch effort, except if want to sneak up behind a corpse, a stab with the knife on the back of its neck should be more efficient, and silent, compared to smashing it with the bukin. I glance between Saya and Psycho as I speak, both of them nod without any questions. Actually, how many bullets we have left? I ask as I wear my boots. The gun my mama gave me was empty, the one you had both magazines full, same as with Psycho's gun in her magazines, and the last plastic bag we have in the bag, the one we did not open after we got on the sandbank, it has like 15 rounds in it. Saya turns to look at her hand as she starts counting on her fingers. So, we have 9 plus 9 from my magazines, 15 from Psycho's gun plus 30 from the mags and say 15 from the plastic bag. Alright, we can add the extra bullets into the lugger. I nod as I look at Saya's hip, where the lugger rested. Actually, you can add the bullets from my gun into hers too, I don't think I'll use it. Psycho adds up. No, keep it like that, worst case, I will use it if mine runs out. I respond as walk up to Saya. Psycho just nods at me. Okay, so, how do I reload this thing? Saya asks as she takes the gun out of its holster and looks at it from side to side. I stared at the gun, and we don't have the loading tool, I say in a low tone. Hey, what? She asks with a slight frown as she turns to look at me. The lugger's drum magazine normally has a loading tool that goes with it, I got no idea if we can reload it otherwise. Crap, how could I forget something like this? I facepalm as I groan. Now that you mention it, Mama did give me an extra thing with the gun, looked like a magazine with a handle but it had no bottom. Saya tilts her head slightly as she speaks. Yeah, that's the one, I respond. It should be in your bag. She then throws me the bag with a slight grin. Hey, really? I grab it, open it, and start searching inside. Well, I figured it would be needed for the gun, so took it with me. Hat, what did you expect? I'm a genius after all, she responds as she puts her hands on her hips and huffs. Want a head pat? I chuckle as I take the loading tool out of the bag, along with the plastic bag that had the extra rounds in it. What? I'm not a dog, you idiot. She ends up folding her arms with a pout. So, only dogs can get head pats? Hey, you learn something new every day, so, can I have the gun? I extend my hand, Saya nods and gives me the lugger. Okay, keep an eye here, so you can later do this by yourself, I say as I press on the magazine eject button that was next to the trigger and pull the snail drum out. Then, after kneeling down and leaving the gun next to me, I open the plastic bag and take a couple of bullets. Alright, for starters, you grab this folded handle in the middle on the drum, unfold it and turn it clockwise until it stops, then fold it back. After that you put the loading tool with the handle you mentioned in the opposite direction from where the drum is curved towards, then, you press the handle down, put a bullet, and let the handle raise slightly until the bullet goes inside, then push the handle down again and repeat the process. I load a few bullets as I explain the method to Saya, who was staring at the magazine, nodding every few seconds. Okay, let me do it. She extends her arm as she speaks, I nod, give her the gun and get up. Wasn't this supposed to be my turn? Psycho tilts her head slightly as she looks at me. I got no excuse, you want me to show you how to use yours? I answer as I shrug slightly. She responds with a chuckle. No, it's alright, I want my lesson to be more focused, so after we find a safe place, that way we won't have to worry about corpses sneaking up on us. Psycho smiles at me, and right as she finishes speaking. Nair, the bullet won't go inside. Saya speaks up with a whining voice. Psycho glances at her and smirks slightly. I turn to her and look at the magazine. Let go of the handle slightly, I point at her hand as I speak. Oh, right, she nods a couple of times and goes on to reload the magazine normally. I'm pretty sure I saw her loading a couple of bullets when I gave it to her. She just said that on purpose, didn't she? Hey. Once Saya was done loading the bullets in the gun, I gave her the bag, after taking the knife out. Alright, so, we take the road that goes in the opposite direction compared to the flow of the river, and keep going until we see the bridge. After that, we will see if we can go up the road. Distance stays the same after that, 4 blocks straight, 6 blocks inland to the right. I lean over the railing and look at the river as I speak, then point to my right. Alright, let's go. Psycho nods and turns to glance at the empty road ahead. I can't see any of them wandering around, we should be fine for now. Shame we have no dynamites though, Saya responds as she walks up next to Psycho. Yeah, and with fewer people around, we'll have to be way more silent. We no longer have the fighting capacity we had. Fewer people, no dynamites, no shotguns, no rifles. Silence should be our top priority right now, so the moment we start moving, No more talking. If we have to interact, we do it by showing, not telling, I respond as I glance at the combat knife. Understood, let's head to the school then, and once we reach it, we'll see about our next step. Psycho nods at me with a one-sided smile, turns around, and start walking down the road, Saya following behind her. Mulling over what happened ain't going to save us, keep focused on what's to come. Still, there is one thing that I do want to know, what the hell did they talked about when I was out cold? Chapter 36, Running Late for School. Hey, it's kind of weird how empty the streets are, we have yet to see a single corpse, much less a group of them. Normally, I would be glad about that, but now it just feels weird for some reason. Then again, a helicopter is supposed to be loud as fuck. So is it possible that the ones that Saya saw caused all of the corpses around here to move away? While I was in my own world, I failed to realize that the two girls in front of me had stopped walking. So, I ended up bumping right into the person that was right in front of me, in other words, Saya. Who then turned to me with a frown and moved her lips to the words, "Are you stupid?" "My bad," I whispered as I shrugged slightly and glanced past her. The road still looked clear as ever, but the reason the girls stopped turned out to be pretty obvious. As in the distance, I could see the bridge where we left the car at. Psycho then turns around and walks up to me, like, really close up to me. She leans forward and brings her face over my left shoulder. "We're near the bridge, should we keep moving forward?" she asks. "I don't see the corpse horde anywhere for us to have a reason to stop. Saya did say she saw helicopters, and these things are as loud as hell. If they passed from this direction, they might have baited everything away." I whisper back. "Yes, that's true." Psycho backs off and nods. I then turn to Saya and motion her to come to me. She glances around, then looks at me for a couple of seconds, before finally walking over to me with her head slightly lowered. "Don't tell me she's being shy now. You said you saw helicopters, right? Do you remember which direction they were headed?" I ask the moment she got near. She nods and turns towards my right. She then looks around before putting her hand under her chin. They came from there, and landed there." She points her finger to her right, in other words, behind me and inland, then runs her finger along towards her left. "After that, they took off and continued straight." She then keeps moving her finger to the left. So, if they didn't circle around the area or had another extraction point to head to, then that means they went from point A to point B, and then headed towards point C, in other words. The base they took off and the base they returned was different. That's good. I nod as I whisper. "Good? Because they didn't return to the same base?" Psycho asks. "Well, if that was the military, then it means that they have more than one functioning base. More bases means bigger influence and longer reach, so, as long as they ain't trying to kill us all, that's good," I whisper as I turn to Psycho. "Hey, don't be stupid, why would the military try to kill us?" Saya asks right after. "Dunno, but it tends to be a very common trope in zombie games. They usually end up being the bad guys that were developing the virus and then released it by accident or otherwise," I answer with a shrug. Saya just silently face palms and lowers her head as she shakes it. "How did you even survive this long?" she asks as she turns back to me. I just shrugged once more. "In any case, let's move on," I add right after. Psycho nods at me, turns around and starts walking, with Saya following suit shortly after. A couple of minutes later, we were by the bridge, with the road to my right being the one with the car that ended up on the other car's roof, thanks to the dynamite that I tossed. I then turned to my left and look past the bridge, on the road on the other side of the river. The car is still surrounded by corpses. Good, this means nobody tried to wriggle themselves in, or they did, they then failed miserably. "Should we head back to the car?" Psycho, who had once again crept up behind me without me realizing, whispers to my ear. I honestly just felt a shiver run up my spine just now. "No point, we don't have the keys and we made sure to lock everything." I shake my head as I turn to look at her. Real shame too, the Scar H is still in there, along with ammo and food. I could really use a better gun right now. "So, we keep moving forward?" she asks as she takes a couple of steps backward. I nod. "In that case, we can go straight ahead." Saya speaks up next as she looks at the road ahead. "I can see a couple of them, but nothing like the horde that used to be there. We can probably just walk past them," she adds up. Both me and Psycho nod in agreement. And like that, we started moving again. After we passed the first intersection, we started to find the first signs of resistance. Take that with a bucket of salt though, as most of that resistance consisted of corpses that were stuck under cars, behind poles, or walking up against the railing. Overall, the road was clear. So it didn't take too long for us to reach the next intersection, the one with the hole in the railing. To be honest, I sort of expected to see tire tracks all over on the place, but the only part of the road that did see any was right before the smashed railing. Then again, I didn't press on the brakes for the wheels to grind again the ground. This is the second intersection, so we need to move straight 2 more, then 6 blocks up. As we walked past the intersection, Saya stopped and grabbed my sleeve, then pointed towards the ground on my left. Look, she whispered. Hey, these are bullet casings? They look rather long, 7.62 mm? Or 5.56 mm? They ain't shotgun or handgun casings for sure. So, if nobody came here after our group and opened a can of hoop-ass, then these are Koda's. Did he open fire here? I turned to look at the hole in the railing, then back at the casings. They ain't too close, the casings are near the intersection's end, the hole is about in the middle. Saya then tugs my arm, turning to her she motions me to move forward with her head. I nod and start walking. Did they try to bait the horde away from the hole? Saya did say that a river of corpses passed through while they waited. I then look past Psycho. And I can't see any corpse hordes down the road. Well, the school should be 6 blocks up from here. If military helicopters passed to pick up people, then they were probably transport helicopters, and I suspect that these are hella loud, double rotors and all. If they left by going straight from here, maybe the rest horde, the part that didn't go swimming, got baited by them. Did you hear any gunshots while in the river? I ask as I walk up to Saya. She narrows her eyes and looks at the ground. I don't know, I think. Along with the rushing water and constantly getting submerged, I could not hear very well, she replies as she turns to look at me. I nod at her. Psycho, what about you? I ask after I move closer to her. She just shakes her head. So if they did shoot. It was not right after we landed in the river. Just as we reached the next intersection, I saw an increase in bullet casings, which made a line to my right, towards the uphill road that led inland, and on that road. Psycho turns to look at me, I shake my head and point forward, she nods, and we walk past the corpse-infested road. Well, at least we found where the remaining part of the horde treaded off to. So, on to the next intersection, then we see if we can go up. On the way to the next intersection, I also noticed an increase in corpses, maybe these broke off from the horde. Nothing too alarming though, they were still all scattered about. So after a couple of zigzagging, we reached the next intersection. Looks clear enough, Saya whispers, and she narrows her eyes, looking at the uphill road. Let's hope it stays that way. I turn to look at the road we just took as I speak. And with that, we started going up the road. The road till the first intersection was completely empty. Minus some crashed cars and a couple of corpses that I could see through the glass fronts of some of the stores that seemed to make up the majority of buildings around here. Once we reached the first intersection, we come to a stop, while the road straight ahead, after the intersection, looked clear. The intersection itself was, shit, now what? We don't have any dynamite. The intersection was littered with corpses that were moving from the right road towards the left one. I look around me as I let out a silent sigh. Should we turn around? Saya whispers as she leans next to me. And go where? Try the road next to this one, most corpses are moving towards that direction. I shake my head. So, we just wait? Saya asks back. Well, we can wait, or... My eyes stop on a nearby yellow sports car that was abandoned behind Saya. Or... Saya tilts her head and glances behind her, then looks back at me. Or we let the car crash like we did last time, it should draw the corpses to it, we can go inside a store or something while they pass. I fold my arms as I speak. Both girls looked, skeptical as they glanced at each other. Are you sure? Psycho asks as she turns to look at me. If I stopped trying to do something every time it failed, I would have stopped breathing the first time I choked, I answer. In other words, you like repeating your stupid ideas even after they are proven to be stupid. Saya responds as she puts her hands to her hips and smirks as she raises an eyebrow. Yes, I answer flatly as I walk up to the yellow sports car. As long as you are not on the driver's seat. I'm never letting you drive again, Saya groans audibly as she walks up behind me. Hey, for driving a car off a 20-meter drop on purpose, I think I did just fine, the passing out part, excluded, I say as I open the door and look inside the car. Where will we wait then? Psycho asks right after. Good question. Other than the nearby stores, we can use another crashed car that's a little further down. Wait on top of it until the corpses pass. Shame there are no concrete fences around here, what with most buildings being stores. Either that orange car down there or inside a store, I answer. Psycho then glances around. All the nearby stores that I can see inside have corpses in them, should we clear one out first? She asks as she turns to me. It's that, the car, or going to the right part of the road and firing a shot, then leaving from the left part. I turn around as I glance towards the right part of the street. The last one is way too risky, we'll end up being too close to them, Psycho instantly answers as she shakes her head. Yep, Disapproved, Saya adds up. So. I ask as I lean my back on the yellow car. We can shoot and then wait inside this car. Psycho points at the sports car behind me as she speaks. And I suppose somebody will have to wait in the trunk, it's a two-seater. I tilt my head as I glance behind me. Or somebody can sit on somebody, Psycho responds with a calm tone as she tilts her head. Hey, who what? Saya darts her head to Psycho. We just need to decide who will sit on who, Psycho adds up as she leans her upper body towards the car's insides. And how we'll even decide that? Saya asks as her face goes slightly flushed. Rock paper scissors, I say with a chuckle as I fold my arms and look towards the intersection. Good idea, who goes first? Psycho leans back out of the car and she turns to me. Wait, for real? I ask as I also turn my head to her. This plan is safer than waiting on a crashed car that will also be closer to where the sound will originate, as here we can decide where we want to shoot. Clearing a shop obviously means we'll have to fight. Psycho tilts her head slightly as she speaks. Then stop wasting time like idiots and let's just do this already, we're wasting time and we need to get to the school. We'll start off against Psycho. Saya walks up to Psycho with hasty steps as she speaks. So, the winners sit on the same seat, or the losers? I ask as I tilt my head. Both girls stop and look at each other. God damn it, Nair. Saya groans as she closes her eyes and drops her shoulders. Let's say winners, Psycho adds up right after. Saya nods a couple of times and then opens her eyes. On the count of 3, 1 win. We rematch if end up with a tie. Saya puts her hand behind her back and turns to me. The one that is not facing off counts, she adds up. I nod and walk up next to them. Okay, ready? I ask as I glance at Psycho, then at Saya. They both nod. I raise my hand slightly. Alright, word of advice, no shouting. We still have corpses next to us, so, 3, 2, 1, go. I bring my hand down and both girls bring their hands to the front. Saya head rock. Psycho head rock. Again Saya puts her hand behind her back again, Psycho follows suit. I lift my hand once more. 3, 2, 1, go and, I let my hand drop. Saya head paper. Psycho head rock. I win. Saya grins slightly as she speaks up. I think, I heard Psycho click her tongue? Now you go against Nair. Psycho then lifts her hand as Saya turns to me. Saya just nods as she stares at me. 3, 2, 1, go and Psycho drops her hand. I had paper. Saya had scissors. I win again. Saya huffs triumphantly. She then narrows her eyes as she keeps staring at me. And you better not get any funny ideas now, I'll chop your hands off if you let them wander, she says with the smirk still on her face. Actually Saya, we said winners sit on the same seat, you won both times, so you sit, with you. Psycho cuts her off as she folds her arms. Hey, that makes no sense. Saya's smirk instantly turns into a frown as she turns to stare at Psycho. Well, that's what we said, winners sit on the same seat. Now, as you did win. You can sit with Nair, if that's what you were actually after. Psycho grins slightly as she speaks. Holy shit, Psycho just sucker punched the crap out of this whole gig. Don't say something so stupid, I didn't. Saya cuts her sentence in the middle as she glances at me. So I guess it's settled then. I sit with me. Saya cuts Psycho off. As the winner, I want you to sit with me. Saya folds her arms and looks at Psycho. And Saya counterattacks. Psycho puts her hand to her mouth with a slight chuckle. If that's what the winner wants, she responds. Why, yeah, that's what the winner wants. Saya ends up grumbling as she looks at the car's front wheels. So, I walk down the road and shoot. I ask. Psycho turns to me and nods. As we will need more space, we will sit on the passenger seat, she adds up. Alright. I nod and start walking down the road. This whole thing was way too surreal. I wonder what would have happened if I said that all of us can sit on one seat, other than Saya calling me a pervert, that is. I chuckle as I turn around and look at the car. Psycho was waving at me with a smile while sitting on top of Saya, who was looking away with the face of a rich kid that just got denied a new toy. I pull the handgun out and aim to my right. Okay, focus back on the task at hand. For a moment there I sort of forgot we did all this in the first place. I pull the trigger, and turn to stare at the intersection. The moment I saw corpses turning towards me, I nod, holster the gun and run to the car. The moment I reached it I swing the door open and get inside. Don't slam the door. Then slowly close the door. Now, we wait, I say as I glance at the side mirror. You better keep your fingers off that handbrake, Saya responds, the pout still on her face. Why the long face, Saya? Wasn't this what you wanted? Psycho asks with the smile still on her face as she turns to look at the pouting girl. Saya just grumbled as she turned to look at the window to her right. I can't believe I got outplayed. She whines with a low tone. And just then, the first corpse shambled past us, causing us to turn silent. Then another, and soon, the street had a parade matching down on it. Psycho's grip on her bukin tightened as she stared at the corpses, not that she would be able to do anything if we got spotted now. This view continued for some time. Why does it feel like there are more of them walking down the road, compared to how many were on the intersection? I think as I glance at the side mirror. Wait. I think they are starting to thin out back there. And true enough, shortly after, the corpses gradually started to decrease in number. The moment there were only a couple of them left behind us, I turned to the girls, only to see that Psycho was staring at me with her hand on the door handle. Silently, no need to make them all turn around by screaming like monkeys, I whisper as I turn to my door. You're the only monkey in here. Saya grumbles in a silent voice as Psycho slowly opens her door. I open the door, get out of the car and look at the corpses ahead of us. We had one coming straight at us from the middle, one from the right side, 3 from the left and then one more further back in the middle. I turn to Psycho and point at the lone corpse to the right. She nods and starts running up to it. I follow behind her after I motion Saya to follow us, and to keep an eye on the other corpses to our left. She responded with a nod as she pulled and gripped her lugger with both hands. The moment we reached the corpse, Psycho turns to look at me. I show her the combat knife. She nods and with a swift motion, she slides to the corpse's left side and taps the bukin to the ground, causing it to turn its back towards me. Using the opening, I switch the knife to a reverse grip, walk up to the corpse, grab it by the shoulder with my free hand and sink the knife on the side of its head. As it goes limp, I keep holding onto it and placing it on the ground, then pull the knife out. After that, I glance at the girls and motion them to move forward. With no other corpses ahead of us, we quickly reached the first intersection, and after that, we kept going straight with a fast jog. We run past the next road in silence, which compared to the intersection, was empty. Well, actually, compared to everything we have passed through so far, it was empty. So we ended up on the next intersection in no time. Thankfully, that one was clear too, but there was another thing. Police. Saya keeps staring at the cop car that was parked in the start of the next street we needed to take. A couple of small hip-sized fences were also placed to its left and right, with some of them being toppled. You think the school's guard perimeter reached this place? I ask as I walk past a fallen fence and look around. Possible, my papa had about 3 to 4 blocks set up as a perimeter. Saya follows behind me as she speaks. Really? I remember the distance from the entrance to the barricade having like 1 or 2 intersections. I check the cop car's truck as I respond. Locked. That was only on the front side, in order to have faster access to the building, Saya answers. I then go to the front at the passenger's door and look through the window after checking the once again locked door. I see, there's a bat in there, and that's that. Can't see the keys anywhere, smashing the window will be loud, and we might come back down this road when we leave as this street is relatively clear. I'd rather not risk flooding it with corpses for a bet that might return nothing. I back away from the car and turn around. No point wasting time here, let's keep moving. If we decide to open this, it will be after we searched the school. The girls nod at me and follow suit. This must be the third road, so, 3 left. As we kept moving, the road started to actually get better. For starters, I could see fewer car wrecks, corpses were non-existent, with the only ones I could see being inside the buildings, like on the second floor windows for example. So, in the end, we reached the next intersection as easily as the last time. Okay, not too much left now, 2 more intersections after this. Wish the hill would stop being so frigging steep though. I take a deep breath as I look around. Both the left and the right street of the intersection looked clear. No point going on one of the other roads, let's keep going straight. And just as I was about to take a step forward, I heard a loud growl coming from right behind me. Hey! I turn around, and see a blushing, wide-eyed Saya hugging her stomach. What do you want? I haven't eaten since yesterday noon, she pouts as she looks away. This place is surrounded by stores, so there should be something with food around here. Then again, that type of food is probably rotten. I turn around and look at the 3 diverging roads. You think they might have a convenience store around here? I ask. I don't know, if it was a school for older kids, I would say yes, as the kids there might have an allowance to spend, but an elementary school, I don't know. Saya keeps looking away for a few seconds before looking back at me. Let's keep going up for now. If we find anything that looks like a convenience store or supermarket, we will check it. I nod at her and turn around. Maybe the school itself has some rations left. I will admit that I feel rather peckish myself. Psycho adds up as we start walking. And with that, we move on to the next street. A clothing store, flower store, another clothing store, a video rental, a printing store, a bookstore. I then end up stopping in front of a motorbike store. Hey, why did you stop? Saya, who was next to me, stops and turns towards me. You can drive a bike? Psycho asks. Somewhat, but the store just reminded me something, nothing to do with bikes though, I answer. Really? Is it okay for me if I ask what it was? Psycho asks once again. What it was at, Takashi, and you stopped by a bike store when found that hybrid vehicle in the anime, then you went to the shrine and got all freaky with him, probably. A movie I saw once, don't know why it stuck to me now, I answer bluntly. Anyway, let's get going, didn't see any markets or convenience stores nearby, I add up as I turn to the road ahead and keep walking. Why, when you need something, it's never there. Saya groans as she also starts walking. Tell me about it, I respond with a slight chuckle. In the end, we reached the semi-last intersection without seeing anything worth of mention, now the intersection itself. The next road is barricaded again, this time with actual barriers, judging from their color, these things look plastic. I keep looking at the orange jersey type barriers as I speak. Well, they are not too tall, we should be able to go over them without any real problem. Psycho starts walking towards the barricade as she speaks. True, well let's. Wait, there's a convenience store over there. Saya cuts me off as she points to my left. I look towards her pointing finger and see a small store with the sign 7 over it. That's convenient, I say with a deadpan voice. Saya turns to look at me with an equally deadpan face. That was horrible, she says as she keeps staring at me. I just chuckle and turn to Psycho, she nods at me, and we all headed towards the store. The moment we reached the front door. Well, we'll either find what we want in here really fast, or we won't find it at all, I say as I look at what I could only call a hole. I can't see any movement inside, but the insides are not very well lit either, so let's be careful nonetheless. Psycho grabs her bukin with both hands as she speaks. Yet, let's go. I walk up to the glass front and look through it. The main room was rather small. It had a counter with the register to the right, behind it a wall with no doors or windows. To the left were 2 shelves facing in the opposite directions, one was looking at the counter, the other was looking at the wall on the opposite side, which also had a row of shelves on it. Thankfully, all the shelves I could see from here still had some items on them. On the wall straight ahead of me, was a fridge. To the left, to the right, a closed metal door, and in the center of that wall, was a straight corridor that led to a back door. Inside the corridor, I could see a toilet sign to the left, and I think one more door after that. I push the glass door and it opens effortlessly. Psycho then walks in and checks around the room's blind spots, like the shelves and behind the counter. There is a trail of blood here, it leads to the closed door, she whispers as she leans over the counter and looks behind it. I nod and walk up to the door, Psycho silent following behind me. The door's made of metal with no windows, can't see inside, but I hear something from in there. I bring the knife close to my face as I lightly push the door, and as the door slowly opened, I saw them, 3 of them, all huddled up together in one side of the dimly lit room. Well, I say one side, but the room had actually very little room to move, as there was a giant table in the middle. Shit, we can't fight them in there, no room to move, and we can't just leave them there either if we're going to search this place. I turn to look at Psycho, point at the corpses, then point to where I was standing. She nods. Okay, here goes nothing. I slap the door as I keep looking at the corpses, who instantly turn to stare at the door. Zombies in semi-dark rooms, what's next? A long-haired woman with unnaturally long limbs crawling towards you in a long white corridor? Shit, I actually just scared myself. I shake the thought out of my head, then take a step to the left, crouch down, and wait. The moment the first corpse shambles outside, I grab it by the arm and pull it as I trip its legs with my own, and after it hit the ground, I slide on top of it and bury the knife to the side of its head. I then turn to look behind me as I pull the knife out of the corpse skull, only to come face to face with its 2 friends. Yet, before they could even react, one of the 2 remaining corpses got its skull split open by Psycho's bukin. Attracted by the sound, the third and final corpse turns towards Psycho. She takes a step back and brings the wooden blade's hilt right under her chin while pointing the edge of the bukin at the corpse's face. Then, with a quick motion, she stabs the corpse as she lunges forward. The bukin ends up going right into the corpse's mouth, which in turn stumbles backward a couple of steps, until its back was against the wall with the wooden blade still in its mouth. Psycho narrowed her eyes, and as her lips curved up to a one-sided grin, she swiftly twists the blade. What followed was an audible crack as the corpse fell to the ground motionless. Psycho lets go of a deep breath as she pulls the bukin out of the corpse's mouth. She then closes her eyes as she places her free hand on the back of her neck, and after a couple of deep breaths, she opens her eyes and turns to look at me. Are you all right? She asks as she walks up to me and extends her arm. Better than these 2, I point at the 2 fallen corpses with my head, then take her arm and get up. I'm not going to let anybody hurt you. She whispers as she looks at the fallen corpses. When you two are about done, we still have the rest of the shop to check. Saya grumbles as she folds her arms and looks away. Right, let's check the room that the corpses were in, then we. I didn't manage to finish my sentence, when an awful stench creeped out of the room where the corpses used to be. Psycho puts her hand over her mouth and nose, then moves to peek into the room, only to close the door shortly after. These three were in the middle of their lunch, a lunch that must have been going on for quite a while. She turns to look at the three corpses as she speaks. I suddenly don't feel so hungry. Saya puts her hand over her mouth and backs off. Yeah, we can't stay in here. I turn to look at the shelves behind me. Look for anything edible that's still sealed, we'll take it outside. I walk up the shelves as I speak. Yeah, good idea. Psycho nods and moves to the fridge. So only items in closed plastic packages, Saya adds up as she walks up next to me. Yep, I nod as I pick a sesame, honey candy bar. We better take some actual food near, Saya groans, only for her eyes to stop on a bag of country ma'am. Please, pastille is awesome. Plus it has a long shelf life, I respond as I start stuffing my pockets with the said item. You're hopeless. Saya smirks as she turns to look at the less sweet foods that were not rotten to the core by now, while still occasionally glancing at the bag of country ma'ams. She's the one that's hopeless. I chuckle as I take the bag she was eyeing. Psycho, how is it looking over there? I ask as I turn to her. There are still some cans of tea left in here, along with a couple of water bottles. The rest seems to have been taken, also, everything is warm, she responds. Yeah, most of the normal food that should still be edible is gone as well, Saya responds while holding a package of, I think was mixed nuts? Well, in any case, let's get out, this smell is starting to engrave itself into my system. I motion towards the exit with my head as I start walking, the girls nod and follow suit. Once we got out, we went back to the barricade and sat on the barriers, after making sure that the surrounding area was safe. With Psycho sitting to my left, and Saya to my right. Well, let's eat. Saya grabs the package of mixed dry nuts she was holding with both hands and opens it. Saya, wait. I stop her before she could put her hand inside. What? I'm hungry, you know, she replies with an annoyed tone as turns to me. Psycho, can I have a water bottle? I turn to her as I ask. She nods and hands me a closed one. I then hand it to Saya. She just stares at the bottle after taking it. Wash your hands with it, I respond as I fold my arms. I knew that. She glances at me. She opens the bottle. Psycho, you are wearing gloves, right? I ask as I turn to her. Yes, my hands should be fine, we should conserve as much water as we can, she nods as she responds. Well, I'm sorry, I'm the only one wasting water. Saya grumbles as she keeps trying to somehow wash both her hands while holding the bottle with one hand. It's fine, we just ended in a situation where we had to eat outside, and the town still has tap water, it's not like we are dying of thirst. I take the bottle from her hands and help her wash them. What about later? Nothing is really running right now. She asks as she keeps looking at her hands. What, is she aiming for us three to wander around till the end of days? We'll see when we get to that point, maybe we will be like we are, maybe we will be at a camp, maybe the corpses will end up getting pushed back, or maybe we'll get nuked to space. Point is, don't spend too much worrying about it, if it can't help you to come to a conclusion, then it won't do you any good, and after all, you're a genius, you'll figure what we need to do when the time comes. I lift the water bottle and leave it next to her. Yes, of course, and my papa and mama are still out there too, it's not like we are completely alone, Saya replies as she takes the dried nuts package. Don't forget that the military is still around too. Thinking of the worst case scenario can prepare you for it, but you should not let it command your every step. Psycho leans over next to me as she looks at Saya. Geez. Okay. I get it. Saya groans as she picks a seed and places it in her mouth. I nod and take off my gloves, then take the bag with the country ma'am and open it, yet before I could even pick one. Hey, idiot, eating sweets is not a good replacement for normal food, I'll be kind to you and trade you one of the mixed nuts packs for it. Saya instantly speaks up as she turns to me, her eyes glued to the soft cookies. Don't laugh, don't. KHH. Hehe, and I failed miserably. What are you laughing about, idiot, this is a serious matter. If you don't eat some. I actually just picked them because I saw you eyeing them. I cut her off as I leave the bag on her legs. I was not. Saya glances at me as she shoves another seed in her mouth. Oh, so you don't want? I slowly extend my arm towards the bag, only for it to get pushed away. You gave it to me, now it's mine, she mumbles as she takes the bag and leaves it next to her, away from my reach. I don't mind sharing some of my food with you. Psycho shows an energy bar to me as she speaks. Now it's okay, still got these. I pull out a bar of honeyed sesame. Right, how did you call them again? Psycho tilts her head as she looks at the item in my hand. Pastille? It's actually Greek. Well, the name itself is Italian but the thing itself is Greek. I don't think it has an actual English name, not one that I am aware of at least. First time I had one I found the name honeyed sesame to be a bit too scientific. So I looked it up and found more information about it. Also, it might be called a candy but it's actually much better in terms of food quality. Normally, for example, it should not contain any sugar because of the honey. Think of it as a high-quality energy bar, I respond as I rip the plastic cover, lift my headgear and take a bite. I see. Psycho keeps eyes the bar on my hand. Can I try it? She asks after a few seconds. Sure, why not? I take a second bar out my pocket and give it to her. Thank you, she bows slightly as she takes the bar. While all that was happening, Saya was glancing at our direction with her head slightly lowered. God, don't go making them puppy eyes on me, Saya. Want to try one too? I ask as I take another bar and extend it to Saya. Okay, since you're offering. It would be rude to not take it, she says as she takes the bar while leaving the pack of mixed nuts on her legs. So calling me an idiot instead of my name is not rude. This is actually pretty good, and you said it has a long shelf life too. Psycho asks. If it has nothing extra inside, about 40 to 50 months, I answer casually. What? Saya's eyes go wide as she almost spits out the bite she just took. You know that's like 4 years. She shouts as she turns to me. Yeah, I answer casually. So, did you take all of the bars from that store? She asks again as her face turns serious. Though it was a bit hard to take it too seriously. What with that small part of sesame that was stuck on the right side of her cheek? Didn't really search, just took the ones I found, I respond. Well, we are going back in there then, we are emptying that place of them. Saya almost jumps off the barricade as she grabs the bag of mixed nuts she had on her lap. You think she likes them? I ask with a chuckle. I don't see why not, it's sweet, it lasts long, and it's not unhealthy like normal sweets. If I knew about it I could have used it in my diet, Psycho responds as she gets off the barricade as well before turning to me. Diet? I ask. I also get up. Well, being the leader of the kendo club and the daughter of the Busujima family, I couldn't go around eating things that didn't benefit my body. I needed to eat correctly in order to have the energy to train efficiently. She answers with a smile as she tilts her head slightly. Makes sense, I nod as we start walking towards Saya, who was already peeking through the store's front door while holding her nose. So, in the end, we ended up going back inside that smelly place, and after searching around for a while we found another couple of packs that ended up in the bag. After that, we exited the building once again. So, ready to keep going? I ask as we headed back towards the barricade. Yeah, I'm ready, Saya responds. Ready here too, Psycho adds right after. Okay, then let's. Saya, are you taking these or not? I cut my own sentence the moment we reached the barricade, and point at the bag of county mams that was still sitting on the barrier. Right, it's still food, so we better take it. She blinks a couple of times before running up to the barricade. She then takes the small bag and places in the backpack after folding the open top part. And not because you've been eyeing these soft cookies from the very first moment you saw them, het. The school should be somewhere around after the next street, let's move. I lower my headgear and vault over the barrier. I just hope that we won't leave empty-handed from that place. If we do, guess we can try the police station then, we can check the other evacuation centers there, if there are any left. Chapter 37, Back to Class. Whoever built this thing, must have been really going for a king of the hill feel. I stared at the elementary school that was on the opposite side of the street as I spoke. The building itself surrounded by a tall green metal fence. Guess it is, or more correctly, was there in order to keep the kids from running outside. That though, was obviously not the reason I just mentioned it as the king of the hill. The reason for that was the school's position, as the road we just used to come here and the road to my left were both downhill roads, with the only straight road being the one to my right. So in the end, the school ended up being positioned at the corner of a hill, towering over the rest of the buildings. Also, another thing I wanted to note is, so many of them. Saya keeps staring at the downhill road to our left as she speaks. And many, might be an understatement. To put it in perspective, right now to my left I could see 2 seas, one being the blue one in the distance, and one being a murky mix of grey, red, and beige that had flooded the streets to my left for as far as the eye could see. At least they seemed to be quite further down. Even if we started shouting, I don't think they would notice us. Psycho folds her arms as she also keeps looking to our left. At least there aren't any signs of battle around this street. It's actually pretty clean all considering, and the school looks fine past the fence too. If that passed through here, then the school was probably already empty, meaning that they might have been following the helicopters. Saya takes a few steps forward and looks around the road as she speaks. Alright, come on, waiting here ain't going to change anything, I say as I walk up to the front door of the school's metal fence. Once in front of it, I give it a push. Locked, I shouldn't be surprised though, should I? The bars don't have any arrowheads on the top. We can probably climb the fence, it doesn't have arrowheads on the top of it so it should. I turn towards the girls as I speak, only to see Saya staring at me with a shit-eating grin from the other side of the fence, the school's car gate slightly open. Or, you can come through here, she says with the grin still on her face. They left the gate open. I ask as I walk up to it. The gate opens by sliding it to the left, pushing it won't open it, and corpses seem to only push whatever they walk up against. It was just tied up with a metal chain. Psycho responds as she shows me the chain in her hand. I'm not going to go on about how stupid it is to leave your front door unlocked, as it benefits us right now, but trust me, it's very stupid. I glance behind me as I speak and walk into the school's field. After Psycho got in, we closed the gate and locked it again. Well, now what? Saya asks as she looks around. This place looks abandoned, Psycho adds up as she looks at the small tents that littered the field in front of the main building. The whole scene looked a lot like the front of the police station, just a bit more organized. Before we go inside, let's check the outside first. I saw an open field through the fence to our left. I point towards my left as I speak. Okay, let's go. Saya nods and turns to walk to her left. The rest, aka me and Psycho, following behind her. Do you think the rest made it here safely? Psycho asks as we keep walking. Can't really tell, we didn't find any signs that prove that they failed to do so on our way here, didn't find anything that proves that they did either, I respond as I look back towards the main building. I'm sure they're alright, it's not like they turned completely useless after we got cut off. Plus, I need to kick Takashi in the face for what he said. Saya narrows her eyes slightly as she speaks. Actually, speaking about it, I hope I'm not prying but I need to ask. Nair, why are you not mad? Psycho asks right after. You mean about Takashi's order? I ask back. Of course she means about Takashi order, you idiot, what else could it be? Saya then turns to me with a frown. As I did mention, I sort of understand where he... don't give me that crap, you were willing to shoot a kid in the face because in your eyes, he endangered the group, and now you mean to tell me that you are fine with this? Saya cuts me off as she folds her arms. I let out a sigh and stay quiet for a few seconds as we walk into the open field. So you want me to kill your childhood friend? I ask with a serious tone as I turn to her. Saya just stares at me. I didn't say that, don't go from one side of the scale to the other, and how did you know he was my childhood friend? I never told you. Saya narrows her eyes even more as she keeps looking at me. Oh crap, she didn't? I can't remember. Your mother mentioned it, I respond with a deadpan voice. Of course she would go and do something like that. Saya grumbles as she closes her eyes and shakes her head slightly. The point is, he was willing to listen to the reasons for my actions at the mall and we managed to work together so far. I should at least be willing to do the same and listen to his reasons. The world as is right now is going to have a lot more. I stop and glance at Psycho who was a few steps next to me. I want to say psychopaths but, I don't know if Psycho will take it the wrong way. More hostile individuals. As they are more likely to survive the initial chaos, so if somebody is willing to work with us, we should try to keep that bridge unburned for as long as possible. Nobody can survive alone for too long, no matter how much of a badass they might be. As add up after a few seconds. I really don't understand you sometimes. On one side you are willing to pull the trigger the moment you decide that somebody is a threat. On the other, you are willing to sit or listen to somebody who clearly knew that his actions would kill you. Saya responds. Yes, but don't mistake listen with trust. I'm not going to go after Takashi if we meet up again because doing so would end up badly for all of us, but that doesn't mean I will trust his actions, I answer. And what's the point on being in a group you don't trust? Saya asks right after. Well, Takashi excluded, I do trust the rest, but you make a good point. Maybe I should just lock myself in a mansion near a cliff, or a yacht. I say with a slight chuckle as I look around the field. Other than a couple of D.I.Y scaffoldings made of desks next to the metal fence, the place is clear, and absolutely empty. No yachts, I hate them, Saya groans as she also starts looking around. You've been in one? I ask as I lift an eyebrow. More than once. Some stuck-up fatso that my father collaborated with had one. I was dragged there a couple of times on parties he arranged. Being stuck there for hours without end while having nothing to do, yeah, I don't like yachts. Saya folds her arms as she turns to me. Fine, you can stay in the mansion, but I'm still going on a boat trip, I respond. A trip on a boat away from all of this does sound nice. Got space for one more? If Saya wants to stay back, she can. I don't mind being just the two of us, Psycho asks as she looks around, before turning to glance at me with a slight smile. Can we stop talking about flying ships like a bunch of idiots now? We still need to search this place, and this place has nothing, so let's go back and check the entrance again. Saya butts in before I could answer. She then pretty much dragged me behind her after grabbing me by my sleeve. Psycho just chuckled as she followed behind. What are you so embarrassed about? I ask as I look at the pink-haired girl. I'm not embarrassed. She shouts as she glances at me, her face obviously red. And with Saya dragging me behind her while not being embarrassed, we reached the front of the school once more. Okay, and what should we look for in here? Psycho asks as she casually walks past us after me and Saya stopped walking, or more like Saya stopped dragging me behind her. Check the tents for anything that might have been left behind, water, rations, bullets, anything. Though I doubt they would accidentally drop any stuff like that. Saya lets go of my arm as I speak. Should we split up? Psycho asks again as she turns to me. Yeah, but stay within sight. Search only the surrounding area on the front part of the building. I walk past the girls as I point at the nearby tents, and like that, we spread out and start searching. The first place I headed to was a table under a tent that the girls were not looking at. Other than ripped plastic bags, cigarette butts, and 2 mugs, I can't see anything else. I take a step back and then look under the table. There's a gum stuck here, wonder if it has been there since before the outbreak. I shake my head and move towards another table, this one closer to the front door of the main building. There's a blue box next to it, looks like an ice cooler. I kneel down next to the table and open the said blue box. And, nothing. If there was anything in here, it's not anymore. I get up and look around once more. This place is really empty, at least on the outside. I start to slowly walk towards the main door as I look around, until my eyes stopped on a bulletin board that was erected a few meters away from the front entrance of the main building. Hey, this thing is full of post-it notes. I tilt my head slightly as I walk up to the board, then grab a random note. Kamil, it's Shin. If you manage to read this, me and the rest made it to the extraction safely. We will be sent to an aircraft carrier out in the open sea via helicopter. After that, they said we'll go to locations that have been secured from whatever this is. I hope you are okay. Stay safe. I let go of the note and take another one. Same deal. Then check another one. Again, more of the same. Everything here is talking about helicopters, aircraft carriers, and secure locations. Wonder what these are, military encampments or something? Personally, I don't know how to feel about having armed personnel that I don't know watch over me from a close distance, probably because of all the movies I have seen where it goes horribly wrong, but still, none of these have any information on what to do if you get here late. They feel more like farewell cards if anything else. I let go of the note I was holding and turned to the board once again. Maybe our group left something. Hey you two. If you found nothing, then come over here for a SEC. I turned to glance behind me before turning to look back at the board. You don't have to shout, you know, Saya groans as she walks up to me. Found something? Psycho asks the moment she got near. Might have, this board seems to have notes that were written by the people here, maybe our group left some information we could use, I say as I fold my arms and scan the notes on the board. The girls nod and then also turn towards the board. In order to avoid looking at the same note over and over again, each time I looked at one, I took it off the board. Are you sure you should do that, Nair? I know we can't be all good, but other people might be depending on these notes. Saya glances at me as she stops moving her finger over the notes. I think we should be worrying about our problems first. Psycho glances at Saya before looking back at the board. No, Saya's right. No need to make everybody's life harder if we can avoid it, and avoiding it here is as simple as putting the notes back on after we're done. So I see no problem with it as long as it does not end up to our detriment, I say as I keep looking at the board. Psycho didn't respond. Did me not agreeing with her nudge her off. Turning to her, I find her staring intensely at the board. I found something, she says shortly after. Then takes a post-it note and hands it to me. I glance at the note that looked like a wall of text, and then start reading it out loud. To Psycho, Saya, and Nair. We hope you're all right. We managed to make it here in time thanks to you, but sadly, we could not get people to send a rescue team, as they were all preparing for the evacuation. Also, we found Ari's father and Takashi's mom here, they are all safe. Now, Ari's dad mentioned that when the police force from his station got dispatched, half of the people from there got sent here, the other half got sent to a mansion in the central landmass. Last they heard from that place, it was used as a refuge camp. The address you should look for is Senta 25120. Apparently, based on Ari's dad, the evacuation there is to happen 5 days after this one. The note ended there. Senta 25120? Where in the crap is that? I ask as I tilt my head. We no longer have a map. I have no idea. Saya folds her arms as she keeps looking at the note. Well, this is better than nothing. Let's put the other notes. Wait, there's more. I casually flip over the note addressed to us as I speak. only to see that there was more written on the backside. REI's father also said that the army will be taking our stuff, especially the shotguns, as they are more efficient for guarding locations compared to rifles, mostly urban ones. Because close quarters fights are more common there. We did manage to leave a couple of stuff behind to help you out though. After all, there's no way that you three would just die like that. So, on the second floor in the principal's office, there's a safe, a hip-height mini-vault type 1. Takashi's mom said that it was owned by the principal as it was here even before the outbreak. Thankfully the password was inside the principal's textbook notes, so we were able to open it and change the password, so we left some stuff inside it. The new password is Takashi's birthday and the note ended there for real this time. Takashi's birthday. I turned to look at Saya. What? Why are you looking at me? Saya's face turns into a frown as she folds her arms. I didn't know Takashi before the outbreak. I respond. Neither did I. Psycho adds up. Fine, I know when his birthday is it's on 7th of December. She grumbles. The only reason I do know it is because he was always acting like a crybaby when I didn't get him a present. She pouts slightly as she looks away. And totally not because you have a crush on him. Still, this works perfectly for us. Shall we go to the second floor? Psycho speaks up next. Yeah, let's go. After we put the notes back on the board I nod, then lift the notes I was holding. Saya also nods and starts sticking the notes she had back on the board. Alright, can I have some? I didn't take off the ones that I checked. Psycho turns to me and extends her arm. I take half of the ones I was holding and hand them to her, then start sticking the remaining ones I had on the board, with Psycho following suit. Should we search the rest of the school too? Saya asks as she keeps sticking the notes on the board. Yeah, after we check the principal's office we will search the second and then first floor. I respond, Saya just nods without answering back. We then continued in silence. The building inside should also be clear of corpses, seeing as the whole place seems to be clear of them. So we should be able to go straight to the second floor without too much of a fuss. I wonder what they left behind. Takashi probably still has feelings for Psycho, maybe that's why he ordered that I be left behind in the first place. I just hope that means that he also considered leaving something behind to help with her, aka our survival. And I'm done. Saya takes a step back as she wipes her hands. I'm almost done too. Psycho adds up as she nods. Same, I say right after. So, we are going in the building next? Saya asks as she walks towards the double glass door that was a few meters away to our right. Yeah. I don't expect corpses to be in there, but don't head off by yourself, I respond as I turn to glance at Saya. Of course I'm not going to head off by myself, I'm not you idiot. Saya turns to me with a slight grin. Still, who was the retard who thought that putting a giant double glass door in an elementary school was a good idea? It's like an incident waiting to happen with all the kids running around. She then turns to look back at the door. Maybe it's reinforced and or tempered glass. I say as I stick the last note I was holding on the board. Not that it really matters now, does it? Psycho, who also just finished, turns to me as she asks. Yeah, true that. So, come on, we're done here, so let's go check the second floor, I respond as I motion towards the door that Saya was next to with my head. The moment all three of us were by the entrance, I pushed the door, which opened effortlessly. At least this one is unlocked. As for our destination, it was actually made clear before we even stepped inside. As we could see a set of stairs that led to the second floor through the glass door, the reason being, it was a straight line from here. Looks safe, I can't see any signs of struggle or intrusion. Psycho looks from left to right as she speaks. Other than the hallway with the stairs that was behind the shoe locker ahead of us, there were also two wider hallways to our left and right. Both consisted of windowed walls on the side that looked towards the field, the other side had concrete walls with wooden sliding doors every so often. Classrooms if I had to take a guess. Now the hallway ahead of us also had two doors in the wall to its left, these were closer to each other. In other words, too small to be classrooms. Storages, I suppose? To the right wall of the same hallway were another set of wooden sliding doors that led to even more classrooms, and lastly, the staircase that we were aiming for, deeper in that hallway. Well, let's keep our eyes open and head to the second floor. I start walking towards the stairs as I speak. The girls nod and follow behind me. Also on a side note, after we walked past the two doors to the left, the ones that I think are storage rooms. There was also one more door after that seemed to lead into a classroom. The reason I could not see it before was because the storage rooms are actually protruding from the wall, or more correctly, it was that the wall after these doors was recessed. And with that, we went up the stairs and up to the second floor. Which way now? Saya asks as she turns to me. I glance at her before looking around me. The upper floor was actually just a long hallway. Windowed walls to the right, cement walls to the left, again, with wooden sliding doors. Other than that, it had nothing else, Well, there were a couple of notice boards with kid drawings on them, but that's about it. We need to find the principal's room, Psycho speaks up after a short silence. Let's look around. This hallway seems to consist only of classrooms. I nod, turn around and start walking down the hallway, the girls turning to follow me shortly after. I know it's probably because of my memory of our school, but I just can't shake the feeling that something will jump out from a door any second now. Saya glances around as she keeps walking next to me. Yeah, the fact that it's so damn quiet doesn't help either, but hey, at least it ain't a hospital. Clean white hallways splattered with blood and guts mixed with the smell of disinfectants, add the lack of electricity that would also make some of the rooms in there be pitch bl. Will you shut up already? Saya cuts me off as we reach the end of the hallway. Right, sorry. Didn't realize it scared you, I respond as I turn to her with a slight grin. What? I never said it was scary. You were just being stupid. Saya narrows her eyes before darting her head away. Yes, of course. Nair, I think we found our target. Psycho then lifts her hand and points at a door straight ahead of us, at the end of the hallway we just turned to. On the door a metal sign with a slight golden sheen, the letters principal engraved on it. The principal's room, nice, I nod as I focus my sight on the distant door. Great, out of the 3 people here, 2 have perfect eyesight. Saya whines as she pushes her glasses with her middle finger. There, I respond as I pat her head. She instantly jumps in place before taking a hop back, putting both her hands on her head as she looks at me with a pout. Quit being an idiot, she responds with her face slightly red. Geez, it's not like my hands are radioactive or something. I shake my head slightly and turn around. We then walk to the end of the hallway, towards the principal's door. Once there I try to open it. Unlocked. Well, they're supposed to have stuff for us in here and didn't mention anything about locking this door, I say as I open it, walk inside and what the fuck? Was all I could say as I looked around at the room. I really hope I don't have to meet this principal. Saya groans as she looks around the room. That was, in one word, extravagant. The vinyl style floor that consisted so far got replaced by wooden, dark crimson/brown boards. On the left wall, a short wooden cupboard with a couple of model airplanes on it. Next to it, an antique wooden double glass door cabinet with several trophies and awards on display, and after that a small brown fridge. To the right, a bookcase extended from one side of the wall to the other, all filled with books that were neatly organized, and finally, next to that bookcase was the safe we were looking for. The wall ahead of us was made of large windows, having a clear view of the downhill road we used to come here. There was also a giant-ass desk with an even bigger-ass chair in the middle of the room. The desk, other than a pencil case, a couple of notebooks and a laptop, was empty. Also, one more thing to add. The room smelled different compared to the rest of the school. Apparently somebody liked showing off, Psycho speaks up as she walks into the room. Well, his bloated ego got him the safe, and that's something that benefited us in the end, I respond as I walk up to the safe. True. You said the password is Komiro's birthday, right? Psycho asks as she stops next to me and leans towards the safe. Yeah, let me open it. Saya responds as she also comes next to the safe, then kneels down and puts her hand on the wheel combination lock. You must really care about him if you still remember his birthday. Psycho glances at Saya before speaking up, causing the pink-haired girl to overflip the lock. I don't care about him. She darts her head to Psycho. All he did was ignore me, why would I care about him? She says right after in a lower tone as she turns to look back at the lock. Well, you were kind of unbearable before the outbreak. I mean, in the anime you show up to a depressed Takashi, and out of all the things you could do to get closer to him, what did you do? Pester him. After that Psycho stayed quiet as Saya continued to fiddle with the lock combination, until, a metallic clank and the thick safe door opened wide. Got it. Saya leans her head forward as she peers inside the now open safe. Needless to say, both me and Psycho followed suit. Well, this is nice. Saya keeps looking inside the safe as she speaks. The first thing I saw, being it was the biggest item in there, was the MP5. Under it, the vest that Koda wore along with 3 slings, next to the vest was a folded map that had 2 flashlights, 2 walkie-talkies and a textbook on top of it, and lastly. Hey, what is this? Saya picks up a folded paper along with a key from inside the safe. She then unfolds the paper and tilts her head slightly. Samurais under the cabinet, what? Saya tilts her head even more. Not a second later, I heard shuffling behind me and to my left. Turning around I see Psycho flat on the ground with her left arm under the cabinet, and after a few seconds, she pulls her arm back out. Except this time, she also had her katana in her hand. She then gets up and dusts herself off. This is definitely good, I say as I stare at Psycho. She then walks up to me and hands me the bukin she was holding with the other hand, then bows slightly. Thank you for letting me borrow it, she says as she looks at me. I just responded with a slight nod. Ehem, so, other than this key, we know what everything else is for. Saya makes an obviously fake throat clearing sound, lifts her hand slightly and turns to look at the key in her hand. Actually, I know what this key is for. I say as I turn around to the small vault, kneel down and take the MP5 and vest. It's the Humvees, I add up as I leave the MP5 on the safe and then wear the vest. Hey, well this just increased our odds of survival 1,000-fold, the Humvee is full of ammo and food. Saya ends up grinning slightly as she speaks. And the Scar H. I add up as I grab the 3 slings, then put one on the MP5 and wear the second and third one. So, should we still look around the building? Psycho asks as she draws the blade slightly as she looks at it. Yet, one thing does not cancel out the other, especially since this place is probably corpse-free. I get up and turn to Saya as I speak. I will take the Scar H after we reach the car, for now, I will use the Buchan, I say as I hand her the submachine gun. So I'm the only one that will be doing nothing. Saya takes the gun as she looks at me with one eyebrow raised. I can give you the Buchan if you want, I respond as I fold my arms. Saya just blinks a couple of times. Geez, I was just kidding. She then hugs the gun and pouts slightly as she looks at me. Also, that textbook in there. It's the one you wrote, let's put it in the bag along with the map, flashlights and one radio. Me or Psycho will hold on to the other one. I point at the safe as I speak. Saya nods and kneels down, then takes off the bag, opens it and starts stuffing it with the stuff left inside the safe. We wrote. She whispers in a low tone as she glances at the notebook. What? I ask. Nothing, are we done here? She shakes her head and gets up. After wearing the sling with the MP5, she passes the bag on one shoulder. Yet, don't see else anything worthy of note, let's check the other rooms. I nod as I take the second walkie-talkie and pocket the car key. Before exiting the room, I also pass the Buchan on my back between the vest and the jacket. We left some bags in the car, I will put it there once we get them, because this is uncomfortable as fuck. With that, we exit the room and head to the right, in the room a few meters away. The label staff on the door. Okay, let's start from here, I say, glance at the girls, they both nod. I then turn to the door and slide it to the left. The room was pretty much empty, the desks positioned in the corners as in to increase the space. To the right was a long counter that run from wall to wall with cupboards over it and under it. A Soul Red coffee maker was sitting on that counter, its bowl was missing and it looked a bit battered, and seeing how there were red paint scratches on the floor a few meters away, yes, somebody went Hulk on the poor thing, probably when the EMP fell and it stopped working. What are you staring at that thing for? Saya asks as she brings her face closer to mine before looking at the coffee maker. Nothing, my eyes just stopped on it as it seems to be the only thing they left behind in here, I say as I turn my head to her. Anyway, let's check around, I add up as I walk inside the room. The cupboards that were over the counter, the ones that were under the counter, the tables, nothing, everything was empty. So, we exited this room and went to the right, towards the next door. The next room was a classroom, yet all the desks were gone, and once again, absolutely nothing in it. After exiting that room we continued to the right until we found another door to our left, right before the end of the hallway we were on. It ended up being another classroom, in the exact state as the last one, completely empty. Instead of exiting from the same door we entered, we then went straight ahead into the classroom and exited from the opposite direction, ending up on the hallway with the stairs. We checked another couple of classrooms as we headed towards the stairs, all with the same outcome. Desks all gone and the rooms completely empty. Feels like the place has been picked clean. Saya groans as we finally reached the stairs. We already got way more than we could hope for, I would not really mind if we found nothing. Psycho turns to look at the hallway behind us as she speaks. Yet, let's do a quick check on the floor below and after that, we will head to the car. I start walking down the stairs as I glance at the girls. How about taking a break here first? We have been walking non-stop. Saya folds her arms as she tilts her head slightly. A short one. Right now it must be around what? 2 p.m.? We have to find a place to hide the car before sundown. I don't want to risk driving in the middle of the night. I stop on the stairs and turn around. Right, and the only safe spot we know is the drive. Saya blinks at me a couple of times. Yeah, drive, I respond. Oh, no. You are not driving. Saya narrows her eyes and frowns as she looks at me. Psycho, can you drive? I ask as I turn to her, she shakes her head. Can you? I then turn to Saya, she just glances around with her arms still folded. And as my good OL mechanic J. Jones ain't answering his goddamn phone again, that leaves me as the only person here that knows how to drive. I say as I lift both arms with a slight shrug. Who is not doing what now? Why are you talking stupid? Saya narrows her eyes even more as her frown deepens. Psycho just tilted her head questionably without speaking. Of course they would not know about GTA, I mean does it even actually exist here? Nothing, personal joke to myself, let's go I respond as I turn around to start walking down the stairs. By the way, now that we have the map, when we take that break we should check it to see where that mansion is located at. I add up. On it Saya responds as she starts walking down the stairs, followed by Psycho. After reaching the first floor we then checked the first door to our left. It ended up being another classroom, this one had desks and chairs though. More importantly though, this room was full of plastic plates. Both on the desks and on the floor. They didn't clean up after themselves hey. I say in a half-joking manner as I casually headed to the nearest table and checked the plates on it. Feels like there was a party in here Psycho responds as she walks up next to me. Possible. Remember the people here got extracted, maybe they decided to let loose on rationing after they got confirmation that they will be getting out today Saya adds up as she walks past us. They might have left something behind, let's check around she says right after. Highly doubt they left anything behind, but it won't hurt to check. With that, we spread out and start looking around the room. And a couple of minutes later. I don't see any cooking utensils around here, how did they cook? Psycho speaks up. Maybe they stoked up on edible things that didn't need to get cooked, like canned food Saya replies as she nudges a plate off the table with her finger. Well there's nothing left here. Let's check the last few rooms on the first floor, after that we'll take a short break and check the map, then we'll head towards the car I glance behind me as I speak, at the door that led to the hallway. And few minutes later, we were out of the room. We then checked the two storage rooms next to us to our left. Other than mops, buckets, and empty bottles, the rooms were empty. After that, we checked the next door ahead of us and to our left, that one looked the same as the cafeteria, minus the plates. Lastly, we checked two of the rooms to our right, both classrooms, both empty. I see no point searching any further, the place is obviously empty, Saya groans as she folds her arms and turns to me. Yet, let's go to a room that has some desks and chairs, we will check the map there I nod and turn around, then head towards the door that led to the hallway, the girls following behind me. After exiting the room we were in, we went straight ahead and into the room ahead of us, the cafeteria look-alike room. We then sat around a desk and took the map out the bag and opened it, and instantly noticed a medium red circle in the middle of the central landmass. Hey, is that Senta 25120 Saya cuts me off as she puts her finger on the circle, the address she just mentioned written on it. It's pretty far. Psycho tilts her head slightly as she keeps looking at the map. At least we have 5 days until the extraction happens there, right? I say as I turn to Psycho. With the car, it's more than possible. It might be far, but we crossed more distance in less time the last couple of days Saya responds. In other words, we need to make sure we get to the car. I add up. It was still on the other side of the bridge last time we passed Psycho turns to me as she speaks. How are we going to pass it? The rope snapped. Saya puts her elbows on the desk and places her cheeks against her hands. I jumped to the other side of the bridge once, I can do it again. Psycho, you think you can manage that as well? I respond as I turn to Psycho, she nods after thinking for a bit. Yeah, but I can't. If you didn't realize it yet Saya frowns slightly as she speaks. That's why you'll go swimming I respond. Saya just blinks at me. I will take your bag and guns so you don't have to war. Hold on a second. Saya cuts me off as she raises her voice. You expect me to just dive into the river from the damn street? She adds up. There should be a ladder around there somewhere, you can use it to go down, then drift to the ladder on the other side of the bridge, I did see one while we were going down with the car. Jumping over the bridge, unless you are 110% sure that you will succeed, it's a no-go. Falling from that height could be fatal I respond. This is stupid. She groans as she folds her arms and looks away. You want me to come with you? I respond. Saya darts her head to me and frowns. I don't mind going to the river with you if you want that, Psycho can take the bags I add up as glance at Psycho before looking back at Saya. Idiot, I just don't want to get wet again. I can handle it just fine she responds with a slight pout. Geez. So, that's the plan then, me and Psycho jump over the bridge, Saya goes swimming. After that, we get in the car and then see where we go from there both Psycho and Saya nod, the latter with a slight pout still on her face. This is going to be the third time today that I'm going to get wet because of you. Saya groans as she folds her arms. You're going to get wet because of who now? I respond as I tilt my head slightly. What, are you deaf now as well? I said I'm going to get wee. Saya then stops in the middle of her sentence, blinks a couple of times, and then her face goes a deep red. She then glances at Psycho, who was hunching slightly forward. Her head lowered with her hand over her mouth as she kept staring at the floor to her right. I think her cheeks were also slightly flushed. What are you making me say, you pervert? Saya shouts as she grabs the bag next to her, hugs it, and leans forward on her seat as she glares at me. I didn't make you say anything. That was all you, I respond with a slight grin. Saya darts her head away and starts mumbling while still hugging the bag, and then, silence. Okay, so, before things get even more awkward, let's prepare to head towards the car. I slowly get up from my chair as I speak. Funny stuff aside, we have 5 days to reach that mansion. It might seem much, but I'd rather not risk losing the car. Chapter 38, Your driver's license please. This is ridiculous. Saya groans as she keeps staring at the ladder that led down to the river. If you have another plan in mind, I'm all ears, Saya. I'm going blind as much as the other guy here. I respond as I fold my arms and lean over the railing, looking at the river below. Thankfully, after leaving the school we were able to reach the bridge without any real problems. Sadly, we didn't find anything else that might be even remotely useful though. I mean, even the cop car we found at the barricade was empty in the end, as we opened it up on our way down. Can't we just lower the stupid bridge? Saya responds with a slight whine. I have no idea how these bridges work, all I know is, that they're supposed to have some sort of booth-like structure that should have a control console in it. Something that I can't even see around here, to be honest, I respond as I turn to look at the bridge that was a little further off to our left. Fine. Let's get this over with, all I have to do is drift to the other side. Saya then closes her eyes and folds her arms. She then takes off the gun and bag before handing them to me. Actually, there's one more thing. I respond as I bring my hand to the back of my neck, causing Saya to frown. What? Do I have to go in my underwear so my clothes don't get wet? She responds sarcastically as she narrows her eyes, the frown still on her face. Well, there are corpses on the other side. We won't have time to wait for you to dry up. I was thinking something along the lines of changing to clothes we have in the bag, but if you want to go in your underwear then do a. Before I could even finish, Saya had already snatched the bag back. Pervert. She whispers in a low tone as she opens it. Hey, I'm just trying to figure out a way to avoid turning the car in a soggy mess without having to wait next to a group of corpses, plus, staying in wet clothes will make your movement more audible and weight you down, I respond as I wear the MP5's sling. I get it, idiot. You don't have to get so self-justifying, Saya groans as she takes a pair of trousers, a shirt, and boxers out of the bag. I have my older clothes in the Humvee, can't I just stay in these and then change to the ones I have in the car? She asks as she looks at the clothes she just picked. Too risky, you will have to change outside the Humvee as changing inside will still get the car drenched, and outside of the Humvee, we have corpses within arm's reach, I respond as I tilt my head slightly. Turn around. She then glances at me as she throws me the bag, keeping the cargo pants, shirt and boxers. Boxers? I ask as I do as she asks. Well, what's the point of changing clothes if my underwear gets wet? But don't get funny ideas. If you even dare to peek, I will toss you into the river. And this time won't save you. Saya finishes her sentence in a slightly higher tone. I thought it was Psycho that carried me. I shake my head slightly and turn to look at Psycho, who was now in front of me. She just smiled and tilted her head slightly. You sure you can do the jump? Or it might be better if you went by the river as well. I ask as I start hearing shuffling behind me. I can handle it. Except, if you want me to go to the river. Psycho glanced at Saya as she spoke, then looked back at me. No, do as you wish. I respond as I turn to look at the bridge. That answer gave me all the wrong ideas. I'm done. I then hear a rather meek voice behind me. Turning around, I see Saya with a slightly flustered face, hugging her folded clothes. Saying that she was wearing the exact same stuff as the last time she had to change is kind of a trap question, as all my clothes are the same after all. So, she was once again in a black shirt and black cargo pants. Quit staring at me, idiot. Your clothes didn't fit me before and they don't fit me now either. Saya glares at me as she tightens her hug on her folded clothes. Of course they frigging don't. Right, let's put your clothes in the bag and get this over with. You can change on the other side, I say as I take a step forward and extend my arm. Saya nods and reluctantly hands me her clothes, shoes, and extras included. Call me a pervert, but did she have to place her underwear on the top? Thank God for the mask. Acting as casual as possible, I take her clothes and put them in the bag. Okay, let's go, I say as I turn around and start walking towards the bridge. Psycho responds with a nod before also turning around to follow me. By the time we reached the bridge, Saya was already off the street. Probably on the ladder. But enough about Saya, we had our own problems to deal with. More precisely, the rope is a bit high up. Psycho looks up to the hanging rope as she speaks, and she was not wrong. it must have been at least 3 meters over our heads. The corpses I shot are still here, we could probably stack 'em up, or one of us can leg up the two other. We could. Before I could even start speaking, Psycho sprinted straight towards the bridge, wall ran a couple of steps up, and grabbed the rope. Do that. I finish my sentence as I tilt my head. Psycho then turns her upper body around and extends her arm to me. Whatever, this works too. I then also do the same before taking Psycho's hand with my right hand and grabbing the rope that was hanging under her with my left. I got it, move up, I say as I let go of her hand. She nods and turns her upper body around, then starts climbing up. She does know that her skirt is a bit too short for this, right? I turn my head slightly to the left, towards where Saya should be at as I start climbing. Saying that I didn't get a good glimpse though, would be a lie. After reaching the top of this side of the bridge we both stop for a bit to look at the other side. The other part of the rope is still there. But, I'm actually aiming to land on the scaffolding. Just like last time. I then turn to glance at my right. This time, I could actually see Saya on the ladder. She was on the last step, her feet already touching the water. Are you ready? Psycho then puts her hand on my left shoulder, causing me to shake my head slightly and turn to her. Yeah, I'll go first this time around, I respond. She replies with a silent nod. Focus, what we have to do is far more dangerous than what Saya has to do, and this time, I have no rope to hold me in case I fail. Come on, quit shooting yourself in the foot, you did it once, you can do it again. Just get a better landing this time around. With a slight nod, I lean forward until I start to slowly fall. I then bend my knees, and jump. After flying in an arc for about 2 to 3 seconds, I land on the scaffolding of the other side of the bridge. This time without pulling any arm. Okay, done and done. I climb up a few metal beams until I reach the rope, then turn to look at Psycho. The moment she saw me looking at her she nodded and jumped. Without even batting an eyelash, and she actually ended up landing higher than my initial position on the scaffolding. All good? I ask as I turn to her. She just nods as she lifts her head to look at me. I then turn to look up, before starting to climb using the rope. Reaching the top didn't take too long after that, and once I did get to the top I balanced myself and looked towards the Humvee that was ahead of me, in the middle of the street. Corpses are still surrounding it, one bullet should still be enough though. I then look below us, at the bridge's bottom. And it's still clear. And finally, I look towards Saya, who was still on the ladder, with her lower body now underwater. From what I could see, she was looking towards us. One of her hands holding the ladder, the other trying to hold her twin tails out of the river. Can she see me? I raised my hand and waved at her, and a few seconds after that, she let go of the ladder. Okay, let's go next to the ladder on this side. I bring the rope up and toss it over the other side of the bridge as I speak. Then, using the rope we quickly climbed down, again jumping off as the rope was once again shorter than the bridge's height. After landing, and while still facing the bridge, we ran to the left side. Towards the same sidewalk I was on when I scanned the location for a way to get onto the other side. Help Saya, I will keep guard. I turn to Psycho as I speak. She nods and runs to the ladder. Gets on it and disappears from my vision. Okay, next step, we shoot a gun, get to the car, and get the fuck out of here. While thinking, I looked around me. I can see some corpses on both the sidewalk we are on and on the one after the road. They are pretty far away though, so it should be fine. Most corpses here after all, are next to the car. Yeah, we can probably shoot a gun safely if we move fast after that. So after Saya changes, we will do that. Ugh, why must the river be so damn cold? I then hear a whining voice behind me. Turning around, I see Saya staring at me. She was shaking slightly and with her arms were folded as she hunched forward. I take the bag off and give it to Psycho. There should be a jacket in there too. I say as I turn around again, looking away from the two girls. If I catch a cold, it's going to be completely your fault. I hear the same whining voice once again. Then I'll go to the nearest pharmacy to get you medicine, I respond. We already have medicine in the car, idiot, Saya replies with a groan. Fine, then I'll spoon feed you till you get better. I say as I raise both arms and shake my head slightly. It'll still be your fault. I hear Saya reply, albeit this time with much less oomph. We then stayed quiet for a bit, until. Would you also take care of me if I got sick? I hear a different voice ask, and since there are only 3 of us here. If you wanted me to. Though Psycho, if your immune system is half as badass as you are, then I'll probably end up sick before you do. I answer. You have the wrong image of me, Nair. I'm not a superhuman, in more ways than one, Psycho replies. Well, I better find me 2 spoons then, just in case. I respond with a slight chuckle in a low tone. And after some more shuffling. What do I do with these? Saya asks. If you mean my clothes, throw them. We're not waiting here, that was the whole point, I respond. Okay. Let's go then, Saya answers a few seconds later. Alright, come on, I motion with my head towards the bridge without turning to look at them, taking the MP5 off in the process. So, how will we do this? Saya asks after coming next to me. We will pick one side of the bridge, somebody will take the gun and go to the other side, then fire a single shot and return. The moment we see an opening, we will head to the car as fast as we can, as the shot will make the corpses from both the sidewalks that are next to the bridge to crawl up to us, I respond. Who will take the shot? Psycho asks next. Either you or Saya, we won't be in a rush until we fire, so it's a good moment for one of the two of you to take the shot. I answer. I'll go. I have not shot once ever since you showed me how to do so. And, this is supposed to be the gun that I am using. Saya instantly walks up to me and extends her arm. By now, we were past the middle of the bridge and towards the right side. I stopped, and gave the MP5 to Saya. Go to the side we came from, me and Psycho will head to the other side. The safety is on, so remember to switch it, but more importantly, switch it back on after you take the shot. I say as I give the submachine gun to Saya. Okay. She nods slightly as her eyes focus on the gun. I expected some sort of cranky remark, is she getting anxious? You will do just fine, relax. Just shoot then run back to us, I say right after. Oh, of course I'll do fine, I'm a genius, not an idiot. She narrows her eyes slightly as she lifts her head to look at me. And there's that cranky remark. Right, Psycho, let's go, I nod, turn around and start moving towards the other side of the bridge, Psycho walking next to me. After reaching the end of the road we stop and turn around to look towards Saya. Who, after running to the other side of the road, also turns to look at us. I then make a thumbs up motion to which she nods, before turning to look towards the corpses that surrounded the car. She then lifts the gun, puts it against her shoulder and places her cheek on the stock. When we find a place to stay. I hope it will then be my turn for one of your lessons, Psycho whispers to my ear. Oh holy! When did she? I must have been really focused on Saya, as I didn't realize that Psycho had crept up on me, again. Don't worry, I didn't forget, I respond as I turn to look at her. Her face, is way too close. She then nods, and backs away, and right that moment. A single shot echoed. I turn my head to Saya, to find her fiddling with the gun. But more importantly, not moving an inch. What is she doing? Wait here, keep an eye on the corpses behind us. I say as I glance at Psycho, then run to Saya. What are you doing? Move. I speak up the moment I reach her. The stupid gun is stuck. The hole where the bullets come out from is not closing completely. I didn't do anything, I just pressed the trigger, she responds as she turns to look at me. It jammed? I'll fix it in the car, no time now. Come on, move. I say as I put my hand on her back and softly push her. Okay, you don't have to push me. She responds with a slight groan before she starts running towards Psycho. And the moment all of us gathered at the side of the road I turn to look at the car. Good, corpses are already moving to our right. Then look at the sidewalk to my left. And so are these chumps, it won't be more than a minute before they are on top of us. Neither Psycho speaks up while also looking at the corpses on the sidewalk to our left. I know, we'll move before they close in too much. I respond, Psycho nods before turning to look at the Humvee, her hand hovering over the blade's hilt. I spent the next couple of seconds darting my head between the Humvee and the oncoming corpses on our left, until... Okay, no more time left. Move. I whisper as I start moving forward. And like that, we silently started moving. Our path was to go straight, then upon getting near the Humvee's hood, turn right in order to end up on the Humvee's right side. As there were still a couple of corpses stuck on the left and back side of the car. Guess Saya's shot was a bit too far to the right, causing the corpses on the left side of the car to get stuck by trying to walk into the car. Well, Psycho could probably handle them with ease, but I don't see the need if we can just get inside without doing so. Also, as the car was looking towards the bridge meant I had to turn it around. The moment we got near the car, I slowed down, raised my hand and pointed to my right, then glanced behind me at the two girls. After seeing both of them nod I turned to look ahead again. Okay, I will first unlock the back door, then the front. I did take the key with me, right? Probably because of my past experiences with this certain key, I felt a shiver run up my spine as I dug through my pocket. Thankfully, the key was indeed there. God, I need to stop scaring myself. I slowly creep to the right side of the car and to the back door. Unlock it, and open it. Then turn around and motion the girls to get inside. After that, I moved aside for the girls to pass before heading towards the front door. And after unlocking that one too, I opened it and got inside. Close your door, I say the moment I sit in the driver's seat. Alright, Saya responds before slamming the door shut, followed right after by me closing mine. Okay, here we go. I let out a slight sigh as I insert the key into the ignition switch, and turn the key. The car shakes for half a second, and the engine comes alive, signaling the surrounding corpses to turn around. Nice. So, straight ahead and into the river. I turn around and ask with a deadpan voice. You are retarded. Saya responds with one hell of a frown as she folds her arms. Should have expected as much. Wear your seatbelts, I say as I turn to look at the parking brake and the two levers on the shifter. Hey? She has the car on HL? If I remember correctly. H is for street, HL for places with poor traction, L for hardcore off-road and N is for, what was N for again? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Saya shouts behind me. Right. I release the parking brake, bring the central lever to H and then the rightmost lever from N to D. This shifter does not have a P, then again, we do have a parking brake as a different lever. I shake my head slightly and turn to look ahead. The corpses had by now closed into the car, so before starting, I changed the rightmost lever to D2 for good measure. Then, I stepped on the gas. The car starts moving forward with a loud roar, making a couple of corpses disappear under the hood. I then keep moving forward, straight towards the bridge. Where exactly are you going, idiot? You know we can't pass the bridge, right? Saya asks. Glancing behind me, I see her leaning between the two front seats. Last warning, your seatbelt. I respond, causing Saya to turn to me with one mean-ass frown. Suit yourself. I stop the car, change the shifter to R, then press on the gas again. This time harder, and as the car started picking up speed in reverse, I made a sharp turn by turning the steering wheel to the right, causing the car to spin. Halfway through that spin, I released the pedal and changed the lever to D. And the moment the car had made a 180-degree turn, I straightened the steering wheel and pressed on the gas again. The corpses that were behind the car were now in front of it, and 2 seconds later. Under and over it, did I mention that I think I heard somebody yelp while all that happened? I look up to the rearview mirror, that didn't exist. Right, the Humvee doesn't have a back window, no point having a mirror there. With that thought, I slowed down the car to a crawl and turned to look behind me. Psycho was just staring at me. Saya, on the other hand, was laying straight flat down. Her face on Psycho's legs, one of her hands holding the door next to Psycho, and her legs on her seat. Don't say I didn't tell you to wear a seatbelt. I say as I try to hold back a chuckle. Ugh, I hate you. Saya groans as she slowly gets up. I just shake my head slightly and turn to look at the road ahead. I will drive ahead for a bit, until we find somewhere quiet to park. Then, we'll see where to go from there, I respond as I slowly press on the gas again. Okay, so, we are on the central landmass once again, the same location that the mansion mentioned in the group's notes is it. Now, we have 5 days for it, that much time should be enough to go there without needing to rush now that we have the car. So for today, I think it's going to be better if we find a place to take an actual break on this landmass. I kept my eyes on the road as I kept thinking. So, what should our next destination be? Hey, what should I do with the stuck gun? Saya speaks up after a couple of minutes of silence. Right, take off the magazine and give it to me, can't risk having it misfire in the car. After we find a place to stop I will show both of you how to unjam a gun, I respond as I bring my right hand between the two front seats without turning to look at the girls. Without hearing an answer, I then felt something being placed on my hand. Bringing my arm back forward, I looked at the MP5 that was now in my hand, without its magazine. Okay, let's see what's wrong with you. I pressed on the brakes and stopped the car to a crawl, then checked the MP5's ejection port. The bolt head was partly visible. Normally, that part should be completely hidden inside the front part of the receiver, and the bolt carrier, which is the white/grey metallic part you normally see at the ejection port, was a little further back from where it should be. I can't see a bullet. But with the way it got stuck, there should be one jammed between the magazine well and the chamber. I then grab the cocking lever and pull it back completely, until both the bolt carrier and head are hidden on the back part of the receiver. And then, I managed to see the jammed bullet, now that the whole contraption was out of the way. I nod slightly, and after locking the cocking lever by pulling it back and up, I give it a hard slap, causing the whole thing to fly forward. This time, taking the bullet normally inside the chamber. Before handing the gun back to Saya I pull the cocking lever back one more time and eject the bullet. There are a lot of ways a gun can jam, this was one of them. The next bullet in the magazine got stuck midway. Thankfully, all the jams have the same-ish way of unjamming, so explaining one will do for almost all. Put the extra bullet back in the magazine, but don't load the gun. Big chance it will need cleaning. The most common reason a normally functioning gun can get stuck while moving a bullet from the mag to the chamber is excess gunpowder, or overall dirt in the feed ramp, as the other reasons can be faulty magazines, or bad reloading, among other things. If the gun was used by an officer that was armed like a juggernaut, I don't expect it to be faulty. And you were not manually reloading the gun when it got stuck, or it might be a bad spring, which means we were screwed as we got no replacement parts. I turned to look at Saya as I hand her the now unjammed gun and bullet. Okay, Saya just nods at me and takes both items, glancing around as if she was lost. I just went Koda mode, didn't I? Also, if possible, somebody check the map, tell me in comparison to the mansion we need to head to, which safe location we already know is the nearest, or is in our way. The house we stayed at before going to the island, the convenience store, you get the idea. I add up as I look at the two girls. Psycho glances at Saya, who was now staring at the gun. I will do it, she then answers as she takes the map that was next to Saya's seat. Okay, tell me when, or if, you find something, I respond as I nod, then turn to look ahead and start driving once more. And like that, we started moving again. While avoiding pure bullshit roads, I tried to keep going straight for as long as I could, while keeping my overall sleep low. That way we would be able to find our location without too much of a hassle. And after some time has passed. Okay, I think I'm done, Psycho speaks up. The mansion, as marked on the map, is on the leftmost part of the central landmass, and looking at the landmass's height, it's also about 8/10 from the bottom to the top. The mall we were in is actually near the mansion. We can't go there, it's overrun, but, does that mean that it's also near the house that we stayed in? The one that we slept in. Saya cuts Psycho off, and then trails off. I know the mall is overrun, and sadly, no. The mansion is actually closer to the police station and the convenience store, rather than that house. As in order to go there, we will have to go over the mansion's position in height, and then we will have to go back down. The convenience store is actually closer than the house concerning the height position, Psycho responds. And it should be closer to us too, the convenience store I mean. I add up. So we are sleeping in sleeping bags again. Saya groans. Looks like it, Psycho responds. Wait, that place has no bathroom. Saya's eyes went wide the moment the realization dawned on her. We are going to the house. She then adds up, or more likely, commands. It's too far, I answer. I don't care. I want to take a normal bath in a normal bathroom. Saya shouts back. You will get a bathroom, just not a normal one, I respond. The smelly toilets in that place are not a bathroom. That place doesn't even have a tub. Saya shouts again. I was not talking about them though, Psycho, does that map show any supermarkets? I ask as I keep driving. Only the big ones like the mall. Can I ask why? She responds. The summer season was near, that means most big or medium supermarkets would have their summer gear out for sale, so, we can just make a bathtub from a hard plastic indoor swimming pool. The water still runs, we can fill it up from the faucet in the toilets. With either a long hose or a bucket. I respond. That is so stupid in so many ways. Saya groans. I think it's a good idea, it will be like a mobile bathtub, Psycho responds. Well, Saya, if you have another idea, I'm all ears. That's not going to take us to the other side of the continent obviously. I add up as I tilt my head slightly. Fine. I still think it's stupid though, Saya caves in and agrees with a groan as she turns to look out of the window as she folds her arms. Alright, so. Next target before we go to the convenience store is a supermarket. And, as I asked, are there any supermarkets near us? Well. Psycho turns to look at the map, and then, silence. I know one that is near the convenience store. Saya speaks up after glancing at Psycho. You do? How come, don't you live like, far away from here? I ask. Well Saya stops in the middle of her sentence and starts glancing around. I just do. What does it even matter? She responds as she darts her head to the window with a pout. Didn't Takashi live around the convenience store? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did. So her hidden crush goes all the way to learning the neighborhood around his house? Geez, what is she? A stalker. What are you being so silent for? Say something, idiot. Saya blurts out after a couple of seconds of silence. Well, you know the way, so I'm waiting for your input here, I respond. Fine, I'm coming to the front seats to tell you where to go. Can I have the map? I felt my seat move as Saya spoke, and after some surfing behind me, I saw her popping up to my right, between the two seats. You know I can just stop the car for you to come to the front normally. I say as I glance at her. I can do this just fine. Saya responds as she tries to balance herself as she shakily tries to move to the front. Not if I make a sharp turn you won't, but then I won't hear the end of it. I hold myself back from chuckling, otherwise, I'd have one angry hamster, I mean Saya, after me, See, told you it's fine. After finally sitting on the passenger seat, Saya turns to glance at me before looking back at the map. So, where are we? She asks right after. I have not taken a single turn other than the first right turn I took after we left the bridge. I respond. Okay, the bridge was here, so we should be around. Here she points at the map, somewhere around the coastline on the right part of the central map. She then turns to look out of the window. Okay, keep going straight, there should be a small bridge that goes over a stream later ahead, from there, I will tell you where to go. Saya nods as she keeps looking between the map and the outside. Got it. I respond. And after we reach the supermarket? What then? Psycho asks right after. One of the three of us will stay to watch the car, the other two will head inside to get what we need. Or, if we find a place to hide the car, we will all go inside. After seeing how many corpses are strolling there obviously. Oh, and since you are on the back seats. If it's possible, can you check for 2 more bags and the scar H? I answer. The scar H is? Psycho asks back. A gun, bigger than the MP5. Orange or rather, beige looking. I respond as I glance at her. Alright. Psycho nods and turns to look at the bags in the back of the car. By the way, the watch. You two don't have it right. I ask as I keep looking at the street. No, Ari's mom was the one who had it, Psycho responds. And they didn't leave it behind, Saya adds up. The supermarket might have clocks that are not completely digital. Psycho keeps looking through the bags as she speaks. Yeah, Saya, you said you found batteries from the mall, right? I ask again. I did, there should be inside a side pocket in the duffel bag with the gas canisters. Saya nods at me and turns to glance at the bags. Should we take some with us? Psycho asks as she turns to us. Yeah, a couple. To check any electronic devices that we might find, though if we are lucky, we might find more batteries in there, if we can go inside that is. I respond as I tilt my head. If we could just find an ice maker that works with batteries. I'd kill for a cold bottle of water right now. Saya lets out a sigh as she speaks. Well, if we find one, we can take it, I respond. No, you idiot, an ice maker draws too much energy, there are no battery-powered ice makers, Saya responds with a groan. Solar panels, car-sized batteries, and a converter then, I answer as I ignore Saya's remark. Yeah, if we can just find that stuff. Setting up will be the easy part, as I have written down how to do so in the textbook. Saya nods slightly as she keeps looking at the map. Well, that. Or going to the island with the working generator, I respond casually. We are not going back there. Saya instantly shouts. Hey, why? I ask as I turn to glance at her, her face being as pink as her hair. Just because, you pervert. She shouts back. Hey, what you saw does not make me a pervert. Then again, I don't even remember what I saw in the first place in order to have an opinion, I respond as I glance at her. Yeah, nice excuse. Of course you would say you don't remember. Everybody had about the same type of hallucination. What makes you so special to have something different and then by chance you also don't remember? And I didn't see anything. Saya responds as she frowns and folds her arms. First you tell me all of you saw the same thing, then you tell me you saw nothing. Anyway, the only thing I remember seeing was a. As I kept speaking, I felt something tickling my nose. Fachu. And I end up sneezing as I turn my head away from Saya and press on the brakes. Hey. You're lucky you are wearing that mask, idiot. Saya frowns even more as she shouts. Sorry, couldn't let go of the wheel, might have ended up in a wall. I respond as I shake my head. As I was saying. The only thing I remember is the cave. I shrug slightly as I finish my sentence. But, that doesn't mean that what you saw, and don't remember was, different from what the rest of us saw. I hear another voice speak up from the back of the car. You in on this too now, Psycho? I can't. I stop for a second. Deny that then continue. Pervert, Saya responds in a low tone as she folds her arms and turns to look at the road ahead. Hey, I said I can't deny it, I didn't say I accept or like it, I respond as I narrow my eyes. And after a few seconds of silence. So the idea of you seeing us like that displeases you? Psycho asks, and both she and Saya turn silent. While I could not see Psycho as she was on the back seats and we had no rear view mirror, Saya was now constantly glancing at me, her arms still folded and her head slightly lowered. God, damn it, Psycho. Way to use my words against me. You know what, fine, let's play ball. No, it doesn't, I answer flatly. Pages. Pervert, Saya ended up tripping in her own word multiple times before turning to look at the window next to her, hugging herself even tighter as she looked away from me. Psycho didn't respond. What? Didn't like my answer after all? I ask as I let go of the gas and turn my head slightly to the right, trying to look behind me. Psycho closes her eyes and smiles as she puts her hand behind her neck, then runs her hand under her long hair. I am sure that, you already know the answer to that, Nair. Psycho responds as she opens her eyes, the smile still on her face. Anyway. T, the street, focus on TT the street idiot. B bridge. Look for the stupid damn B bridge. Saya shouts after a few seconds as she starts pointing her index finger all over the place, her face even redder than before. Holy shit, Saya is actually freaking out here. Right, I respond as I look back ahead and press on the gas again. And, she is not wrong. I do know the answer, ever since the clinic. Or at least, I hope I do. Chapter 39, It's a Supermarket. About 15 minutes had passed since we successfully found the bridge that Saya mentioned. From there, we took a turn to the left and kept going straight. Or well, we tried to go straight, but the road ended up being blocked. So we instead took a right turn before turning left again 2 intersections later. Based on Saya's information, the supermarket is next to the stream. It's 3 floors in height, yet the structure itself is not supposed to be very big, about 2 medium to small-sized houses in width and 3 to 3.5 in length, or, from the way she explained it, I'd say about 20 to 30 meters in width and 50 to 60 in length. Not too big, but not small either. Turn left here, it should be around here. Saya cuts off my thought as she points towards the left, her eyes staying focused on the map. I just hope that place ain't a corpse hangout, I respond as I slow down the car and take the turn she just mentioned. Hey, you asked me for a supermarket, so I'm telling you where to find one. It's not my fault if it's overrun, Saya responds as she turns to me with a slight frown. Of course it's not, or are you the one responsible for this outbreak? I ask as I glance at her and raise an eyebrow. I'm not even going to answer a question that's that stupid, keep your eyes on the road. She answers as she groans slightly before turning to look back at the map. I just laugh through my nose and turn to look back at the street. And as I kept going forward, I noticed a different building in the distance, one that was visibly bigger than the ones around it. It also seemed to have some open space next to it. The building also has a blue roof if I remember correctly, Saya adds up as she keeps looking at the map. In that case, I think we found it, I respond as I keep looking at the building in the distance. Saya lifts her head to my response, then leans toward me as she keeps looking through the front windshield. She narrowed her eyes and kept staring at the building as it slowly grew in size the closer we got to it, until... Yeah, that's the one, she responds with a slight nod before leaning back on her seat. Okay. Let's see how bad things are over there. I shut down the engine and let the car roll to a stop. While that was happening, I turned to Psycho. Did you find any binoculars while looking at the stuff back there? I ask. Psycho shakes her head. No, the only set we had. I think Koda had it on him, she responds. And the MP5 and Scar H don't have the level of zoom we need, they lack any type of magnification attachment. I put my hand on the back of my neck as I turned to look at the street ahead. By now, we were close enough to have a clear view of the building and its parking field. We can just check it on foot, can't we? I don't see any corpses roaming outside, only a couple that are laying on the ground, Psycho responds as she leans between the 2 front seats. That is why I don't want to check it on foot, I answer as I shake my head. Causing Psycho to turn her head towards me with a questioning look. The lack of corpses means it might have survivors inside. Saya adds up as she folds her arms. Exactly. And if it has survivors that are able to keep the nearby location clear of corpses, it might also mean that they are armed. Of course, the ones on the ground might also be leftovers from the unlucky humans that were here when the outbreak first started. Or, they might be alive corpses, waiting for somebody to pass, but I don't want to risk going there on foot. If that place has survivors, who knows if they're friendly or not. I fold my arms as I keep speaking. And I suppose using the car is a no-go as well? As you didn't even mention it. Saya asks a few seconds later. Look around us, driving there, even if I shut the engine before we get too close, will make everything crawl up to the field around the store. Plus, if it has survivors that are hostile, they will see us before we see them. Point is null, we still get jumped on, I respond as I shake my head. Well, we'll have to take a risk then, there are no other shops that are this big around here. Saya closes her eyes and pushes her glasses with her index finger before turning to look at me. I can go check it. Psycho speaks up. Out of the question, I'm not letting you go there by yourself. We'll just do it with the safest method available, I respond as I glance at Psycho. Then knock on the front windshield. We will drive up the front door with the Humvee. While this thing is not an up-armored version, the glass it has is thick, so I suspect it's at least partially protected. Stores like that one have glass front doors. We can check it to see if it's barricaded, along with seeing how the insides look. That obviously means that we'll be putting ourselves on a timer though, as we'll go with the engine running, in case we need to bail. I add up, So, we just drive up there after all? Saya asks right after as she tilts her head and raises an eyebrow. Yes, but we need to make up the plans on how we will act right now. As I finished speaking, we heard a single thud from the backside of the Humvee. They reached the car. Psycho asks as she turns to look behind her. Doesn't matter, we are going to move forward, not in reverse. And they ain't getting through the trunk, except if they can somehow claw through steel. I answer. I see, sorry for interrupting you, Psycho responds as she turns to me and nods. You know, I've noticed that Psycho is usually very polite. Is it because of her upbringing? Or because of her years-old act? Neither. Psycho, probably due to my silence, speaks up again. It's all right. So, as I was saying, we need to make up the plan on how we will act right now. That being, if it's inhabited, if it's overrun, or if it's completely abandoned, I respond as I nod. Well, obviously if it's inhabited we should hightail it as fast as we can. Even if they aren't hostile, the people there will see the car and what it has inside. While I don't want to attack them if they won't pick a fight, I'm not about to start handing off our supplies to every single random Joe. Saya speaks up as she folds her arms under her chest. Agreed on that. I nod. True, I find such a decision to be the best for us as well. Psycho adds up. If it's abandoned, or overrun, we can block the front door with the car and all of us go inside. That way once we return, we can instantly go to the car without having to deal with the probably infested road by then. So we won't have to worry about the ones outside like that. Only the ones inside, if it's overrun that is. Saya starts speaking again as she lowers her head slightly and closes her eyes. Good call, except for one thing, I responded, causing Saya to open her eyes and look at me. We can't leave the car unattended while it'll be in full view. And, if the insides have corpses, then the one on the car can snipe them off while staying inside the hatch. For one, corpses can't climb up the Humvee so they will be safe to shoot, and second, we don't know in what position we'll be when returning. We might end up having to shoot corpses with the Humvee being behind them. And I don't want to find out whether this Humvee can withstand bullets by shooting at it. I tap on the car's steering wheel as I continue speaking. Oh, you have a point. So who? I don't know how to use a gun, there will be no point if I stay in the car. Psycho cuts Saya off as she turns to me, much to Saya's frowning dismay. You have a point. I say as I glance at her, then turn to stare at Saya. She looks at me, then at Psycho, then back at me. Yeah, fine, okay, so me and Psycho will. You are staying in the car. It was I that cut Saya off this time, much to her even bigger frowning dismay. No, I'm not, I can't drive and you are a better shot than me. She responds with a frown. You won't have to drive, worst case you will have to shoot, but without the danger of them reaching you, it's actually the reason why you should shoot instead of me. Also there are two more things I want you to do, and one of them, only you can really do, I respond. Saya stayed quiet as she stared at me, the frown, or more like, the pout still being obvious on her face. Also, you're not exactly frontline fighter material. First, I need you to mark any locations you remember on the map, gas stations, other stores that might have things we could use, stuff like that. I point at the map on her lap as I speak. And what makes you think I remember this area so well, idiot? Saya responds as she narrows her eyes. You knew about the supermarket, but yet, I understand. In that case, if you can't remember anything it's fine, just do the second thing then. Set up our night lookout location, and shifts. I nod slightly as I keep speaking, only to see both Psycho and Saya staring at me with a blank stare. What? Just because we go to sleep does not mean everybody else does so too. We're only 3 people now, getting sneak attacked while we're asleep is much more dangerous than from when we were almost 10. I respond as I fold my arms. Makes sense. Psycho nods as she answers, Saya, just keeps staring at me with a frown. I'm going to give you a double night shift. She mumbles as she turns to look at the map. Hey, moody much? With that thought, I turn to look at the supermarket. Let's see. I turn the car engine on and press on the gas. The main door of the store is right now to our right, so if we keep going straight, we will end up seeing it from the right doors. Stay on the right seats and check it. I will stop only for a couple of seconds unless I have confirmation that it has corpses inside or that it's abandoned. Psycho nods as she listens to me and disappears on the back seats. Saya does not answer, but she turns to look at the supermarket nonetheless. The moment we passed the parking field, I steered to the right, climbing over a small patch of greenery and going into the supermarket's parking field. After that I kept going straight, until the door was just a few meters away, where I steered sharply to the right and started to slow down. Until the closed glass door was next to us. If people are in there, the way I'm driving might make them think we're aggressive, not that I see a problem with that. You have 5 seconds, I say as I stop the car. The girls didn't reply, they just stayed glued to their respective windows. 4. I see something moving inside, but it's too dark to make out. Psycho speaks up. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. I turn the steering wheel to the left, press the gas and wait. It's a corpse. It's a corpse. There are zombies inside. Saya shouts, causing me to press on the brake and switch to R. I turned the wheel to the left, and drove reverse. Once the car was looking at the glass supermarket doors, switched to D and moved forward, until the hood touched the glass door. This is the first time you called them something else other than them, I respond as I close the engine and glance at Saya. I had to make sure you understood and didn't drive off like an idiot. Saya folds her arms as she turns to me with a slight grin. We should move, timer or not, we should not dawdle. Psycho speaks up as she reaches for the hatch. Hey, of course you would want to hurry up now. Saya pouts as she whines in a low tone and turns to look at the window to her right. Her mood making a full turn compared to seconds ago. Saya, keep an eye around. I will take one of the radios, if we lose contact because of the range. 3 clicks mean get back pronto. I ignore Saya's remark as I move towards the back. Psycho had already moved to the car's roof. I know, get moving. Saya responds with a slight groan. And try not to ruin my night shift too much. I add up as I grab one of the walkie-talkies that were on her old seat. I will keep you up all night, stupid, she answers with a slight huff as she leans between the 2 front seats, the grin coming back on her face. You will keep me up all night, Saya. I respond with a slight smirk as I reach for the hatch and turn to look at her. Gee, get lost, you pervert. She shouts as her eyes widen for a second before she starts glaring at me, her face taking a shade of red. After I got on the roof, I turned to look at Psycho, who just tilted her head at me and smiled. Let's go. She asks as she hands me the Scar H, a flashlight, and my bag. I just nodded before taking the items and walking onto the car's hood. The door is closed shut. I give the door a slight push as I speak. Fuck it. Before Psycho could respond, much less get on the hood, I lift the Scar H, and with a strong hit from the gun's stock, the glass shattered into pieces. We're already being loud as hell, no point being sneaky about it now. I crouch slightly and enter the building, Psycho following behind me. Once we entered the supermarket, I looked around. Now that we were inside, I had a much better view of the dimly lit place, as I didn't have the sun glare on my face, letting my eyes adapt to the darker environment. Our entry point was right behind the register counters. There were 6 of them, lined up horizontally. Behind them I could see 5 aisles, all extending forward towards the wall opposite of our location. 3 between rows of double racks and 2 in the corners. The side ones had a double rack on one side and an in-wall refrigerated rack/open fridge on the other, or well, what used to be refrigerated. Most of the remaining items I could see on the racks, or the ground around them, were foodstuffs. And judging from the smell, not the edible type ones. Now, on the right wall, just over the rightmost cashier counter, I could also see an elevator, about 10 meters away from us. Deeper down, near the end of that same wall, was another elevator door, and right where that wall ended and the far end wall started, I could see a heavy-looking metal door, one that looked a lot like the one that led to the stairs in the mall. But, you know what they say, nothing's ever easy. Between us and that door, about 10/15 corpses that I could see between the rightmost aisle and the one next to it, no idea if there were any more hiding behind the aisles, or behind the door itself. And as we were not exactly silent, all of them were heading our way. Maybe loud and stupid was not such a good idea. I groan as I look at the corpses. Should we fall back? Psycho asks as she turns to me. No, let's check the aisles to the left, maybe we can go past them, worst case, I shoot. Though that will get a horde on the Humvee's backside. I shake my head and go through the nearest counter, the beacon on the ready in case I get jumped on. After that we ran through to the left, checking each and every aisle, A and D. No good, while not all of the aisles are occupied, corpses have taken over the other side of the store completely, no getting through them. I respond after glancing around one more time. It's a shame the elevators don't work, we could have just skipped all this. But, I don't really mind. Psycho slowly draws her sword as a grin appears on her face. Wait, the elevators. Maybe we can use them. I motion Psycho with my hand and start running towards the elevator that was next to the rightmost counter. We can? How? There is no electricity. Psycho asks the obvious question as she puts her half-drawn blade back into its sheath. She also sounded a bit disappointed. Yes, but not in the way you think, I respond as I reach the door and check it. Hey you two. They're starting to get close. What are you doing? Saya shouts from over the Humvee's hatch. Ignoring the shouting Chundir, I stab the beacon between the 2 folding metal doors of the elevator, and then twist it, causing a small opening to appear. I then let go of the beacon and put both hands on one door and start pulling it. Psycho looks at me for a couple of seconds before running next to me, grabbing the other door. Leave that one, we can fit through just by opening this one halfway, just keep an eye on the elevator opening, in case it's occupied, I respond as I glance at her. She nods and backs away before leaning to look through the opening. It's too dark inside, but... She puts her hands on my door, and starts pushing it while occasionally glancing at the opening. I see a lot of blood inside, but nothing that looks like a body, standing or otherwise. Psycho keeps looking through the gap as she speaks. The moment the door opened enough for us to pass, I let it go, grab the broken and go inside the blood-soaked elevator, then look up. Come on, elevators always have a hatch for the maintenance crew. After a quick scan, I noticed one square board in the ceiling's corner that seemed to have an outline, compared to the rest which was all one unified plate. I walk up under it, and give it a strong stab with the buchan, causing it to detach from the elevator and reveal an opening. Gotcha. We'll have to climb up a metallic rope. If you think you want to stay back, now it's the time, I respond as I turn to Psycho, who was also inside the elevator. I'm coming with you, she answers plainly. I nod and crouch down slightly, then get in position to leg her up. I know you can probably just jump up there like a ninja, but I gotta do something to not feel like I'm totally useless around here. I chuckle slightly as I look at her. Well, I actually really prefer it when I can have your help. She answers with a slight smile as she puts her boot on my hands. I see. With that, I get up and raise my hands, lifting her up. She goes over the opening, and seconds later, I feel my hands lighten as she lifts herself up and completely disappears into the dark hole, only to appear with her hand extending towards me. I would like to believe that you also feel the same, she asks as I take her hand. Obviously, I answered as I held myself back from chuckling for a second time, not wanting my answer to seem like a joke. Taking Psycho's hand, I also climbed up the hole in the elevator. Holy shit, it's pitch black here. I look around the claustrophobic vertical hallway as I speak, then put the buchan back in its sheath. Normally you see these places being a very open space with the elevators hanging in the air by a bunch of cables. Well, not this one. This was pretty much a tight fit. Just then, Psycho opens her flashlight while pointing it upwards. Okay, now we climb this rope and... None of the other doors are open either. I stop in the middle of my sentence as I also look up. At least this means we won't have them falling on our heads, Psycho responds. Hey, are you two alright? They have gathered in front of the elevator you just entered. I hear the radio go live just as Psycho finishes speaking. Yeah, we're fine, we won't be exiting the elevator, we're going up, I answer. Okay. This place usually has its seasonal items on the third floor anyway. Saya answers back. Got it, thanks, I responded before shoving the radio back into my pocket. Third floor, no pressure. Just a closed door that I have no idea how will open and a drop that will probably be fatal if we slip and fall while we try. I say as I open my flashlight and look back up. You take me to the most exciting places, Psycho responds with a slight giggle in a joking manner. Yeah, roller coasters with no safety measures, I answer as I grab the metallic rope and give it a strong tug, and then with a jump, grab onto it. Sounds scary, maybe I would need you to hold my hand, she replies as she keeps smiling. With how much fun you seem to be having right now. I find that hard to believe, I respond as I glance behind me, seeing her right under me on the rope. That's because, if I can be honest, I missed the moments when it was just the two of us. I'm excited, she replies with a smile on her face. Are you trying to make me feel guilty now? Because, you know. I let out a silent sigh as I speak. Psycho stays quiet for a few seconds. I trust you. That you will keep your promise to me. But, I'm still a woman. I do get jealous. She answers in a slightly more serious tone. She's putting it lightly. I mean, think of it the other way around. What if it was Psycho that had both me and Takashi? Yeah, not so fun now, is it? I stop climbing and turn my head to her. Thanks for putting up with me, I say as I keep looking at her. She just tilts her head and keeps smiling as she closes her eyes. Just remember. A jealous person can just snap, if not catered for. As she talked, I think I saw her smile turn into a small grin the moment she opened her eyes. Noted, I respond with a deadpan voice before continuing to climb the metallic rope. Okay, I just felt a shiver run up my spine with the way she said that. After that we reached the third elevator door in relative silence. Once it was next to me in height, I stopped climbing and turned to look at it. It has some beam frames protruding from the wall. I could stand there. Thing is, how do I go to them? Jumping is out of the question. High chance I will just end up bouncing off the wall. The beam is too narrow. Got any ideas on how to go on the support beams? I ask as I point around me in a circle. I got one, Psycho replies a few seconds later. No jumping, too risky, I answered. It does not include jumping, she chuckles as she replies. Okay, what do we do then? I ask after nodding and turning to look down towards her. Stand still, she says as she grabs onto my shoes, and pulls herself up. Until she was holding onto me with her head next to my shoulder. She then wraps her legs around my waist, right under the bulletproof vest. and leans backward while turning her upper body to look towards the door. I should have asked her what she was thinking of doing. Okay me, ignore everything you feel from the waist down, including what you feel on your back. One wrong step, and broken legs will be the best outcome. Got it. Just as she says that, she lets go of me, and ends up hanging right under the door. She then climbs up, ending with her back to me. Ekem, okay. We need to open the door now. Just, be careful, you have no place to hold on over there. I turn my sight to the closed elevator door as I clear my throat. Psycho nodded, and as her flashlight was now on her hip, under the belt that held the katana, she placed both her hands on the spot where the two doors touched, then tried to pry it open. With little success, her hands kept slipping. She shakes her head and takes off her gloves before trying again with no success. Wait, got an idea, wear your gloves. I say as I shove the flashlight in the side pocket of my pants and pull the bookend from the bag's side straps, then extend it to her. I don't think I will be able to jam it between the doors while being in the position I'm in, she replies as she takes the wooden blade. You won't, just place it between the doors for a sec, I think I can kick it from this distance. I respond as I slightly shake my head. Psycho nods and does as I asked. Okay, let's see. I turn towards the door and let go one hand from the metal rope to balance myself, then wrap the rope around my right leg, lift my left leg, and stomp the blade's hilt. With a relatively loud thud, the wooden blade digs between the two doors. I guess the tension of the rope must have been pretty high, as I didn't even wobble during all this. It's through, let me do the rest. Psycho puts one of her hands in the slit between the doors and starts pulling the door. Taking the bookend out the moment the door started to move. Wait, don't open it anymore, I respond as I take the flashlight out and aim it at the small opening. Can't see any corpses, but the opening is too small to see effectively. Okay, keep going, I will tell you if you need to stop, and throw the bookend through the opening so you can use both hands. I glance at Psycho as I speak, she nods and starts pulling again after passing the bookend through the gap. And slowly, I started to see the insides of the third floor, or well the rack that was facing the door, but more importantly, no corpses. Okay, looks clear from here. We can fit through that gap, but can't see the corners, be careful I say as I keep aiming the flashlight at the opening. Psycho nods and crouches down, then peeks through the gap. 3 of them on the left end of the wall, they are coming towards us. Wait here, she gets up and slides through the gap, then turns to the left. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna hang out here. I respond to nobody in particular. I think I just heard a ta-dum tss, god my jokes are crap. And seconds later, I hear a relatively loud thud, followed by another, and another. Psycho then appears before the gap, sheathing her sword. She lays down on the floor, the upper part of her body going over the door's gap, and extends her arm to me. I let myself slide down a little to come to the same height as her hand, and grab it. Then let go of the rope completely. And end up sort of slamming the wall under the door. Are you alright? I hear Psycho ask. Yeah, I'm fine, me and landings just don't get along very well, I can take it from here, I respond as I grab the support beam with my other hand and release my grip on Psycho's arm. She nods and lets go of me, then slides back after lifting herself up, because you know. Her chest kinda didn't fit in, for her to just slide backward. After I hoisted myself up and went through the elevator's open door, I picked the bookend off the ground and looked to my left, at 3 decapitated corpses. Then looked behind me, at the empty aisle. The place looked identical to the first floor, except that instead of the registers, it had 1 extra row of 2-sided racks in their place, and the refrigerated shelves were replaced by hanging hooks. Also, everything on this aisle was summertime. A buttload of lotions and sunscreens along with bottles I could not really make out the use of on one side. Along with swimsuits, sandals, and various types of hats on the hangers on the opposite wall. But most importantly, this place is completely untouched, compared to the first floor that was wrecked and empty, at least I whisper as I look around. Maybe only the locals came here after the outbreak? So they went to the first floor that seemed to have food and perishables. Psycho responds with a question. Yeah, or the second floor is a bloody mess, I answer as I look towards the closed metal door on the far right that leads downstairs. Could be, if there are more corpses on the floor below it would make sense why this one looks untouched, as I think we are also the first ones to come up here by using the elevator, as the door was closed. Psycho responds as she looks around. It also seems to be a bit darker here, I add up as I turn to look at the windowed walls to our left. I am pretty sure that the third floor windows, when I saw them from outside, looked like mirrors. Maybe they are covered with a one-way film. Psycho again answers with a question. Possibly, would explain why this floor is darker too, I nod before looking at the bookend. There are some scratches on the blade, still, not too shabby considering what I just did with it. In any case, don't spread out, let's check every aisle and door in this floor first, staircase excluded, if it has corpses, I don't want them coming in here until we're done. I tap my free hand lightly with the bouquin as I turn to look at Psycho. She responds with a silent nod. With that, we moved from our aisle and went left, to the row that had replaced the cashier counters. After checking both sides of that row, we then entered its right side and checked each aisle to our right as we moved forward. As empty as it gets, the only corpses on the floor were the ones Psycho killed. Why were they all in one spot? I stop in my tracks and motion Psycho to turn around as I start walking back the way we came. She tilts her head questionably before turning following me. After reaching the end of the aisle we were in, I turned to look to my right, at the corner of the building where the corpses met Psycho, and their end, for a second time. And, there was a door there. Psycho, where are these three in front of that door? I ask as I point at the metal door. I think so. I didn't really check as they were already moving by the time I saw them, she responds as she folds her arms. I nod and move to the door. There are bloody handprints on it, rather cliché, but it means they tried to get inside. And failed. I then try to open the door, only for it to get stuck after opening a couple centimeters. It's barricaded from the inside. I back off from the door and turn to Psycho. Let's leave it for now. Shopping first. I point back at the rest of the room. Alright, so what should we look for? Psycho nods as she asks. The hard plastic swimming pool, anything we can use as curtains for it, like waterproof sheets, normal towels, electric devices that might still work. I got batteries in my bag to check them. I stop for a minute as I fold my arms. We can also check if this place has any mini generators or binoculars, though I doubt it. I nod slightly before looking back at Psycho. Alright, should we split up? She asks right after. Yeah, but in the same aisle, stay within sight, I respond. Psycho nods once again. With that, we moved back into the previous aisle we were in, the one that led to the other aisles from its right side. This aisle is mostly flip-flops, hats, and plastic shoulder bags, nothing we need. We then moved to the first aisle in the line, the one by the wall. Like I saw when I first entered this floor, the left racks here seem to be full of bottles and the hangers on the right have swimsuits, hats, and sandals. I moved closer to the rack with the bottles while Psycho casually strolled towards the swimsuits. Sunscreens, lipsticks, hand creams, bug repellents. This place has a rather big variety for its hand creams. I narrow my eyes and look at the lined up plastic tubes as I fold my arms, until my eyes stopped in front of a strawberry hand cream tube. Right, I promised Saya I would get her a new one in the cop station, didn't I? My selective memory sometimes amazes me. I smile slightly as I pocket a couple of them, some with different flavors, because why not, they're free after all. Turning around, I see Psycho with a female swimsuit in her hands. You're going to get a swimsuit? I ask. Psycho shakes her head slightly then puts it back on the hanger. No, I already have one, the one from the island, she replies as she turns to me. Swimsuit, she would look less provoking if she walked around naked rather than in that, to be honest. Now that I think of it, you don't have one, right? You never wore one during our time on the island, she asks after a few seconds. No, I didn't. And I'm damn glad about it. I respond as I fold my arms. Psycho just puts her hand over her mouth as she lets go of a giggle. Maybe you can get one now. She turns to look at the swimsuits as she speaks. Why not? I shrug slightly as I walk up to the wall and grab a pair of blackboard shorts, then take off my bag and shove them in, only to realize that my bag actually had a lot of free space inside, more than it should. Hey? Did my bag increase in size? It feels like there's way more space here than there should be. I tilt my head as I raise an eyebrow. Oh, I took off some things that we would probably not need, to make space for the things we might get from here. I took off the extra clothes, for example. I'm sorry I didn't ask for your permission, I thought. Don't, it was a good decision. Come on, let's go on. I cut her off as I close the bag and turn around. Nair. Psycho speaks up the moment I turn my back to her, causing me to turn my head back. You won't make sure it fits you? She asks as she keeps looking at me. These things have laces rather than elastic waistbands, it should be fine as long as it's not comically larger or smaller, I respond as I shrug. Oh, I see. Psycho blinks a couple of times before she starts walking towards me. With that, we went to the second aisle, this one. This one had a variety of inflatables on one side and toys on the other. Stuff like plastic buckets, shovels, small ships. You think the hard plastic pools are here? Psycho peeks over my shoulder as she speaks. No idea, but we can use the normal ones too, I respond as I walk up to the inflatables. Psycho tilts her head and follows me. Put one under a sleeping bag and you got yourself a bed that doesn't suck. I add up as I crouch down and check a couple of boxes with bed-sized inflatables. Nice thinking. But, won't they be too noisy? These things usually squeak way too much. Psycho lowers herself to my height by also crouching down, until her knees are touching her chest, she then wraps her arms around her legs. Depends how you set them up, cover the bottom with towels to avoid punctures and soften the ground, then cover the top with a sheet or more towels to avoid skin contact with the plastic, and it should be relatively quiet. The material and how inflated it is also matters. I respond as I take a box out of the shelf and turn it around. Have you used them like that before? You seem knowledgeable on the subject, she asks as she keeps looking at me. Yes, a couple of times, I responded. She hums silently as she also takes a box and adjusts her posture by sitting Caesar style, so she can place it on her legs. I casually turn my head towards Psycho and look at the box she picked. That one is, for 2 people. You will need a pump for this thing, you don't want to fill it up by blowing it, I respond as I put my finger on the box she was holding. You don't mind that it's meant for 2 people? She asks with a slight smile. It's better than trying to share a couch. I respond. Psycho stares at me for a few seconds, then her eyes slightly open as she starts blushing, as if she just remembered that she actually slept on me when we were in the rich folks' house. You really don't like giving straightforward answers, don't you? She answers back as she tilts her head slightly, the blush still on her face. Not going to deny that, I responded as I folded my arms. And that couch was the best sleep I got in years. Psycho then speaks up as she glances away from me. So that's why you drooled on me? I ask as I raise my hand. Psycho darts her head back to me and starts to actually blush now. It was an accident. I don't normally do that, really. It was just, I was tired and I fell asleep in a weird pose. I'm surprised myself that it actually happened. Psycho was now hugging the cardboard box she had on her legs. Something that I think she did seem to realize, as she was way too focused on explaining herself to me. God, I'm getting cuteness overload here. Well, guess we'll find out if that's true tonight, I responded as I pointed at the box she was now hugging. Psycho blinks a couple of times before she lowers her head to look at the box. Thank you. She didn't move her head as she whispered. Wait. I get to sleep with the girl that was ranked as the sexiest student in the academy, and I'm the one getting thanked? The world is damn friggin' weird, I tell ya, I respond as I frown slightly. Psycho just raised her head and looked at me with a weird expression. I was ranked. What? She asks as she keeps staring at me. The sexiest student in the academy? You didn't know? I ask back. And no, I didn't pay too much attention to school gossip. She responds with a slightly surprised expression. While she did distance herself from others, this is almost comical. Well, now you do, though most of your fans are walking corpses by now. Then again, I should be glad about that. If they knew I kissed you, they would try to gut me alive. Well, they'll still try to do that, but not for the same reason, I answer with a slight shrug. Not if I got them first, she replies as her expression returns to normal. Well, if you call smiling with a blushing face normal for Psycho. God, why must this happen in the middle of an infested supermarket while we have the car attracting a shitstorm downstairs? I see the friggin' death flag raising if this goes on. So, I don't mean to be the mood killer here, but we are short on time. How about we continue this chat in a place where we are not on a horde timer? I ask as I place my hand on her shoulder and stroke it slightly. I understand, and I'll look forward to it, she closes her eyes and nods. Talk about going commander cock block on myself. So, we're going to need a single bed as well. For 2 reasons, I say as I get up and look around for a more expensive inflatable. 2 reasons? Psycho asks as she opens the package and puts the folded inflatable in her bag. Yeah, one is, there are 3 of us. It's called a 2-people size for a reason. And second, the third one of the us won't let me hear the end of it if we bring only the double-sized one, I respond as I turn to Psycho and fold my arms. She puts her hand over her mouth as she starts giggling. I guess you're right, she answers before turning to look at the other inflatables. So, you said we also need a pump? She asks as she gets up while still looking at the boxes in display. Yeah, I didn't see any pumps being sold separately yet, so look for expensive inflatables, they might have one inside. We also still need the tub, I answer. How about we check the rest of the floor first? Psycho asks as she turns to me. That could work too. I answer as I grab the most expensive single bed inflatable, open it, and shove it in my bag. With that, we move to the third aisle. This one seemed to have furniture, for the lack of a better term, foldable chairs, tents, plastic tables, and electrical appliances. A foldable chair could be useful if we stay in a place with no chairs. But in any case, let's check the electric stuff first, I say as I open my bag and grab a couple of batteries. Psycho nods, takes some of them and moves ahead of me, towards the end of the aisle. I started by looking at the ones next to me. God, the shelves here look like a circus. Fans, juice makers, ice makers, cameras, portable air conditioners, blenders, no, I think that's an ice cream maker, but, all of these things have cable cord, I stop browsing along the stuff and grab a small box with a palm-sized fan, take it out and then flip it around. This definitely takes batteries. I open the bottom cover and place a battery in the hole, then close the cover and turn the thing on. Nada. I take the battery back, throw the burnt fan behind me and pick another one. Nope, let's try a different brand. I then pick a fan from a different stack and put the battery inside it. A silent whirring sound starts the moment I close the cover and press on the switch. Ah, it's alive. I then pick a couple more fans of the same brand and test them out. 3 out of the 5 turned out to be alive the moment they had a battery inside. Don't know when we'll need them, but well, they are small so whatever. I open my bag and throw the small fans inside. Then take a few steps to my left and stop over what seem to be solar power banks. Wonder if these things still work or not. I take one out of the box and look at it. Nope, can't tell like this. And I doubt they are normally charged to check on another appliance. Nonetheless, I put a couple in my bag and kept looking. Found anything? I hear a voice next to me as I keep looking at all the stuff we can't use without a generator. Battery-powered fans and some solar power banks that I have no idea whether they work or not, I respond. Psycho just tilts her head questionably. What about charging them? The sun is still out, she asks. Yeah, that could work, but one of us will have to stay by the window, I respond. Okay, I can go by the windows and hold the power banks out while you check the rest of the aisle. Psycho looks at the windows as she speaks. We have been making enough noise till now for any hiding corpses to jump out. Still, keep your eyes inside the building, I nod as I turn to her. Of course, can I have the power banks? She asks right after. Give me a sec, they're in my bag. If they don't work, there are more over there. I point behind me and to my right as I take off my bag, open it and hand her the power banks. Alright, how do I know that they work? She asks as she takes the palm-sized gadgets and starts staring at them. They should have an on button somewhere, and a sign of how fully charged they are. I don't see a HUD on them, so I guess they should have light indicators that they have power. I respond. Psycho nods as she keeps looking at the power banks before lifting her head towards me. Okay, I'll head to the next aisle. Before you go, check if you can find a chair or two that can fit in your bag. I throw my bag over my shoulder and turn around. Psycho nods and also turns around. Now the next aisle had clothes. Summertime clothes, not swimsuits. I only briefly checked that aisle. As well, summer clothes would have even worse protection than our clothes. And both Saya and Psycho don't lack in terms of summertime clothing collection. Now that I think of it, I need to get some actual bite-resistant, waterproof clothes. As long as they can keep saliva out of wounds, a bite should but be just that, a bite. Painful, but not deadly. Where is Amazon when you need it? That place would definitely have bite-resistant stuff. I know Japan has a couple of their warehouses, but hell if they are not lottied. I still have the trench coat, but I have not checked how much of a stab resistance it has. And so, I went to the last aisle. This one, to my surprise, was mostly bathroom stuff. Shampoos, a billion female accessories, toothbrushes and some actual bathroom items, like handheld shower hoses and bathroom towels. I could use one of these waterproof shower curtains, and the towels. I think I saw some beach towels on the racks by the wall with the stairs, the ones on the other side of the room, but these are softer. And we do have some towels in the car. Or I think we do, since we left Saya's house. With that, I picked a couple of shower curtains that were not see-through, because come on. Have some class, and a couple of towels. And just as I was starting to move forward. Hey, what is taking you so long? And did you just open a window? I hear the radio go live. We are almost done, and yet we opened a window. We're checking some solar power banks, I respond as I bring the radio close to my face. Well, hurry up, they have surrounded the car. Saya responds. Yeah, we will be back soon. As I speak, my eyes stop in front of a couple of toothbrushes. Question, you need a toothbrush? I ask on the radio. What? I hear Saya ask back. Do you have a toothbrush? I ask again. Of course I have a toothbrush, you idiot. Saya groans at me. Alright, I'll focus on finishing here then. I respond as I let go of the talk button and shove the radio in my pocket, then grab a bunch of toothbrushes. Who knows when we will get another chance, better have some just in case. And toothpaste. Still, it makes me wonder. Does the whole tooth decay gig work like body smell here? In other words, it doesn't? I mean, in the anime I never saw any of them brush their teeth, and sure, the bath scene was pure fan service, but here it means that they, well, took a bath. Yet I never saw them brush a tooth, nor ever complain about bad breath to each other, and you know, some of them tended to spend a lot of time next to each other's mouths. While I have been brushing my teeth whenever I had the chance to do so, it's only because I have been doing it so long that I'm used to it. Yet, I have also noticed that everybody here has perfect teeth, corpses included, because they tend to show them a lot when they try to bite chunks out of you. Hey, between overpowered E.M.P.S, broken shotgun physics, non-existent body smell, the ability to bash skulls in with a plain bat. Guess I can add this in the weird stuff list, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, literally. But old habits die hard, better safe than sorry. After also raiding the toothpaste sector of the rack, I closed the bag and turned to head towards Psycho, whom I found leaning on an open window pane. Any luck, I ask as I walk to her. I think so, she responds as she backs away from the window and walks up to me. This one lights up, the other two do not seem to react. She shows me one of the 3 power banks in her hand as she speaks. Alright. Let's take a bunch of power banks for us to check in the car. Don't know what we can use them for, as they are normally used for charging cell phones or other very small appliances, but we'll see. There are other things I'd like to check, but we have no time left. So we look for the pump and tub, then bail, I respond. Psycho nods at me and turns to walk towards the aisle with the power banks, me following behind her. I'm not even going to ask her about the toothbrush thing. I had enough close-ups with her to know that she either has one, or people here indeed don't need to brush. I then take the radio out. We'll be going down soon, is the elevator still blocked? I ask. Yes, but I can shoot them. If the gun gets stuck again, I can deal with it. Saya responds. Alright, I'll give you the go when it's time. I respond before closing the radio, then grab a couple of solar power banks, shoving them in the bag. Okay, pump and tub left. I fold my arms as I look further down the aisle. Check for the pump, I will see for the pool. If there isn't anything like that around, I will take one of the boaty floats I saw, they can act as a mini tub. I turn to look at Psycho as I speak. She nods and walks past me. Okay, let's see. I keep browsing the inflatables, until my sight stops to a box that writes small above ground swimming pool. Oh, lucky break is me. I take the box and look at it. 1 meter high? This would do perfectly, not too big, but not knee deep either, and the box is rather small, it can probably fit in the bag. I keep looking at the image in the front cover, and see that it also had a pump inside. And we are done. I open the box and take out the folded tub, then also take the small pump and shove them both in the bag. Psycho, I found both, we're leaving, I speak up as I look at her. She turns to me as she leaves a box back in the rack and nods. With that, we moved back towards the elevator door. Once there, I pulled out the radio. Open fire, we're coming down, then put the radio back in my pocket, slide through the door gap, and jump. Grabbing the metal wire with both hands before wrapping my legs around it, letting myself slide down. Once I reached the bottom, I moved away and looked through the hole on the elevator. No corpses in the elevator itself. And just then, I heard a gunshot, followed shortly after by more shots, all fired in slow succession. Now we wait until Saya gives us the all clear. I fold my arms as I speak, glancing at Psycho, who was next to the metal rope. You think she will be able to shoot them all? There were quite a lot of them on the first floor, she asks as she walks up next to me. She has a car full of ammo and knows the basics, even if she misses half her shots, that's 20 or so bullets. The MP5 holds 15. Worst case, she gets jam comboed and will have to reload the clip or use the handgun. In other words, we'll just have to wait longer up here. Also, corpses can't get on the Humvee, so the only problem is leaving. And with the Humvee's ability to go 4-wheel rough terrain mode, it will manage just fine, I respond as I fold my arms. I guess you are right. Psycho nods slightly as she glances at the elevator hatch. And just then, the gunshots stopped. Hey, I cleared them all and the radio comes alive. Is it clear down there? From what I can see, I hear Psycho speak as she leans next to me, looking towards the hatch. Yeah, let's go. Next time, I'll try not to take you to a claustrophobic dark vertical hallway for an outing. I nod and jump down, Psycho following behind me. It's a promise then. Psycho raises an eyebrow before she smiles and leans towards me. Me and my big mouth. For now, let's get out of here. I ready the Scar H for good measure, and slide out of the door. Several corpses were on the floor to our left, the same way we needed to go to reach the Humvee. Well, Saya, I trust that you shot them all dead. If one bites me, shoot me in the head. I shout as I start walking towards the corpses. What? Stop. Go around them, you friggin' idiot. Heey. And Saya ends up mixing her words as she shouts. She just said what, didn't she? I chuckle slightly as I take a path where corpse bodies were not blocking the way until I reached the car, then turn around to see Psycho behind me. With that, I jumped on the hood and back to the hatch, while Saya crawled back inside. After that, I left my bag and went to the driver's seat. As Psycho got in, I looked in the side mirror. You weren't kidding, they have indeed swarmed the car. I say as I switched the car to R. Told you so, Saya responds as she folds her arms. But you know what they say. Stand in front of tanks? The tanks are gonna win. I press on the gas as I grip the steering wheel with one hand. The car, with a roar, knocks over the corpses that have gathered behind it and climbs over them. Once we were clear of them, I turned the car around and switched to D. I wonder what the second floor had. I glance at the supermarket as I press on the gas. I don't know. I know what it doesn't have. Windows, Saya responds plainly. Suddenly, I'm glad I didn't check it. In any case, Saya, I'ma need directions to the convenience store. I give the supermarket one last glance as I shake my head slightly. I also didn't check that sealed of room in the third floor, but whatever. And like so, I stepped on the gas, and drove away. Supermarket's third floor. A person was standing behind the blocked-off door, peeking through the small opening. Camera in his hand. Why didn't you key it? 11. Chapter 40, What did you really want? I don't when I don't know how. But someday, I will thank Rika for the car. Having no clocks, I didn't really know how much time had passed since we left the supermarket. What I did know was, that we reached our destination in one piece. Home sweet home. If home is a rundown store, that is. I shut down the car's engine as it entered the alleyway by the convenience store, the same alleyway we parked it in last time. Even the door we unscrewed and used as a makeshift barricade was still there. Well, with the shutters down, it should be relatively safe, Saya responds as she starts packing her stuff back in her bag. AKA the map and radios. At least I can't see any corpses around right now, Psycho adds as she keeps leaning between the two front seats. They probably got drawn away by the engine sound, when we left with the car last time. I answer as I steer the car close towards the store's wall to my right, then turn left, in order to create that cone shape with the opposite wall, so we can use the door to block the opening once again. Which means, we'll have them coming back now. Saya stops fiddling with her bag as she speaks. More corpses, less curious survivors, I answer plainly. Yeah, I know. Saya sighs slightly as she hugs her bag and turns to look at me. In any case, let's go. I open the door, take my bag and exit the car. Maybe I should have parked with the hood facing the road. Oh well. Saya, remember how we set up the door last time? I ask as I turn to the pink-haired girl after reaching the metal door that laid on the ground. Yeah, and seeing how you parked, I take it we'll do the same thing again. Saya asks as she exits the car and turns to look at said door. I nod, pick it up, and move to place it between the car and the wall. Saya first checked to see if the Humvee's backside completely blocked the right wall, then walked around the hood and came up to me, on the door's opposite side. Psycho just stared for a couple of seconds before walking up to me as well. With that, we shoved the store's door between the car and the wall, ending up with the store's door jamming on the driver's door. Alright, we're not aiming to stay here for too long, so it should do for now, I say as I back away and nod. Psycho glances at me before also taking a few steps back. Saya was actually on the other side of the barricade, so she just stared at me. Psycho, come on. I motion with my head as I move to climb up the car's trunk. I actually saw Saya smirking to herself as I and Psycho moved from the trunk to the hood of the car. Is she really feeling that triumphant because she didn't have to climb this time around? Cute. After grouping back up, we headed to the back alleyway of the store. Towards the back door that led to the small hallway that had the stairs which led to the upper floor to its left. Did we leave the door open? I ask as I stop and raise my arm. Can't remember. We left in a rush and I was barely awake, Saya responds as she peeks over my shoulder. Or she tried to, being that I'm a head taller than her. Wait here, I move forward and to the left, towards the opposite wall from which the store's door was it. If it has people inside, what do I do? Leave? Kick them out? Group up? Each decision sounds worse than the last one, especially if I'll have to trust that a bunch of random hobos won't try anything funny while we're asleep. Psycho and Saya were, after all, based on Morita. Among the hottest girls in our school, even by this world's standards, and, I totally agree with him. Upon reaching the open door I looked through it, at the hallway and small visible front room that had the cashier counter. Looks empty. While people will probably stop at gunpoint, corpses won't. And shooting might not be a very smart idea if we want to stay here for the night. Maybe I should get Saya's gun, though the intimidation factor of the scar age is way higher, and corpses won't react as long as I'm not stepping on rubber ducks. With that thought, I walked through the back door. After glancing at the stairs, I went to the main room. Empty. While there are signs of normal people being here, it could just be from our stay here. We didn't exactly clean up after us. I do a quick sweep of the surrounding area and rooms. Them being the storage room on the tinted thick glass wall to my left, the toilets that were next to the storage room, and the manager's office behind the register in the wall to my right, with the missing door. Everything's clear, toilets still stink. I move away from the main room and head towards the hallway. Once the stairs were to my right, I took my flashlight, opened it, and placed it under the gun's handguard. Need to find a no-hands flashlight, one that can hang from a pocket on the vest for example. Holding the gun like this is just downright retarded. I climb up the steps and then turn to the right, towards the dark room that me and the group slept in last time. I then stop by the door and do a quick scan before actually moving in. No creepy crawlies here. I stop looking through the gun scope and let out a small sigh. Okay, all's clear. I don't see any signs of people staying either. The place was unbarricaded and there aren't any bags or anything that looks like a bed or mattress around. With that, I pocket the flashlight and go down the stairs, then exit through the back door and motion at the two waiting girls to come. Is it safe? Saya asks as she silently walks next to me, then glances inside. Looked empty from what I saw, keep your eyes open nonetheless, I respond. I'll go lock the car and take a bag of food along with the gas stove. If you'll start setting the tub. Make sure it's elevated from the floor, will make it easier to empty it once we're done. I glance at the girls as I speak. You want to siphon it? You know we need a hose for that, right? Saya asks as she folds her arms. Found a hose in the storage room, the door in the wall that's made of tinted glass next to the toilets. Along with a mop, a broom, and a bucket. Cleaning supplies if I had to guess. Fine, but I'm not touching that hose, Saya responds. I'll deal with it. In any case, I'm heading to the car. Any food preferences from the stuff that we have in there? I ask as I start walking, then stop, turn around and look at the girls again. I saw a lot of uncooked rice and pasta in the boxes. Everything else was canned, so I didn't check it in detail. Looked mostly like meat and fish. Psycho responds as she tilts her head slightly. Mostly low acidic items in the cans then. Makes sense, they last longer, Saya adds up. I see, neither of you answered my question though, I respond as I fold my arms. Causing both girls to stare at me for a couple of seconds. Right, tuna. I want tuna, Saya responds with a mumble as she glances away. If I can be picky, anything with rice, Psycho responds. You call that being picky? Geez, Psycho. So tuna with rice, I'll check what we have, I nod and turn around. Wonder who'll cook. Psycho definitely can, as seen from Rika's house. I can, somewhat. Saya, I have no freaking idea, seeing as she has pink hair, and is princess-like. Maybe she also fails to cook sandwiches, like a certain princess from Turkalumi race. I let out a small chuckle as I kept walking towards the car. Upon reaching it, I checked that no corpses were on the other side of the barricade before climbing over the Humvee. And after jumping off to the other side, I open the trunk and look inside. The stove is in the duffel bag with the gas canisters. The food is in the hun-colored aka brown crates, water's in the blue ones. I glance at the red crates as I open the duffel bag. We need a shotgun, all that ammo is useless right now. And speaking of ammo, the first thing we'll probably run out is handgun ammo, aka 10mm, as we have 4 weapons that use it. Psycho's handgun, my handgun, and Saya's MP5 and handgun. The rifle ammo should be fine as the only weapon that can use it is the Scar H. Plus, the only weapon that did use that ammo was Koda's AR-10, as REI used the M1A1 as a glorified stabbing pole. After a quick glance behind me, I started adding the stuff we needed into my bag, a couple of gas canisters, the gas stove along with some of its utensils, like metal pots and a ladle, 2 packets of rice and a few water bottles. As for the tuna. The gas stove is bigger than the bag, about 1/3 of it is poking out, anyway canned food. I then start looking at the sealed cylindrical cans inside the food-filled crate. The girls were not wrong, most of the stuff here seems to be meat and fish. And from what I can see, they're all plain flavor. Wonder if we have, My eyes stop on what seem to be plastic packages with powder. I pick one of the orange ones and feel its weight, then read the label. Curry? The plastic is pretty thick, it also looks airtight, not really a fan of spicy stuff though. I leave the pack back in its place and pick another one. This one green in color. I'll just take this one and ask Psycho if it sticks with rice and tuna. Oh, and I better pick some chopsticks for the two. I'll just use my Swiss knife as it has a small spoon and fork extension. Think I saw it in an inside pocket in my bag. I pocket the materials and close the hood, then lock it and climb back over to the safe side. I then back away a few steps and look over at the barricade. I'm starting to see more corpses on the road. But as I said, more corpses means less alive people sticking their noses here, and seeing as it's just me, Psycho, and Saya now, the last thing I need is a bunch of shidos knocking on my front door. After giving the barricade a quick check, I start heading back towards the store's back door. I'm not aiming to spend days here, but we should probably reinforce the barricade somehow. After going back inside, I moved to the main room to see Saya and Psycho on my left, in the corner of the room, stacking up boxes next to each other. This should suffice, Psycho speaks up. We still need to set up the curtains, Saya responds. We could move one of the shelves to the right. They have metal bars we could use to tie the curtains on, Psycho answers as she glances to her right, causing Saya to turn her head towards the store's display shelves. The bars will be too low if the pool is placed on the boxes. Saya mumbles after a few seconds. Not really, the only thing visible will be your head. Psycho tilts her head slightly as she turns to her. Yeah, but Nai. You're already calling me a pervert for reasons I can't fathom. I'm not aiming to give you an actual reason to back up your claims here by being one. I butt in as Saya starts speaking again, causing both girls to turn to me. With quite the different expressions. Psycho looked as casual as ever. Then again, we sort of came to the conclusion that we'll be sleeping in the same bed while we still had the choice of not doing so. Saya was being Saya. She just stared at me with a frown and a slight blush. And seeing as our genius could not find a comeback, I turned to Psycho. I found some tuna and rice, no oil. Also picked some dried herbs. Hope they won't make the tuna come back to life. I take off my bag and leave it on the counter after walking over to it. You would have solved the riddle of why the dead are walking if it did though, Psycho responds with a giggle as she walks up to me. You want me to cook? She asks right after. My cooking skills are water-boiled pasta and sandwich level. I'm not signing up for the job, I respond as I start taking everything out of the bag. Alright, I will cook for us then, Psycho nods with a smile. There are only 2 chopstick sets here. Saya, who had crept up behind us, points at the chopsticks as she speaks. Yet, I'm better off stabbing people with chopsticks rather than using them to eat, I respond as I start looking inside my bag again, then take a small, thin plastic bag with the Swiss knife inside and place it next to the chopsticks. Hey? Was this always inside a bag or did Psycho put it in there when she checked my bag? Hope you don't mind, but I'm going Western barbarian on this, I add up with a chuckle as I turn to the girls. I will start cooking after we have taken a bath then, Psycho nods at me. Ah. Speaking of bath, Saya turns to me and points her finger to my face, or well, mask. We need to set some rules around here, she adds up as she leans towards me and puts her other hand on her hip. I'm not going to like this. Not gonna agree till I hear them, I answer as I tilt my head slightly. Saya narrows her eyes. Girls take baths first, she begins. I nod. Psycho nods as well. When we're taking a bath, you are not allowed in the room, she continues. I nod again. We'll wear different clothes after taking a bath, in order to wash the ones we used outside, she adds up. Both me and Psycho nod. So you're not allowed to wear your request denied, I cut Saya off. Fine, we vote for it, Saya smirks at me as she narrows her eyes even more. Like hell we are, I know Psycho will vote on your side in this matter. Nope, I respond. You can't nope this, you idiot, it's a group decision. She answers back, then raises her hand with the smirk still on her face. Then both of us turn to Psycho. She looks at me for a couple of seconds. Is it that horrible that we desire to be able to see your actual face? She asks as she raises her hand. I'm just saying this because it's just stupid for him to wear it constantly. Saya leans her body back to a normal posture and darts her head to Psycho as her eyes go wide. But whatever, the reasons don't matter. 2 versus 1, no mask, period. Take it off, she then darts her head to me as she puts both hands on her hips and leans towards me once again. Saya kicked it into overdrive here. Fine, after I have taken a bath. I need to clean it anyway, I respond with a nonchalant shrug. About time. Saya huffs triumphantly as she folds her arms and straightens her back again, the smirk still on her face. Okay, so. Let's set the pool? I'll go get the hose, I respond as I raise both arms slightly above my head and turn to walk away. I'll set the pool, Psycho responds. I'll deal with the curtains, Saya adds up. I'll let them have this, maybe it'll get Saya to ease up on the chunderism. And Psycho, well, I guess she asked nicely. With that I walk past the little stage the girls set up with the boxes and walk into the storage room. Alright, so, the hose should be. I turned my head to the right, until my sight fell on a bucket at the end of the narrow hallway that thankfully still remained walkable, what with all the storage shelves that had been placed in the already narrow room. I nod, walk up to the bucket and peek inside, a green garden hose coiled inside it. Good, I didn't dream of it being here after all. I pick up the hose and start walking outside as I glance at it. It has an attachment that seems to lock on faucets, good thing is nobody would want to stay in that damn toilet. I give the hose a tug as I walk outside the room. Thought about using it as a rope. But it's made by a rather soft plastic, easy to get cut by sharp objects or rip under pressure. I'm going to open the door to smelly land, you might wanna hold your noses, I say as I lift my head and look towards the boxes where Psycho and Saya were working on the new bathroom, toilet excluded. Don't take too long, or I'm going to lock you in there if you start smelling like that, Saya replies as she turns to me with a slight smirk. Thanks for letting me know, now I'm definitely breaking down the door if it gets stuck, I reply as I casually walk towards the actual bathroom. God, even with the toilets working, this place manages to smell like a cesspool, not that I know how one smells, but it's waste and sewage shoved in an open hole, can't be very high as smelling ratings. While trying to keep breathing to a minimum, I head to the faucet and turn it on, causing water to start running for a few seconds, before closing it again. I wonder how long it'll be until the taps run dry. Having running water now means that not a lot of people are actually using the city's water system. Maybe the survivor camps like the elementary school, the mansion, and Saya's apartment used local reserves? If they used taps, then the water should at least have had less pressure power by now. Whatever the case, it's one more reason why we need to move it. Filtration pump or not, I don't want to risk drinking groundwater. And well, at least I can say that the city's water is not what started the infection, we would be walking corpses by Rika's house otherwise. I then take the end of the hose that had an orange attachment that opened like a funnel in the end and lock it on the faucet before exiting the bathroom. The hose is set, water is still running, better not overuse it though. We don't know when it'll run out now that the city's infrastructure is as dead as its residents. I glance towards the toilet door as I speak. Yet, we won't fill it completely, Saya responds. Actually, maybe we can just take a shower instead of filling it. Psycho stops setting the pool and turns to Saya. Can't we at least relax while taking a bath? We have been up all day. Saya whines in a low tone. Also, no hot water, I respond after Saya, and both girls turn to stare at me. What? Water heating needs electricity. Maybe solar ones would work, if you replace all the burnt wires in electronics. I add up. Crap. I totally forgot about that. Saya lowers her head, her mouth left slightly open and a sad frown on her face. You don't have to look that dejected, you're making me feel bad for mentioning it now. Well, if you fill the pool, you can boil water in the stove and add it in. Cold and boiling will balance out to a medium temperature, and as it's relatively hot, the room temperature is also relatively H. We're filling it up. I'm not taking a cold shower. Saya cuts me off as she folds her arms with a pout. Well, do as you wish, I'll go set the beds, I respond as I walk past them. Hey? Can't we just place the sleeping bags before we go to sleep? Saya asks as she turns to me with a raised eyebrow. Right, Chundir here still don't know about the double bed, oh boy. We got some inflatables back at the store, we can use them as mattresses, I respond as I turn around. Oh, I see. Yeah, that does sound better than a plain sleeping bag. Saya nods slightly as she lowers her head and folds her arms, seemingly in thought. But don't get any funny ideas. Like sticking the beds next to each other. Saya's voice, while it started relatively loud, kept decreasing in volume as she spoke, to the point that it ended with a whisper. The fact that she turned her head away, also didn't help. Yeah, of course. I responded with a deadpan voice, then turned to Psycho, who was touching her lips with her knuckles, a smile visible on her face as she looked at me. I think she was trying to hold herself back from giggling. I mean, good luck not sticking the beds together when two of them are fused. Well, tell me if you need anything. I turn around and start walking. By the time you're done we might be taking a bath, the pool is nearly set up. So don't come down until we're done. Saya turns to me, narrows her eyes as she puts her arms on her hips and leans her upper body towards me. Alright, you have clothes to change into? I ask. Yeah, I picked some from the car, Saya responds. I then turned to Psycho, and saw her nod at me. Well, I'll try not to come down for no reason. And with a slight shrug, I start walking towards the hallway. Does wanting to take a stroll count as a reason? I ask as I turn around, only for Saya to puff her cheeks and narrow her eyes even more at me. Momentary deafness, activate. I turn around, and head towards the hallway. After I went up the stairs and reached the second floor, I took out the flashlight and looked around. Any Wendigos around now? I ask. Nope, just a fuming Saya downstairs. I add with a chuckle as I take off my bag, open it and take the pump out. Right, forgot to take the extra sleeping bags, the ones we'll use for the ground and as covers. I leave my stuff and head back downstairs, then go outside and straight to the Humvee. Once there, I unlock it and take a couple of sleeping bags, as the group had left them behind before going over the bridge. Then, back to the second floor. After that, I set the two inflatables and lock the pump into the double one. Alright, time to get to work. What transpired was the most boring moments of several days combined. Some time later. By the time I was done, I was pretty sure the girls were taking a bath downstairs. So I decided to wait upstairs. Wish I had a PSP or DS right now. Or my PC. I groaned lightly as I bumped the back of my head against the wall I was leaning on. I had also taken off my equipment. Leg guards, arm guards, gloves, vest, guns, Alpha and D was sitting with my back against the wall. What's taking them so long? I let out a sigh and closed my eyes. Then again, Saya was not wrong, we have been moving all day, so I won't be surprised if they decide to chill in there. Even if Saya was supposed to be reluctant about sharing a bathroom in the anime, though that could be because of REI and her breast-checking methods. I shake my head and get up, then head to the door. With how dark this room is, I'll end up falling asleep. I exit and stop by the stairs. Better I wait here, if they are still taking a bath, Saya will chew me out if she sees me downstairs. With that, I sat on the steps. So, now what? After this we head to the mansion? From the little that I saw, it was past the mall we stayed at, guess once we calm down we can sit around the map and make our next step. As I was thinking, I saw Saya walking past the small visible part of the hallway, heading towards the exit. Her hair was down and was wearing a black sleeveless shirt, along with her school's green short skirt, plus actual sports shoes, I think the same ones she wore after Rika's house. Need something from outside? I ask before she can exit. She turns her head to me. Somebody forgot to bring plates, she says as she folds her arms under her chest. Right, I think I saw some bento boxes in the car, inside the food crate, I'll go get 'em as I'm the one that forgot 'em. I respond as I get up. Fine, I'll go outside for my hair to dry either way, then probably lie down for a bit. Saya responds. Are you alright? I ask as I walk up to her. She tilts her head questionably. Yeah. I'm just tired, because of somebody, I ended up jumping into a river and then I had to walk all day, she answers with a smirk as she leans slightly towards me with her arms still folded. Wonder who's that idiot, I respond with a chuckle as I start heading towards the exit. I'll give you a hint, he always wears a stupid mask, she huffs as she starts walking behind me. After going outside, Saya followed me all the way to the car in silence. I'm surprised you really didn't come down again after going up there. Saya speaks up while waiting outside of the car. As I gathered our plates. You're already treating me like crap most of the time, Saya, I don't need it getting worse, I respond as I place the bento boxes next to me and close the crate. No, it's because you. It's your fault. Saya starts stumbling her words as she glances around. Maybe it is, I ain't a knight in shining armor after all. Black tends to not shine a lot, I answer as I exit the car, close the door and lock it. By the way, here I dig in my pocket and take out the hand creams I took from the supermarket. Hey. Saya just tilts her head as she keeps looking at the colorful plastic packages in my hand with a questioning expression. Wait, these are. As if the gears in her memory started to spin, she lifted her head to me, her face even more weirded out. I promised I'd get you some in the police station, I respond as I extend my arm. She stops in the middle of her sentence as she takes the items, and stays quiet. In any case, I'll hand these over, don't stay out too long, you might catch a cold. I put my hand on her head and ruffle her hair. Hey, that's weird, her hair felt a little too wet. I walk a couple of steps and then turn round, Saya still rooted on the spot. Hey Saya. I call out to her, she jerks her shoulders and turns around, still looking at the ground. It might be better if you stay in the back alleyway, you don't know who might see you, I point with my head to the left as I speak. Saya, after a few seconds, nods and starts walking, her head still lowered. She just turned really meek. Was this such an important thing? I mean sure, I remembered a promise I made to her, but still. We then headed back to the back door in silence. Nair. Just as I was about to enter the door, Saya spoke up, causing me to turn to her. Nothing. Just, thanks, she stumbles on her words once more before bowing slightly. You are welcome, I respond as I turn around. Also. She spoke up again. What's gotten into her? Turning around I find her with a flushed face. Nothing. She answers as she keeps looking at the ground. You get points for trying. Alright, if you need me, you know where to find me. I respond and turn around again. With that, I walked back to the store, and on to the main room. Psycho was by the counter, looking over the now open stove with a ladle in her hand, more importantly though. And now I know why Saya turned weird right before the entrance. You didn't find clothes again? I ask. Psycho, hearing my voice, turns to me. She had her hair up in a ponytail and was wearing, a buttoned shirt that was left unbuttoned on the chest area, and that's all. I mean, that's all I could see, as it ended a little under her hips, so I could not actually see her underwear, in difference with every other outfit she wore so far. My body is still wet, I didn't want to get clothes we could use drenched, also, be careful not to slip on the water that's on the floor, she responds casually. Wet my wait. They did take towels, right? I turn my head to the bathtub. No towels there. Where are the towels? I ask. We had towels. She asks back. Didn't you look in the back of the car some time ago? In the back of the car, I picked some from the store too. I respond as I turn to her. I didn't see them, she answers casually with a slight shrug. Didn't see them, my ass. Ook, Brought these, I leave the bentos next to her on the counter. Thank you, she nods with a smile as she glances at the bentos I just placed on the counter. And a couple of seconds later. You know the only reason I'm fine with dressing like this, is because you are the only man that can see me. She keeps looking at the rice inside the metal pot as she speaks. Holy crap, she just switched to aggressive. Didn't you stroll around with an apron? I ask. And a jacket that you gave me? She answers with a slight smile as she tilts her head and leaves the ladle in the boiling pot. Right. And, I really didn't have a choice back then, nothing fitted me. She stops speaking for a second and turns to look at me. So please, don't think of me as a harlot because of it. Ever since the pharmacy, your eyes are the only ones that I want on me. She takes a step towards me and places her hand on my chest, then lowers her head again. And I'm willing to prove it to you. To give you everything I am, the moment you ask it of me. She lifts her face and locks her eyes on me, her mouth slightly open as her cheeks start to take a shade of red. Your heartbeat is rising. She pushes her hand lightly against my chest as she keeps staring at me. I lean towards her until my mask almost touched her nose. And your rice is burning. I lift my finger and point at the boiling pot. Ah. Her eyes go wide as she instantly turns around and starts focusing on the jealous pot. Ah, it's still okay. We really can't waste food now. She lets out a small sigh as she closes her eyes, then opens them and keeps them in the pot, though the blush was still on her face. A little more and I seriously might have pushed her down, and honestly I don't think she would have even resisted, heartbeat rising my ass, she was actively seducing me. I'm going to take that bath now, I respond as I turn around. You know I can't leave this room, the stove is here. She glances at me before looking back at the food. Once rice boils you can lower the temperature and leave it, no. I tilt my head slightly as I turn to her. I thought your cooking ability was sandwiches. Psycho giggles slightly as she keeps looking at the pot. And pasta, this counts as pasta-like knowledge. To answer your question though. I stop in the middle of my sentence and tap on my mask. Causing Psycho to turn and stare at me. I don't care, do as you wish, I respond as I raise my hands slightly. Nair. Are you teasing me? She asks as she raises an eyebrow and tilts her head, a small smirk appearing on her face. Me? What would ever make you think of such a thing? I respond with a casual shrug as I turn around. Very well. I will do as I wish, she replies. I turn to glance at her, only to see her still smirking at me. Try not to make Saya scream her lungs out. I scratch the corner of my mask before turning around again. Well, that escalated quickly. With that over, for now at least. I headed back into the second floor to get a change of clothes out of my bag, only to remember that Psycho had taken them out, so instead. It was back to the car for me. After getting some clothes, and some towels, I headed back to the store. Giving one towel to Saya in the process, who was still sitting outside. And one to Psycho, who was still staring over the pot, that was now lid closed, and burning over a low flame. After she untied her hair and covered them with the towel, I headed to take a bath. I don't feel dirty at all. And I am supposed to be careful on that type of stuff. But not taking one after the other two did is just, no. By the time I was in the pool, Psycho was still over the pot. She ain't gonna move, hey? Oh well. With that, time passed in silence. Until. And Nair, remember. No mask after the bath, Psycho speaks up from the other side of the curtain. No mask, balaclava only, read you loud and clear, I respond with a chuckle as I glance at my mask that was on one of the rack's shelves, and after a few minutes of silence. Why do you like covering your face so much? She asks. Why do you like beating the shit out of people? I ask back. So you mean to tell me that if I wore a mask, it would excite you? She asked once again. Right, forgot she actually gets wet, from killing stuff. No. I didn't mean it like that. Some people like guns, others like cars, I like helmets and masks. I respond. I see. She then stays quiet, for about 10 seconds. If the world somehow returns to normal, what are you going to do? She shoots another question. Damn, she's on a roll. I got no freaking idea, I answered. Do you want to return to your country? She asks again. No, I answered flatly. How come? You didn't like it there? And yet another question. Yet, let's ignore the fact that leaving here means leaving both you and Saya behind, and that I have no memories of my own concerning my country. I was never one to get attached to a place, used to move a lot, I responded. So you would not care if you left Japan either. Her voice sounded a bit different this time. A bit forced. Ha, you think you're getting rid of me that easy? I'll probably stuff you in my bag if I'll end up leaving. Wonder if they allow psychos on a plane. I respond with a small chuckle. You know you don't have to stuff me anywhere, I would come with you willingly, if you'd have me. She replies with a giggle. I'll keep that in mind, I answer as I stretch. Okay, that should be enough swimming. I get off the pool, dry myself and change to a new set of, same black clothes. These are the new clothes, right? Yeah, the unfolded ones are the ones I wore. Wonder if we can use the water in the pool to wash the clothes too, it doesn't look dirty. Is it okay to mix body shampoo with clothing shampoo? I ask as I look at the foamy water in the pool. I never used body shampoo to clean clothes in my house. It probably lacks the stain removal abilities of the clothing one, otherwise, I suppose I don't see a problem with it. As we are not using a washing machine which would probably be incompatible with body shampoo, Psycho replies. You are done? She asks right after. Yeah, I answered back. Could I ask you to come here for a minute then? She asks back. Without answering, I exit the bathroom and head to Psycho. What's up? I ask as I stop next to her. She just turns to stare at me. And she keeps staring. Sorry, I just wanted to look at your face. It's a rare sight to see the ninja penguin without his mask. She finally speaks up as she tilts her head with a warm smile. I'm starting to think you were the one who started this whole penguin thing, I reply as I fold my arms. Psycho shakes her head. Shizuka, not me, she answers. Figures. She could be lying though, Shizuka is too easy of a target. After a short silence, with Psycho having her eyes locked to my face. Well, I'll start by washing my clothes, until the food is ready. I glance around before turning towards the pool behind me. It's okay, I can wash them together with mine. Psycho replies. I'm still taking care of my mask myself, not because I think you might try to hide it or something, honest. I glance back at her and lift both arms to my head. So right through my plan, shoot, she replies in a playful manner as she tilts her head and presses her finger on the corner of her lips. With that, I move back to the pool and take my mask, which I left on the display rack. The mask itself should be easy to clean, the balaclava, guess we'll see. Maybe I should start wearing the hood, as it will stop blood from sticking on the balaclava. Also cool and try hard factor plus 10. Do we even have clothing detergent? I ask as I dip the mask in the pool. Good question, I don't think I saw any in the car, Psycho replies. Oh well, guess we stick with shampoo. I shrug slightly and continue. Psycho did not speak afterward. Yet, there was something else on my mind now. Still, is Psycho really that dependent on me? Or she's trying to lead me on? Even with Takashi she was not that assertive. And it's obvious in the anime that she's in love with him to the point of giving him everything she is. I stop scrubbing the mask and lift it to head height. Must you always think like everybody is out to get you? Maybe Psycho does like you to the point of being even more assertive than she was with Takashi. I shake my head and take the mask and balaclava, then start heading towards the exit. Once out, I turn to my left to see Saya with her back to me. Hey, you know where I can hang clothes to dry? I ask as I walk up to her. Hey, you can leave them on the sea. She turns around as she speaks, only to stop in the middle of her sentence after turning to face me, her eyes frozen wide open and her mouth slightly ajar. Hello. I tilt my head slightly as I keep looking at her. See, car, Saya squeaks, before quickly putting her hand over her mouth, slightly lowering her blushing face. My hair dried, I'm going inside. She then zoomed past me before I could even reply. Is my face that amazing to look at? I always thought I was average to meh looking. I then look at my mask. Weird, oh well. After reaching the car, I leave the mask on the front bumper and hang the balaclava on the car's antenna, then turn to look at the sky. It's getting dark. I also still have to ask Saya what she did with our night shifts. With that, I went back to the store. To find both Saya and Psycho by the counter. Hearing me enter the room, Psycho turns to me. Food is ready, she says with a smile. Don't remember the last time I had cooked food, I respond as I walk up to them. Yet, feels like the first day of the outbreak was months ago. Saya keeps looking into the metal pot as she speaks. I meant before the outbreak as well, as I was all buns and fast food long before Daisy. Don't need to tell them that though, for one Saya will definitely use it as an excuse to poke her finger to my face. It will be a bit hot, but the tuna I mixed with the herbs will help cool it down faster. Psycho starts placing rice in the bentos as she speaks. Actually, what herbs did I bring? I ask as I turn to look at the bowl that had the tuna in. Dill. You picked it randomly? Psycho asks as she turns to look at me. What? No, of course I didn't pick it randomly. I respond as I glance around, Psycho lifting an eyebrow to my obvious lie. Is dill good with tuna? I ask after a few seconds of silence. Psycho lowers her head and closes her eyes as she starts giggling. Yes, dill is usually good with any seafood. She answers as she opens her eyes and turns to look at me again. I would seriously kick you if you had managed to ruin good food. Saya folds her arms and keeps looking at the rice as she speaks. Say it to my face. Or you're still blushing. After Saya's remark, we stayed quiet while Psycho prepared the 3 bentos, aka, plates. Alright, food is ready. Psycho, upon speaking, lets go of the kitchen utensils and leans back, then turns to me. Where are we going to eat? She asks. Anywhere we want. Personally, I'm eating here, I respond as I sit on the counter, turning around in the process, then tap it with both hands. Psycho nods and takes a bento on each hand, then walks up to me, hands me one, and sits next to me. Then scoots even closer, to the point that her leg was touching mine. Actually screw that, she was literally leaning on me. And guess who was looking like an extra grumpy cat now? Saya, with the towel still around her shoulders, got her bento. Then sat on the counter, albeit a little further from me and Psycho. I could not find any flavored tuna, hope you don't mind it plain. I take my Swiss knife and open the fork. Just as I was about to dig the fork into the rice I realized something. Wait, I have 2 Japanese people with me, got to thank for the food first. Nearly started out of habit, as I never did that when I was by myself, though now I really got to thank for the food. Psycho made it after all. I close the fork and leave it next to me. Thanks for the food. As I start speaking, Psycho and Saya speak up with me in unison. Actually, where did you 2 put your equipment? I ask as we start eating. Behind you, Saya answers flatly as she points her chopsticks behind her without lifting her head. Nair, can I ask for a favor? Psycho, who was still leaning on me, turned her head to me. I glance at her, nod. She then brings her chopsticks, which had a bite-sized chunk of her food, close to my face, and stops. You gotta be pulling my leg. I glance at the chopsticks, then at the smiling Psycho. Then back at the sticks, and back at Psycho. I always wondered how it feels to do this, hope I'm not making you feel uncomfortable. Psycho, seeing my dead response, speaks up. Yeah, we cool, just that I feel an epic glare on my back right now. I guess, I'll admit I'm not a big fan of mussy stuff like that. I respond and open my mouth slightly. Psycho did not miss her chance and placed the chopsticks in my mouth with a slight giggle. For not being a fan, you sure caved in fast. Even if she did it wrong. I hear a whining voice behind me seconds later. You know of a correct method. Psycho glances past me and she raises an eyebrow, a slight smirk on her face. Why, is there a reason I should not? I hear the same whining voice behind me respond, in a slightly higher tone this time. In other words, she practiced this even while Takashi was giving her absolutely no attention. That's actually kind of sad. Fine, if you don't believe me I'll show you. I hear Saya respond as she slides off the counter and comes to sit next to me, opposite of Psycho. Okay, acknowledge this for a moment, I have both Saya and Psycho next to me, hand feeding me. The actual fark is happening here. Hey idiot, open your mouth. I can't show her how to do it if you are being an idiot. Saya starts speaking with a serious face. I need not mention that her face was also beet red, do I? Not wanting to anger the already ticking time bomb next to me, I open my mouth. And Saya moves her hand towards my mouth. Correction, her slightly shaking hand to my mouth. Her hand is seriously shaking right now. Also another thing I noticed. Her lips curved up to a smile, even if it was momentarily, before quickly turning back into grumpy cat mode. So like that. I barely managed to swallow as Psycho brought her chopsticks to my face. Okay, I have a bad feeling about this. I open my mouth nonetheless. No, you're doing wrong, it's like this. Saya responds as she brings her own chopsticks to my face again, only 4. I see, then it's like this. Psycho to continue the combo. This went on for some time. To the point that I was actually full. They will seriously choke me here. I leave the Swiss knife/fork on the bento, and creep my hands behind Psycho's and Saya's neck, then grab them both at the same time. Saya lets out a yelp and closes her eyes for a few seconds. Psycho jerks her shoulders slightly and opens her mouth a bit, but otherwise leaves her eyes locked on me. First, you will choke me like this. Second, if you keep stuffing my face with your food, you'll empty your bentos without actually eating anything. Third. I let go of both of them, take my fork and dig into my bento, then split my food into 2 portions. This is yours, I point the right portion to Saya. This is yours, I point the left portion to Psycho. Okay? I ask. Both girls nod after a few seconds, with a rather dumbfounded expression. I apologize, I got a bit carried away. Psycho, with a smile still plastered on her face, nods slightly and brings her chopsticks over my bento. I was just showing her. Saya follows up after Psycho, though her face had a blushing pout instead. Sure you were, miss, I'll show you how it's done. I decided to not say that out loud though, our blushing Chundir seemed flustered enough as it is. The rest of our dinner went on without any surprises. And by the time we were done, the place had also visibly gotten darker. Okay, I'll deal with the plates, as we have to wash them in the bathroom. I speak up as I get off the counter. I'll deal with the clothes then. Psycho nods at me as she also gets off the table. She had also taken the towel off her hair some time ago. I will. Saya puts her hand over her mouth and stretches with a yawn in the middle of her sentence. Sorry. She adds right after as she lifts her glasses and rubs her eyes with both hands. You can go upstairs to sleep if you want, or help Psycho. Washing clothes will take longer than washing bentos and pots. Obviously I turn to look at Saya as I speak. I'll help Psycho. She responds as she also gets off the counter with a rather sleepy expression. With that, I move to the gas chamber. God, I need an actual gas mask for this place. After getting all the cutlery there, I start scrubbing the bentos with a sponge I found on the store's shelves. At least the girls didn't oppose me when I said that I'll leave the door open. Still, this place had sponges and dishwashing soap, but no clothing detergent. Several no's agonizing minutes later. Okay, done, I'm outta here, before I pass out. I walk out of the bathroom with the bentos, the cooking utensils and pots inside them. I'm done, I speak up as I get near the girls. We need some more time, Psycho responds. Saya just kept her head down, not speaking, much less reacting. Saya, you okay? I ask as I lean towards her. I'm fine. She responds with her head still lowered. Something definitely happened. Just as I was about to turn my head to Psycho. She just got a bit too focused washing your shut up. Saya darts her head to Psycho as she cuts her off, her face taking all new levels or red. Right, I did leave my old clothes here. Saya glances at me a couple of times before darting her head back down to the pool. We can't leave unwashed clothes, she mumbles in a low tone. I see, thanks Saya. I'm going to let these dry outside, I respond as I walk past them. Since you had more to do than me, once you're done I will deal with emptying the pool outside, I add up as I stop for a second and turn around. Psycho looks at me and nods. Saya didn't react. And she has yet to see the beds too. Hey. With that thought, I headed to the car and left everything on it, then went back to the girls, where I waited for them to finish with the clothes while I was waiting on the counter, as they didn't let me join in. And several minutes later. Emptying the pool will take some time, we should start emptying it before you two are finished. I hop off the counter as I speak and walk up to them. Then, I took the hose and went to the smelly bathroom, hopefully for what would be the last time for today. Okay, I should fill both sides with water and then leave one side in the pool, the other on the ground outside. The elevated position of the pool will siphon the water out. With that, I take the orange attachment out, open the faucet and fill the hose with water until it's full. Blocking both hose exits with my thumbs I head back to the pool, leave one side there and with the other side in my hand, I head outside and leave the hose to the ground. Water instantly pouring out. Several seconds later, water was still coming out, meaning that all I had to do now is wait. I lean my back against the wall and take a deep breath. Now we wait. I looked up in the sky that was quickly losing its orange coloring. Then looked back down, at the two sides that the alleyway ended. The side that does not have the car was already barricaded, and that flimsy-ass barricade we have by the car should hold any corpses that manage to wander there. We'll also close the back door, as it opens towards the outside. Corpses will need to break it down, if they manage to get this far. To be honest though, the idea of seeing corpses popping from the corners right now is freaking me out a bit. Is it because I feel more vulnerable now that I accepted that I am in a safe spot? Sure, I'm not wearing my gear and don't have my gun, but I didn't have these in the school either. I guess, the idea of no safe place really existing is what's actually freaking me out. Or that Psycho and Saya are totally defenseless right now. Both of them left their gear behind the counter after taking a bath. I must have lost track of time, as thankfully nothing happened while I was waiting until Psycho and Saya walked outside with the clothes on their hands. The pool is almost empty, we will go hang these. By the time we're done the pool should be empty, Psycho speaks up as she glances behind her. Then turns to head towards the car with Saya. Okay, let's get this over with. I nod, push myself off the wall and head back to the pool to find it almost empty. Might as well brush my teeth while I'm waiting. I back away from the pool and head to my bag that I left upstairs, then take 3 toothbrushes and a tube of toothpaste before heading back down. After sitting on the counter I open one of the sealed brushes, put some toothpaste and start brushing while mindlessly staring at the pool. Until I heard footsteps to my left. Right. I almost forgot I got to brush my teeth, I hear Saya groan with a sleepy face. She drags her feet over to her bag behind the counter and takes her toothbrush. Can I have toothpaste? She asks as she extends her hand to me, moving to the front of the counter in the process. Where did you get water? She asks again as I give it to her. I respond by shaking my head. I don't have my bag with me, it's in the car. I hear Psycho speak up right after. I turn to her and extend one of the sealed toothbrushes. Oh, thank you. She smiles at me and takes it, then takes the toothpaste from Saya, who looked like about to fall asleep with the brush in her mouth. Psycho sat on the counter right after, again, excessively close to me. She then pleased her head on my shoulder and closed her eyes as she continued the monotonous task. Saya, who decided not to sit on the counter, was casually looking around. Until her sight landed on me and Psycho. Probably due to her being sleepy, she didn't really react and turned to look away. Only to dart her head back to me as her sleepy eyes snapped open and her face took one glorious frown. Well, I'm actually done. So as much as I like this, Saya seems about ready to blow now that she can't tell me what a pervert I am. I tap lightly on Psycho's shoulder, who shakes her head slightly before opening her eyes. She then looks around before closing them again, sitting back to a normal posture in the process. I then hop off the counter and head to the pool before spitting whatever was in my mouth. Some doctors say it's better not to rinse after brushing, guess we'll find out now. In a world that brushing may actually have no point because nobody can get bad teeth. I chuckle slightly and turn around. I'll go close the door and head up. I point to my right as I start walking. Both girls reply with a silent nod. So, after closing the door, I headed to the second floor, and looked at the beds. Think Saya is sleepy enough to not freak out. I walk up to Saya's bed and push it a bit closer to the double bed with my foot. Now, we'll definitely freak out. I then head back to my bag, take my equipment and leave them over the head of the double bed. Then kneel down and take the handgun out of the holster, check the safety and leave it next to everything else, along with the scar H. After that, I take off my shoes and walk up on the bed before lying down, using an extra sleeping bag as a pillow while passing my right arm under my head. A couple of seconds later, I hear footsteps to my left. Finally, we get to sleep on something that isn't a cold hard floor. Still, won't these cause a lot of no? I hear Saya stop in the middle of her sentence. There are only 2 beds here. She adds up in a low tone as she walks into the room. And after getting to the leg section of the double bed and looking at both beds, she puts 2 and 2 together, or well, 2 and 1. That's a double bed. Saya's voice kept losing strength as she kept staring at the bed with wide eyes. Hey pervert. W, what exactly you are trying to do? She then turns her sight to me as she raises her voice. He is not trying to do anything, I asked for this. Psycho walks up to the bed, then sits on the corner. W what? Saya then turned to Psycho, her voice started to lose power again, to the point that I could not really hear it. Seeing as you either keep calling me an idiot or pervert. I figured you would try to either eat my liver, or force me to sleep in the pool if I got a bed for 3 people, so I got one different for you. I point at the ceiling, then at the single bed that was a little further off to my right. Hey? No I. Saya just kept glancing between her bed and the double bed. Nair, you will sleep with your clothes. Psycho, who I had the feeling was enjoying this, asks right after as she keeps leaning on her hand. Last thing I need is running around half naked in case of an emergency. And that's what will happen if we wake up in the middle of an emergency, I reply as I turn to Psycho. I see, I guess that does make sense, she replies as she closes her eyes and stretches. So, you two will sleep together? Saya asks, still standing in the same place like a scarecrow. It actually does sound unreal now that she mentions it. Yes, Psycho answers flatly as she lies down next to me, then hugs my arm and nuzzles her head right next to my neck, before tightening her hug on my arm and placing her leg on me. Then, with a long sigh, she stops moving. Saya didn't move, she just stared at the bed. She's going to start kicking me now or something. But I. Saya's own voice got cut by a short hiccup. Looking at her, I see that she keeps rubbing right under her eyes. Wait, she's crying? What the fuck am I fucking asking? She jumped into the fucking river with me, and her being her, she obviously would not say why she really did it. Saya, I'm trying to do what both of you ask of me. I already told you that I'm happy that you decided to come with me, so let me just ask you something. I raise myself slightly until I can lean on my elbow and stop talking, until Saya looks at me. Are you really asking what you want from me? I ask as I keep looking at her. She did not reply, she just slowly folded her arms under her chest and looked away. After a few seconds I look back up the ceiling. Okay, what I'm doing here is as wrong as it gets if looking at it from their side, might as well use everything I have. Did you ever tell Takashi that you liked him? I ask as I keep looking at the ceiling. Hey, warehouse. Wah. Would things have been different between him and you had you told him so? instead of acting like you are constantly annoyed with him. I cut her off. What makes you think I liked him? I hear Saya ask. You were pretty bad at hiding your displeasure when he went after Rei on the bus, or honestly anything that had him doing things for Rei, I answered. That's because she dumped him before the outbreak for his best friend. She didn't deserve him back. Saya answers back, her voice starting off strong, but ending with a whisper. Probably, but she decided to act on what she really wanted. Did you? I ask back. And got no response, and after a few seconds. No matter what happens with Saya, I'll still want you with me. That's what I told Psycho. The opposite, also counts for you, Saya. Immoral, bad, or stupid as it is, it's the choice I wanted to make. The rest of that choice, is yours, I add up as I close my eyes and lie back down. Psycho didn't react to all of this. I don't know if she decided to not intervene, or if she honestly fell asleep this fast. Even if she decides to keep her distance from me. I hope this whole chat right now helps her on making better decisions later on in this type of thing. I mean, I was not lying about her and Takashi. If she was not such a stick in the mud with him and actually showed him some affection, she could have won him over, or have a way higher chance of doing so at least. And then, I heard Saya move, only to abruptly stop a second later. Then start again, then once again stop. Hey? What is she? I didn't even manage to finish that thought, and I felt the bed move while at the same time, something crashed on the right side of my chest. Opening my eyes, I saw the top part of a pink-haired head at the point of impact. You're horrible. The pink-haired head whines in a low tone. I know, I respond as I bring my hand on it and ruffle its hair. Speaking of horrible, who's on the first night shift, I ask. You. Saya responds without moving her head. Okay, the second. I ask again. You. She answers, this time in a lower tone. The third. I ask one final time. You. Saya replies in an even lower tone. Figures. Well, guess I better get to work then. I respond as I try to get up, only for Saya to cling on to me with a short whine. This is going to be a long night.